Zhong Yingjie was surprised. How did you know? Jun Xian introduced you all to me, and they just called you Yingjie, Luo Shi replied. Oh I see, I thought you already knew me, Zhong Yingjie said, scratching the back of his head. Luo Shi calmly stated, actually, my biological mother's name is Zhong Wenyue. Ma Bowen, Patrick, and Bob exclaimed in unison, what, then quickly covered their mouths. Zhong Yingjie slapped his fist into his palm, excited. I knew it, we look so alike, so you must be my aunt's child. But your aunt passed away over 30 years ago, and I've never heard of her having a child. Jun Xian put his arm around Luo Shi's shoulder, pulling her close. Do you all remember the person we rescued from the underground lab on Eternal Night Planet, about 5 to 6 years ago? Zhong Yingjie's eyes widened. She's the one we rescued? Jun Xian nodded. Ma Bowen exclaimed excitedly, what a coincidence. Yingjie was the one who first found the survivor back then. Hey Yingjie, how come you didn't recognize her then? Zhong Yingjie looked at Luo Shi with sorrow in his voice. At the time, the survivor was in such a terrible state, their body mutilated, barely clinging to life. The atmosphere in the room grew somber as they recalled the rescue scene, debris, severed limbs, blood everywhere. Even when they found the barely breathing survivor, they hadn't expected them to survive, given the horrific condition. Luo Shi spoke lightly, but I'm fine now, all thanks to your timely rescue. You're all my saviors. I've prepared a lot of food, so don't hold back, let's feast. Zhong Yingjie wanted to ask more, but Jun Xian cut him off. She's been preparing since the day before yesterday. Let's eat first, we can discuss other things later. Hearing there was good food, Bob cheered excitedly, yay, delicious food. The others were used to Bob's enthusiastic outbursts whenever food was mentioned. They all got up and headed to the dining room. Soon, exclamations of delight and praises filled the room, mingled with the aroma of the barbecue. Bob's boisterous compliments rang out the loudest. His normally clumsy mouth seemed to have a special function when it came to delicious food. Suddenly, they all exclaimed in unison, what? Bao Ma Lei is your sister-in-law? Close enough, she's practically our sister-in-law now. After a while, they cried out again, what? Those classic dishes were all recreated by you? Little sister, from now on you're our sister too. Little sister, this barbecue is the best I've ever had in my life. Little sister, I hear you cook all your own meals at home now? Little sister, can we come mooch meals off you regularly? As Jun Xian listened, he felt things were getting out of hand. He quietly separated Luo Shi from the group, inwardly berating himself for bringing these rascals back home. One meal wasn't enough, now they wanted to mooch off them regularly? Dream on! The men ate and took food with them, making plans to come back again. Satisfied, they finally left. After seeing them out, Jun Xian sank onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh. Next time, he'd just chase them out. Luo Shi sat down beside him, leaning on his shoulder. Do you know my mother? Gently stroking her hair, Jun Xian asked softly, do you want to know about her? I'm a bit curious, Luo Shi replied. I don't know much. She sacrificed herself when I was just born. The little information I have comes from what Zhong Yingjie occasionally mentioned. I only know she was a battlefield medic who died saving Zhong Yingjie's mother. Zhong Yingjie's mother? Yes, Zhong's mother was a rare female expert in spatial blade techniques. She was a formidable asset on the battlefield. Is she still alive? Yes, she's still fighting on the front lines. Would you like to meet her? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. You don't have to feel any obligation. True family isn't determined by blood, but by who truly cares for you. Luo Shi looked at Jun Xian with starry eyes. Xian knows so much. Jun Xian's lips curved upwards. I'm honored by your praise. Back at the barracks, Zhong Yingjie immediately called his mother. Son, missing me already? Zhong's mother, in her 60s, looked weathered beyond her years from the constant battles on the front lines. Her complexion was somewhat pale. Zhong Yingjie spoke seriously, Mom, I have something to tell you. Brace yourself. Leaning back on the bed, Zhong's mother said nonchalantly, I'm already lying down, can't get any more stable than this. Go on, let's see what has you so serious. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Yingjie slowly said, I met a girl today. Oh, you've fallen for someone? Zhong's mother teased. Mom, let me finish. Zhong Yingjie insisted. Alright, go on. She looks very similar to me, about 80 to 90% resemblance. Ah, don't tell me your father's been fooling around again? Zhong's mother widened her eyes in exaggerated shock. Unperturbed, Zhong Yingjie continued, her name is Luo Shi. She's Aunt's child. Ah, which aunt? This time, Zong's mother's mouth truly dropped open in surprise. I only have one aunt, Zong Yingjie responded. Zong's mother suddenly sat up straight on the bed, asking in disbelief, one Yue's child? Zong Yingjie nodded firmly. But that's impossible. One Yue never had a child, the mother exclaimed. She is indeed aunt's child, illegally bred in the underground lab. Do you remember the mission I went on to Eternal Night Planet about 5 to 6 years ago? She was the sole survivor from that incident. How did you handle it back then? Where has she been all these years? When we found her, her condition was critical, so we took her to a hospital on planet E29. I heard later that her father, Luo Junyi, had retrieved her. Her father? Who is that? I heard he's from the 5th Legion, a major named Luo Junyi. Ah, Major Luo, I know him. So where is the child now? You said you saw her today, is she on the front lines as well? She's now the wife of Captain Jun Xian. Jun Xian? Wasn't he seriously injured and returned to the capital? Why is he back on the front lines, and bringing this Luo Shi with him? Zong Yingjie explained, Captain Jun has recovered and been reassigned as the Special Operations Commander. The military issued a notice about it. Ahem, I'm always on the battlefield. I didn't know about that. But he still shouldn't have brought her to the front lines. What if something happens to her? She's one Yue's only child. Zong's mother grew agitated, ready to go find Luo Shi immediately. Quick, tell me what planet they're on. Mom, it's late at night. Where are you going to look for them now? You need to rest too. Zong Yingjie muttered under his breath. I'm your only child, but I never see you this anxious about me. Zong's mother replied matter-of-factly, how can you compare to her? I gave you life, but one Yue gave me life. Of course her child is more important. Zong Yingjie felt a sharp pain in his heart. So this is what it's like to have a merciless mother. He could already foresee a future of being the unloved child without either parent. Hadn't he gotten used to this over the years? Why did it still hurt so much? If Zong's mother knew about Zong Yingjie's messy thoughts, she would probably scold him. Quit being so melodramatic. Enough chit-chat, just give me her address, I'll go see her tomorrow, Zong's mother demanded impatiently. Mom, don't rush to go see her. She doesn't even know we're her relatives. Let me ask Captain Jun first, then I'll get back to you. What do you mean? Why do I need to ask Jun Xian's permission to see my niece? Mom, don't you remember? She's Captain Jun's wife, so he's her guardian. If you visit without the guardian's consent, it could be seen as an attempt to lure or kidnap a minor. Bullshit. Zong's mother cursed bluntly in her native tongue. Mom, calm down. I'll contact you again tomorrow. You brat, don't hang up yet. Tell me more about she. Zong's mother cursed loudly at the disappearing screen, fuming. This ungrateful son, he's really going to be the death of her. After a long while, she sat back down on the bed, her thoughts drifting to that tragic battle years ago. Luo's parents were both happy and a little upset to hear that Luo Shi had come to the front lines. They were happy their daughter was closer to them, and glad her husband Jun Xian was recovering. But they were worried Luo Shi had just found a home on the capital planet, and now she was back on the dangerous front lines after just a few months. Luo's mother was on planet E35, quite a distance from the E31 planet where Luo Shi lived. Between frontline planets, aside from military transport, the only options were cruise ships and supply ships. The military ships were fast but only for personnel, while family members had to take the supply ships, which required advanced application. The supply ship for this month had already departed, so Luo's mother could only wait for the next one to visit E31 planet. At least they could frequently see each other through the star network, so she wasn't too anxious. Zong's mother also couldn't go to E31 planet the next day to visit Luo Shi, as she had to urgently deploy for battle in the early morning. Luo Shi received a long overdue call from Kai Chao, who joyfully announced, I got married. Luo Shi was happy for her. Your partner finally found their way. Huh? Hee, yup, they did. Kai Chao giggled. Who is he? What does he do? How did you two meet? His name is Qin Dongliang. He serves in the 11th Legion. My family introduced us. His legion is stationed not too far from your planet, so when I go over, I'll have a chance to visit you. Great. Kai, have you been in touch with Yaya lately? She's doing well. Her days with her partner are very sweet. What about your professional courses? I switched to distance learning through the Star Network. Otherwise, I'd be quite bored at home. After I graduate, I can rent a plantation and both pass the time and collect resources. When are you setting off? next week, on a military supply ship. It'll take 3 months to get there. How frustrating. I'll miss spring. But you'll have the star network on the ship, so you won't get bored. That's true. Kai Chao paused, then asked, how are things between you and General June? We're doing well. Is your marital life harmonious? Kai. Oh come on, you've been married for so long. Why are you still so shy about it? After the typhoon, the insectoid race launched another fierce attack, seemingly determined to fight to the death to avenge their queen. The frontline situation became tense again. Jun Xian had to lead his troops and stay on the front lines, unable to return home frequently. Luo Shi was left alone at home, devoting most of her energy to tending the lush plantation in the backyard. One day, as Luo Shi was directing the robots to till the soil, a chill suddenly ran up her spine. She looked around warily, but couldn't detect anything unusual. Yet, after her long training and spiritual awareness, she didn't dare let her guard down, scanning her surroundings cautiously. After a long while with no disturbance, she started to suspect she was just being too tense. Just as she was about to head back, a faint sound of something cutting through the air reached her ears from above. Raising her head, she saw a small slit opening up in the azure sky, high up in the atmosphere. The slit was gradually widening, as if something was trying to force its way through. Luo Shi had never witnessed such a sight before and didn't immediately comprehend what was happening, but an ominous premonition welled up within her. Suddenly, the planet's emergency alarm blared. This was only triggered during large-scale attacks on the planet. The alarm siren echoed across the world, audible no matter where one was. Upon hearing the alarm, the elderly, women, and children were required to immediately seek shelter in the underground emergency bunkers, located kilometers beneath the surface. The defense forces, on the other hand, had to rapidly mobilize and form up to face the enemy assault. Luo Shi hesitated between staying to help and seeking shelter. In the end, she decided to hide within the villa first, observing the situation before determining if she could be of assistance. She didn't want to cause more trouble if she couldn't actually help. Back in the villa, Luo Shi held her breath, watching the events unfolding outside. She noticed the small slit in the sky steadily expanding into a vast, inky blackness, as if something was about to emerge from it. Near the rift, a 1,000-strong battalion had assembled, each soldier piloting a mech suit and wielding energy weapons, bracing for the imminent attack. Moments later, hordes of bizarre insects poured out of the rift. Luo Shi watched, both familiar and unfamiliar with these creatures: fist-sized aphids, arm-long red fleas, car-sized black cockroaches, human-sized locusts with razor claws, aircraft-sized six-winged moths, dung beetles spewing corrosive liquid, swarms of termites, and legions of yellow hornets. This was Luo Shi's first time witnessing the insectoids up close, a far cry from the simulated form she had seen on the Star Network before. The scene was far more shocking and nauseating. As the insects poured out of the rift, the mech soldiers immediately launched their attack. But the insectoid horde surged forth in waves, their numbers far exceeding the soldiers' capacity to shoot them down. The unscathed insects scattered rapidly, attacking from all angles. Each insectoid species had its own special abilities. Some were incredibly agile, easily evading the soldiers' cannon fire. Others could flap their wings to create mini tornadoes, blowing people away. Some could spit corrosive liquid that could even pierce through sturdy mechs. Some launched coordinated group attacks, quickly devouring their entangled prey. Not only did the insectoids possess vast numbers and formidable offensive capabilities, they also demonstrated organized, disciplined coordination in their assaults. The mech soldiers dodged the insectoid attacks, firing brilliant energy beams from their weapons, targeting the vital points. The battle raged across the skies above the city, the ruins of buildings and shattered streets bearing witness to this life and death struggle. But no one had expected the insectoids' numbers to be seemingly endless. With only 10,000 defense forces per planet, even if each soldier could eliminate 10 insects, it still wouldn't be enough to fend off this attack. The situation was turning dire, and all they could do was pray the patrol warships would receive the distress call and arrive to reinforce them soon. However, the frontline situation was not looking optimistic either, as multiple insectoid rifts had opened simultaneously. Planet E01 was also under insectoid assault, and among them, a mutated specimen emerged with a long, hardened proboscis, sturdy wing shells, and 6 powerful legs, as well as the ability to spit venom. This insect seemed to be specifically targeting Jun Xian. When Jun Xian had his SSS-level spiritual power, he could have easily dispatched it. But now his spiritual power had only recovered to the S level, making the battle much much more arduous. He found himself often just evading, nearly impaled by the proboscis or splattered by the venom several times. Back on E-31, Luo Shi watched helplessly as one mech soldier after another fell, the fury swelling within her beyond containment. She remembered the 3S-class mech in the training room at home, maintained by Jun Xian. Although she had never personally operated a mech before, she had simulated training on the Star Network. With the situation so dire, she no longer hesitated. On E-31, the young Captain Tong of the 1st Legion was leading the defense forces against the insectoid onslaught. He piloted a gleaming mech, stationed at the forefront of the battle line. The moment he detected the insectoid rift, he immediately triggered the alarm and sent a distress signal to the patrol warships. The nearest warship would take a full 24 hours to reach E-31. Captain Tong grimly assessed his remaining firepower, eyes fixed on the unending stream of insectoids pouring from the rifts. His heart was heavy as he ordered his men to initiate emergency civilian evacuation, preparing for the possibility of his own imminent sacrifice. The alarm shifted to the mobilization siren, signaling the planet's residents to immediately evacuate through the underground tunnels to designated assembly points. Many cried out, unwilling to leave and abandon their sons, fathers, and spouses still fighting out there. But the military families knew staying would only distract the soldiers, so they tearfully followed the evacuation leader's instructions. The fierce battle saw the growing numbers of both insectoids and soldiers falling. Suddenly, a web-spinning insectoid attacked Captain Tong from behind as he was already being flanked. Unable to evade, Tong was thoroughly entangled by the resilient webbing. The harder he struggled, the tighter it bound him. Shockingly, his A-level spiritual power couldn't break the sturdy threads, and his weapons were restrained at his sides as he heard the cracking of his mech's armor. Dodging the insectoid's pincer assault, Tong saw one open its jaws, poised to pierce through the breached armor and devour him, while another proboscis prepared to gnaw at his mech. Tong felt utter despair, stealing a wistful glance towards his home, silently bidding farewell to his family. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to activate the mech's self-destruct, thinking at least he could take a few with him. But just as he was about to do so, a gleaming silver-white mech suddenly appeared beside Tong. Swinging its energy weapon, it swiftly slayed the 3 insectoids attacking Tong, then used its spiritual power to shred the webbing entangling Tong's mech, before darting away to rescue other trapped soldiers. Relieved, Tong recognized the familiar silver-white mech. "General Jun," he exclaimed in shock. There was no mistaking the 3S-class Chill Radiance mech piloted by their legendary general. Tong exuberantly raised his arm, shouting, "Brothers, General Jun has returned. We're saved. Charge!" Invigorated by Tong's call, the other soldiers were spurred on. General Jun was back with him, victory was assured, and they would annihilate the insectoids for good. However, everyone had overlooked a few critical facts. They forgot Jun Xian couldn't have reached E-31 so quickly from E-01, and that his spiritual power had degraded to the S-level, unable to pilot the 3S mech anymore. But they steadfastly believed the gleaming silver-white mech could only belong to their godlike General Jun, the man who had protected them countless times in that very mech, saving so many lives. So they poured their hopes and faith into the General Jun they saw, fighting the insectoids with renewed vigor. Luo Shi maneuvered the unfamiliar mech, swiftly rescuing all the trapped soldiers before joining the fray. Though she still needed time to fully adapt to the 3S mech's controls, her 3S Plus spiritual power allowed her to quickly master it. With the 3S mech empowered by her 3S Plus spiritual prowess, she became an unstoppable force. As time passed, Luo Shi discovered effective ways to counter the insectoids. One by one, they fell at her hands, the pile of their corpses growing ever higher. Witnessing the revolting insectoids perish before her, Luo Shi gradually felt her initial revulsion numb, until she was consumed by an endless battle fervor, killing with ever-increasing frenzy. It was like returning to the apocalypse, fighting side by side with her classmates against the zombies. As Luo Shi annihilated each insectoid, she silently recited in her heart, "Merit, merit, merit." Under Luo Shi's leadership, the mech soldiers also formed tight coordination, working together with precision strikes to weaken the insectoid defenses. Finally, after a series of decisive attacks, the insectoid forces began to lose their organized assault. Seizing the opportunity, the mech soldiers charged into the insectoid ranks, sweeping them away like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Time became hazy, from day to night and back to day again, and Luo Shi started to feel her strength waning. She shook her aching arms, looking at the mountain of corpses behind her and the endless flow of insects emerging from the rift. She realized the insects could never be completely eradicated. She had to find a way to destroy the rift itself, cutting off their reinforcements. Maneuvering the mech towards the rift, Luo Shi could see nothing in the dark void except the constant stream of insects. She tried blasting the rift's entrance with energy cannons, but the projectiles disappeared into the abyss without any effect. Seeing Luo Shi's perplexed actions, Captain Tong couldn't understand why General Jun was attacking the rift, when they had already tried that to no avail. Luo Shi exhausted all her available weaponry, but the rift remained unaffected. Puzzled, she wondered, what was the rift's underlying mechanism? Were physical attacks truly ineffective against it? Perhaps a spiritual assault could work? Probing the rift with her spiritual senses, Luo Shi unexpectedly detected a foreign psychic presence within the rift's passage, one very different from human consciousness. It seemed this psychic force was what had opened the rift and was commanding the insectoid invasion. Luo Shi had hit the nail on the head. There was a highly intelligent brood mind controlling the rift from the other side. The insectoid's intelligence, will, and power were concentrated in these few brood minds, while the other insectoids merely followed the psychic signals they emitted, lacking independent thought or volition. The brood minds, in turn, obeyed the commands of the insectoid queen, the central nervous system of the hive, possessing the greatest wisdom, combat prowess, and defensive might, as well as unparalleled reproductive capacity. All brood minds would mate with the queen, who could lay countless eggs at a time. When the insectoid queen sensed her own demise, she would lay a massive egg, her successor. Only after the queen's death would this colossal egg hatch. The insectoids had been attacking humans with such frenzy for two reasons: to avenge the death of their queen at human hands, and to distract humanity while their new queen was incubating. Luo Shi drank a can of energy serum, regaining some of her spent spiritual power. She wielded her spiritual energy like an invisible sword, striking forcefully at the rift. With each attack, she could feel the psychic presence within the rift's passage weakening bit by bit. She continued relentlessly assaulting it, drinking the serum to replenish her spiritual power when depleted, repeating the cycle. Gradually, the rift began to shrink, and the soldiers on the battlefield could even see it visibly contracting. Captain Tong sighed in relief, realizing General Jun had initially tried using physical weapons, only to resort to spiritual attacks when that proved ineffective. However, just as the rift shrank to the size of a fingertip, Luo Shi's spiritual exhaustion caused her to momentarily let her guard down. In that instant, a blade-like psychic force lashed out from the rift, striking directly at Luo Shi's spiritual domain. She was instantly assailed by excruciating headache. Her vision plunged into darkness as she fell like a kite with its strings cut. Jun Xian had just returned from the battle on E01, entering the atmosphere of E31, when he spotted a familiar figure plummeting from the sky, struck by the rift's psychic assault. Piloting his personal Zero unit, Jun Xian rushed to catch the falling form, then unleashed a powerful spiritual attack on the rift, sealing it shut with his final strike. As Jun Xian disappeared with Luo Shi, Captain Tong blinked his eyes, wondering if he had just seen the general's personal mech, Zero. But that couldn't be. Besides the general, no one else could pilot the 3S-class Chill Radiance. Shaking off his momentary distraction, Tong refocused on eliminating the remaining insectoids. Jun Xian brought Luo Shi directly to their villa, opening the Chill Radiance's cockpit to find his own wife inside. He was both shocked and unsurprised, quickly placing the pale, strained Luo Shi into the medical treatment unit. As Luo Shi underwent healing, Jun Xian kept vigil by her side, lost in thought. The Chill Radiance had always been kept in the training room, highly secured within their villa. An outsider would have great difficulty breaching the defenses to access it. And the mech was Jun Xian's personal unit, which only he could operate, unless authorized or with matching genetic codes and spiritual power exceeding 3S. It was clear Luo Shi had many secrets he didn't know about, one being her spiritual power surpassing even the 3S level. Jun Xian recalled the anomalies he had noticed during her previous physical tests, where her scores didn't match her impressive physique. Now he realized the spiritual power rating was also artificially low. Just how many more hidden abilities did his wife possess? Jun Xian's musings were interrupted by the urgent voice of his personal mech. 0, Master. The treatment unit data indicates the mistress is pregnant. Jun Xian looked up in disbelief, glancing at the treatment unit's display, which clearly showed the embryo implantation dated 16 days ago. How could this be possible? His fertility rating was 0.5, while Luoshi's was 1. Such a pairing would normally have an extremely low chance of conceiving. He gazed back at the woman in the treatment unit, thinking, Luoshi, just who or what are you, truly? But his expression then hardened with resolve. No matter who or what you are, human or otherwise, you are my wife, Luoshi, and I will protect you for the rest of my life. Zero's voice interrupted his thoughts. Master, the mistress is pregnant. Aren't you pleased? Hearing that, Jun Xian finally realized the full meaning. His wife was pregnant. They were going to have a child. A silly grin spread across his face. Pleased, he answered simply. Luoshi opened her eyes just then, seeing his foolish expression. I've been battling like crazy and got ambushed, and you're grinning like an idiot? What's wrong with you? Jun Xian was relieved to see her awake. You're awake. Does it still hurt? He asked tenderly. Luoshi sat up from the treatment unit. I'm fine now. Jun Xian immediately moved to support her carefully. I'm hungry. I want to eat, Luoshi said. Promptly, Jun Xian retrieved a mango-flavored nutrition drink from his spatial storage, opening it and handing it to her. Luoshi drank it down in one go, but still felt unsatisfied. I'm still hungry. He passed her 2 more, which she also finished quickly. Surprised, Luoshi felt her belly. I've only missed 1 meal. How can I be this hungry? Zero's voice chimed in. Mistress, it's because you are pregnant. Your body requires double the nutrition. Luoshi exclaimed in surprise. What? I'm pregnant? When did this happen? Jun Xian pulled up the medical examination data, showing the 16-day embryo implantation. Luoshi gently touched her abdomen, worriedly asking, Oh my god, I've been fighting all day. Is the baby alright? Hearing her mention the battle, Jun Xian's expression turned serious. Fighting all day, huh? Impressive. I didn't know my wife could pilot a 3S mech and fight the insectoids. Luoshi, care to explain yourself? Luoshi stammered. Well, you see. Jun Xian looked at her intently, waiting to see what kind of excuse she would come up with. Luoshi swallowed the lump in her dry throat, unable to provide a coherent explanation. She finally resorted to clutching her head, saying, Ow, my head hurts. Sir, I'm still not fully recovered. Let me go lie down in the room for a bit. She turned to leave, but Jun Xian caught up to her in 2 strides, scooping her up in a princess carry. He gave her backside a light pat, scolding sternly, running off so nimbly doesn't seem like you're not fully recovered. You and the baby have to be more careful now. No more running and jumping around, and definitely no more fighting. Luoshi meekly owed, then remembered she was covered in insectoid stench from the day-long battle. Put me down, I stink from fighting the insects all night. Jun Xian replied, I stink too. We're in this together. Luoshi, was he using that phrase correctly? Resigned, she buried her face in Jun Xian's chest, letting him carry her back to their room. After a moment, she lifted her head to ask, Did you come back because you received the distress signal? Yes. E01 was also under insectoid attack, and I was entangled by a mutated specimen until the 4th prince arrived to help me take it down. I was worried about your safety, so I hurried back ahead of the fleet. It's a good thing I made it in time to catch you when the rift's psychic attack made you fall. Jun Xian's voice turned hoarse as he continued, Luoshi, when you charged out, did you even think of me? Did you consider how worried I would be? Luoshi defended weakly. Who could have expected the sudden rift opening and that many insects pouring out? The defense forces were struggling to hold them off. How could I just stand by and watch them fall one by one? So you just recklessly piloted the mech and rushed out. Consequences be damned? I wasn't thinking that far ahead, and I trained on mechs in the Star Network simulations. Did you know the Chill Radiance is a 3S class mech? Yes, I knew. You knew, and you still dared to pilot it? Luoshi, you've known all along your spiritual power exceeds 3S, haven't you? Yes. Luoshi mumbled softly. When did you find out? A long time ago. Anything else you'd like to confess? My spatial storage is actually not just 10,000 cubic meters, but around 60,000 cubic meters. Go on. And my physical ability rating isn't 45, it's 75. Although it's probably even higher now. Continue. My intelligence isn't 135 either, it's actually 250. But I'm not sure about the exact details of my fertility rating. Jun Xian surmised her fertility must be quite high as well, for her to have conceived so quickly. This also likely meant her lifespan was more than just a century. He felt a surge of joy, no longer needing to worry about Luo Shi leaving him too soon. Luo Shi explained further, in the beginning, my stats were all quite low, but after constantly drinking the energy serums to repair my genes, they gradually improved. I had my friends hide the information to avoid drawing attention. I see. You did the right thing. As they talked, they had reached the bedroom. Jun Xian gently placed Luo Shi on the bed, adjusting her pillow and blanket. Rest here at home. I'll have Zero stay with you. Call if you need anything. Luo Shi grabbed his sleeve, asking a bit coyly, where are you going? I need to handle the aftermath regarding the chill radiance. As a 3S class mech, suddenly having someone able to pilot it in battle will surely raise eyebrows with the Imperial High Command in military. Luo Shi faltered, saying worriedly, sir, I've caused trouble. Jun Xian stroked her head reassuringly. I'm here. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. He placed a kiss on her forehead. Sleep now. Luo Shi nodded, the exhaustion quickly pulling her under as she closed her eyes. Seeing her fall asleep instantly, Jun Xian chuckled softly. My carefree little woman. It's fine, just stay home happy and content, I'll deal with the storms outside. Prince Lanrua, the fourth prince, had just arrived with the fleet when he received a report that the battle on E31 was already over. General Jun had led the forces to annihilate the insectoid invaders and close the rift. Lanrua nodded, opening the battle footage to review the situation. Something wasn't right. Jun Xian had arrived only a few hours earlier, but the video showed him participating in the battle shortly after the insectoid incursion began. He should have still been fighting the mutated specimen on E01 at that time, and the mech being piloted in the video was Chill Radiance, the 3S class unit. Jun Xian hadn't fully regained his spiritual power yet, and there was no one in the entire empire capable of operating a 3S mech, not even Lanrua himself at 2S level. So who was the pilot in the footage? Realizing something was amiss, Lanrua closed the video and immediately tried contacting Jun Xian to inquire. But he couldn't reach the man. Issuing a few orders, Lanrua piloted his own flyer towards Jun Xian's villa. Just as Jun Xian was about to leave, Zero announced, Master, the fourth prince has arrived. Jun Xian paused his steps, inwardly thinking this man had arrived quite quickly. Lanrua landed his flyer near the villa, his gaze immediately drawn to the lush, thriving plantation on the hill behind the residence. Unlike the typical regimented crop arrangements, this one had each species planted in its own delineated area, yet it was flourishing remarkably well. Pondering this unusual yet highly successful setup, Lanrua realized the owner must be no ordinary person. The empire sorely needed such talent. As Lanrua's flyer touched down at the villa entrance, Jun Xian was already waiting there. Jun Xian led Lanrua to the training room, summoning a sofa from his spatial storage and casually placing it on the open floor. Lanrua looked around at the training equipment, frowning. Don't you have a proper receiving area in your home? Sitting down, Jun Xian replied flatly, we do have a living room. Lanrua was puzzled. Then what's the meaning of this? Am I not worthy of being entertained in the living room? My wife is sleeping, and I don't want to risk disturbing her. Lanrua was stunned, scrutinizing Jun Xian closely. You're really Jun Xian? I find it hard to believe. I remember you always disdaining women. What could have caused such a drastic change in you? Jun Xian ignored the questions. Just say what you've come for. Lanrua settled into the sofa, propping his legs up on a stool. All right, spill it. Who was piloting the Chill Radiance? Jun Xian remained silent. Lanrua raised an eyebrow. You think just by not saying anything, I won't be able to find out? The entire E31 Defense Force saw it yesterday, this can't be kept secret. Of course Jun Xian knew it couldn't be hidden. He was trying to figure out how to prevent the Imperial High Command and military from further investigating the matter. My wife is pregnant, he finally said. Stop changing the subject. I asked you who was piloting the Chill Radiance. What's the point of boasting to me that you've got a kid now? That's hardly relevant. You know my fertility is almost zero. This may be the only chance I have to have offspring in my lifetime. Lanrua rolled his eyes. Alright, fine, congratulations. But I'll ask you one last time, who was piloting the Chill Radiance? You should know how important this is for the Empire. I love my wife dearly, and I'm willing to give up everything to ensure her lifelong well-being. Frustrated, Lanrua kicked the stool aside, standing up and looking down at Jun Xian. Enough of this. I ask you who piloted the Chill Radiance, and you just keep going on about your spouse. What spell has she cast on you to turn you into this? Jun Xian remained silent, his expression calm and unperturbed. Lanrua found this infuriating. It felt like every punch he threw was just hitting cotton. His peripheral vision caught sight of the Chill Radiance in its maintenance cradle, and a thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head, thinking himself mad for even considering it. However, recalling Jun Xian's repeated references to his spouse, Lanrua eventually paused, looking at Jun Xian with hesitation. Don't tell me, the one who piloted the Chill Radiance and fought the insects was— No, that's impossible. Jun Xian remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Lanrua took a deep breath, pacing back and forth in the training room as he grappled with his own shock. After a long while, he stopped, leaning down to meet Jun Xian's eyes. It was really your spouse? Jun Xian's expression gave no clear answer, but Lanrua felt it was an acknowledgement. Lanrua threw his head back, exclaiming, Madness! How could that be possible? Yet deep down, he knew the most likely person to have breached the villa's defenses and used Jun Xian's own mech was undoubtedly his spouse. Jun Xian's voice was calm as he asked, You're familiar with dark matter particles, aren't you? Lanrua nodded. Yes, I've seen animals with dormant dark matter particles. When activated, their physical abilities and combat prowess would instantly skyrocket, turning them into mindless killing machines, unstoppable, unrelenting, until their bodies exploded. With a pained expression, Jun Xian said, My wife has hidden dark matter particles within her. Lanrua was shocked again, licking his lips as he asked, Is your spouse the sole survivor you rescued from the Eternal Night planet back then? Jun Xian nodded, but the battle footage showed no signs of her being an indiscriminate killing machine. Her state seemed normal, because the dark matter particles within her haven't been activated yet. However, she's now in an extremely weakened condition. Jun Xian said, I'll report the details to the military. Lanrua shrugged. Alright then. He glanced out at the lush plantation on the hillside. By the way, whose is that crop farm on your back mountain? My wife planted it. I'm now very curious about your spouse. You'd best not have any ideas. Lanrua chuckled. Oh, look at you, guarding your family so fiercely. Now I'm even more eager to meet her. She doesn't like people like you. You can't be sure of that. A woman's heart is not so easily guessed. I don't need to guess. Her face, her eyes, her heart, they all show she's mine. Lanrua shivered slightly. I never imagined you'd become this way, Jun Xian. If the military situation wasn't so urgent, I'd love to meet your spouse and find out how she turned an icy, indifferent man into this doting one. Jun Xian inwardly scoffed. You don't understand. This is me staking my claim. Lanrua asked curiously, Your crop farm isn't planted in the standard combinations, yet it's thriving. How? The irrigation water contains the source substance from the universal nutrient solution. Lanrua whistled. How extravagant. The research institute would tear you apart if they knew. Whatever, it's all mine. I'll use it however I want. You've really opened my eyes today. The war situation is urgent. If you have nothing else, you should leave. Alright, I'm going. 0, see the guest out. After seeing off Lanrua, Jun Xian first sent a report to the military about his spiritual power recovering to 2S level. He then separately notified his grandfather, parents, and in-laws about Luo Shi's pregnancy. Leveraging the fact that he was the clan's sole heir, Jun Xian knew his grandparents and parents would go all out to protect Luo Shi, further strengthening his position. As expected, upon receiving the news, Patriarch Jun Zijin, and Ouyang Chunxiao were overjoyed. They had thought the Jun clan's lineage was in peril, but now a blessing had descended upon them. The clan would not be extinguished after all. Meanwhile, the news about Luo Shi piloting the Chill Radiance to fight the insectoids was also reported to the military, but Patriarch Jun strongly suppressed the matter. Jun Zijian took the initiative to increase the supply of crucial resources to the Military Science Institute and National Science Institute, supporting their research without regard for the cost. Ouyang Chenxiao even rushed to the palace, tearfully pleading with her cousin the emperor to have her son reassigned back to the capital. Her antics left Emperor Lan Ruo bemused and exasperated. Luo Junyi also promptly drafted a report detailing Luo Shi's physical condition and past medical examination results. While his voice didn't carry as much weight, his desire to protect his daughter was unparalleled. Luo Qingfeng submitted a report as well, contributing whatever he could. In truth, upon learning of Jun Xian's spouse's pregnancy, Emperor Lanruo was not only shocked, but also filled with eager anticipation. What would the offspring of two such powerful individuals be like? Regarding Luo Shi's situation, the imperial cabinet and military leadership held several meetings. After much coercion and persuasion, they ultimately decided to allow Luo Shi to focus on her pregnancy, while continuing to monitor her. Thus, Luo Shi's pregnancy became a matter of great concern for all, with her safety and the health of the child becoming the focal point for the entire star system's leadership. For this reason, Emperor Lanruo personally approved Jun Xian's leave to stay home and accompany his spouse during her pregnancy. However, Jun Xian still needed to remain on the front lines to support the fight against the insectoid invasion. Ouyang Chenxiao was disappointed to hear her son couldn't be reassigned back to the capital. She quickly gathered a large assortment of maternity and infant supplies, rushing to have them transported to the front lines. When Luo Shi received the gifts from her mother-in-law she had never met, she was both amused and perplexed. As the delivery portal opened, the items instantly filled the entire living room, leaving no space to even step. Luo Shi had only just confirmed her pregnancy, with several months until delivery, yet her mother-in-law had prepared everything from the early stages of pregnancy through the child's infancy. Following his mother's instructions, Jun Xian sorted out the items Luo Shi would need in the early stages, storing the rest in his spatial storage to be retrieved as needed. Of course, this was all just context. Right now, Luo Shi had slept for a full day to recover, but upon waking, she felt ravenously hungry, a growing sense of panic within her. Timely, Jun Xian entered the room to find her bending down to put on her shoes. He quickly strode over, supporting her as he kneeled to help put on her shoes. "Don't move, let me do it." Luo Shi sighed. "I've rested well already." "You're pregnant now." "Yes, but I'm not an invalid. I can still take care of myself." "No, from now on you'll lie down obediently and let me handle everything," Luo Shi said nonchalantly. "Isn't that going a bit overboard?" Jun Xian nodded very seriously. "Indeed, I just reviewed the information and realized how difficult pregnancy is for women. Straining too hard while using the restroom can make them bleed, jumping up in excitement can make them lose the baby, even a simple sneeze can be disastrous." Luo Shi's mouth fell open in surprise. "That's so extreme? Not an exaggeration at all. These scenarios are not isolated cases. So from now on, you'll stay home obediently, not going anywhere. If you need anything, call me or call 0. Luo Shi obediently nodded. She knew interstellar women faced difficult pregnancies, but didn't realize the situation was this precarious. As a first-time mother-to-be, she would be more cautious. Jun Xian continued, "Oh, and I've ordered a butler robot. No more cooking for you, the robot will handle the meals from now on." Luo Shi remained silent. "The crop farm in the back mountain will also be managed entirely by robots. If you get bored, you can monitor the progress through the cameras." Still no response from Luo Shi. "From now on, drink more nutritional supplements instead of solid food. Pregnancy is incredibly demanding in terms of nutrition, and if you lack essential nutrients, it will impact your health as well as the baby's development." Luo Shi stayed quiet. "I've already applied for leave to stay home and accompany you through your pregnancy." "Ha, but isn't the war situation urgent?" "The military will make the necessary arrangements. Don't worry about that now, taking care of you and the baby is my top priority." Luo Shi's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. Jun Xian quickly retrieved several nutritional supplement bottles from his spatial storage, handing them to her. "You must be hungry. Drink these slowly, don't choke. I've ordered plenty, so from now on you'll have at least one meal a day of just the supplements." Although the supplements weren't unpleasant, Luo Shi still preferred eating regular meals. She drank 3 bottles before feeling full, then pouted. Will my appetite stay this big from now on? Yes, it's normal. Your appetite will keep growing as the pregnancy progresses. Ah, it'll keep increasing? Then won't I get really fat? You won't get fat. The nutrition is to maintain your health and provide for the baby's development. But won't the baby get really big then? Won't that make delivery difficult? No, it won't be a problem. The supplements are scientifically formulated to meet your body's needs. Anything extra will just be expelled, not stored as fat. And delivery is done by C-section these days, so the baby's size doesn't matter much. Luo Shi recalled they now lived in the interstellar age, where even severed limbs could be perfectly regrown. A simple cesarean section was nothing to worry about. Oh, I see. Would you like to do some prenatal education? Prenatal education? Jun Xian had never heard of such a thing before, and asked curiously. Prenatal education refers to various ways of interacting with and teaching the fetus during pregnancy, to promote the baby's health and intellectual development, Luo Shi explained, drawing from her knowledge of prenatal education from Earth. The interstellar network doesn't mention prenatal education. Tell me more about how it's done. Luo Shi thought for a moment. We can play soothing music or gentle sounds, so the fetus can sense the rhythm and emotions of the music in the womb. We can also communicate with the baby, through soft-spoken words or directly speaking to the fetus, to foster the emotional connection between the parents and child. Reading storybooks aloud allows the baby to hear the sounds of language. And through relaxation and meditation, the pregnant woman can maintain a calm and happy mood, transmitting positive energy to the fetus. Jun Xian nodded, interested. That sounds quite nice. Let's give it a try. Okay. Luo Shi gently caressed her flat abdomen, both disbelieving and thrilled. Although the central AI had said she belonged to the interstellar world, Luo Shi still felt she was at heart an earthling. For this unexpected child, conceived in the interstellar era, Luo Shi felt a profound sense of having true bloodkin. It wasn't that the Luo family was not good, they were wonderful, and had treated her exceptionally well. Luo Shi truly considered them family, but her deepest, most cherished memories were from her childhood on Earth, the emotional attachments etched into her soul. When Luo Shi's parents learned of her pregnancy, they were both overjoyed and concerned, especially Luo Shi's mother. She knew all too well the difficulties of pregnancy and childbirth. Despite her immense caution, she had still suffered 2 miscarriages before successfully carrying her son to term. Luo Mama compiled a detailed list of all the problems she had encountered during her own pregnancy, as well as the key precautions to take. She sent comprehensive notes to both Luo Shi and Jun Xian. Reading her mother-in-law's detailed instructions brought tears to Luo Shi's eyes. Though Madame O was not her birth mother, she had truly come to cherish Luo Shi as her own child in recent years. Jun Xian carefully noted down Madame O's advice, prioritizing the items and planning to strictly follow her guidance. This resulted in Luo Shi feeling increasingly restricted. She was no longer allowed to do this or eat that. After returning to the base from the battlefield, Patriarch Zong was completely restless upon receiving Jun Xian's message about Luo Shi's pregnancy. She yearned to sprout wings and fly to planet E31 immediately. Just as Jun Xian was telling Luo Shi a bedtime story, he received a message from Zong Yingjie. Shi, Yingjie's mother wants to come visit you. Do you want to see her? Luo Shi was quite content with her current life, and didn't have much curiosity about the relatives on her biological mother's side. But since they had expressed a strong desire to see her, she felt it wouldn't hurt to meet them. If they got along well, she could consider them additional family. If not, she could simply cease contact in the future. Then I'll meet them, Luo Shi replied. Seeing no reluctance in her expression, Jun Xian nodded and sent a message back to Zong Yingjie. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zero contacted Jun Xian. Master, we have guests. Jun Xian checked the surveillance and was surprised to see Zong Yingjie and his mother. Glancing at the still sleeping Luo Shi, he had Zero first invite them to the living room. Jun Xian quietly got dressed and went downstairs. Zong Yingjie and his mother were already waiting in the living room. Zong Yingjie took a step forward, looking a bit sheepish. Elder brother, please forgive my mother. She's always been someone who acts on impulse. Jun Xian replied calmly, it's all right. Madame Zong had stood on her tiptoes, peering behind Jun Xian, but was disappointed to see he had come alone. However, she understood her own impatience had led to this early arrival. Jun Xian said to her, General Zhang, please wait a moment. She is still asleep. She's been napping a lot due to her pregnancy. Madame Zong quickly waved her hand. No rush, no rush. Let she sleep. I'll wait. Jun Xian gestured to the sofa. Have a seat then. Alright, thank you, elder brother. Jun Xian had Zero bring them each a glass of watermelon juice. Madame Zong politely accepted hers, though she rarely drank such sweet beverages, setting it aside. Zong Yingjie eagerly took a big gulp of his, sighing in satisfaction. I've been craving this fruit juice ever since I mooched a meal here last time. Now no one's here to fight me for it, so I'm going to drink my fill. Madame Zong gave him a sidelong glance. How mature. Hearing Zong Yingjie mention the fruit was grown by she, Madame Zong protectively drew her glass closer, chiding, you should have said earlier that she grew the fruit herself. Of course I have to try it then. After taking a sip, Madame Zong's eyes lit up. The juice was indeed extraordinary, refreshingly sweet and bursting with fruity aroma. Furthermore, she could faintly sense her spiritual power, damaged in recent battles, starting to recover at an accelerated pace. This feels no different from the military's special nutritional supplements, but the taste is so much better, Madame Zong remarked. She glanced disdainfully at her oblivious son, scoffing, how wasteful. Casting a sidelong look at Jun Xian, who was handling matters on his light pad, she hesitated to ask for a refill. Sensing her intent, Zero promptly brought her another glass, this time of mango juice, and then one of strawberry juice, grape juice, and so on. Luo Shi woke up naturally and leisurely got up to wash up. Downstairs, Jun Xian's light pad alerted him that Luo Shi was awake. He excused himself to go check on her. When Luo Shi came out, she found Jun Xian waiting anxiously outside the door. Feeling he was overreacting a bit, she had just been washing up. Jun Xian approached her, gently supporting her arm. Yingjie and his mother have come. Luo Shi was somewhat surprised. This early? They arrived before dawn. Why didn't you wake me? Your health is the priority now. And they didn't give any advance notice. Alright, let's go down then. Not yet. Drink your nutritional supplement first. Jun Xian insisted, handing her the bottle. Downstairs, Madame Zong was getting increasingly excited at the prospect of seeing Luo Shi soon. Zong Yingjie teased her, Mom, you're even more eager than me. Madame Zong shot him a look. What do you understand? Zong Yingjie raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I don't understand. Have you been in touch with my dad lately? In touch with him for what? To argue? Madame Zong retorted. Since you two can't get along and have been living apart all these years, why don't you just get divorced? Zong Yingjie suggested. What, you want a new dad or a new mom? Madame Zong snapped. I'm long past the age of needing parents. I'm just thinking of you two. If you're not happy together, why not just let each other go? Zong Yingjie sighed. Madame Zong's voice grew softer. Your aunt was the only family your father had in this world. I promised her. Zong Yingjie interrupted. Aunt's been gone for over 30 years. You don't need to cling to that promise. It's only causing you and Dad to suffer. I don't feel it's suffering. Your father, he's a good man, really. It's just that our personalities are too similar. We end up arguing after just a few words, Madame Zong sighed. In the early years, I was puzzled. Your aunt was such a mild-tempered person, yet her brother has such a fiery temper. If it weren't for their matching genes and resemblance, I'd have thought they weren't real siblings, Madame Zong continued. Zong Yingjie was confused. Wait, you told me before that you and Aunt were an unstoppable violent sisters duo back at the Stellar Orphanage. How could a violent sister be mild-tempered? Madame Zong paused, clearing her throat awkwardly. Ahem, well, I was the violence, she was the flower dot. Zong Yingjie was about to tease his mother when Jun Xian and Luo Shi came down. Seeing Luo Shi, who was the spitting image of her late friend, Madame Zong couldn't help but tear up. Luo Shi immediately noticed the pink-haired woman on the sofa, whose gaze seemed to bore into her. Seeing Madame Zong's tears, Luo Shi hurried over, taking her hand and digging out a handkerchief from her spatial storage to offer her. Are you all right? Madame Zong stared at Luo Shi, murmuring, so alike, exactly like she was molded from the same mold. Are you sure you weren't cloned? Zong Yingjie quietly called out, Mom, your niece is greeting you. Madame Zong snapped out of her reverie, tightly grasping Luo Shi's hand. Child, I'm your Aunt Shan, your mother's best friend. I've finally met you. You look so much like your mother. Aunt Shan, Luo Shi greeted warmly. Zong Yingjie interjected, Wait, Mom, Based on dad and aunt's relationship, shouldn't she be calling you auntie? Luo Shi inwardly chuckled, knowing the form of address could indicate the closeness of their relationship. Madame Zong waved it off. However she wants to call me is fine, whether Aunt Shan or auntie. She pulled Luo Shi to sit down, shooing the two men. You two should go about your business. She and we mothers have some catching up to do. Glancing at Luo Shi, Jun Shan asked, do you need anything? Call me. I'll be fine. Go on, Luo Shi replied with a smile. Jun Shan left, dragging Zong Yingjie along to the training area, despite the latter's desire to stay. Under Madame Zong's rather rambling and incoherent narration, Luo Shi listened to a somewhat cliched but heartfelt story, learning more about the biological mother she had never met. Madame Zong's name was Zhang Lanshan. Both her parents were military personnel who had died fighting the insectoid invasion. She had been born from the genetic materials of her parents, raised in the military's nursery until the age of 3. After manifesting spiritual powers, she was sent to the stellar orphanage, where children of fallen soldiers were cared for. It was there that Zhang Lanshan befriended a girl her age, Zhang Wenyue. Zhang Wenyue's father had also been a casualty of war, while her mother had perished during the insectoid attacks. As Wenyue's older brother Zhang Wenhai was still a minor at the time, unable to become her guardian, Wenyue was taken in by the stellar orphanage. From a young age, Zhang Lanshan had displayed fighting abilities far superior to the other girls, while Zhang Wenyue possessed an intellect that exceeded her peers. The two girls formed the perfect partnership. Zhang Lanshan would use her fists to protect Wenyue from bullying, while Wenyue would use her brilliance to help Lanshan master ever more advanced combat techniques. In the evenings at the stellar orphanage, they would walk under the stars, pouring out their hearts and sharing each other's growth and dreams. Together they faced the challenges of training, sharing moments of joy and sweat. Their friendship grew increasingly unbreakable, becoming the bond of true sisters. As they matured, Zhang Lanshan and Zhang Wenyue decided to pursue their shared dream of joining the interstellar military. After multiple rounds of selection and training, they were both accepted into the Third Fleet. Lanshan as a skilled space saber wielder, Wenyue as a military medic. Through Wenyue, Lanshan also met Wenyue's brother, Zhang Wenhai. With Wenyue's matchmaking, Lanshan and Wenhai fell in love and married. The best friends had become sister-in-laws, their relationship even closer. Wenyue, who had no romantic partner, was content to remain unmarried. Her loving brother and sister-in-law respected her wishes, not forcing any arranged marriage on her and shielding her from idle gossip. After years of hardship, Lanshan finally gave birth to a child. This little family formed from the stellar orphanage now experienced an unprecedented fulfillment in life. But fate did not allow them to be too happy. During a massive insectoid invasion, Lanshan found herself surrounded and her mech critically damaged, her spiritual power depleted and body grievously wounded, facing certain death. At the last moment, Wenyue, who had been on rescue duty in the rear, somehow charged into the insectoid swarm, breaking through to pull Lanshan to safety. But Wenyue became trapped within the insectoid encirclement. Lanshan tried to return and rescue her, but Wenyue, as if seeing through her friend's intent, left only the words, "Shan, you must live on well." She then deliberately self-destructed her mech, blasting open Lanshan's escape route. Lanshan could only watch helplessly as her best friend sacrificed herself to save her. Devastated, she struggled to retrieve Wenyue's remains, but was stopped by the rescue team who rushed her to the rear guard for treatment. That battle was so brutal, one of the most massive in Imperial history. Our side suffered catastrophic casualties from millions, only tens of thousands survived, including the injured and medical personnel. If not for Wenyue, I too would have perished in that battle. Madame Zong recounted, her voice growing heavy with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes. Luo Shi silently handed her a handkerchief. Wiping her tears, Madame Zong continued, "Your mother was such a clever, brave, and kind person. She was also very beautiful. I was drawn to her from the moment I saw her at the stellar orphanage. Being her good friend was the greatest happiness of my life." Zhang Yingjie, who had just entered, lamented, "Mom, don't I count as your greatest happiness, being such an outstanding son?" Madame Zong's voice was hoarse as she explained, "You're secondary. Zhang Yingjie, the most devastating blows come from one's own mother. I shouldn't have invited this upon myself." Approaching Luo Shi's side, Jun Shan gently ruffled her hair, softly asking, "Are you hungry?" "Not yet hungry," Luo Shi replied in a subdued tone. The poignant story she had just heard had taken away her appetite for the moment. However, her stomach seemed to disagree, letting out a rumbling sound that reminded her it was time to eat. Jun Shan chuckled lightly, retrieving a nutritional supplement from his spatial storage and handing it to her. Luo Shi pouted. "I've just been drinking supplements in the morning. I don't want that now, I want real food." Jun Shan soothed her gently, "But you're hungry now, dear. Drink this first to tide you over." Luo Shi wheedled, "No, if I drink this I won't be able to finish a proper meal." Seeing no choice, Jun Shan put the supplement away. "What would you like to eat then?" After some thought, Luo Shi replied, "I want grilled fish." "Alright, I'll have the butler prepare it." "He can't make the kind I want. It's more complicated than before." "Can the grill robot not do it?" "I don't think so. The grilled fish I have in mind is more complex." "Okay, then what else would you like? We can change the dish." "No, I just want the grilled fish, nothing else." "Alright, grilled fish it is, but don't do it yourself, just supervise the butler robot from the side." "Okay, Shan, you're the best." Luo Shi gushed enthusiastically. Jun Shan's lips curved upwards. "As long as you're happy." Watching the young couple's playful banter, Madame Zong smiled with an almost maternal air, nodding in satisfaction. Zhong Yingjie, witnessing this rare display of Jun Shan's tenderness, shuddered a bit, deciding this was something worth bragging to his brothers about later. It was truly a sight to behold. The interstellar fish were massive in size, not fitting into a single pot. Luo Shi had the butler divide the fish into several portions for grilling. After the marinating process, the grilling brought out the full savory and spicy fragrant flavors of the fish. The mouth-watering aroma soon permeated the entire kitchen. The three people waiting outside, with their heightened senses of smell, involuntarily swallowed in unison, pretending not to have heard each other's telltale sounds. Zhong Yingjie had already tasted Luo Shi's grilled meat before, finding it absolutely delicious, so he naturally had the highest expectations for her grilled fish. "Not yet hungry," Luo Shi replied in a subdued tone. The poignant story she had just heard had taken away her appetite for the moment. However, her stomach seemed to disagree, letting out a rumbling sound that reminded her it was time to eat. Jun Shan chuckled lightly, retrieving a nutritional supplement from his spatial storage and handing it to her. Luo Shi pouted. "I've just been drinking supplements in the morning. I don't want that now, I want real food." Jun Shan soothed her gently, "But you're hungry now, dear. Drink this first to tide you over." Luo Shi wheedled, "No, if I drink this I won't be able to finish a proper meal." Seeing no choice, Jun Shan put the supplement away. "What would you like to eat then?" After some thought, Luo Shi replied, "I want grilled fish." "Alright, I'll have the butler prepare it." "He can't make the kind I want. It's more complicated than before." "Can the grill robot not do it?" "I don't think so. The grilled fish I have in mind is more complex." "Okay, then what else would you like? We can change the dish." "No, I just want the grilled fish, nothing else." "Alright, grilled fish it is, but don't do it yourself, just supervise the butler robot from the side." "Okay, Shan, you're the best." Luo Shi gushed enthusiastically. Jun Shan's lips curved upwards. "As long as you're happy." Watching the young couple's playful banter, Madame Zong smiled with an almost maternal air, nodding in satisfaction. Zhong Yingjie, witnessing this rare display of Jun Shan's tenderness, shuddered a bit, deciding this was something worth bragging to his brothers about later. It was truly a sight to behold. The interstellar fish were massive in size, not fitting into a single pot. Luo Shi had the butler divide the fish into several portions for grilling. After the marinating process, the grilling brought out the full savory and spicy fragrant flavors of the fish. The mouth-watering aroma soon permeated the entire kitchen. The three people waiting outside, with their heightened senses of smell, involuntarily swallowed in unison, pretending not to have heard each other's telltale sounds. Zhong Yingjie had already tasted Luo Shi's grilled meat before, finding it absolutely delicious, so he naturally had the highest expectations for her grilled fish. Madame Zong was surprised to learn that Luo Shi also had culinary skills. She felt both proud and saddened, realizing this child must have gone through many hardships. As for Jun Shan, he was already accustomed to his young wife constantly bringing him new and delightful experiences. He felt truly content with their simple, comfortable life. When the grilled fish was served, they all eagerly began savoring the mouth-watering dish. The fish had absorbed the rich flavors of hot pot while retaining the unique aroma of grilling. The meat was succulent and juicy, complemented by the spicy numbing blend of chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns and minced garlic, an intense yet subtly sweet fragrant taste. The fish was accompanied by an array of fresh vegetables, sliced potatoes and sweet potatoes roasted to a crisp, tender bean sprouts, crunchy lettuce, and the distinctive texture of wood ear mushrooms. These provided a refreshing contrast to the spicy numbing grilled fish, creating a harmonious and appetite-whetting combination. The large platters were soon cleaned out, with Zhong Yingjie shamelessly asking Luo Shi for the recipe, intent on mastering this dish himself to enjoy it freely. Luo Shi, informed by Zero about Madame Zhong's fondness for fruit juices, had prepared an abundant selection from her own orchard. Reluctant to part, Madame Zhong made Luo Shi promise they would frequently meet up on the Stellar Network. As the mother and son pair were about to board their respective flyers, Zhong Yingjie suddenly exclaimed, "Mom, did we even tell Dad about our newly discovered niece yet?" Madame Zhong's eyes widened. "Oh right, your father doesn't know. You handle that, I can't seem to talk to him without arguing." Zhong Yingjie sighed. "All right, be safe on your way back." Madame Zhong waved dismissively. "What's there to be afraid of? Who would dare rob me?" Zhong Yingjie, "I'm not worried about you getting robbed. I'm worried you'll turn the flyer into a fighter jet." "Oh well, do as you please." Professor Zhong Wenhai, immersed in his research in the lab, froze when he received his son's message. He didn't even notice the reactive solution in his hands starting to bubble until his assistant urgently snatched the container, narrowly averting a disastrous mishap. The concerned assistant asked, "Professor Zhong, are you alright?" Zhong Wenhai only silently shook his head, then turned and retreated to the rest area within the lab. Bringing up his light pad, a holographic image of a young, smiling girl appeared, one with graceful brows and sweet dimples. Staring at the holographic image, Zhong Wenhai's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. He reached out, wanting to touch the girl's face, but his palm passed right through the screen, grasping nothing. He murmured, "So alike, exactly like she was molded from the same mold." "Yue, is that you? Have you returned to your big brother?" After some time, Zhong Wenhai composed himself, wiping the tears from his face as he continued reading his son's message. "They named her Luo Shi? What a terrible naming sense. Her physique is so frail, she must have endured a lot these past years. A mere century-plus lifespan? No matter, she has her uncle here now. Uncle will find a way. She's already married? To Jun Xian, no less. That fellow, his life was saved by me, so if he dares mistreat Shi, I'll eliminate him myself." Pregnant? If I recall correctly, Jun Xian's fertility value is almost non-existent, and Shi's is only 1 in 10,000. What incredible luck! Truly the niece of Zhong Wenhai. Ah yes, I should send Jun Xian the pregnancy notes I compiled, the precious experiences of a veteran. I didn't share that lightly. What? Bao Ma Lei is her sister-in-law? And the tea blends are Shi's own creation? Wonderful! As her beloved uncle, a VIP pass is only fair, isn't it? Ha ha ha, TSK TSK TSK. The room was filled with Zhong Wenhai's muttered musings, interspersed with chuckles and snide comments. After seeing off auntie and cousin, Luo Shi recounted the historical story to Jun Xian. With a sigh, she remarked, "War is truly so cruel." Jun Xian nodded in agreement. "Yes, war is always cruel. That battle campaign 30-plus years ago claimed the lives of many exceptional imperial commanders, including the 3S-ranked crown prince, and even my own uncle." "Your uncle? You've never mentioned him before." Seeing Luo Shi's curiosity, Jun Xian began to recount the story. "My uncle was my father's half-brother. Though their ages were not far apart, they were very close from childhood. Uncle's spiritual power was at the 2S rank, and he had been groomed with high expectations by my grandfather since young. He served on the front lines throughout his military career. In that major battle over 30 years ago, the Crown Prince led the frontline fleet, while my uncle commanded a special operations team. They fought the Insectoid Queen for over half a month, until they both self-destructed their spiritual domains to gravely wound her, forcing the insectoids to retreat. That's why I was able to defeat the Insectoid Queen so smoothly recently. She still hadn't fully recovered from those injuries." Luo Shi gently squeezed his hand. "The Crown Prince and your uncle made crucial contributions, but you are also remarkable. Jun Shan felt the soft caress of his little wife's hand, reaching out to affectionately ruffle her hair, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Meanwhile, on a remote, desolate, and abandoned planet, the right-hand man downed the last drop of plum wine, shaking the empty bottle over his mouth in vain. Smacking his lips in contemplation, he said to the pirate boss beside him who was listening to music, "Boss, winter's almost over. Shouldn't we get going? This godforsaken place with its spotty stellar network is so boring." The pirate boss, eyes closed, replied lazily, "No rush, let's wait a bit longer." The right-hand man scratched his head. "Wait for what, boss?" Just then, the left-hand man came rushing in, cheering, "Boss, great news." "Guess what happened?" the right-hand man asked. "What news?" The left-hand man ignored him, grinning widely as he looked at the pirate boss. "Spit it out." "The Flowing Sands Pirate Syndicate has been captured, and you'll never guess the charge of treason, the most serious crime in the empire." The report didn't give specifics, but apparently they were colluding with an underground lab, trafficking in stolen human genetics. The pirate boss slowly opened his eyes. "I know. They were dealing in stolen human gene samples." The left-hand man was shocked. "How did you know, boss?" The right-hand man was also surprised. "Yeah, boss, how did you know?" The left-hand man clicked his tongue in disdain. "Stop copying me," the right-hand man retorted. "Who's copying you?" "I was going to say that first, you just beat me to it." The pirate boss snapped. "Get out and argue somewhere else." The left-hand man immediately smiled slyly. "Boss, I was hoping you'd enlighten us." The pirate boss stated calmly, "Because I was the one who reported them." "Ha? How did you know about the Flowing Sands Pirate Syndicate's collusion with the underground lab?" "I just made that up." The left-hand man exclaimed in admiration. "Wow, boss, you can even hit the mark with a fabrication." The right-hand man muttered under his breath, "Bootlicker." Pretending not to hear, the left-hand man asked the pirate boss, "Boss, should we get going then?" The pirate boss stretched leisurely. "Time to depart." "All right." The right-hand man couldn't help griping. "Boss, how come when I said to wait, you ignored me, but when he said to leave, you agreed?" "You're playing favorites." The pirate boss replied, "The timing is right, so we can leave now." The left-hand man sauntered over to the right-hand man, giving his shoulder a pat. "Come on, third, go check on the ship." After receiving Zhong Yingzhe's message, Jun Shan's deep, unfathomable eyes turned icy cold. "So you finally surfaced, have you? Quite the hider." As the pirate ship left its hidden planet and entered the stellar domain, it was immediately surrounded by a fleet of small military vessels. The pirate boss ground his teeth, flashing an evil grin. He had a feeling they were caught this time. Surprisingly, Jun Shan still cared so much about that waste of his wife, even after all this time. The crew on the ship knew their luck had run out. Following the boss's previous instructions, they resolved to confess fully when apprehended, hoping for leniency and a chance to redeem themselves after serving their sentences. Luo Shi received a stream of congratulatory gifts, including from the in-laws she had yet to meet, the newly introduced uncle and aunt, as well as her own parents, siblings, nephews and nieces, all sending gifts through spatial storage devices. The boxes and packages filled the entire villa, allowing Luo Shi to indulge in some unwrapping fun. Fortunately, they had the spatial storage devices, or the place would have been completely overrun. Luo's mother came to visit E31 planet personally, and was finally satisfied after seeing how tenderly Jun Shan cared for their daughter. During this time, June Corporation's Universal Nutritional Supplement had stirred up a huge wave on the stellar network. Many reports emerged of people successfully conceiving children after long-term consumption of the supplement. There were also stories of retired military personnel who had suffered spiritual domain damage, only to regain their abilities after drinking the supplement and returning to active duty. June Corporation skyrocketed to become the empire's premier business, directly outcompeting other companies. They were even awarded the highest imperial honor by the emperor. All of this made the Lu family deeply regretful. They hadn't expected Jun Shan to not only regain his strength, but also improve his fertility. His wife had gotten pregnant so quickly after their marriage, and June Corporation was thriving. Marrying into such a powerful family would have brought the Lu clan immense benefits. Alas, Lumina's foolishness had not only cost them the support of the fourth prince, but also strained their relationship with the Jun family. Fortunately, she was not their only daughter. The third daughter, Renhua, had also come of age. and the clan had already found her a suitable match. They couldn't afford to mess this up again. The happiest of all was the fourth prince. His formidable abilities had left his fertility value nearly zero. Over the years, he had spent vast amounts of resources and endured countless failures before finally managing to sire 3 children. Among his brothers, he had the fewest offspring. Having fewer children reduced his chances of inheriting the throne. After all, if he and his descendants were to perish in battle, his line would be extinguished, eliminating any opportunity for him to ascend the throne. Now that all 5 of his consorts were pregnant, even if only one child survived, it would be a blessing. He marveled at how fortunate he was to have followed his cousin's advice and replaced the regular supplements with June Corporation's universal nutritional product. Under Jun Xian's attentive care, Luo Shi's pregnancy progressed smoothly and comfortably, without any adverse reactions. She spent her days eating, drinking, and occasionally taking online classes, living a life of ease and contentment. Genetic testing revealed that she was carrying a baby boy. While the gender wasn't a particular concern for Luo Shi and Jun Xian, knowing the sex made it easier to prepare appropriate items and choose a name. The grandparents on both sides shared the couple's sentiments. They were simply grateful the child had been conceived, regardless of whether it was a grandson or granddaughter. They only wished for the baby to grow up healthy and happy. After learning it was a boy, the patriarch Jun became tremendously excited, insisting on personally naming the child. He promised to give the boy an impressive name. Luo Shi and Jun Xian had no objections to the grandfather choosing the name. The other family members, intimidated by the patriarch's authority, also dared not voice any disagreement. However, when the patriarch announced he wanted to name the child Jun Weigua, everyone unanimously protested. Even Ouyang Chunshao argued with the patriarch directly. "What do you mean by that? The child is still in the womb, and you've already planned out his future? What if he doesn't want to serve in the military or protect the nation? Are you going to stop him?" In the end, they reached a consensus that Luo Shi should be the one to name the baby, as the mother carrying the child had the greatest right to do so. Luo Shi thoughtfully considered for a minute before saying, "Let's call him Jun Haoren. I hope he will grow up to be an upright and righteous person, full of justice and compassion." The others, well, the name wasn't particularly impressive, but since she was the mother, her decision stood. One afternoon, 2 months into the pregnancy, Luo Shi suddenly felt tiny flutters in her abdomen, a very subtle sensation that she might have missed if not for her heightened awareness. Placing a hand on her belly, she softly asked, "How, are you saying hello to Mama?" There were no further movements, but Luo Shi was convinced it had not been her imagination. The baby was greeting her. That night, she excitedly shared the experience with Jun Xian. He gently rested his hand on her stomach, murmuring, "How, I'm your papa." This time, Luo Shi clearly felt a light, fluttering motion, like a delicate butterfly flapping its wings and stirring the air. Overjoyed, she told Jun Xian, "Xian, he moved. Could you feel it?" Jun Xian nodded with a smile, his eyes shining with a profound sense of emotion and happiness at the realization of becoming a father. Luo Shi exclaimed, "I knew it. That feeling this afternoon was definitely the baby saying hello to me." Jun Xian replied tenderly, "Of course, with your amazing senses, you couldn't have been mistaken." Luo Shi puffed up her chest proudly, her eyes narrowing to slits. She felt like she had become rather childish and delicate since becoming pregnant. Jun Xian affectionately ruffled her hair. "Time for bed, Mommy. The baby just said goodnight to you, so let's get some rest." Luo Shi wheedled, "I can't sleep. Tell me a story, please. What would you like to hear?" Continue the story about the battle with the insectoid queen. Discussing such bloody violence at night might give you nightmares. No, I want to hear it. Alright, since you insist. So we had located the suspected hideout of the insectoid queen, and then, 3 months into the pregnancy, Luo Shi had a virtual reunion with her old girlfriends. Kai Chao excitedly announced, "Quick, congratulate me. I'm pregnant too. Congratulations, Kai Kai. Congratulations, Kai Kai." Lu Yazi looked at Luo Shi and Kai Chao wistfully. "You two are both pregnant, but I'm still waiting." Luo Shi comforted her, "Yeah, don't worry. Now that we have the universal nutritional supplements to repair the genes, getting pregnant is just a matter of time. And remember to eat the fruits and vegetables I sent you, not just meat." Kai Chao chimed in, "That's right. The Stellar Network is filled with pregnancy announcements these days. It's not like the old days when successful childbirth was rare." Lu Yazi gave a wry smile. Kai, if you can't console me properly, just don't say anything. Kai Chow hurriedly explained, I meant to say that it's much easier to get pregnant now, so don't be impatient. I got married earlier than you too, and my health is better, so why am I still the only one without any news? Lu Yazi fretted. As Kai Chow anxiously tried to respond, Luo Shi patted her arm, soothing, Now, don't get worked up, you're pregnant. She then turned to Lu Yazi. The arrival of a child is a matter of fate. Maybe your baby is observing you, waiting to find the perfect mother. It's just that they haven't spotted you yet, but they'll come when the time is right. Lu Yazi's gaze grew distant. Is that how it is? Kai Chow nodded emphatically. Definitely. Just like my spouse took a long time to find me, your baby is still on the way. Lu Yazi nodded solemnly, looking up and calling out loudly, Baby, Mama's right here. Look carefully, don't go the wrong way. When Luo Shi was 5 months pregnant, Jun Xian's spiritual domain contamination had fully healed, even surpassing his previous level. His spiritual power had finally recovered to the SSS rank. The military restored his position as the 1st Legion's supreme commander. Luo Shi noticed that as her pregnancy progressed, changes were occurring in her spatial domain. The most apparent change was that the space had expanded by at least double. Additionally, all the plants were thriving more abundantly, with even the slowly growing life tree suddenly shooting up significantly taller. Luo Shi could clearly sense the tree's joyful state. She wondered if the spatial changes were related to her pregnancy. She tried calling out to Blue Heart, but no matter how she tried, there was no response. Luo Shi started to worry that something might have happened, but then dismissed the idea Blue Heart was no ordinary being. How could anything befall it so easily? It was probably just occupied with some incredibly important matter. According to interstellar childbearing customs, women typically started exhibiting signs of fetal instability and premature labor around the 5th or 6th month of pregnancy. Yet, Luo Shi passed the 5-month, 6-month marks, and continued her pregnancy smoothly all the way to over 9 months, with the fetus developing fully. Aside from a growing belly and increased appetite, she was as healthy as ever. In contrast, Kai Chow had started experiencing fetal instability as early as the 5th month, forced to remain bedridden, using every possible method to hang on until the 6th month before finally undergoing a cesarean section. Kai Chow had become pregnant 3 months later than Luo Shi, yet delivered much sooner. In interstellar births, the standard procedure was for the hospital to perform a C-section to extract the baby. Premature infants would then be placed in incubation chambers until fully mature, while the mothers would recover and be discharged the same day as the surgery. The real challenge lay in actually getting and staying pregnant. Luo Shi refused the option of a preterm cesarean section, instead going to the hospital on her actual due date. Disregarding the protests of those around her, she chose to have a natural birth, successfully delivering a healthy baby boy in under 10 minutes, a feat that left everyone astounded. This became the first recorded case in imperial history of a full-term, natural and healthy childbirth. The remarkable event immediately became the top headline across the stellar network, sparking heated discussions everywhere. Media outlets swarmed, eager to interview Luo Shi and understand how she had managed such a smooth, full-term pregnancy, why she opted for natural birth, and her experience of the process. However, Luo Shi disliked excessive questioning and did not want to be the center of public scrutiny. She recorded a video with her face blurred, answering the key questions, then asked her sister-in-law to post it on her Happy Mom's social account. Before discharge, Jun Xian specially spoke to the hospital director, warning that leaking any information about Luo Shi and the baby would be punishable as a military offense. Given the order from his superior, the director strictly enforced the confidentiality. With these protective measures in place, Luo Shi was spared further unsolicited disturbances. For a long time afterward, the entire stellar empire was swept up in a new wave of pregnancy and parenting discussions. Concurrently, Professor Zhang's pregnancy notes also became a must-have manual for expectant fathers. However, unbeknownst to anyone, the moment Luo Shi had successfully delivered her child, a massive crimson egg had burst open in the distant reaches of space, and a black claw had emerged from within. All the brainworms had flocked to worship the egg, now summoning the scattered insectoid forces to gather and nurture their new queen. After returning home from the hospital, Luo Shi heaved a deep sigh of relief. She stretched her svelte waist, still finding it hard to believe that just a few hours ago, she had been heavily pregnant, needing Jun Shan's careful support just to walk. Now, not only had she delivered the baby safely, but her figure had also swiftly recovered to its original state. Jun Shan gently placed the sleeping infant in the crib, instructing the nanny robot to keep watch. He then came up behind Luo Shi, embracing her slender waist. "Congratulations, you've gone from the most beautiful mother-to-be to the most beautiful new mom," he praised. Luo Shi smiled coyly. "And congratulations to you, the most handsome new father. From now on, I'll leave the baby in your capable hands." "No problem. You just focus on being happy and beautiful every day, I'll handle everything else." They shared a loving smile, embarking on this new chapter of their lives as parents. The joy and anticipation was tinged with a sense of responsibility and challenge, but with each other's companionship and mutual support, they would face the ups and downs of this journey together, embracing the arrival of this new life, a happiness beyond compare. Due to their unique physiology, interstellar women did not experience menstrual cycles or breast milk production. Infants in the interstellar society are fed a fruit called the milk fruit. The milk fruit grows on trees, about the size of an adult woman's fist. The whole fruit is blended into a liquid, which is then poured into a container for the baby to consume. Once the baby develops teeth, they can start chewing on the whole milk fruit directly. Not only is the milk fruit highly nutritious, it also contains special energies that help stimulate the infant's spiritual power development. Babies typically eat the milk fruit up until around age 3, when they transition to drinking nutritional supplements after their spiritual powers have awakened. The milk fruit then becomes more of an occasional supplemental food. While still pregnant, Luo Shi had planted a large number of milk fruit trees in the orchard behind their home. After the fruits matured, she kept some for her own baby, and sold the rest to other families with newborns on the living planets. When the baby opened his eyes, Luo Shi was surprised to find that his eyes were a deep purple color, quite different from her and Jun Shan's black eyes. She found it rather curious. Jun Shan explained, "It's an inherited trait from my mother, whose eyes were a deep purple." Zero interjected, "Master, your eyes turn the dark purple color when your emotions are extremely unstable." Jun Shan furrowed his brow slightly. "Is that so?" Zero continued, "Yes, you don't notice it yourself, but Zero has observed it." Luo Shi asked curiously, "I've never seen your eyes turn that color before." Zero, "What kind of situations typically make Master's emotions so unstable?" Jun Shan quietly commanded, "Zero, be quiet." But Zero, faster than Jun Shan could stop it, brought up the recorded footage. The images showed Jun Shan with an icy cold gaze, his deep, unfathomable eyes faintly glowing with a purple light, exuding a sense of mystery and danger. Luo Shi also noticed that in the scene, which appeared to be in their villa on the capital planet, Jun Shan seemed to be surrounded by a mysterious energy that caused everything to float in the air. Luo Shi asked, "Shan, this looks like it happened back on the capital planet. What was going on that made you so emotionally unstable?" Jun Shan casually replied, "It's nothing." Luo Shi turned to Zero. "Zero, please tell me." Zero hastily said, "Madam, it sounds like Hao is calling me, let me go check on him," and quickly disappeared. Luo Shi stood with her arms crossed, eyeing Jun Shan teasingly. "I was just casually asking, but now you both seem so evasive. I'm quite curious to know what really happened." Jun Shan affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking lightly, "I just got extremely angry after finding out who had kidnapped the patriarch." Luo Shi raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Yes," he simply replied. Luo Shi wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation, but she didn't press the issue further. She was well aware of Jun Shan's feelings for her and how he normally treated her. Unless it was a fundamental problem, everyone was entitled to their little secrets. The baby spent most of his time sleeping, averaging around 20 hours per day. When he was awake, it was mainly for eating, drinking, and the occasional diaper changes. Luo Shi recalled how she had been in a similar state when she first arrived in the interstellar world, eating, sleeping, and behaving like a little grumbling beast. A few days later, she was surprised to notice the baby had clearly grown considerably larger. "Shan, have you noticed how quickly Hao is developing?" Jun Shan carefully thought it over. "That's within the normal range for infant growth." Luo Shi asked, puzzled, "Is that so?" Jun Shan nodded. "From the research I've done, newborns typically grow 0.3 to 0.5 centimeters per day." "That fast?" Luo Shi exclaimed. The growth is quicker in the first 3 months, then it slows down afterward, he explained. Luo Shi was inwardly amazed. At that rate, newborns could grow 27 to 45 centimeters in just the first 3 months? Their development speed was simply astonishing. She remembered that on Earth, babies only grew a few centimeters per month. So Luo Shi began meticulously recording her son's height and weight every day. Just as Jun Xian had said, the baby was growing at a steady rate of 0.6 centimeters and 180 grams per day. With this rapid growth pace, the baby naturally had a big appetite. Luo Shi kept all the remaining mature milk fruits, estimating that even the entire orchard's worth would barely be enough for her one little one. Simultaneously, the life tree in Luo Shi's spatial domain was also expanding at an astonishingly fast rate, and the space itself was visibly growing larger each day. When Jun Haoren turned 1 month old, Luo Shi finally met her long-absent father-in-law and mother-in-law. Luo Shi had known they were coming, as Jun Xian had consulted her opinion beforehand. She suspected her mother-in-law might not have been fond of her, but she didn't mind, they didn't have to live together anyway. She had heard the saying that the best mother-daughter-in-law relationship was to treat each other like strangers with mutual respect. However, she had no objections to the grandmother wanting to see her grandson. Ouyang Chunxiao had long wanted to come, but her son had always refused to allow it, and the front lines were not easily accessible. Now that her grandson was born, she was determined to see him no matter what. In truth, Ouyang Chunxiao had very mixed feelings about her daughter-in-law. Initially, she was not very satisfied with this daughter-in-law, as Luo Shi's physical condition was so poor. Not only was she infertile, but her lifespan was also tragically short. But since her son had chosen to marry Luo Shi, she had no choice but to accept it. Later, when she heard that her daughter-in-law could pilot a 3S class mech and had even led the defense force to fend off the insectoid invasion, she was both stunned and somewhat worried and angry. She was shocked that Luo Shi's spiritual power was so high, rivaling her son's before he was injured. Her concern was that with such powerful combat abilities, Luo Shi might be directly conscripted by the military, leaving the couple both on the front lines, which terrified her. As for the anger, she felt her son must have tampered with Luo Shi's records, whether exaggerating or concealing her abilities. There was no need to hide the truth, was there? Wouldn't it be easier to accept if the numbers were lowered instead of heightened? However, upon hearing the news of Luo Shi's successful pregnancy, all these issues became irrelevant. Ouyang Chunxiao was simply overjoyed. At the time, she had wanted to rush to the front lines to see them, or even bring her daughter-in-law back to the capital planet, but her son had vetoed both ideas. What an infuriating son, marrying a wife and then forgetting all about his mother. As Luo Shi looked at her young mother-in-law, she felt like she was with a peer, perhaps even someone younger and more youthful than herself. Ouyang Chunxiao was dressed in a flowing, dreamy lavender gown, paired with delicate silver heels. Her curly brown hair draped casually over her shoulders, and her deep purple eyes exuded a mysterious allure that was simply captivating. Luo Shi thought her mother-in-law was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen in the interstellar world. There was something about true beauty that was irresistible, and she was no exception. Luo Shi greeted her politely with a smile. Hello. She couldn't quite bring herself to call Ouyang Chunxiao mother or mother-in-law, partly because they were meeting for the first time, and partly because she felt more inclined to address her as fairy sister. Ouyang Chunxiao nodded and returned the smile. Inwardly, she thought her son had not only falsified the data, but also the photos. Her daughter-in-law was far more beautiful in person. Her gaze was drawn to the curious, wide-eyed baby cradled in Jun Xian's arms, and she was instantly captivated. She had noticed during their previous video call that the baby's eyes resembled her own, which had excited her greatly. She eagerly reached out, saying, "Hao, come give Grandma a hug." Little Jun Haoren grinned, his sweet dimples matching Luo Shi's exactly, and he eagerly stretched out his arms in response. Jun Xian passed the baby to Ouyang Chunxiao, gently reminding, "Mom, Hao is rather heavy, so let me know if you get tired." "Okay, I know," Ouyang Chunxiao replied joyfully, cuddling her grandson. Standing beside Ouyang Chunxiao was Jun Zijian, his gaze following her the entire time. Only after she had moved away did he turn to address the young couple. He first spoke to Luo Shi, saying, "Shi, you've had a hard time." Luo Shi smiled. "Not at all, Xian has taken very good care of me." Jun Zijian gave an approving look at Jun Xian, his voice gentle and calm. That is his duty. Since he cannot personally experience the hardships of pregnancy, then fully caring for the expectant mother is what he should do. Luo Shi was surprised by Jun Zijian's words. However, reflecting on Jun Xian's tender, attentive and loving behavior, she felt she had found the answer. This attitude was likely influenced by his father's teachings and personal example. Jun Zijian continued, "We'll only be staying for a week before returning. During this time, we'll be imposing on you. If my wife's behavior or words ever make you feel uncomfortable, please bear with it. She's been rather spoiled." Luo Shi shook her head. "Not at all, we're all family after all." Jun Zijian chuckled. "I understand her well. In any case, thank you, Shi." He patted Jun Xian's shoulder, his tone somewhat wistful. "Seeing your current life situation fills me with joy and contentment. I need not say any more." Jun Xian smiled at Luo Shi. "Your room with mother is on the 3rd floor. Feel free to call the butler robot if you need anything." Over the next week, the 3 generations, 5 people in total, lived together. Luo Shi found her mother-in-law wasn't as difficult to get along with as she had imagined. Ouyang Chunsha was nothing like a typical elder, but more like a spoiled young fairy herself. She would often playfully whine and pout to her husband when displeased, her emotions coming and going quickly. She was curious about every new thing, and a bit chatty. Luo Shi would be cooking in the kitchen when Ouyang Chunsha would glide in gracefully in an elegant gown, her tone slightly exaggerated as she said, "Shi, you're doing all the cooking yourself? That's so hard on your hands. Listen, your hands are a woman's second face, you must protect them well." Luo Shi looked at her own slender, porcelain-like hands, thinking, "I've been taking good care of them, thank you very much." And when Luo Shi was wearing comfortable, loose clothing to play with the baby, Ouyang Chunsha would sit nearby, applying all sorts of strange concoctions to her face, gently lecturing. "Shi, is this how you dress at home? It's comfortable this way, but you can't just focus on comfort. You have to look beautiful too. Let me tell you, a woman adorning herself isn't for those smelly men. It's for her own joy and contentment, you know? A woman should make herself happy." Luo Shi thought to herself, "You've certainly grasped the true essence of that saying." Ouyang Chunsha would also liberally praise the delicious meals, exclaiming, "This is so good, and that is so tasty. Shi, your cooking skills are wonderful. Could you share the recipes with me?" "Certainly," Luo Shi would reply. "Shi, is this the orchard you've cultivated? It's growing so well. Could you share the planting methods with me as well?" "Of course," Luo Shi answered. "Shi." Ouyang Chunsha would continue on. Soon the week was up, and no issues had arisen that Jun Zijian had been concerned about. They had gotten along quite pleasantly. When it was time to leave, Ouyang Chunsha cried buckets while hugging Jun Haoren, refusing to be consoled. Eventually, she cried herself to exhaustion and fell asleep, at which point Jun Zijian carried her onto the ship. After seeing off her in-laws, Luo Shi heaved a long sigh of relief. At least they had only lived together for a week. Afterward, Luo Shi resumed her peaceful daily routine of playing with the baby, taking online courses, and tending to her plants and flowers. Recently, the various military divisions on the front lines had noticed a strange phenomenon. Aside from occasionally encountering a few lone insectoids, they were no longer encountering large insectoid swarms. Even more bizarrely, the insectoid wormholes in various locations had closed, and the insectoids seemed to have vanished. Upon receiving this report, the High Command convened an emergency meeting. Based on the limited historical records of major insectoid invasions, they had deduced a pattern. The collective disappearance of insectoids usually signaled an impending large-scale invasion. This theory was corroborated by the primal brain. The insectoids collectively nurtured their queen every century, after which the rejuvenated queen would lead the insectoids to plunder and drain energy across the universe, spawning more of their kind. While they couldn't predict which star system the insectoid queen would target for her next rampage, humanity had to prepare their defenses. They had little time, possibly only a few months or even a few years, or they might be fortunate enough to avoid this invasion altogether. Everything remained uncertain. What the future and the unexpected held, no one could foretell which would arrive first. Thus, the entire Pamara system, from the military divisions to the general populace, were feverishly making preparations for the imminent battle. The infant was growing at an astounding pace, and by the time he was 3 months old, he had already reached a height of 1.2 meters. Such rapid growth was rare, even by interstellar standards. Thankfully, all his physical indicators were normal, and his growth rate had gradually slowed down, or else Luo Shi would have taken him for a medical checkup, suspecting a genetic mutation. One afternoon, as Luo Shi was strolling through the orchard with her son, she suddenly noticed he seemed to be surrounded by a faint energy aura. The flowers under this energy field were blooming rapidly, and the grass had become an exceptionally vibrant green. Luo Shi was very surprised by this discovery. She looked at her infant son, who was joyfully waving his little fingers and giggling in his hovering stroller, while the flowers and grass around him seemed energized. Her mind raced to analyze the situation. If only Blue Heart was here, it would probably know the reason, but it hadn't appeared in a long time. "Miss me," suddenly came a familiar, lazy voice in Luo Shi's cerebral communicator. Luo Shi exclaimed happily, "You finally appeared. I've been looking for you so many times, but you were nowhere to be found. Where have you been?" "Hibernating," Blue Heart replied. "You still need to hibernate? Are you doing all right now?" Luo Shi asked. "I'm fine," it answered. "I was just about to ask you, do you know what's going on with my son?" Luo Shi inquired. "Nothing serious, he just has exceptionally powerful spiritual powers that he can't control yet," Blue Heart explained casually. "But spiritual powers don't awaken until age 3. My son is only 3 months old," Luo Shi exclaimed. "He's special," Blue Heart stated. "Why?" Luo Shi pressed. "Because I transferred part of my energy to him," Blue Heart replied matter-of-factly. Luo Shi was stunned. "Why?" "Certainly not for your sake," Blue Heart responded bluntly. Luo Shi just wanted to spit at it. "This rude thing." "I also transferred the dark matter particles in your body to him," Blue Heart continued. "What are dark matter particles?" Luo Shi asked. "A very powerful energy that an ordinary mortal body can't withstand," it explained. "And you put that into my son?" Luo Shi was about to start yelling. "You crazy thing, what are you doing? Don't get worked up. Listen, I used my energy to fuse the dark matter particles with his own self. That's why he's special, not just because you gave birth to him," Blue Heart reasoned. Luo Shi wasn't sure how to feel. Part of her wanted to kiss it, part of her wanted to kick it. She took a deep breath and asked, "Why do I have dark matter particles in my body?" "The underground lab created them," Blue Heart answered. "But I'm fine. Why haven't they been activated?" Luo Shi continued. "They haven't been successfully triggered yet," it replied. "Is that why you had to hibernate, because you expended your energy?" Luo Shi surmised. "I hibernate whenever I want. I'm who I am, that's no big deal," Blue Heart brushed it off. All right, you're impressive. Does your energy also have to do with the changes in my spatial domain?" Luo Shi asked. "Clever girl, you got it right," Blue Heart congratulated. "Why did you do this?" Luo Shi asked. Why, what's with all the lies? I'm not going to keep chatting with you, I'm out of here," Blue Heart said dismissively, and despite Luo Shi's continued calls, it stopped responding. Luo Shi looked down at her sleeping son in the hovering stroller. Though she trusted Blue Heart's abilities, as a mother, she couldn't help but worry if there would be any side effects or impact on her child. When Jun Shan came to find them, he saw the worried expression on his wife's face. "What happened?" he asked concernedly. Luo Shi decided to tell him the truth, both as the father of the child and to get another perspective. She looked at Jun Shan seriously. "Shan, I need to tell you something. Brace yourself." Jun Shan nodded. "All right, do you remember I told you about my mysterious friend?" Luo Shi began. Jun Shan of course remembered. He had even tried to investigate who this mysterious being was, but to no avail. "Well, that friend is the primal brain," Luo Shi revealed. "What? The primal brain?" Jun Shan found it unbelievable. "When the accident happened in the underground lab, my consciousness went to another dimension, and the primal brain summoned me back," Luo Shi explained. "How could the primal brain have such abilities?" Jun Shan wondered. "It has another identity, it's the heart of the blue star," Luo Shi continued. "The ancient blue star?" Jun Shan's eyes widened. "Yes. When the blue star was destroyed, it came with the humans," Luo Shi said. "But how did it become the primal brain?" Jun Shan asked. Luo Shi shook her head. "I'm not sure. Anyway, that's not the main thing I wanted to tell you." Jun Shan's pupils dilated. If the previous information wasn't the main thing, what could be even more shocking? "Blue Heart told me I have a very powerful energy called dark matter particles in my body. It transferred those dark matter particles to Hao Hao, and used its energy to fuse them with Hao Hao's own being. That's why Hao Hao now has such exceptional spiritual powers. Just now, I noticed Hao Hao can actually release an energy field, causing the flowers around him to bloom and the grass to turn lush, Luo Shi explained. Luo Shi finished recounting everything in one breath, then took a deep sigh and said with a choked voice, I'm really worried now that Hao Hao might be affected or have side effects from this. Jun Xian was indeed stunned. He never imagined the news his wife was telling him would be one bombshell after another. So the mysterious being helping his wife cover up information was the primal brain. No wonder no one could find any information on the fruit and vegetable supplier. No wonder he could never track down that entity. But why would the primal brain do this? Why did it single out his wife and child? What great benefits had it bestowed, and what price would they have to pay in return? These thoughts raced through his mind. He pulled Luo Shi into his embrace, gently stroking her head, and asked, what did the primal brain say? It said there's no problem, but then it also said the dark matter particles can't be withstood by a mortal body. So how can there be no problem? I'm worried about Hao Hao, but Blue Heart stopped responding to me. Luo Shi spoke anxiously, unable to hold back her tears, though she tried to keep her voice down so as not to wake the sleeping baby. Jun Xian sifted through the information in her words, comforting her. If the primal brain used its own energy to fuse the dark matter particles, and said there's no issue, then there really shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, why would it go through the trouble? Don't you think? I'm just so worried. Hao Hao is still so young, Luo Shi fretted. I understand your concern. Let's just closely observe his condition for now. If anything seems abnormal, we'll go back and demand a clear explanation from the primal brain, okay? Jun Xian suggested. Luo Shi nodded. That was really all they could do now, since that rascal Blue Heart had conveniently vanished after only telling half the story. Jun Xian gently wiped the tears from his wife's face, then picked up their soundly sleeping son and led Luo Shi back to their villa. Through their constant, careful observation, they noticed that when Jun Haoran was in a good mood, the plants around him would grow exceptionally lush, and even the people nearby could feel a sense of happiness. When he was in a bad mood, not only would the plants wither, but the people around him would also experience an inexplicable sense of panic. And when his emotions fluctuated extremely, there would even be sparks of energy in the surrounding air. When they used medical instruments to examine Jun Haoran, aside from his vital signs being superior to a normal infant, there were no other abnormalities detected. The couple's repeated tests all yielded the same results, which finally put their minds at ease. However, they decided to keep their son's special condition a secret for now. When the three sisters gathered again, Lu Yazi finally shared the good news that she had successfully conceived. Kai Chao's daughter had also fully developed and was out of the incubation chamber. Kai Chao opened up, prattling on, after becoming a mom, I finally realize how difficult it is. Even though we have nanny robots to take care of the daily routine, you still can't help but worry. Is she hungry? Thirsty? Has she peed? Is she sleeping well? The moment I open my eyes, I just want to look at my daughter. I can't bear to take my eyes off her for a moment. Seeing her little nose, little eyes, she's just so adorably tiny. My heart just melts. Chen Donglin has even complained that I'm completely absorbed in our daughter now, and don't pay attention to him anymore. As if he's so strong-willed. One night, I saw him secretly wiping away tears. Can you imagine? This iron-blooded tough guy was bawling like a baby. I asked him what was wrong, and you know what he said? He said that 20 years from now, when our daughter gets married and moves out, he just can't bear the thought and wants to beat up the stinky boy she marries. Ha ha ha. Lu Yazi also burst out laughing uncontrollably, her mood much more relaxed now that she was pregnant, returning to her previous sunny, youthful demeanor. She laughed until she was out of breath. Although I can't quite understand that feeling yet, I imagine I'll be the same way when the time comes. But your husband is just too funny. Your daughter is only a little over 3 months old, and he's already thinking 20 years into the future. Kai Chao said worriedly. Yazi, don't laugh so hard, you might upset the fetus. I was wrong to tell you that. Lu Yazi reassured her. It's fine, my fetus is very stable. The doctor said during my checkup that I have the healthiest pregnancy of all the expectant mothers he's seen. Kai Chao heaved a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. I hope your pregnancy goes as smoothly as she's. I really don't want to experience the terrifying bedridden state again, constantly worried I might lose the baby. Thinking back, it took all my courage and determination to get through that. Luo Shi comforted her. Kai, that's all in the past now. And your body has recovered so much better, you won't have to go through such difficulties again. Lu Yazi added, that's right, just look at how adorable your daughter is, it was all worth it, and things will just keep getting better. Luo Shi asked them, fall is coming, I'm planning to go to the resource planet to collect supplies. Yazi, you definitely can't go, but Kai, will you? Kai Chao hesitated for a moment. My daughter is still so young, and she just left the incubation chamber. I can't bear to part with her. This year I'll just use Chen Donglin's military merits to acquire the supplies. Maybe I'll go next year. Lu Yazi curiously asked, your husband the general has such high military merits, why do you still need to go collect the supplies yourself? Kai Chiao was also puzzled. That's right, your son is only 3 months old too. How can you bear to leave him? I'll just go to the nearby resource planet. I'll be back in a few days, Luo Shi said. Lu Yazi advised, now the entire star system is on high alert, preparing for war with the insectoids. You should just stay home quietly. Luo Shi argued, but that's exactly why I should stock up on supplies in advance, before the war. Kai Chao disapproved. If my husband had military merits as high as your general husband, I wouldn't go either. Isn't it nice to just stay home and play with the baby? Or surf the star network? Luo Shi reasoned, military merits are limited, they can only be consumed, not replenished. What if an emergency comes up in the future? Kai Chao brushed it off. We'll deal with the future when it comes. Lu Yazi nodded in agreement. That night, before bed, Jun Shan noticed Luo Shi seemed a bit down. He took her small hand and asked, what's wrong? Luo Shi recounted the gist of the conversation with her sisters. She said with some distress, I know going to collect supplies could be dangerous, but is it really safe to just stay home? Last time, the insectoids attacked us right at home. Jun Shan playfully tapped the tip of her nose and chuckled. You just want to get out of the house and have some fun, don't you? Luo Shi was caught, and averted her gaze, pouting. Jun Shan said affectionately, if you want to go, then go. Luo Shi looked at him with shining eyes. Really? I mentioned taking you to other planets in the spring, but then the frontline situation arose, and you got pregnant. Since you want to go out, you can, but only to the nearest resource planet. I wouldn't even consider going far. I'll miss our son too much, Luo Shi said. Missing our son, but not me? Jun Shan teased. Of course I'll miss you too, Luo Shi replied. Let me see how much you miss me. Jun Shan rolled over, propping himself up on his elbows, and leaned down to capture her soft, moist lips in a deep kiss. When Luo Shi was about to depart, Jun Shan specifically reminded her to bring a protective suit, a guardian robot, and the custom-made mecha suit he had prepared for her. This mecha suit was made of the same materials as Hangang's, but it was fully customized based on Luo Shi's body data, more compact, lightweight, and with a more feminine design. However, its operability and weaponry were on par with Hangang's, all top of the line. The Star Empire prioritized allocating resources to military families for collection, before making them available to the general public. This was because these resource planets were hard-won and guarded by the soldiers, so having priority access to the resources was a welfare benefit granted by the Empire. It was this self-interest incentive that made the populace willingly and eagerly join the military ranks to defend the star system. Otherwise, facing such a high-risk profession, they couldn't rely on mere patriotism alone. The nearest D-Zone resource planet to E31 was a 2-day journey. All the passengers on the ship were from the 1st Legion's military families. They lived in the same residential star, occasionally running into each other. Luo Shi had already recognized a few familiar faces, people she had previously sold fruits, vegetables, and dairy products to. After a simple greeting, they each went their own way to surf the star network. Upon arrival at the resource planet, everyone had to don protective suits and be equipped with energy weapons before exiting the ship. The protective suits covered them from head to toe, only exposing their eyes, which were also shielded by goggles. Since most people had not undergone special training and had average physiques, the large, powerful beasts on the resource planet posed a serious threat. Even the gentler species could deliver several tons of impact force with a casual swing of their limbs. The protective suits could withstand at least 50 tons of impact, effectively preventing injury if one couldn't dodge in time. Although Luo Shi was confident in her own formidable combat abilities, capable of easily handling insectoids, let alone these beasts used as food sources, she still obediently followed the regulations and donned the protective suit. In reality, the suit, while appearing bulky, was actually quite lightweight and agile, not hindering her movements at all. since she had her own fruit and vegetable garden at home, and had also traded with the Gigantape tribe for beast meat. Luo Shi specifically chose a resource planet richer in aquatic products. Under the escort of the defense troops, they first went to the relatively safer areas to collect fruits. The naturally grown fruits didn't taste as good as the cultivated ones, but not everyone could afford to rent a plantation, as tending to plants was quite labor-intensive. Besides, when blended into nutritional liquids along with other ingredients, the taste difference was minimal. Luo Shi also collected some rare fruits, putting them in her spatial domain to have the robots extract the seeds and plant them later. After gathering the fruits, they moved on to the slightly more dangerous small beast zones. Luo Shi witnessed the live versions of the Mia Mia beast, Hum Hum beast, Guga beast, Ga beast. Their body sizes, running speeds, reaction agility, and attack power were all far beyond the animals she remembered from Earth. Luo Shi brought out her energy weapon and with a casual swing, one of them fell. She then quickly collected it into her spatial pouch. Before long, she had hunted down dozens, leaving the surrounding military guards utterly astonished. They had never seen a woman collecting resources so efficiently and cleanly. Ah, so scary. Don't come near me. Help, someone. Occasionally, high-pitched shrieks from the distance could be heard from the group. The guards just nodded, thinking, there's the normal reaction of most women. Luo Shi looked in the direction of the commotion. A few women were frantically waving their weapons in fear while screaming, and the nearby guards didn't dare to approach to help. It reminded her of the scenes when the apocalypse first arrived, when she and her female classmates had to kill zombies despite their fear and revulsion. If she hadn't experienced the apocalypse, she probably would have rushed over to help. But not anymore, because she realized that some experiences must be personally lived through, and some difficulties must be overcome on one's own. Only by persevering through the process can one grow and become stronger. If one avoids the challenges, the difficulties won't disappear, and one's life won't get any smoother. Here, have a bowl of inspirational chicken soup. After that, they went on to hunt some medium-sized beasts like the Mumu beast, Yo-Yo beast, and Gulu beast. The resource planet had dedicated military units managing the wildlife, so the beasts were essentially semi-domesticated, posing no great difficulty for most of the hunters. Finally, they went to the aquatic zone to hunt water beasts. This was the part Luo Shi had been eagerly anticipating. Her love for aquatic products far exceeded that for land-based meats. She had previously seen information on the Star Network about the massive aquatic creatures, squid the size of multi-story buildings, crabs bigger than ships, clamshells the size of small islands, oysters as large as motorcycles, and many other exotic water beasts that made Luo Shi's heart race with excitement. As soon as they reached the water area, the surface began bubbling and churning. A smooth, round head gradually emerged from the depths. Luo Shi instantly recognized it as the giant squid she had been longing for. After the head fully surfaced, several thick tentacles followed, thrashing and splashing in the water, seemingly wanting to lunge towards the onlooking crowd. Luo Shi glanced back to see the other people fearfully backing away, one after another screaming and fainting as their physical and mental fortitude faltered. A few military guards piloted their mechas, bringing out energy weapons and taking to the air to attack the giant squid. With their coordinated teamwork, the massive squid was soon sliced into segments scattered along the shore. The more agile onlookers rushed forward to quickly collect the pieces with their spatial pouches, while the slower ones lamented that they had missed their chance. Soon, several other heads and tentacles began emerging from the water. Luo Shi also piloted her own mecha, weapon in hand, rising into the air to engage one of the giant crabs, dismembering it within moments and retrieving it into her spatial domain. The crowd on the shore was stunned to discover this hidden ace pilot among them, and they all looked at Luo Shi with reverent admiration. Luo Shi, with her exceptionally strong spirit, naturally felt the scorching gazes from the shore. After finishing her own collection, she turned to help the military guards in the hunt. The guards were surprised to discover that among the military families collecting resources this year, there was someone who could pilot a mecha with a level of skill not inferior to their own, who had trained in mecha combat for years. A spirit of not wanting to be outdone was ignited, and the guards and Luo Shi began an unspoken competition in the hunt. Soon, the shore was littered with the carcasses of water beasts, more than the people could gather. Everyone was gleefully picking and choosing their preferred specimens to collect. Luo Shi didn't know about the guard's little competition with her. Seeing that the amount collected was already sufficient for everyone, she ceased her hunting. The guards felt a bit disappointed, regretting that their speed had been a step too slow, and they had missed their chance to one-up her. With Luo Shi's help, the resource collection was completed at a much faster pace, and each person had a bountiful harvest. After the resource gathering was over, the guards on the resource planet inquired about Luo Shi's identity from the ship's guards. Upon learning her background, they all exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder." The news of the general's wife being an exceptional pilot and hunter quickly spread through the military ranks. However, aside from the high command, the lower-ranking soldiers still did not know that Luo Shi was not only a skilled hunter, but also exceptionally adept at fighting the insectoids. When Luo Shi returned home, she was greeted with an enthusiastic embrace from her son, Jun Haoran, who was babbling incessantly. The nanny robot reported, "Madam, during the 4 nights you were away, Master Haoran has caused 4 fires, one each evening." Luo Shi lovingly kissed her son's forehead. "Haoran, you must have missed mommy so much, huh?" Jun Haoran continued his unintelligible yaya babbling, and no one knew what he was saying. Luo Shi then asked the nanny robot, "Was there any damage?" The nanny robot replied, "No." Luo Shi breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." The entire villa was made of fire-resistant materials, so the house itself wouldn't burn. She was just worried about harm to people or belongings. Luo Shi cuddled her son for a while, then put him back in his room after he fell asleep, and began sorting through the collected resources. Afterwards, sitting on the living room sofa, Luo Shi couldn't help but reflect on her own childhood. Her father was a surgeon, often working late hours, rarely home. Her mother had to handle everything at home and work her own job. Luo Shi's sister had told her that as a child, she had suffered from separation anxiety, being very dependent on her mother. Whenever her tired mother returned home, even if she just went to the bathroom or took a shower, the moment she was out of Luo Shi's sight, she would become restless, crying loudly, even crouching by the bathroom door, knocking and begging for her mother's embrace. If her mother didn't respond, she would wail inconsolably. Because of this, her mother and sister had to come up with ways to guide her. Her mother would explain before leaving, "Everyone has to work, labor creates value and makes life better." And she would promise to come back, even bringing little gifts. Luo Shi's sister would also call her over to do things, distracting her attention. After a period of time, she gradually adjusted. After growing up, when Luo Shi heard Luo Qiqi mention this, she had specifically looked up the information. Separation anxiety is a normal expression of a child's lack of security and attachment to the parent. In fact, separation anxiety is a special form of attachment, where the child actively wants to separate from the mother. It typically appears around 7 to 8 months of age, lasting until around 2 years old. She didn't expect her own son to already be experiencing separation anxiety at such a young age. It seems she'll have to be more attentive going forward. Luo Shi turned the collected meat and fruits into various flavors of jerky and dried fruit, as usual sending some to her family and friends, and habitually posting the cooking videos for Luo Nai. The consequence of this was that it sparked a surge in applications from the general public to collect resources on the resource planets this year. Those who couldn't get a quota started placing orders on the Star Network, causing inventory shortages for many merchants. The merchants contacted Bayo Maleli, asking if they could coordinate with her in advance before the big shot posted her delicious food tutorial videos, so they could prepare. Luo Shi clucked her tongue in amazement. So this is the power of traffic influence. I never thought I'd become a top opinion leader one day. Since having a child, Luo Shi always felt that time was passing quickly, slipping through her fingers unnoticed. When Jun Haoran was 6 months old, he had grown to 130 centimeters tall, and although he only grew another 10 centimeters in the following 3 months, his physique had clearly become much sturdier. He had already learned to walk, transitioning from a wobbly gait to a steady stride in a very short time. Luo Shi's mindset had gradually calmed down, no longer comparing her son's development to other Star Empire infants, or even Earth infants. As long as he was healthy, that was what mattered. Through Luo Shi's intentional guidance and effective companionship, Jun Haoran slowly overcame his separation anxiety, able to remain calm even when his mother was away for the whole day. With the hurricane season arriving, Jun Xian was finally able to spend more time at home with his wife and son. The couple had specially set up a children's room in the villa for Jun Haoran, filled with all kinds of toys. His favorite was the mecha models, which he could play with for a long time. Sometimes when he got really excited, he would release his energy field, causing all the objects in the room to float in the air. He would gleefully reach out to grab and play with them. Just like now, perhaps due to having his parents' company, Jun Haoren seemed very excited and released his energy field again, making all the toys hover. Jun Haoren grabbed one of the toys and stretched it out to Luoxi, loudly calling out, "Ma!" Luoxi's hand froze as she reached for the toy, and she excitedly said, "Anko, Haoren can talk now. He called me Ma. Did you hear it?" Jun Shan crouched down, also happily saying, "Yes, I heard. Haoren, call Baba. When Luoxi didn't immediately take the toy, Jun Haoren took a step forward and firmly put it in her hand, again calling out, "Ma." Luoxi quickly took the toy. My son, thank you." Jun Shan continued patiently guiding him. "Haoren, call Baba. Jun Haoren stood there thinking for a moment, then used his mental control to bring down a flying model from above, and handed it to Jun Shan, loudly calling, "Ba." Jun Shan took the model airplane, patting Haoren's little head and smiling, "Thank you, son, Baba really likes the gift you gave." Luoxi leaned in and whispered to Jun Shan, "Anko, he probably saw you piloting the real flying craft, that's why he gave you the model." Before Jun Shan could respond, they saw Jun Haoren nod his head, then in his adorable baby voice, loudly said, "Fly." Luoxi gave a thumbs up, praising, "Haoren can say 2 words now, so great." Jun Haoren smiled crookedly, then imitated, "Great." Luoxi said to Jun Shan, "Anko, our son is so smart, he learns so quickly. I feel it won't be long before he's speaking in full sentences." Jun Shan had a touch of pride. "Well, of course, whose son is he?" "Wow, I was just complimenting our son, and you went and made it about yourself." Jun Haoren patted Jun Shan's arm, seriously saying, "Beautiful. Ha, how amusing. Ha, I can't take it anymore. You've made me cry from laughing." Luoxi chuckled, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Next to her, Jun Haoren was also laughing heartily. Jun Shan looked at the big and small ones beside him, shaking his head with a smile. Since the day Jun Haoren first spoke, in a short time he had progressed from single words to 2-word phrases, to short sentences, and finally to fluent longer sentences. By the time the hurricane season had passed, Jun Haoren could run, jump, and converse eloquently. Luoxi deeply felt that she had the lowest intelligence in the entire family. During the routine monthly checkup, Luoxi was staring blankly at the additional line in the test results, "Embryo implanted 17 days ago." She thought frantically, how am I pregnant again? I just gave birth 11 months ago. Can I not have a moment of peace? Jun Shan also didn't expect his little wife to get pregnant again so soon. He thought having one child was already a blessing, never imagining that fate would be so generous. He comforted the sullen little wife, "The child is fate. It will be hard on you, but..." Luoxi quickly adjusted her mood. "Okay, 1 child to raise, 2 children to cherish. From now on, Anko will have to help too." Jun Shan gently stroked her head, softly saying, "Whatever I can do, the hardest part is still on you." When the news of Luoxi's second pregnancy reached the Juns and the Los, they were all equally stunned. For this couple, 1 child was already a miracle, and now they had conceived again so quickly? But then, remembering that many people had repaired their genes through long-term consumption of the universal nutritional liquid, they quickly accepted the astounding news. Apart from the initial excitement, the couple soon settled their emotions. With the experience from the first child, the second pregnancy was naturally smoother. Gazing at the vast orchard of dairy fruit trees behind the house, and thinking of Jun Haoren's ever-increasing appetite, Luoxi decisively decided to lease another mountain. This idea also received Jun Shan's approval. He sighed in relief, grateful that his military merits and salary were high enough, or else they would be worrying about the children's nourishment. After Jun Haoren woke up from his nap, Luoxi told him about her pregnancy. "Haoren, mommy has another little baby now. You're going to have a little brother or sister soon. Do you want a little brother or a little sister?" Jun Haoren stared at Luoxi's abdomen for a while, then said, "Brother." Thinking he preferred a brother, Luoxi patiently prompted, "What if it's a sister?" Jun Haoren firmly nodded, "It's a brother." Luo Shi didn't think it was surprising that her son could tell the gender of the fetus in her womb, even though she had just gotten pregnant. She didn't dwell on this issue with her son, whether it was a little brother or sister. Jun Haoran would just have to accept it. However, when Luo Shi's genetic tests later confirmed that she was indeed carrying a boy, she was stunned to see Jun Haoran's smug "I told you it would be a brother" expression. She curiously asked, "Haoran, how did you know it was a brother?" Jun Haoran tilted his head, thinking, then said, "The smell." Luo Shi found this incredible. "You could smell the difference?" Jun Haoran nodded, explaining, "Mommy's smell changed. Auntie Liao is having a sister. Her smell is different from Mommy's." The Auntie Liao Jun Haoran mentioned was the wife of Captain Tong, who had been craving the fruits and vegetables from the Luo household during her pregnancy. Luo Shi had brought her son along to deliver some food. Luo Shi was amazed that Jun Haoran had picked up this new ability from just seeing the pregnant woman once. Luo Shi was in awe. "Wow, my amazing son." A few days later, they received news that Luyatzi had given birth to a son by C-section, and the baby was doing well, only needing to stay in the nursery pod for a few days. After learning that Luo Shi was pregnant again, Luyatzi and Kai Qiao were full of admiration for her physical condition. However, they both expressed that after experiencing childbirth once, they had no desire to have a second child. As the saying goes, the first child is raised by the book, the second child is raised like a pig. Luo Shi and Jun Xian's daily pregnancy routine, as well as that of their friends and family, followed the same pattern as the previous pregnancy, receiving the same types of congratulatory gifts without repeating. Emperor Xian Yuancheng's body had recovered from the energy expenditure of activating the special imperial privileges last time. Upon receiving the news of Jun Xian's wife's second pregnancy, after much deliberation, he secretly went to the central command base. When he returned to the palace, although physically weak and spiritless, his mood was exceptionally good. He immediately prepared 2 thick sets of gifts and had the guards deliver them to the front lines. When Jun Xian received the emperor's gifts, one for the firstborn and one for the second child, he felt a heavy weight on his heart. Luo Shi was suspicious, thinking, "Be wary of someone who suddenly becomes overly nice to you." What was the emperor's real intention? The couple exchanged uncertain glances. While Luo Shi was perplexed, Jun Xian had a vague idea of the emperor's meaning. He put the gifts away and comforted his little wife. "It's all right. The most important thing now is for you to have a happy and healthy pregnancy. I'll handle the rest." They had thought the first pregnancy went so smoothly, so the second one should be no problem. Contrary to their expectations, Luo Shi's second pregnancy turned out to be quite different. She became extremely sleepy, sleeping for 10 hours or more each day, sometimes even sleeping through the entire day. However, the medical checkup showed no abnormalities, so Luo Shi could only continue resting while ensuring adequate nutrition. In fact, Luo Shi's sleep was not restful. She often had strange and bizarre dreams. Sometimes she dreamed she was a mushroom, emerging from the soil only to be plucked and eaten. Other times she was a flower having its petals picked off one by one, or she was grass being buried in excrement, a butterfly with broken wings being chased by a cat, a mouse running from a dog. As the pregnancy progressed, the dreams became even stranger. She would dream of being a fierce leopard hunting and tearing into raw meat, a camel carrying humans and luggage through the desert, a python on display at the zoo, a penguin incubating eggs on a glacier, a whale hunting in the deep ocean, a vulture soaring and searching for food, a long-necked dinosaur frantically fleeing. At other times she would be a caveman striking fire from wood, a general charging into battle, a soldier defusing bombs, a pilot manually flying a plane, an undercover cop catching a criminal, a man dancing on a stripper pole in a bar. Towards the end, she would even dream of becoming a cloud, a rainstorm, a grain of sand, a gust of wind. Each time Luo Shi woke up from these dreams, she had a very real, vivid feeling, as if she had personally experienced all those things. Chapter 92. Emergency Delivery. Luo Shi was utterly perplexed, and calling out to Blue Hearts got no response. That morning, Luo Shi was in the middle of a dream where she was strolling through the vast cosmos, when suddenly she felt a tightness in her abdomen. She jolted awake with a shock. Could it be time to give birth already? But the due date was still 3 days away. Looks like even the advanced Star Empire technology couldn't be completely relied upon. Life is always full of surprises. Luo Shi immediately called Jun Xian, who was in the training room, urgently asking him to take her to the hospital. However, the little one seemed impatient to arrive. Luo Shi could clearly feel something sliding out down below, and she was gripped by panic, not knowing what to do. Then Blueheart's voice rang out in her mind, "Go into the spatial domain." Without further thought, Luo Shi quickly stepped into the spatial domain as Bluehearts had instructed. "Go to the tree." Luo Shi did as instructed, teleporting to the base of the tree of life. She quickly pulled out a mat from the spatial pocket and laid it out. "Breathe deeply. Follow my rhythm. 1, 2, 3, push. Good. Keep going. Push. Ha! After repeating this for dozens of times, a clear, piercing cry of a newborn baby echoed through the spatial domain. As Luo Shi let out a sigh of relief, she was surprised to see the spatial domain rapidly expanding, becoming boundless. The tree of life was also growing rapidly, towering high and dense, far beyond her sight from where she lay beneath it. Luo Shi didn't have time to marvel at the astounding changes. She used her mental powers to sever the umbilical cord, then cleansed the baby with the special ability water, and dressed the little one in the clothes she had prepared earlier. Since there was no one else in the spatial domain, Luo Shi simply took a quick self-cleaning battle shower, changed into clean clothes, and emerged from the spatial domain, cradling the baby. As soon as she came out, she saw the anxiously pacing Jun Xian. Seeing her, he immediately stepped forward and tightly embraced her, his voice slightly choked. "Where did you go? I received your call and rushed over right away, but I couldn't find you. The locator and monitors showed your last position was here, so I could only wait." Luo Shi said guiltily, "I suddenly felt like I was going to give birth, so I called you to take me to the hospital. But the baby couldn't wait to come out, so Bluehearts instructed me to go into the spatial domain to deliver." Jun Xian only now noticed her belly had shrunk, and he was holding a newborn infant. He quickly released Luo Shi, leaning down to check if the baby was injured. Relieved to find the baby unharmed, Jun Xian marveled inwardly at how his little wife had managed to complete the delivery on her own. Seeing that Luo Shi's condition seemed stable, he quickly summoned Zero and said, "Give me the baby, let Zero take you to the treatment pod to recover." Luo Shi handed over the baby, instructing, "Feed him some dairy fruit juice." Jun Xian expertly took the baby, reassuring, "Don't worry, I have experience. I was the one taking care of the firstborn when he was just born." Remembering Jun Xian's clumsy, cautious handling of the firstborn, Luo Shi couldn't help but chuckle. After Zero had carried Luo Shi away, Jun Xian brought the second child to the nursery, placing him in a small crib and preparing a cup of dairy fruit juice. The little one eagerly sucked it down, as if he was famished. Once the baby finished drinking, Jun Xian took out a new nanny robot from the spatial pocket and input the infant's genetic information. This robot would be the exclusive nanny for the second child, responsible for his feeding, cleaning, sleeping, and recording his vital data and activity. The second child's name, chosen by Luo Shi, was Jun Hunghom, taken from an ancient poem about a fleeting, yet captivating glimpse. Though no one could find the actual source of this poem, the child's mother was happy with the name. After settling the baby, Jun Xian had the nanny robot stand guard, then hurried to the training room where he found Luo Shi still in the treatment pod. He brought over a chair and sat down to wait by her side. While waiting, he sent a message to the group chat of the Juns and the Los, informing them that Luo Shi had safely delivered the baby. When Luo Shi finished the treatment, Jun Xian came forward to support her, asking concernedly, "How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that's still uncomfortable?" Luo Shi stretched luxuriously, saying contentedly, "I'm fine, don't worry." "How's the second one?" "In the nursery, sleeping. I had the nanny robot watching over him." "Good, I trust you to take care of things." Jun Xian put his arm around her shoulder as they walked out. Along the way, he asked, "Can other people enter your spatial domain?" "Yes, haven't I told you before?" "No, you haven't. So the first time you disappeared on the capital planet, you had gone into your spatial domain?" Next time you plan to go into the spatial domain, let me know ahead of time, okay? I get worried when you suddenly disappear like that." "Alright, this time it was an emergency situation. Did the second one have any abnormalities?" "Why do you ask that?" Luo Shi shrugged, half-jokingly saying, "Maybe the central mainframe is orchestrating some grand scheme?" Seeing his carefree little wife, Jun Xian sighed inwardly, hoping the mainframe had no malicious intentions and wouldn't harm them. Otherwise, he would fight it with everything he had, even if it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. In truth, Luo Shi had also pondered these questions before, but after experiencing the constant uncertainty and fragility of life during the apocalypse, she had deeply grasped the wisdom of living in the present and cherishing the moment. Back in the living room, Luo Shi saw the older son, Jun Haoran, playing on the sofa. She happily told him, "Haoran, your little brother has arrived. Mommy will take you to see him." Jun Haoran smiled sweetly, saying, "I already saw the little brother earlier. He's sleeping so soundly. I'll play with him after he wakes up." Luo Shi sat down on the sofa, gently stroking his head, and said earnestly, "Haoran, even though you have a little brother now, Mommy still loves you. You and your brother are equally important to your father and me." Cuddling up to her, Jun Haoran replied in his soft, childish voice, "I know, Mommy. You've said these words 800 times already." Luo Shi placed a kiss on his forehead, saying, "Then please take good care of your little brother from now on, okay? Don't worry, Mommy, I'll play with the little brother. Not just play, you also need to teach him how to become outstanding, just like you, alright? No problem, I'll teach him well." Jun Haoran's eyes gleamed with mischief. This little brother was just here to play with the big brother, after all. However, he might not have realized that this little brother could also be here to challenge him. Jun Haoran was completely defeated. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get his little brother to play with him. After failing attempt after attempt, Jun Haoran finally gave up on the idea of playing with the little brother. Except for that first cry when he was born, Jun Jinghong had remained completely silent, not uttering a single word even up until the age of 3. He wouldn't cry or fuss, didn't want to go out or play with toys. After eating and drinking his fill, he would just sit there quietly, like an old monk in meditation. Luo Shi had run every possible test on him, but the results all showed his physical condition was perfect, better than could be. Aside from Jun Jinghong himself, everyone else in the family was more or less worried about him, each concerned about his situation. In the end, it was the central mainframe Bluehearts who, exasperated by Luo Shi's constant worrying, finally said, "He's fine." This eased the family's concerns a bit. Through these years of frequent usage and training, Luo Shi's water ability had reached an unimaginable level. With a casual wave of her hand, she could conjure a downpour, and she sensed that if she exerted her full power, she might even be able to unleash a terrifying tsunami. During this time, Luo Shi had gradually restored a corner of Blue Star to the idyllic paradise she had first witnessed in the spatial domain: lush forests, towering mountain peaks, a waterfall cascading down the cliffs like a shimmering white veil, the mist swirling mystically through the forests. When this corner of Blue Star was finally restored, the tree of life rustled its leaves, emitting a sound of contentment. Seeing the beautiful scenery before her, Luo Shi's long anxious heart over the second child's condition finally found temporary peace. Unexpectedly, just as everyone had gradually accepted Jun Jinghong's peculiarities, he suddenly spoke up, asking the very first words out of his mouth, "What is the meaning of human existence?" Luo Shi felt like a bolt of lightning had struck her. Could it be that her second child was a reincarnated high monk? This was even worse than having a problem child. She saw Jun Jinghong's eyes, full of curiosity, staring directly at her, seeking an answer. Luo Shi swallowed hard, not daring to give a flippant response. She spoke honestly, "I don't know. This is a question that humans have been exploring since our birth, but there is still no answer." Jun Jinghong nodded slightly, then turned his gaze out the window, sinking back into deep contemplation. This time, Luo Shi didn't try to coax him into speaking more, as she had done before. She was afraid of disturbing him. Later that night, Luo Shi recounted this incident to Jun Shan, worriedly asking, "Could it be that the second child has a soul possession?" Luo Shi felt she might be in a similar situation, and was unsure if the second child had inherited this condition. Jun Shan gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "I'll talk to the second one tomorrow. Don't worry, no matter who he is, he's still our son, the one you gave birth to." That night, Luo Shi had nightmares all night long. The second child would turn into a tonsured monk one moment, then a brooding statue the next, then snuggle up to her sweetly calling her mommy, then with palms pressed together say Amatba, benefactor. In the spatial domain, the tree of life rustled its leaves as a languid voice said, "Look at that, your division of self has scared your mother. Didn't you already know the answers to those questions?" Another cool, detached voice replied, "Since he is a division of self, he is no longer under my control. He is now an independent new being with his own thoughts. And isn't she also your mother? I'm the energy infusion, you're the energy dissipation, we're different. Is there a difference? Aren't we both a part of you and me? Hey, how's the feeling of being reborn as a human? Since you brought it up, I do want to argue with you about why you're the eldest and I'm the second. Whose fault is it that you missed out? And the promise of a girl, how did it end up a boy? I can't be blamed for that. The future I sensed clearly showed it would be a girl. Perhaps your division has his own ideas? Besides, what's the difference between a boy or a girl to us? Alright, we can let that go. But you better keep your word on what you promised me. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Somehow, it still didn't sound very reliable. The next morning, Luo Shi woke up feeling dejected and anxious. Seeing his little wife's state, Jun Shan was more worried about her than their son. After breakfast, the couple went to Jun Jinghong's room. He was still sitting there quietly in his usual manner. Jun Shan sat down next to him, gently patting his head, and said softly, I heard from Mommy that Hangfeng spoke yesterday. If you have any questions, you can tell Dad, okay? Jun Jinghong replied excitedly and curiously, really? Dad, I have so many questions. Jun Shan nodded, of course, you can ask. Why are humans human? Jun Shan looked at his son's young, curious face, falling into deep contemplation. Now he could understand his wife's concerns. From that day on, Jun Jinghong seemed to have unlocked some new function, constantly talking non-stop, becoming a fountain of endless questions. The key was that his way of speaking and the content of his questions were far beyond his age. He would often ask things that even the adults couldn't answer. For example, where does thought come from? Where does it go? What is it made of? Why are everyone's thoughts different? Or, how was the universe born? How big is the universe? What is beyond the universe? Will the universe be destroyed? And, what is the true nature of the world? What is consciousness? Why must humans die? Do we still exist after death? Even at child gatherings, he never played with the other kids his age. He would just hide in the corner, deeply pondering, and this contemplation period grew longer and longer. Luo Shi and Jun Shan felt that as parents, they couldn't be of much help with many of these questions, and could only focus on taking care of his daily needs. After being asked a few questions by Jun Jinghong, Jun Haoran would quickly flee whenever he saw his little brother coming. As long as I run fast enough, I won't have to hear your questions. Can't hear it. Can't hear it. The three sisters, after each having their own children, were meeting up less and less frequently. Even when they had planned a get-together, there always seemed to be some reason they couldn't all make it. This time, they had made a firm agreement beforehand, no one was allowed to miss it. Finally, they were all able to gather together. Kai Chao immediately began complaining. This Chen Dongliang is getting out of hand these days, he actually dares to talk back to me. I can see this marriage isn't going to last much longer. Oomph, I'll remarry with Xixie sooner or later. Lu Yazi rolled her eyes. Oh come on, you say that every time. Your spouse is so good to you, he knows all your likes, cooks with you, surprises you, listens to your ramblings, goes shopping with you, makes you delicious food, and puts you first no matter when or where. He's so gentle, loyal, and works hard to earn money. You shouldn't take such a good man for granted. Kai Chao brushed it off. That's just the standard for a good husband. Isn't your spouse like that too? Any man who can't do those things isn't worth marrying. Luo Shi had tried to advise Kai Chao a few times before, but now she was tired of it. She felt that Kai Chao was just tough talking, and if she really made her leave with the child, she would end up regretting it. Luo Shi changed the topic, asking, Kai, is your daughter going to the fixed class or the random class at the kindergarten? Kai Chao immediately brightened up. I plan to choose the fixed class, and Xixie also thinks having fixed classmates is better. What about your eldest? Luo Shi replied, my eldest wants to choose the random class. He says it's interesting to make new friends every day. Lu Yazi said enviously, Haoran's social skills are unparalleled. You and little Jun the general aren't the socializing types. I wonder who he takes after. Luo Shi chuckled wryly. My eldest is like an untamed wild horse when it comes to socializing. My second one is like a sloth hanging from a tree, just sitting there motionless. Kai Chao suggested, let Xixie follow Haoran. We can put them in the same friend group even in the random class. Lu Yazi sighed. My son is younger than Xixie and Hangfeng, so he won't be able to be in the same class as either of them. Luo Shi comforted, still, the age gap isn't too big. They can still play together. When Jun Haoran took the spiritual power test at age 3, Luo Shi had asked Blue Hearts to change his level to S rank, so that he could learn normally like other children. Everyone marveled that it was because Luo Shi's spiritual power level was so low that it had dragged down her son's abilities to only S rank. Those in the know also felt a bit of regret. They had originally thought that the children born from two powerhouses would be extraordinary geniuses in all aspects, but the children's talents turned out to be just average, which was truly a pity. Only Emperor Xian Yuancheng secretly felt that this was both unexpected and yet unsurprising. He knew full well that the central mainframe had interfered, just as it had hidden information about Jun Xian's spouse. After all, this accurate information had cost him half his energy. He was the only one in the entire empire who knew the inside story. The reason Luo Shi did this was that she didn't want her son to become a figure of public attention at such a young age, nor did she want him to shoulder the heavy burden of the empire's safety and humanity's fate. In her heart, she wanted her son to grow up in a healthy and happy environment. After his mind matures, when he is clear about what he wants to do and what kind of person he wants to become, then he can decide his own future. But this doesn't mean Luo Shi has given up on cultivating Jun Haoran. That would truly be irresponsible. She had Jun Xian secretly guide their son in training his spiritual power and physical abilities in various aspects. This way, no matter which path or profession Jun Haoran ultimately chooses, he will already be well prepared, without having to start from scratch. Luo Shi herself had also successfully completed her professional studies. This fact made Lu Yazi and Kai Chao quite envious. They greatly admired how she, as a mother of two children, could still complete her studies on time and with good results. Kai Chao had been devoting herself fully to the children and household these past few years, still only in the initial stage of her studies. As for Lu Yazi, she had dropped out of school when she got married. Everyone has different choices, and the time and effort they invest differ, so the results they achieve are naturally also different. Last year, when Luoyihan applied for retirement, the fourth prince specially hired him as a mech consultant on his warship, and now he had also come to the front lines. Whenever Luoyihan had some time off, he would come to visit the Luo household. After learning that Jun Jinghong had finally started speaking, he made sure to come and check on the situation during his break. As soon as Luoyihan entered the villa's main door, Jun Haoran enthusiastically rushed over to give him a big hug, saying, "Brother Han, I've missed you so much." Luoyihan was a bit startled the first time Jun Haoran pounced on him for a hug, as he had never been so affectionate with his own annoying little brother. But after receiving a big hug from him every time he visited, Luoyihan had gotten used to Jun Haoran's passionate enthusiasm. He patted Jun Haoran's little head, asking, "I've missed you too. I heard your little brother has started speaking?" Jun Haoran instantly released the hug, saying as he ran out, "Brother Han, I just remembered I have plans with friends. I'll go out first, come back later to have dinner with you, okay?" Luoyihan just thought he really did have plans, so he waved goodbye as he watched Jun Haoran leave. He then made his way into the living room, where he saw Jun Jinghong sitting in the corner, absorbed in reading and studying. Jun Jinghong looked up calmly, giving Luoyihan a faint smile as he greeted him, "Brother Han." Hearing him address someone, Luoyihan felt relieved. The little one was alright, so Luo Shi's worries must have eased as well. He crouched down next to Jun Jinghong, asking, "What is Hongfeng reading?" "The Abridged History of the Star Glory Empire." Luoyihan, "Whoa, the little guy has ambition." "Brother Han, how exactly did humans come into existence? And who created us?" Luoyihan thought for a moment. Humans are not the products of supernatural forces, but one of the millions of species in the biosphere. What then is the meaning of human existence? And what is the purpose of human reproduction? Luoyihan, wow, the kid doesn't talk for a while, making people worry, and then when he does talk, it's even more frightening. Why does Hongfeng ask these questions? I want to ponder. Why do you want to ponder? I don't know, precisely because I don't know, that's why I must ponder. Jun Jinghong shook his head, then nodded firmly. Well then, if Hongfeng finds the answers, be sure to share them with Brother Han, okay? Luoyihan didn't think it was strange for a 3 to 4-year-old child to contemplate such profound questions. He felt the entire Luo family seemed extraordinary. Jun Jinghong wasn't surprised that Luoyihan couldn't answer his questions either. He already understood that the answers to many questions could only be explored by himself. When Luo Han was leaving, Jun Haoran gave him another big farewell hug. After letting go of Jun Haoran, Luo Han also bent down to hug the quietly standing Jun Jinghong. The moment he was embraced, Jun Jinghong suddenly opened his eyes wide, blurting out, "Brother Han, be careful." Luo Han released the little one, patting his small head and smiling, "Okay, I'll be careful on my way." "Thank you, Hongfeng, for your concern." Jun Jinghong leaned forward slightly, his lips moving as if wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't speak up. Luo Shi noticed this, and after seeing Luo Han off, she crouched down and asked Jun Jinghong gently, "Hongfeng, was there something you wanted to tell Brother Han just now?" Jun Jinghong thought for a moment, then said, "When Brother Han hugged me just now, I saw an image of his spacecraft spinning out of control in space." Luo Shi asked in alarm, "What? Did you see anything else? What happened to your Brother Han?" Jun Jinghong shook his head. "He's fine, he was rescued by Uncle Patrick who was passing by." Luo Shi hurriedly opened her light computer to try to contact Luo Han, but Jun Jinghong calmly stopped her. "He will go through some twists and turns, but in the end he will be alright." "Mother, how could you know that by interfering, it won't lead to even worse consequences next time or in the future?" Luo Shi paused her actions, looking at her calm son in disbelief. She wasn't sure if she was more shocked by her son's ability to predict the future, his cold yet incisive superhuman intelligence, or his seemingly indifferent attitude towards his close relative's danger. She reconfirmed with him, "Hongfeng, are you sure your brother Han is really okay?" Jun Jinghong looked up at the sky, then smiled faintly at Luo Shi. "Mother, if you're really worried about Brother Han, you can try contacting him." Luo Shi thought about it and did try to call Luo Han, but the connection couldn't be established. Anxious, she started pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Why couldn't she reach him? Could something have happened? Ah, right, there was also Patrick. Luo Shi tried to call Patrick, but no one answered on the other end. She calculated that only a short time had passed since Luo Han left their villa. At the speed of a military spacecraft, he should be in the stellar region not far from planet E31 by now. Luo Shi took out her own spacecraft, determined to go check on the situation in outer space. Just as Luo Shi was about to start her spacecraft to set off, Patrick's call came in. "Shi, did you need something from me?" Luo Shi wanted to ask him if he had encountered Luo Han, but she didn't want to casually reveal her son's abilities before she was sure it wouldn't bring him danger or trouble. So she just said, "It was an accidental call." "Patrick, where are you now? How have you been recently?" Patrick was a bit puzzled by Luo Shi's strange behavior, but now wasn't the time for casual chit-chat. He explained, "I just happened to be passing by planet E31, but just now I encountered something and had to rescue someone. I'm about to take them to the hospital on E31. Luo Shi felt a sense of relief, though she tried to sound casual as she said, "I see, well then I won't disturb you. Come by the house for dinner whenever you have time." After hanging up, Patrick was left feeling confused. They hadn't contacted each other since connecting through the light computers, so he didn't know what had suddenly come over her. Oh well, the most important thing now was to quickly get the person to the hospital. He glanced at the unconscious man in the co-pilot seat, his long, curled lashes, his naturally reddened lips, his neatly trimmed brows, and the warm, comfortable feeling of having held him tightly to save him. Suddenly his heart started racing. What on earth was going on? Patrick gently shook his head, trying to shake off these strange thoughts that had crept into his mind. When Luo Shi looked back at Jun Jinghong, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome, now smiling contentedly at her. Luo Shi took a deep breath, unsure if her son's ability to predict the future was a good thing or not. She said a bit unhappily, "Were you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Jun Jinghong shook his head. "Mother, you care deeply about your loved ones, and Brother Han is your blood relative, so of course you would be worried and want to check on him. But in the vision I saw, only Uncle Patrick was tightly embracing the unconscious Brother Han and then taking him to the hospital. I guess that since you received the news of Brother Han's safety, you didn't end up going." Luo Shi, does he really foresee everything? Is a life like this actually interesting? But, wait a minute, Uncle Patrick was tightly embracing the unconscious Brother Han? Jun Jinghong nodded. Luo Shi pictured the scene, the elegant yet masculine Patrick and the steady, cool-headed yet scheming Luo Han. She suddenly had the feeling of a fujoshi witnessing a potential romance. She asked worriedly, after seeing the future vision, "Did your body feel unwell at all?" "No. How do you predict the future? Do you have to touch someone?" "I'm not sure, This was the first time I saw a future vision. Then you certainly don't know how far into the future you can predict, right? Yes, I'll need to try more to know the extent of my ability. If you ever feel unwell, don't push yourself, okay? Understood, mother. Luo Shi was still worried about Luo Yihan, so she estimated the time and took Jun Haoran and Jun Jinghong to the hospital on the planet. As soon as the mother and sons arrived at the hospital, they ran into Patrick, who had just brought in the person he had rescued for treatment. Jun Haoran, who had been playing next door, didn't know about his brother and mother's conversation. Seeing the unconscious Luo Yihan in Patrick's arms, he excitedly called out, "Brother Han." Patrick nodded at Luo Shi and the children, saying, "Let me take him in first, we can talk later." Jun Haoran knew the situation was urgent, so he didn't say anything else, just quietly following behind Patrick. After getting Luo Yihan admitted for treatment, Patrick looked at the waiting Luo Shi and her sons. He asked, somewhat puzzled, "Do you know this person?" Jun Haoran nodded, "He's my cousin, from my uncle's family." Patrick was surprised. "How did you know I was bringing him to the hospital?" Jun Haoran shook his head. "We didn't know. We came to visit Grandma Han. She's been hospitalized due to illness." Patrick was inwardly suspicious. This explanation seemed reasonable, but given Luo Shi's earlier call to him, he felt something was a bit off. Luo Shi asked him, "What happened?" Patrick explained, "I was passing by planet E31 when I detected his spacecraft spinning out of control, so I intervened and rescued him. But when I saved him, he was already unconscious, so I don't know what exactly happened." Luo Shi said gratefully, "I never expected this to happen so coincidentally today. It's a good thing Luo Yihan ran into you." "Thank you, Patrick." Patrick waved his hand, saying, "It was nothing, just a bit of help. Since you all know him, I'll leave him in your care then." Jun Haoran asked a bit reluctantly, "Uncle Patrick, are you leaving?" "Yes, I just completed my mission, so I need to head back to the base quickly." Jun Haoran stepped forward to give him a hug, reminding him, "Thank you, Uncle Patrick. Be safe on your way back." Patrick ruffled the boy's fluffy little head, thinking the touch felt quite nice, and responded cheerfully, "Okay." As for the ever-silent Jun Jinghong standing nearby, Patrick wasn't at all surprised. The second son of the Luo family was known for being extremely quiet. "Are you sure? You probably don't know his true nature yet." When Luo Yihan came out of the treatment room, he was surprised to see the mother and two sons waiting outside. "How did you end up here?" Luo Shi calmly asked him, "And do you know how you ended up here?" Luo Yihan shook his head. "My spacecraft suffered a malfunction and lost control. I lost consciousness after that." "Who brought me here?" Jun Haoran explained, "It was Uncle Patrick who brought you. He's a member of the 1st Special Operations Team. He was returning from a mission and passed by planet E31, where he found and rescued you, then brought you to the hospital here." Luo Shi asked worriedly, "What caused the malfunction in your spacecraft?" Luo Yihan furrowed his brow. "Shortly after I left the planet, some unidentified object collided with my spacecraft at high speed. I'm still not sure what it was. Does the person who rescued me know where my spacecraft is?" Luo Shi replied, "I'm not sure, but I'll give you his contact information, so you can ask him about it. It would also be a good chance to thank him for saving you." Since Luo Yihan's own spacecraft was missing and damaged, he had no choice but to use Luo Shi's to leave. The three of them went to visit the hospitalized grandmother Han, then leisurely made their way back home. That night, Luo Shi told Jun Xian about their younger son's ability to predict the future. She was full of worry as she thoughtfully said, "I don't know if Hongfeng's power to foresee the future is a good or bad thing." Jun Xian smiled calmly, "Everything has two sides. Whether it's good or bad depends on how it's used." Luo Shi sighed, "Hongfeng keeps giving me a headache. First I was worried about his physical health when he didn't speak. Then I worried about his mental health when he started talking. And now I'm worried his ability will negatively impact his life." Jun Xian pulled Luo Shi into his embrace, gently stroking her hand as he said warmly, "A child is an independent individual from the moment they are born. They have their own body, brain, feelings, and thoughts. Growing up and becoming independent is a mandatory course in their life, and we as parents should learn to let go appropriately." "I am letting go. I'm not forcing my own ideas onto my children, am I?" Luo Shi said, somewhat puzzled. "And that's exactly what you've done well. It's very praiseworthy. As parents, we should also have our own lives. When the children were young, it was understandable to devote more energy to them. But now that the children are older, Haoran is already 5 years old, and Hongfeng is 4, you can shift your main focus to yourself, and to me. Luo Shi lightly punched his shoulder, saying, "Oh, so you're subtly telling me I've been neglecting you, huh?" Jun Shan caught her fist and gently caressed it, asking, "Did that hurt?" Luo Shi. She reflected self-critically. "I admit that after having the children, I've slightly neglected you in these past few years. Slightly, okay? But a person's energy is limited, so some neglect is inevitable. I'll be more mindful about it going forward." Jun Shan flipped her over, pinning her underneath him as he smiled. "No need to wait for the future. Let's start now." The lights gradually dimmed, becoming hazy and ambiguous as the air grew sweet and sticky. Skipping the explicit details. After that accidental future-seeing incident, Luo Shi started letting Jun Haoran take Jun Jinghong out more, to meet new people and see if they could summarize any patterns to his ability. After some time, Jun Jinghong concluded that he could predict events that would happen within the next 24 hours, for any living beings within a 10-meter radius around him. Yes, living beings, not just humans, but cats, dogs, plants, and flowers as well. As long as they were within his 10-meter range, he could see visions of their related future in the next 24 hours. The frustrating part was that this ability was passive, meaning, no matter if he wanted to or not, those visions would appear in his mind as long as something was within his activity radius. The only way he could find some peace was to distance himself from people. This further exacerbated Jun Jinghong's already introverted nature, making him even more averse to going out and interacting with others. Fortunately, the Luo family's villa was over 100 meters away from the nearest neighbor, so there was usually little activity in their immediate vicinity, keeping things calm for now. Luo Shi was very curious about what happened between Luo Yihan and Patrick afterwards. Did they have any further interactions? Disappointingly, after asking Luo Yihan, the information she got was quite uneventful. Luo Yihan had contacted Patrick to express his gratitude, and had even sent him a precious gift as a token of his appreciation. Patrick politely accepted it, returning Luo Yihan's damaged spacecraft from his spatial pocket. And then, the two lost contact. Luo Shi, #This was not the outcome I wanted to see. In reality, when Patrick received Luo Yihan's message, his heart had raced, but he maintained a calm, polite demeanor as he accepted the gift and returned the spacecraft. Goodness knows, every time he finished replying to Luo Yihan, he would find himself blushing, heart-pounding, and having to take deep breaths. Ma Bowen was the first to notice Patrick's peculiar behavior. He felt Patrick had been acting suspiciously of late. His light screen was always shielded, so no one could see it unless he allowed it. Previously, Patrick had used the light screen normally, but recently he would always retreat to his room to reply to messages. Sometimes he would even just sit there, lost in thought, occasionally smiling to himself for no apparent reason. Something was off. Very suspicious. There was definitely more to it. According to his observations and years of watching melodramatic shows, Ma Bowen concluded that Patrick either had a crush on someone, or was even in a relationship. He shared his findings with Zhong Yingjie, but Zhong Yingjie felt Ma Bowen was overreacting. He said indifferently, "We're all single men of a certain age. Even if one of us has fallen in love, isn't that perfectly normal? No need to make a big fuss about it." Ma Bowen disagreed. "Think about it, we're together almost every day. When would we have the chance to meet women?" Zhong Yingjie continued playing his game, saying, "Who needs women when we have men? Nothing wrong with men being together. Who says it has to be between opposite genders to be true love?" Ma Bowen clicked his tongue. "I never said there's anything wrong with same-sex relationships. Why are you getting so worked up? Don't tell me you have a situation too?" Zhong Yingjie raised his fist dramatically overhead, shouting, "I've dedicated my life to the great cause. I'll fight to the death to defend the empire from the insect invasion." Ma Bowen put away his light computer, teasing, "I've already sent this to Colonel Zhang." Zhong Yingjie didn't mind, saying, "You can show it to my mom. She won't care about this at all. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." A message from Zhong's mother came in on his light computer. "My son, ideals are noble, and mother supports you pursuing your dreams. But you should also enjoy your life. Even if you don't want to get married and have children, at least try to have a wonderful romance. Don't leave any regrets in your life. Mother loves you." Zhong Yingjie, "Ms. Zhang, you're going to make me so emotional. My heart feels all sour and swollen. What is this?" On the other side of the door, Patrick had heard the entire conversation between the two. He was shocked. Had he really been acting so abnormally lately? Could it be that he had truly fallen for Luo Yihan? Patrick searched the interstellar network, how to know if you have feelings for someone. Among the varied results, one article with very high readership and likes wrote, "There are 3 things in this world that cannot be hidden: coughing, poverty, and love. When you fall for someone, even if you keep silent, your love will still seep out through your gaze. Even if you don't say a word, the way you look at them will be noticeably different from how you look at others around you." -1. When you like someone, you look forward to seeing them. Patrick carefully examined his own feelings, and realized that when Luo Yihan would invite him to meet up, he indeed felt an expectation, and would pay special attention to the time on the day they were supposed to meet. -2. When you like someone, you'll have emotional, physiological urges. Patrick nodded, as he found that when he was free, Luo Yihan's appearance and smile would involuntarily come to his mind, along with the feeling of holding him the first time they met. He also yearned for further contact with him. -3. When you like someone, it's childish and relaxing. Patrick frowned slightly, wondering if the childish part applied to him. As for feeling relaxed, he seemed a bit tense, not exactly relaxed. -4. When you like someone, you have a strong desire to share. Patrick nodded firmly, realizing that after meeting Luo Yihan, he indeed felt like he could talk endlessly, which was unusual for him. He used to wonder why he had become as talkative as Ma Bowen, but now he understood it was this urge to share. -5. When you like someone, they become the most beautiful in your eyes. Patrick was a bit puzzled. He admitted that Luo Yihan was handsome, steady, wise and eloquent, but to call him perfect, there's no such thing as a perfect person in this world. -6. When you like someone, you're willing to give without expecting anything in return. Patrick was also hesitant about this. If he had to give Luo Yihan his most precious belongings now, would he do it unhesitatingly and without expecting anything back? After assessing his own honest responses, Patrick found that 3 out of the 6 points applied to him. He reckoned he was likely fond of Luo Yihan, just not yet at the deeply in love stage. After all, they had only met twice, and exchanged some messages, with their first meeting being when Luo Yihan was unconscious. Oh right, Luo Yihan had also sent him a gift to thank him for the rescue. Should he prepare a gift in return? Yes, he should. In the following days, Luo Yihan would occasionally receive small gifts delivered by Patrick: good coffee beans, a memento carved from an animal's tooth, handmade decorative pieces, and so on. At first, Luo Yihan felt rather puzzled. Why was the other person, who he had just rescued, now sending him gifts? And why so frequently? But as time passed and the gifts kept coming, he no longer dwelled on this issue. Following the principle of reciprocation, he would sometimes come across something interesting and send it to Patrick as well. The two would occasionally make arrangements to have afternoon tea or visit art exhibitions together online. Luo Yihan always thought Patrick was just a warm and enthusiastic person who wanted to be his friend, and he saw Patrick as a good friend he got along well with. As for Patrick, he felt that the other party was responding to his feelings, and that this was a mutual pursuit, not just his one-sided attachment. Neither of them had made their intentions clear, so for now, they were getting along harmoniously. As Jun Jinghong grew older, the range of time he could predict the future for, as well as the radius around him that he could observe, continued expanding. After completely withdrawing from going out, Jun Jinghong spent a lot of time meditating in his room. One day during his meditation, he suddenly felt his feet start trembling, and the trembling sensation spread throughout his entire body. Feeling curious, he opened his eyes and saw himself floating in the air, cross-legged. He didn't feel afraid at all, but rather very excited, so he floated around a bit to explore this new ability. This astonishing scene was witnessed by Luo Shi, who had been checking the surveillance camera out of concern for her son's condition. Luo Shi took a deep breath, covering her chest. Goodness, just what kind of divine being has my second son reincarnated from? She turned off the surveillance and didn't mention the incident at all. She now understood that her 2 sons were both extraordinary, and she really didn't need to worry too much about them. She should just focus on living her own peaceful life, without interfering or holding them back. After that day when he levitated during meditation, Jun Jinghong spent increasingly more time in this state, from the initial few minutes to now several hours at a time. He no longer even ate regular meals, instead sustaining himself on stored nutrient liquids while constantly shut away in his room. To avoid any disturbances, Jun Jinghong had even moved to the most remote and quiet room in the villa. Luo Shi felt he wasn't far from moving out of the family home altogether. In fact, Jun Jinghong was also planning to move out of the family home. He intended to build a small house on the hill behind their villa and live there independently. This was his plan, and he quickly put it into action. Luo Shi, she never expected to have to see her son leave home so soon. Even though the younger son was just moving to the hill behind their home, Luo Shi couldn't help but prepare a lot of things for him and ramble on with many unnecessary words. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, looking at her son listening quietly. Her thoughts drifted back to when she left home, how her own mother had also kept talking endlessly, wanting to share a lifetime's worth of advice, afraid she might miss something and Luo Shi would not be alright. Luo Shi's nose suddenly stung, her eyes becoming moist. She realized that only after becoming a parent could one truly understand a parent's feelings. Jun Jinghong asked concernedly, "Mother, what's wrong?" Luo Shi said with tears in her eyes but a smile on her lips, "Nothing, I just recalled how your grandmother used to advise me when I left home, and it made me a little emotional." Jun Jinghong nodded thoughtfully, "Mother, I'm just moving to the hill behind the house, very close by. If you miss me, you can come visit anytime, or even talk to me through the monitoring system." Luo Shi didn't expect him to understand her feelings at his young age. When Luo Yihan visited again, Luo Shi clearly sensed that his mood was off. Normally, although her elder nephew wasn't talkative, he was always relaxed and calm. But now, he seemed to have some serious matter on his mind, occasionally zoning out or staring at his light computer. However, Luo Shi didn't ask him what was wrong. There needed to be boundaries in adult interactions. If her elder nephew needed her help, he would bring it up himself. Jun Xian had notified Luo Shi in advance that he would be bringing the members of his special ops team home for a meal today, so Luo Shi had been busy in the kitchen with the butler robot for a long time before finally coming out. Luo Yihan casually asked, "Are there guests coming over today?" Luo Shi, sitting on the sofa doing hand care, replied, "Yes, Xian said the members of his special ops team would be coming for a meal today." Jun Haoren chimed in, "And Patrick, the one who took you to the hospital last time, will also be coming." Luo Yihan's expression changed slightly at this. Inwardly, he thought, today is really not a good day to be a guest. Although the change in Luo Yihan's expression was very subtle, the ever-observant Luo Shi noticed it carefully. Luo Shi quietly guessed the reason behind his change in demeanor. It seemed her elder nephew's matter of concern might be related to Patrick. But Patrick was the one who saved his life, so why would he have such an avoiding, apprehensive look? Luo Shi calmly asked, "Elder nephew, have you found the cause of the malfunction in your spacecraft?" Luo Yihan was a bit exasperated. She was so much younger, yet she insisted on calling him elder nephew. He rubbed his brow, speaking in a slightly grave tone. "The analysis showed the object that collided with my spacecraft was organic matter. Although I couldn't identify exactly what it was, I did find traces of a wormhole in that area." Luo Shi's expression also grew serious. "Didn't they close up all the wormholes and the insect race disappeared these past few years? There are much fewer compared to the large-scale insect swarms before, but there are still some active wormholes and insect activity." Luo Shi sighed inwardly. Wonder which unlucky one got attacked by the insects. Luo Yihan glanced at the time, saying, "Little ant, I need to leave now." Luo Shi wasn't satisfied with her gossiping curiosity yet, and didn't want to just let him go. She persuaded, "I've prepared a lot of food today, you should eat before leaving." Luo Yihan started to stand up. "Next time, I'll make sure to schedule a proper visit." "Luo Shi, what do you mean next time? Do you think I don't know if something's going on with you? With your meticulous, strict work ethic, if there really was an issue, you wouldn't have come today at all." She gave Jun Haoren a look, and he immediately understood. He walked up and hugged Luo Yihan's legs tightly. "Big brother Yihan, Haoren hasn't seen you in so long. I miss you so much. Please stay and have a meal with me." Luo Yihan didn't expect Jun Haoren to cling to him so firmly. He didn't dare pull away forcefully, gently trying to coax him to let go. Jun Haoren smugly winked at his mother from behind his back, stubbornly holding on while murmuring, "Big brother Yihan, Haoren doesn't want you to leave. Haoren wants to eat with you." In the corner, the silent Jun Jinghong calmly watched this commotion, already having foreseen the outcome in his visions, so he naturally understood why mother and his brother were doing this now. Luo Han sighed in resignation, surrendering. Alright, I won't leave. You can let go now. Jun Haoran pouted. No, I won't. Haoran, when Big Brother Han gives his word, he keeps it. Really? I don't believe it. Luo Han said with a wry smile. Haoran, you know how strong your own strength is, right? If you don't let go, Big Brother Han will have to go into the medical chamber. Seeing the signal from his mother, Jun Haoran inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his mother could be as childish as a kid sometimes. He released his hold and stood up, apologizing a bit sheepishly. I'm sorry, Big Brother Han, did I hurt you? Luo Han ruffled his hair. Haoran is a child with self-control. He didn't hurt me. He glanced at the gloating little ant beside him, sighing inwardly. He knew it was the little ant who instigated Haoran's mischief. Wanting to see the fun while dragging the child into it, his little ant often behaved like an overgrown child. But some things had to be faced head-on. Evasion wasn't his way of dealing with matters. Soon, Jun Xian returned with the others. When Zhong Yingjie and the group entered, they were momentarily taken aback at seeing Luo Han. But Jun Haoran enthusiastically introduced, everyone, this is my cousin Luo Han, he happened to come visit me today too. The others laughed heartily after his introduction, saying, yes, we also came because we missed Haoran and Hungfeng. Only Patrick remained silent, glancing at Luo Han briefly before quickly shifting his gaze elsewhere, pretending nonchalance. When Luo Han greeted the group, he lingered a second longer on Patrick, then also fell silent. The men were too preoccupied with the delicious food to notice the subtle exchange. However, Luo Shi observed it all with a slight smile on her face, while inwardly screaming internally. During the meal, Luo Shi deliberately seated Luo Han and Patrick next to each other. Luo Han noticed his little aunt's mischievous intent and gave her a helpless look, but obediently sat down next to Patrick. Patrick, who had been engrossed in checking his light computer, suddenly sensed a familiar scent approaching and someone sitting down beside him. He immediately held his breath, desperately trying to calm his rapidly beating heart. Throughout the meal, Patrick didn't turn his head to look at the person next to him once, but inside, he was tormented. The familiar scent of the person beside him, the scent he dreamed about day and night, was boldly invading his nostrils, his chest, his lungs, his mind. However, every time he recalled how the other person had forcefully pushed him away, vigorously wiping the lips Patrick had kissed, before walking off in disgust, it crushed his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He adored the person, but the person detested him. There was nothing more hopeless than this. During the meal, the others were engaged in lively discussions, enjoying themselves, except for Patrick and Luo Han. Luo Han's thoughts kept drifting back to the scene of that day's encounter with Patrick, his gaze involuntarily focusing on Patrick from time to time. Patrick was tormented inside, but Luo Han was no better off. He had never imagined that Patrick, whom he had always considered a good friend, had feelings of admiration for him, and had even suddenly kissed him. Everything had come so suddenly, so overwhelmingly, catching him completely off guard. Luo Han was someone who liked to be in control. Except for the unexpected appearance of Luo Shi, his life had always been under his own control. But now, another man had barged into his life, disrupting his heart. After the gathering ended, the others bid farewell to the Luo family and left. Luo Han followed closely behind. One by one, Zhong Yingjie and the others drove off in their spacecraft. Patrick, the last one, was also preparing to enter his own aircraft when suddenly, someone grasped his wrist. As a special ops member trained in harsh discipline since childhood, he knew someone was behind him, and he knew exactly who it was. He had just slowed his pace, walking last in the group, harboring some expectations he couldn't quite identify. Luo Han led him to a blind spot out of sight, and Patrick obediently followed his steps, inwardly mocking himself. The interstellar network was right. The one who develops feelings first is the loser. And he had lost. Luo Han held Patrick's wrist with one hand, pinning him against the wall with the other, his low voice broking no refusal. Look at me. Patrick raised his head, pretending nonchalance as he said, What? Disgusted that I kissed you? Want to punish me? Luo Han's deep, ocean-like eyes were fixed intently on Patrick, speechless. This was the first time he had observed Patrick's features so carefully. He scanned Patrick's silver short hair, his delicate brows, the sapphire-like brilliance of his eyes underneath the nonchalant gaze, there was careful adoration, wounded anguish, and self-mocking sarcasm. Patrick felt uneasy under Luo Yihan's intense scrutiny, like a condemned man waiting for the executioner's blade that never came. He took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want to dash?" His words were cut off as Luo Yihan's soft lips covered his own, the lips he had longed for yet faced rejection and disgust from. Patrick's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening, afraid that if he closed his eyes and opened them again, this would all turn out to be a wonderful dream. However, a familiar, slightly hoarse voice whispered in his ear, "Close your eyes, fool." Luo Shi was watching this scene unfold through the surveillance cameras. It's not that she lacked propriety, but why did these two have to choose the spot right under her own walls? She covered her mouth tightly, afraid the slightest sound would disturb the two outside. After the passionate kiss ended, Patrick still couldn't believe what had just occurred. He looked at Luo Yihan in astonishment. "You kissed me? Are you trying to get revenge on me?" Luo Yihan chuckled lightly. "Do you think I'm trying to get revenge on you?" Gazing at the man's starry eyes, Patrick hesitantly asked, "Does that mean you also like me?" Luo Yihan ruffled his hair gently. "Otherwise, would I have kissed someone I don't like?" "No, you wouldn't. Neither would I. But, didn't you detest me? When did I ever say that? Last time, you pushed me away forcefully and left in disgust. I was just too shocked then. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry for making you sad. I thought I hated you? Yes." Luo Yihan, seeing Patrick's uneasy gaze, quickly glanced at the hidden surveillance camera and smiled. "Patrick, I don't hate you. It's just that I never imagined the person I like would be a man." Hearing this, Patrick's eyes immediately lit up. He asked eagerly, "But you don't mind liking a man? If that man happens to be you, I don't mind at all." Luo Shi squeals in delight. Patrick wanted to say more, but Luo Yihan tugged his hand, walking them towards the spacecraft as he said, "The rest, let's take our time to discuss over the rest of our lives." Luo Yihan hadn't originally planned to resolve this today, but after seeing Patrick, he suddenly had a premonition if he let this opportunity slip, he would regret it later. He was never the type to dawdle. Once he determined what he wanted, he would act immediately. For this, he had to thank his meddlesome little aunt for creating the opportunity, so he wouldn't bring up her spying. Jun Xian looked at his wife, who was reveling in the juicy gossip, with doting affection. He also didn't expect these two to end up together, but after experiencing the feeling of loving someone, he sincerely wished them well. Soon, Luo Shi received the news that her elder nephew and Patrick had registered their marriage. Yes, they had officially tied the knot. In the interstellar era, marriage between same-sex partners was also legal, with spouses enjoying equal rights. As long as you were willing, you could even register a marriage with a virtual partner in the StarNet virtual space. Before the omnipotent nutrient solution could repair genes, many men with low fertility would choose to marry a virtual partner on the StarNet and have children, enjoying the bliss of a family. When Luo Shi met Luo Shen online, she mentioned Luo Yihan's marriage. Luo Shen's attitude was very open and carefree. Everyone has their own thoughts and choices. As long as he's happy, that's what matters. I don't care much about whether I get grandchildren or not. In the end, we can't take anything with us when we go. The most important thing is for family members to live happily. If I had to say something, I'd just ask if they have a harmonious married life. Ha ha! In the year when Jun Haoren turned 10 and Jun Jinghong turned 9, the taut strings that had been tensed for a decade in the empire finally loosened. For 10 years, the insect queen and the insect armies had not come, only the regular insect swarms, which they were still able to handle. It seemed the stellar empire would now sail through the next 100 years, no, 90 years, in peace. The entire nation erupted in celebration, with the populace emerging from their homes and gradually resuming the large-scale outdoor activities of the past. Over these 10 years, thanks to the miraculous effects of the omnipotent nutrient solution, the spiritual power and other aspects of the empire's entire population had seen a substantial boost. Many soldiers in the legions had even advanced by more than one level. A ranks were everywhere, and S ranks were as numerous as dogs. The special ops members had also collectively risen from their original S/S plus ranks to 2S/2S plus levels. 4th Prince Xianyuan Lang's spiritual power had also successfully broken through to 3S, still the highest comprehensive strength aside from Jun Xian. Emperor Xianyuan Chang was discussing the expedition team with Xianyuan Lang and Jun Xian on the StarNet. Fourth, Xian, it's our turn for the Palmyra system to visit the neighboring systems this century. I plan to send Fourth to represent me, and Xian, you will accompany him. What do you think? Xian Yuanlang's heart rejoiced. According to imperial custom, the emperor himself always led the expedition team to visit neighboring systems. This time, his father had arranged for him to go in his stead. Could this be a sign of intending to pass the throne to him? But then again, considering his military achievements over the years and his current strength, he was the obvious heir. However, Xian Yuanlang didn't show it outwardly, casually replying, "All right." Jun Xian hesitated. Going away for 10 years or more, his 2 young children and little wife, he didn't know if they would be willing to accompany him. Seeing his hesitation, Xian Yuanlang knew it was surely because he couldn't bear to leave his spouse and children behind. He suggested, "The opportunity to tour the systems is rare. Why not bring the kids along while they're still young? And your spouse, if I remember correctly, she quite enjoys going out. I bet she'd want to go too." Zuanyuan Chang also looked at him expectantly. Jun Xian still replied, "Let me go ask them." If it were anyone else daring to disobey the emperor's order, Zuanyuan Chang would certainly be angry. But this was Jun Xian. Even if he let it slide, he had secretly intended to consult their opinions anyway. When Jun Xian returned home and mentioned the interstellar expedition team to Luo Shi and the 2 children, just as Shen Yanlang had predicted, Luo Shi's eyes gleamed with excitement as soon as he finished speaking. No need to ask, they knew she definitely wanted to go. The mischievous Jun Haoran naturally also wanted to go, but before he could voice it, Jun Jinghong quietly pulled his sleeve to stop him. Jun Haoran's words turned into "let's go with whatever my brother thinks." All 3 pairs of eyes turned to Jun Jinghong. He scanned the 3 before him, face calm as he said, "Dad, you and Mom should go. My brother and I won't go." Luo Shi was surprised, suspecting he might have foreseen something, so she pressed him, "Why not?" Jun Jinghong glanced at his slightly anxious elder brother, still speaking serenely, "We're still young. There'll be other chances in the future." Luo Shi disapproved. "That's precisely why we don't want to leave you 2 behind." Jun Jinghong seemed to have already made his plans. "After you leave the empire, it'll be inconvenient to stay in touch with the family. Brother and I will stay with Grandpa and Grandma, or Uncle and Aunt will take care of filial piety for you." Jun Xian and Luo Shi were reserving their opinions on his explanation, but they also knew that if the second son was unwilling to speak about something, no amount of questioning would get them results. Jun Haoran looked at the self-assured arrangements made by Jun Jinghong without his consent, gritting his teeth as he said, "Right, I'll stay with Grandpa and Grandma, and second brother will stay with Uncle and Aunt. You can rest assured, Mom and Dad." Somewhere along the way, Jun Haoran had started taking Jun Jinghong's opinions into consideration when doing certain things. The couple found it strange, but didn't interfere too much. The children had their own ways of interacting, with their own set of rules in their world. After the family meeting, the couple returned to their own room. Jun Haoran dragged Jun Jinghong to his room. Irritated, Jun Haoran demanded, "Jun Jinghong, you have to give me a reasonable explanation. Why won't you let me go with them?" Jun Jinghong spoke calmly, "The expedition won't go too smoothly. We need to stay behind and do what we have to do." Jun Haoran was taken aback, anxiously asking, "Second brother, what do you mean? Not too smoothly? Are you saying Mom and Dad might get into trouble? They'll encounter some setbacks and be away for a while." "What kind of setbacks? How long will they be gone? Will they come back?" "I can only say they'll return safely." "Brother, the road ahead is one we have to walk on our own now. I hate you, always leaving half the story unsaid. I really want to grab you and beat you up. I won't fight back." Jun Jinghong shrugged, a resigned expression on his face. "You've dissociated from your body. Of course you won't fight back. But what's the point of me beating you up when my hands will just hurt and I'll have to put your body in the treatment chamber to repair it?" Jun Haoran exploded, sparks of fury emanating from him as he growled in a lowered voice. In the end, Jun Haoran couldn't help but grab Jun Jinghong's physical body and give him a good beating to vent his frustration. After that, he grudgingly carried the body to the training room and put it in the treatment chamber to repair. The moment Jun Haoran started hitting him, Jun Jinghong had already dissociated his consciousness. He then watched calmly as his brother delivered left and right hooks to his physical form, as if the one being beaten wasn't him. Consciousness dissociation was something he had realized in the past year. Previously during meditation, he would float in the air together with his physical body. After a while, he wondered if he could detach his consciousness and float freely. After repeated efforts and realizations, he had finally succeeded. Though now, the duration he could maintain his dissociated state was still very short, at most a dozen minutes, and he could only linger near his physical body. In the beginning, Jun Jinghong could only dissociate for a few seconds, but through constant practice, he gradually improved, extending it to a few minutes, then over 10 minutes. Jun Jinghong felt that one day, he would be able to completely detach from his physical body. As for what he would become or transform into after fully dissociating from his physical form, that was still unknown. He would only know once he reached that stage. He could predict the futures of all living beings, but strangely, he could not foresee his own future. The emperor gave face to Jun Shan by seeking his opinion, but as a subject, Jun Shan couldn't refuse, having to respect the emperor's authority. So Jun Shan would definitely have to go. Luo Shi was a bit conflicted. She would miss both her husband and children terribly if she left one behind. However, under Jun Shan's persistent persuasion, she eventually surrendered and agreed to go with him. After discussing, the couple decided to respect their children's wishes. They sent one to the main planet's Jun family estate, and at Jun Haoran's request, enrolled him in the military special training camp. The other they sent to the E35 planet where Luo's parents lived, building a house on a hill for the solitary Jun Jinghong as usual. Among the special ops team members, only Zhang Yingjie had originally been following, but since Luo Yihan needed to travel with the 4th Prince's fleet, his spouse Patrick also applied to accompany them. Additionally, Madame Zhang strongly insisted on being added to the roster. Her two most important people were going, so she had to go along to set her mind at ease. Zhang Wenhai, am I not an outstanding enough spouse for you? On the day the Empire's expedition team departed from the main planet, countless citizens piloted various spacecraft and ships in space to see them off. The 4th Prince's massive warship and 2 accompanying vessels lifted off together. These 3 ships seemed exceptionally mighty on land, but when they entered the interstellar realm, they appeared insignificant compared to the surrounding planets. The hulls of the massive ships reflected the starlight, shimmering like a flowing galaxy in the darkness. Jun Shan and Luo Shi chose to board one of the expedition fleet's warships, so that each vessel would have formidable combat power to handle any potential emergencies. The 3 warships still had patrol duties within the Palmyra system, so by the time they completed their circuit and departed the system, 2 years had already passed. As the warship was about to depart the Palmyra system, Luo Shi sensed a transparent material at the system's edge, a bubble-like structure enveloping the entire Palmyra system. Luo Shi had learned in her StarNet classes that every star system is surrounded by a protective membrane, a kind of elastic, transparent barrier called a boundary field. These fields protect the star systems from the ravages of cosmic turbulence or the explosions of disintegrating planets in neighboring systems. The boundary fields of adjacent star systems could either be completely independent or have overlapping areas. The Palmyra system inhabited by humans, the Alpha system inhabited by the beast folk, and the Teja system inhabited by elves and giants were distributed in a triangular formation, so their boundary fields overlapped in part. This overlapping region was pitch black, the kind of darkness where you couldn't even see your hand in front of your face. It was called the Shrouded Stellar Domain. The eternal night planet where Luo Shi was rescued when she first arrived in the interstellar realm was located in this domain. The Shrouded Stellar Domain was a no-man's land on the borders of the 3 star systems. While there were planets here, the environment was harsh, with no light or water, and scarce resources. Although some species did inhabit this region, they were mostly fugitives who had escaped from the Palmyra, Alpha, or Teja systems, including the underground lab organization being simultaneously hunted by Palmyra and Alpha. As the expedition fleet transited through this domain, they remained on high alert, with all the warship's illumination systems deactivated. In the complete darkness visible to the naked eye, they could only rely on spiritual power or sensors to detect changes around them. Any bright light would expose their position, making them an easy target. The denizens of the Shrouded Stellar Domain didn't care who you were. If they liked the look of you, they'd rob you. If they didn't, they'd rob you and then annihilate you. And having lived in perpetual darkness for so long, they were already well adapted to the harsh environment. The expedition first headed towards the Alpha system, which was closer to Palmyra. The Alpha system was a binary star system, 2 stars orbiting a common center of mass, a common phenomenon in the cosmos. The Alpha system consisted of 2 suns, gravitationally bound and orbiting their shared center of mass. In simple terms, it had 2 suns that never fully set, so the Alpha system never truly experienced night. This gave rise to the Beast Folk Federation government's moniker, the Never-Setting Sun Federation. This also meant the 5 major planets of the Alpha system were extremely hot. The surface temperatures could reach over 100 degrees, with the coldest areas being the poles, barely reaching 0 degrees, with virtually no sub-zero regions. The entire system was bathed in exceptionally strong ultraviolet radiation. The planetary skies would occasionally have clouds, but mostly were clear. The blue skies never saw rain, so the planet's surfaces lacked rivers or oceans. However, the planets did have underground water sources, rivers, lakes, all subterranean. The water composition was far more complex than the human-inhabited systems, containing many toxic substances unfit for human consumption. But the beast folk had the robust digestive systems to safely drink it. Although the Alpha system doesn't have rain, the planet's surfaces do have vegetation, hardy, drought-resistant plants, as well as various large and small animal species, primitive and uncivilized. The beast folk, on the other hand, were a new species bred by human scientists using a combination of human and animal genes, possessing both human intelligence and animal characteristics, a civilized race. Since the suns in the Alpha system never fully set, there is no distinction between day and night or seasons, no concept of days, months or years. As a result, the beast folk have no sense of time or age. While the beast folk's lifespan is not as long as humans, their reproductive capabilities are much stronger. Additionally, once they reach a certain stage of maturity, they stop changing, remaining the same until the end of their lives. As the Imperial expedition safely exited the shrouded stellar domain and approached the Alpha system, a massive warship distinctly different from the Stellar Empire's vessels blocked their path. Jun Xian introduced to Luo Shi, that warship likely belongs to Prince Qisan, the second prince of the Federation. He's stationed at the edge of the Alpha system. Luo Shi wondered about their purpose. Is he here to welcome us? Jun Xian nodded. Although the beast folk have established an independent federation, they were originally bred from humans, still carrying human genes. So the Empire and the Federation maintain friendly exchanges, with the Empire also providing technological support to them. Soon, the expedition continued on, with Qisan's warship leading the way. The Alpha system was not as large as the Palmyra system, with only 5 habitable planets. Only a small number of beast folk who preferred the high temperatures and aridity lived on the surface, while the majority resided in the underground cities within the planetary interiors. It took them just over a month to reach the Federation's capital, the Alpha Star. After the warships docked on the surface, the accompanying military contingent remained on board. The expedition representatives were led by Prince Qisan into a massive stone structure. Luo Shi examined it closely, confirming she wasn't mistaken. The building material was indeed stone. She was puzzled, thinking, in the interstellar age, they're still using stone for construction? Sensing her confusion, Jun Xian quietly explained to her, generally, stone constructions are more durable and have better preservation over time, as stone has high hardness, weathering resistance, and anti-corrosion properties. Hearing this, Luo Shi understood, recalling the ancient earthly structures that had stood for thousands of years, like the Egyptian pyramids, the Greek Parthenon, and India's Taj Mahal, all built with stone. Unexpectedly, a Federation official who overheard their conversation let out a hearty laugh, providing another explanation. While the reasons the Lord mentioned are secondary, the primary reason we use stone for our buildings is that we beast folk have animal genes in our blood. We can't escape our innate bestial nature. So we get into fights and cause trouble at the drop of a hat. It's just how it is. The Alpha system doesn't have much else, but we do have plenty of stone. So using stone for our buildings is the most economical option. Luo Shi nods approvingly. You all sound quite remarkable. After entering the massive structure, the group then boarded a gigantic elevator-like apparatus. With the combined members from the Empire and the Federation, they numbered close to 4,000, yet the elevator space was more than sufficient. The elevator plummeted downwards at breakneck speed, descending over 5,000 meters deep, as displayed on the elevator's screen. Before Luo Shi could even react, they had already arrived at their destination. When the elevator doors opened, Luo Shi was slightly surprised. The underground city was far more grand and prosperous than she had imagined. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like an entire subterranean world, as it was an expansive forest, within which the underground metropolis was built. According to Luo Shi's understanding, the lighting in the underground city was achieved by a fiber optic system that channeled natural surface light, along with bioluminescent organisms providing additional illumination. Looking around, amid the boundless forest, she saw stone and wooden houses scattered in an organized manner, as well as massive caverns. Upon closer inspection, she realized the buildings were segregated by regions, as the different beast folk species had varying living habits and environmental needs. Each tribal or community group would elect their own leaders, all ultimately overseen by the Federation government. After exiting the elevator, Luo Shi and the others boarded a flyer, soaring over the forest to arrive before a colossal stone building, its walls adorned with totemic carvings similar to the structure on the surface. The Federation's king, prime minister, and parliamentary members enthusiastically came out to welcome the expedition, with a live broadcast across the entire network. The 3 billion citizens of the Federation's 5 planets could watch the grand meeting unfold on the StarNet, even virtually participating. Luo Shi learned that the royal family's role in the Federation was more of a symbolic representation, with all affairs of state handled by the Prime Minister and Parliament. The king was clearly an anthropomorphic gorilla, possessing the gorilla's typical features: thick fur, prominent cheekbones, a broad nose, and a tall, muscular build. The Prime Minister, on the other hand, had long cat-like ears and a tail, always maintaining an elegant posture and graceful gait, exuding an air of leisurely nonchalance. Given Luo Shi's preconceptions, it was hard to imagine how this gorilla-representing figurehead and feline intellectual powerhouse duo could collaborate effectively. To Luo Shi's surprise, the Federation's welcome for them was with regular nutrient solution, the same kind the Empire had previously used, before the universal adoption of the omnipotent nutrient solution. Later, Luo Shi learned that the Federation had previously sought to purchase the omnipotent nutrient solution from the Empire, but had been refused by Emperor Shen Yuanchang on the grounds of limited supply and prioritizing domestic needs. Since the Federation had graciously welcomed them, Luo Shi and the other expedition members politely had a symbolic sip of the nutrient solution. Today's meeting was just a simple welcoming banquet, without delving into much substantive discussion. After the banquet concluded, the expedition team returned to their own warships. During their stay on the Alpha Star, they would continue living on their ships, with the dual protection of the vessels and their environmental suits, unaffected by the brief high-temperature environment. Unexpectedly, just as Luo Shi and Jun Shan were about to exit the grand building, Prince Kisan intercepted them. Jun Shan politely inquired, "Second Prince, do you have something for us?" Kisan, standing over 2.5 meters tall with a muscular, towering frame covered in dense reddish-brown fur, bore a strong resemblance to the king, clearly a father-son duo. Luo Shi's first thought upon seeing him was, with all that thick fur, he'd overheat and collapse within 3 minutes on the surface. Ignoring Luo Shi's discreet scrutiny, Kisan eyed Jun Shan up and down with great interest, his booming yet slightly raspy voice asking, "So you're Jun Shan, the Empire's mightiest warrior?" Jun Shan humbly responded, "I am Jun Shan, but I wouldn't say I'm the mightiest. Our 4th prince's comprehensive strength exceeds mine." Kisan snorted dismissively, "I don't care for strength gained through external means. You, with your own innate power, are the one I recognize." Jun Shan politely acknowledged, "I'm honored by your high regard." Kisan stared at him intently, slowly continuing, "I greatly look forward to sparring with you. I hope you won't disappoint me." Without waiting for a response, he then turned and left. Luo Shi was suddenly overcome by an ominous premonition. Perhaps watching Luo Weihan and Patrick's intimate moments too often had influenced her. She felt there was something peculiar about the way the second prince looked at Jun Shan. Grasping Jun Shan's hand, she quietly asked, "What was that about? Just wanting to fight you?" Jun Shan, sensing the unusual tone in his wife's question, shook his head. "I don't know. This was our first time meeting." Luo Shi didn't say anything further, deciding to observe the situation more closely. Since the subsequent meetings between the two sides didn't require Luo Shi's presence, she had the opportunity to relax and explore the city with her aunt Zhanglanshan. Zhong Yingjie also wanted to join them, but he had to accompany Jun Shan and follow the 4th prince to the meetings, so he reluctantly had to postpone their outing to another day. Luo Shi and Zhanglanshan chose to glide around on hoverboards, experiencing the beast folk's daily life up close. Their vastly different appearances and attire from the beast folk quickly drew quite a stir among the crowd. A petite woman approached them, flashing a bright smile as she greeted them, honored guests from afar. Would you like me to give you a tour? Luo Shi and Zhang Linshan stopped to examine her. Her fair skin and light attire gave no obvious indication of her beast folk species. Sensing no malice from her, but rather genuine goodwill, Luo Shi smiled back and responded, "Hello, what's your name?" "I'm Natasha, of the raccoon folk." "And you are?" she introduced herself. "Luo Shi." "Oh, she doesn't look anything like a bear." "I'm Luo Shi, and this is my aunt, Lady Zhang Linshan." "Then I'll call you Shi and Auntie, alright?" Natasha said cheerfully. Luo Shi, wow, she's so friendly. "Sure." "Natasha, where were you planning to take us?" "You're currently in the Raccoon Folks District. We're having an event right now. Would you like to join?" Luo Shi nodded understandingly, so she's a petite raccoon folk. No wonder she didn't have the imposing bear-like features. Seeing Luo Shi's nod, Natasha waved them to follow as she led the way. Luo Shi and Zhang Linshan exchanged a glance, deciding to just go along, since they didn't have any specific destination in mind. The raccoon folk mostly lived in treetop houses, building all sorts of uniquely shaped wooden dwellings among the tall trees' branching structures. It didn't take long before they had entered deeper into the raccoon folks district. Luo Shi noticed the entire community was decorated in vibrant colors, with flowers and ribbons adorning every corner, an unmistakable festive atmosphere. As they progressed, curious round heads began popping out from the roadsides, bushes, trees, and treetop houses, observing the newcomers. The raccoon folk wore colorful holiday attire, their heads adorned with flower crowns and jingling accessories, blending seamlessly with the lively surroundings. The raccoon folk had human-like physiques, but still retained their raccoon ears and tails, with the distinctive black mask around their eyes being the most prominent feature. On average, they were much shorter than Luo Shi, but incredibly agile and nimble, easily climbing the tree branches without even making them sway. Luo Shi glanced around at the raccoon folks' black eye markings, then back at Natasha's fair, luminous complexion, slightly puzzled by the difference. However, she decided not to ask, as it's best not to pry into matters others don't voluntarily discuss. Natasha led them to a spacious little square, bustling with people energetically dancing and singing. Luo Shi thought, the event certainly seems quite lively. "I like it." She curiously asked, "Natasha, what is this event?" Natasha replied in a cheerful tone, "It's a farewell celebration for old Woody." Luo Shi was thoroughly perplexed. Her aunt Zhang Linshan bluntly asked, "Who is old Woody? Where is he going?" Old Woody was the oldest raccoon, who had witnessed 6 generations of young cubs grow up. "He passed away yesterday, and the tribe is holding this farewell celebration for him," Natasha explained patiently. Aunt Zhang Linshan exclaimed in surprise, "A farewell celebration for the deceased? Are they hoping for his death?" Natasha did not reprimand her aunt's tactless remark, instead explaining calmly, "The raccoon folk believe that death is not an end, but the start of a new journey. They believe the departed soul will continue traveling in another beautiful world, still accompanying their loved ones and tribe. So when a tribe member passes, the community holds a unique farewell celebration, expressing their fond remembrance and blessings for the departed through joy and warmth. This celebration is called the Spirit Light Festival. In fact, many of our tribes have similar traditions." Luo Shi gave an approving nod, deeply impressed by their serene, accepting attitude towards death. Her aunt contemplated, "I see. Do we need to prepare any gifts? Are there any taboos to observe during this celebration?" Natasha shook her head, "No need. The tribespeople have already prepared abundant food, delicious treats, fine wines and desserts. You just need to enjoy the feast." Aunt Zhang Linshan asked tentatively, "Really? We don't have to do anything?" "As honored guests from afar, you only need to offer your blessings to old Woody," Natasha assured them. Luo Shi and her aunt exchanged a glance, and Luo Shi immediately understood her aunt's intent. She took out a small spatial bead and handed it to Natasha. "Offering blessings to old Woody is certainly important. This contains some fruits and vegetables I grew myself. Consider it a gift from us to everyone." Seeing the women's resolute attitude, Natasha had no choice but to accept the spatial bead. "Thank you, I'll make sure to pass your gift along to the tribe." As they joined the crowd, The raccoon folk greeted them with friendly gazes and warm smiles, expressing gratitude for their gift and inviting them to partake in the food they had prepared. Luo Shi giggled, hee hee, I didn't expect there to be actual food and desserts here. I thought the beast folk just drank nutrient solutions. Eagerly following Natasha, Luo Shi made her way to the refreshment area. Wow! The self-serve food area had an array of small sweets, various fruit wines, and some other unfamiliar delicacies. Following Natasha's guidance, Luo Shi picked up a wooden tray and selected a few treats she recognized, along with a glass of lemon wine to cleanse her palate. As Luo Shi savored the vaguely familiar aromas, she suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness. She didn't dare dwell on it, solemnly beginning to taste the desserts. It was the familiar flavor of Earth-style sweets. Although not as authentic, it was a rare delight for her. Luo Shi curiously asked Natasha, who made these desserts? Natasha beamed widely, her vibrant voice declaring, aren't they delicious? Luo Shi nodded emphatically, they're very good. Seeing Natasha's proud expression, she tentatively asked, did you make them? Natasha didn't hold back, grinning as she replied, I made them with the help of our tribe members. My desserts are quite popular. Intrigued, Luo Shi probed further, how do you know how to make sweets? Leaning closer to Luo Shi, Natasha confided in a somber tone, you might not believe this, but I learned it in my dreams. Luo Shi's eyes widened as she repeated, in your dreams? Natasha's voice grew wistful as she recounted, the truth is, I'm actually from the White Bear tribe. When I was born, I first had no breath, then mysteriously revived, and I looked different from the rest of my tribe. Later, I started having strange dreams and saying peculiar things. My tribespeople thought I was inauspicious, so they expelled my mother and I. The kind raccoon tribe took us in. Luo Shi's mind raced with a bold conjecture. Could it be? What was the world like in your dreams? Luo Shi asked. Seeing Luo Shi's interest, Natasha led her to the rest area, sitting down and chatting as they ate. Most of them were dreams from my childhood. I don't remember the details of the dream world very clearly, but it seemed similar to the information era that human historical records describe. Luo Shi listened quietly, occasionally nodding in response. She had learned a bit about the historical progress of other species on the StarNet, so it was understandable that the beast folk would study human records. In my dreams, I learned to make desserts, brew wine, and a few other things by following the instructions from a palm-sized metal box. I think that was what humans call a mobile phone. Honestly, I don't remember the details very well, and I've just been experimenting based on my vague impressions to figure out the dessert recipes. But surprisingly, they turned out delicious and very popular with the tribe. The chief even designated them as special festival foods. Watching Natasha's beaming smile, Luo Shi pondered her situation. Was she a reincarnation with retained memories? Or a soul that had crossed over with fragmented recollections? Perhaps she had experienced some accident at birth, with her consciousness briefly leaving and then returning? Unknowable, but at least her current life seemed pleasant enough. Luo Shi felt a kinship with her as a fellow wanderer, but she had no intention of sharing her own story. If she were to tell anyone, it would be Jun Xian first. The farewell celebration typically lasted for a long time, and after Luo Shi and her aunt had sincerely offered their blessings to Old Woody, they bid farewell to Natasha. Natasha reluctantly said, we've already connected on the brain network. Feel free to contact me anytime during your stay on the Alpha Star. I can take you to other fun places. Okay. After leaving the Raccoon Folks district, they didn't continue exploring and simply returned to the warship the way they came. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got back, Zhong Yingjie informed them of a bombshell news. At the end of the meeting, the Federation's second prince had publicly issued a challenge to Jun Xian, inviting him to a duel in the interstellar arena after the next session, and Jun Xian had readily accepted. Luo Shi asked anxiously, where's Ngo? The eldest prince is with the fourth prince, discussing the mission objectives for this visit to the Federation. Since Jun Xian was occupied with official matters, Luo Shi didn't immediately contact him, instead returning to their quarters to wait. Just as Luo Shi was aimlessly surfing the StarNet, a familiar lazy voice suddenly came through the brain network. Surprised? Unexpected? Luo Shi rolled her eyes exasperately. Lon Xin, can you not just pop up without any warning every time? When have I ever not given you a heads up? The AI retorted. Well, alright. In any case, how are you here in the Alpha system? The Alpha Star system has a StarNet as well, and the beastfolk have human genes, so they are within my scope of observation, the AI Lon Xian responded. You can freely traverse between the two star systems? Luo Shi asked. Who do you think I am? I don't need to go back and forth. I can access both simultaneously, Lon Xian boasted. Well, that's impressive. How are my little ones doing? They've grown quite a bit and made a lot of progress, Lon Xian replied. That's a relief. So why did you appear this time? Luo Shi inquired. That young female of the bear folk you met today, her situation is rather special. You should keep an eye on her. What's so special about her? She's similar to you, but also different. She doesn't have your powerful consciousness or any special abilities, and she's delicate and frail. After returning from Earth, she's even forgotten her memories there. Luo Shi thought, so my guess was right. So what do you want me to do? She asked. Pluck a leaf from the tree of life and give it to her, along with a bucket of ability water. The tree of life's leaves? What's special about them? Luo Shi didn't know the leaves had any particular properties. It can activate her life force and let her live a long life, Lon Xian explained. Just longevity? That's worth you personally intervening? I don't believe that, Luo Shi pressed. Young lady, you're getting quite arrogant, Lon Xian scolded. But now you're the one asking a favor of me, so I have the right to be a bit demanding, Luo Shi retorted. Just wait, the day will come when you'll be the one seeking me out, Lon Xian threatened. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Luo Shi exclaimed. Enough, just remember to give her the items, Lon Xian redirected. You still haven't said what's so special about the tree of life's leaves, Luo Shi pressed. Truly, it just lets her live healthily for around 1,000 years or so, Lon Xian revealed. Luo Shi sharply inhaled. Her mind began racing with possibilities. But the leaves can't be eaten carelessly. Balance is crucial for the body, you know? You and those around you don't need them. Of course, if you insist on being reckless, I won't stop you, Lon Xian warned sternly. Hearing the AI's serious tone, Luo Shi understood the gravity of the situation, abandoning any thoughts of giving the leaves to her loved ones. I got it, I'll remember. How big is this bucket of ability water? She asked. Just the size of your bathtub will do, Lon Xian replied. Luo Shi thought, the ability water suddenly has an intriguing flavor. Lon Xian, why? She began. Why this? Why that? I've told you before, don't ask about things you shouldn't, the AI interrupted. If you won't tell me anything, are you just using me as a tool? Luo Shi accused. Didn't you already know that? Lon Xian retorted. I shouldn't have pride. I'm just humiliating myself, Luo Shi sighed. Good that you understand. I'm off, Lon Xian said, then vanished. Luo Shi thought, you only show up when there's something, then leave right after. Treating me like a tool, you really are a scheming old thing. Don't think I can't hear you cursing me in your mind. Lon Xian suddenly fired back, before disappearing again. When Jun Shan returned, Luo Shi had already fallen asleep. Jun Shan finished washing up and lay down on the bed, gazing tenderly at his wife's peaceful profile. He felt an immense sense of contentment, leaning down to place a kiss on her face. Luo Shi had been woken up by the sound of Jun Shan returning. Peeking open her eyes, she murmured, "You're back. I heard from your brother that Prince Kisan challenged you to a duel, and you accepted." Jun Shan wrapped her in his arms, deeply inhaling her familiar scent. Feeling a deep tranquility, he slowly replied, "In that highly public situation, I couldn't very well refuse without seeming afraid of him." Luo Shi's skin tingled from his warm breath, invigorating her. She chided playfully, "Ah, that tickles. You've woken me up." Jun Shan spoke in a mischievous tone, "Since you're already awake, we needn't sleep. With our current spiritual and physical capabilities, we could go for 10 days or half a month without rest." Luo Shi adjusted into a comfortable position, lazily responding, "I'll just sleep when it's time. I've gotten used to the schedule. And with the long nights, what's the point of staying awake? That would just be boring." Leaning close to her ear, Jun Shan's deep, magnetic voice carried a seductive lilt. "The long nights offer so many possibilities for activities, such as..." And so began a deep, intimate exchange between the two. The next day, Jun Shan was cheerful and refreshed as he accompanied the fourth prince to the continuing negotiations. After running through her abilities numerous times, Luo Shi grumbled inwardly as she got up to find her aunt. When Luo Shi and Zhang Linshan located Natasha again, Luo Shi did not immediately hand over the Tree of Life leaf and ability water. Instead, she requested that Natasha lead them on further exploration of the Heart City. Natasha took them to the living areas of two other beast folk species, the cat tribe and the aquatic folk. Thanks to the president's goodwill, the cat tribe had a high status in the Federation, occupying a large, independent garden community. Colorful stone houses were casually scattered throughout. Nearby was a massive amusement park, much larger than any Luo Shi had seen on Earth. It catered not just to the cat tribe, but to all the Federation's citizens. Since the Alpha Star system had no day and night cycle, the amusement park was open 24/7, with many beast folk constantly enjoying the attractions. Natasha invited Luo Shi and her aunt to play as well, but Luo Shi politely declined. She had just recently finished an intense bout of recreation and didn't feel like seeking more thrills at the moment. Zhang Linshan also declined, as although she was still young, she had lost much interest in such stimulating entertainment. Natasha then led them to their next destination, the aquatic folks domain. The aquatic folk actually didn't live in the water, they just loved water and shade, so they resided near the largest lake in the Heart City. Natasha gestured towards the boundless, shimmering emerald lake in the distance. That's Cerulean Lake over there. Luo Shi casually probed with her spiritual sense, but couldn't detect the lake's boundaries. It seemed to cover at least half the area of the Heart City. The Cerulean Lake was not illuminated by sunlight, but by the bioluminescent lifeforms in the water, casting an enchanting emerald glow that imbued the area with a mystical, fantastical atmosphere. Luo Shi noticed several aquatic folk, covered in scales, either lying on the lakeside rocks or floating on the surface. She curiously asked Natasha, "What are they doing?" While the aquatic folk don't live in the water, their scales need to be soaked regularly. Those floating on the lake are hydrating and moisturizing their scales, and the ones resting on the rocks are meditating. Aquatic folk with high spiritual powers can commune with the water spirits through meditation. Water spirits? Luo Shi had never heard of this before, and glanced at her aunt Zhang Linshan, who also shook her head in unfamiliarity. Natasha nodded. The water spirits are something the aquatic folk have recently come to sense, but I don't understand the specifics myself. She shrugged helplessly. Standing by the shore, Luo Shi closed her eyes and expanded her vast spiritual domain, trying to perceive these so-called water spirits. After about 10 breaths, she felt like she had sensed a unique energy presence, radiating a gentle luminescence. The moment she detected it, she experienced a sense of familiarity and profound comfort. Luo Shi tentatively reached out her spiritual tendrils to touch it, but the energy entity immediately wrapped around her spiritual appendages. Instinctively, Luo Shi retracted her spiritual touch, only for the energy to then flow along her spiritual tendrils into her own spiritual domain. Luo Shi's eyes flew open in alarm. Seeing her niece's fearful expression, Zhang Linshan asked worriedly, "Shi, what's wrong?" Carefully examining her spiritual domain, Luo Shi found that the energy entity had vanished, but her spiritual domain was rapidly expanding. At the same time, she was experiencing a sensation of unparalleled bliss. It was a feeling of supreme joy, fulfillment, ease, inner tranquility and beauty that defied description, akin to basking in heavenly paradise. However, just as Luo Shi savored this wondrous experience, the aquatic lifeforms and aquatic folk in the Cerulean Lake began to grow restless. Luo Shi inwardly cursed, "Oh no!" Although unintentional, that energy entity was most likely the water spirit they spoke of, and she had now absorbed it into her own spiritual domain. She didn't know how to separate it and return it to them. What was she to do? A lazy voice spoke within her spiritual domain, "Give the Heart City a downpour of abilities, especially in the areas with rivers and lakes." Luo Shi thought, "Damn it, how are you in my spiritual domain, you old schemer?" But she followed the suggestion, first using her powerful spiritual abilities to hypnotize the nearby Natasha and her aunt, so they wouldn't remember her actions. In the interstellar age, if one's spiritual powers vastly surpassed another's, hypnotizing them was effortless. However, this method was rarely used, mainly for interrogating criminals. Luo Shi then spread her palms upwards, activating her abilities. She was astounded to find her powers had increased significantly again. She could scarcely imagine the scale of destruction if she exerted her full might. But perhaps it didn't have to be destructive, it could bring life and vitality to a planet. Just as she was about to do, Luo Shi used her spiritual powers to pour a torrential downpour of ability-infused water into the sky. A rain saturated with vibrant life energy began descending from above the cerulean lake, rapidly spreading outwards to envelop the entire Heart City. All the beast folk emerged from their dwellings, gazing up at the falling rain and excitedly conversing. Is this the legendary rain? It's raining? The Heart City has never had rain before. How is it raining now? Not just the Heart City, our whole Alpha Star system has never had rain. Someone on the cerulean lake shore shouted, "It's the water spirits. It must be the water spirits." The water spirits suddenly disappeared just now, and now it's raining. The water spirits must have become the rain. No wonder, I feel so energized when this rain touches me. Me too, I think my spiritual powers have increased. Wow, I can jump higher than before. My strength has grown. I can see. My vision has been restored. But your blindness was due to genetic damage? This rain must have restorative effects on genes. Everyone, come out and get drenched. I'll go get my brother. He broke his leg yesterday, maybe the magical rain can heal him. My father is at death's door. I wonder if the wondrous rain can give him more time. I'll go call him. Bring a bucket when you come out. Yes, quickly find something to collect and store it. In the Federation Council chamber, the commotion outside drew everyone's attention. As soon as Jun Shan stepped out, he sensed the special properties of the rain. It was identical to the ability water Luo Shi had. Could it be? He quickly opened his brain network, about to contact her. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his spiritual domain. Don't disturb her, she's doing something very important. Jun Shan looked around the crowd but saw no one out of the ordinary. He tried to communicate through his consciousness. Who are you? Lon Xin. Jun Shan was stunned. The mainframe? It's me, Lon Xin confirmed. Where is my wife? Jun Shan asked urgently. If you don't want others to notice anything unusual, don't go looking for her, don't disturb her, and don't ask why. That's all I'll say. With that, Lon Xin disappeared. Jun Shan desperately tried to call out to Lon Xin in his mind, but received no response. He was deeply worried about Luo Shi's situation, but dared not seek her out, since the mainframe had specifically warned him not to interfere. While everyone else was carefully savoring the wondrous rain, Jun Shan kept anxiously glancing at his brain network or scanning the crowd, hoping to get news of Luo Shi as soon as possible. He silently resolved that this time, he would pin his wife down and give her a good spanking. She was always getting into situations that worried him so. The rain lasted for a very long time. Afterwards, the entire underground city was suffused with vibrant life force. Every living being had been nourished, and damaged or defective genes were repaired to varying degrees. Though the ability water's potency was diluted by mixing into the rivers and lakes, it could now provide a continuous supply to the Heart City. Ever since Luo Shi's ability water had transcended all rankings, she rarely depleted it. This time, even after exhausting it, she felt not discomfort, but a liberating, cathartic sensation. She lifted the hypnosis on her aunt and Natasha. The two blinked, puzzled, a sense of having forgotten something. Luo Shi smiled. Just now, there was a wondrous downpour. The rain had restorative effects on genes. We all got drenched, remember? Aunt Zhanglinchan and Natasha recalled, nodding as they looked at their wet clothes and hair. Yes, they had definitely been caught in the rain. In truth, Luo Shi had subtly inserted a telepathic suggestion. Whenever they thought back to the recent events, they would recall the scene she had described. Luo Shi then produced two small spatial beads, handing one to each. This is the rainwater you asked me to collect. Go ahead and store it. Drink it when you're alone later. The two gratefully accepted the beads, sensing the water's amazing properties. With this stored rain, their abilities would surely improve. Luo Shi also reminded Natasha, earlier, I said I had a leaf from a tree I grew that's edible. I put it in a spatial bead for you. Make sure to eat it when you get back. Natasha vaguely remembered, and solemnly nodded. Thank you, Shi. I'll eat it as soon as I return. Seeing the suggestions had taken effect, Luo Shi withdrew her spiritual influence. Turning to her aunt, she said, We've been out for a long time, let's head back. Okay. The negotiation session had ended due to the rain. Everyone was eager to experience the wondrous effects it had brought. Even after witnessing the unprecedented, miraculous downpour, Prince Kisan had not forgotten his scheduled duel with Jun Xian. Prince Kisan stepped forward, barring the eager Jun Xian's path, his defiant gaze fixed on him. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Luo Shi arrived just in time to witness the tense exchange. She felt her senses may be disordered from depleting her abilities, because she detected a faint hint of intimacy in the charged atmosphere between the two. From her perspective, Prince Kisan towered nearly a head taller than Jun Xian, his muscular build making Jun Xian appear delicate in comparison. Kisan extended a burly arm, blocking Jun Xian's chest, staring down at him unblinkingly with a faint, mischievous smirk on his lips. Luo Shi couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Jun Xian caught sight of his hurrying wife out of the corner of his eye, instantly calming the worry in his heart. But seeing her amused, curious expression, his face darkened. This was usually the look she had when observing the interactions between Patrick and Luoyan. So, in Luo Shi's words, she was now shipping him and Prince Kisan? Well, looks like the spanking can't be avoided now. No begging would help. Jun Xian averted his gaze from Luo Shi, focusing on Kisan with an impassive expression. Of course not. Let's go. He was currently bottling up a lot of pent-up frustration, and this would be the perfect outlet. Luo Shi suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Seeing Jun Xian's cold, gloomy demeanor, she suspected Prince Kisan was in for some trouble. But strangely, why did she herself feel a sense of foreboding? The people had just experienced the thrilling, wondrous rain, and now heard that their second prince was going to duel the Empire's young Marshal Jun Xian in the gladiatorial arena. Everyone was filled with excited cheers, quickly opening their brain networks to enter the virtual star network space. The Federation's gladiatorial arena was located deep underground in the core of the Alpha home planet. It was a massive subterranean cavern, its walls adorned with mysterious runes and grand murals. The arena's lighting effects created a scene of starry skies and twinkling constellations, making the entire space feel like one was in the depths of the boundless universe. Those who dueled in the arena were usually of supreme abilities, their clashes unleashing tremendous destructive power. Thus, the cavern was surrounded by a protective energy shield, faintly glowing blue. There were no spectator stands inside the arena itself, but all citizens could participate through the star network, their cheers, roars and chants directly reflecting in the real venue, further stirring the battling combatants' fighting spirit. Only the duelists were allowed to enter the arena. No others could accompany them. Luo Shi, like her aunt, cousin and the others, sat on the ground in front of the council hall, watching the duel through the star network. When the figures of Jun Xian and Prince Kisan appeared in the arena, the atmosphere instantly became tense and electrifying. The entire network audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating an extraordinary showdown. Jun Xian stood on one side, ramrod straight with an unwavering gaze. He closed his eyes briefly, regulating his breathing to enter a battle-ready state. Powerful spiritual energy surged within him, allowing him to sense every movement around him. Kisan faced him from the opposite side, knees bent slightly, muscles bulging as he readied himself for combat. He let out a low, rumbling roar, exuding the ferocity and might of his beast folk heritage. Jun Xian acted first, swiftly charging forward and extending his palm, attempting to control Kisan using spiritual power. However, Kisan's exceptional physical abilities allowed him to nimbly evade Jun Xian's attack, and he quickly counterattacked. His massive fist came smashing down towards Jun Xian. Jun Xian did not dare let his guard down. He rapidly retreated using his spiritual powers, avoiding Kisan's heavy blows. He observed carefully, seeking an opening in Kisan's defenses. Kisan refused to be outmatched, pursuing and relentlessly launching a barrage of attacks. His speed was astounding, fists raining down like a violent storm upon Jun Xian. Jun Xian used his spiritual senses to predict Kisan's movements, nimbly evading each strike. Eventually, he discerned Kisan's attack pattern and began to gradually gain the upper hand. Disrupting Kisan's thought processes with his spiritual powers, Jun Xian made Kisan's attacks increasingly disorganized. Then he swiftly counterattacked, unleashing precise, devastating blows. Yet Kisan refused to fall, still brimming with fighting spirit. He let out an earth-shaking roar, unlocking even greater combat potential. His muscles bulged, his strength surpassing his previous limits. The audience watching through the virtual space could tangibly feel the immense pressure emanating from Kisan. Luo Shi's heart raced as she watched, having never seen Jun Xian in battle before. She was amazed by his captivating prowess, feeling her love for him deepen. Suppressing her urge to cheer and squeal, Luo Shi thought she had fallen for him even more. The duel had entered its climactic stage. The two were evenly matched, both displaying astonishing abilities in fighting techniques. Jun Xian used his spiritual powers to command the overall situation, while Kisan relied on his superhuman physique and savage strength to launch merciless attacks. The intense battle ignited the fervent passion of the beast folk. Their battle-fueled instincts were stirred, and they continuously roared Second Prince, their thunderous voices echoing through the arena, as if threatening to shake the very cavern. The delegation members, led by Zongingjie, also enthusiastically cheered for Marshal Jun, but their voices were utterly drowned out by the beast folk's feverish cries. The audience's ardent energy had set the entire subterranean space ablaze with an atmosphere of jubilation and excitement. The air practically crackled with an electrifying current. The battle dragged on, the spectators whipped into a frenzy. In the end, Jun Xian and Kisan reached a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. This was not a fight to the death, so they concluded the match in a draw. Jun Xian regarded Kisan with impressed admiration. He had long heard of the Federation's powerful Second Prince, and their clash had been thrillingly intense. Kisan also felt the battle had been most satisfying and enjoyable. As they shook hands to conclude the fight, Kisan gave Jun Xian a meaningful look. Jun Xian's heart sank, a sense of unease washing over him. Kisan's gaze was rather peculiar. Could Luo Shi's crow's mouth prediction actually come true? He quickly withdrew his hand, bidding Kisan farewell and leaving the arena. Kisan watched Jun Xian's retreating back, gently caressing the fingertips that had just touched Jun Xian's hand. As soon as Jun Xian entered the underground city, Luo Shi pounced on him, wrapping her arms and legs around him. Jun Xian instinctively supported her, their movements smooth and in perfect sync. It was clear they were quite accustomed to this. Luo Shi gushed excitedly, "Xian, you are amazing, so captivating. I'm utterly enthralled. I want to take you home and hide you away so no one else can see you." Jun Xian smiled, relishing her adoring gaze. "All right then, go ahead and hide me away at home." Zongingjie beside them chuckled teasingly. "Can you two lovebirds at least wait until you're alone?" Luo Shi defiantly tilted her chin up at Zongingjie. "You eternal bachelor, you're just envious and bitter that everyone around you is all lovey-dovey while you're alone. Admit it, you're jealous." Zongingjie rolled his eyes at her. Then he reported to Jun Xian, "My mother and the fourth prince have already returned. With the rain and watching your and Prince Kisan's battle, they have a lot to ponder and digest." Jun Xian asked, "Have you set the next negotiation meeting with the Federation?" Zongingjie shook his head. "The Federation people are just as crazed as ours. They also have no concept of time, acting quite casually. We'll have to wait for the fourth prince to arrange a time with them before notifying you." Jun Xian nodded, then carried Luo Shi back to the military vessel. Upon returning to their quarters, Jun Xian directly took Luo Shi to the bathing room. After getting drenched in the rain and then fighting, they both felt sticky and uncomfortable. After thoroughly washing up, the exhausted pair collapsed onto the bed. Jun Xian conversed with Luo Shi in a casual tone. "Was that rain in the underground city you're doing?" "Yes." Luo Shi saw no need to hide it. "Why did you do that?" "I accidentally absorbed an energy entity near Cerulean Lake. I suspect it was the water spirits the beast folk speak of. When the water spirits disappeared, the lake's life forms became restless. Lan Xin told me to bring a rain of abilities, so I did." "Energy entity? Water spirits?" Jun Xian was puzzled, having never heard of such things. "Yes, Natasha said the fish folk have recently come to sense the water spirits, with whom they can communicate. The specifics are unclear to her and me. But when my spiritual powers approached that energy, I felt a strong sense of familiarity and comfort. It was the entity itself that followed my spiritual tendrils into my spiritual domain. I didn't actively absorb it." "What did the mainframe say?" Jun Xian recalled the entity that had randomly entered his own mind as well. "It didn't say anything, just warned me not to ask, Luo Shi replied. Shifting the topic, Jun Shan asked, with the heavy, extensive rain, did it affect you in any way? No, I actually felt quite refreshed after merging with the energy entity. Even so, try to rest in the room as much as possible going forward, Jun Shan advised. Okay. As they chatted, Luo Shi gradually grew drowsy, eventually drifting off to sleep. Sleep was the most effective way to recover spiritual and physical strength. Jun Shan adjusted their position comfortably, then entered a dormant state, embracing his slumbering wife. The entire population of the home planet had fallen into a meditative, reflective state due to both the miraculous rain and witnessing the powerful duel. Upon learning of the events, beast folk from other planets also began flocking to the home world, eager to experience the wondrous after effects of the rain. In the space of the Tree of Life, a cold voice rang out, "She has actually captured a newly born water spirit." A lazy voice replied, "She has awakened the life water, and we have lent her our energy." Naturally, it would attract a kindred spiritual entity. This was destined to happen, was it not? The cold voice murmured, "Destined?" The lazy voice replied nonchalantly, "Do you still wish to change fate? The predetermined result will progress towards its set course, no matter how the process unfolds. This is one of the fundamental laws of the universe. Don't always try to defy the natural order and universal principles, that is very dangerous." After a long pause, the lazy voice sighed, "To change one's fate in the future, one would need to transcend the universe, to rise above it. But what lies beyond the universe? We have undergone billions of years of evolution since our birth, yet we have only glimpsed a fraction of the universe's expanse and mysteries. You, with your stubborn insistence on the truth, have brought yourself to the brink of annihilation time and again. Now look at the state you're in, TSK. The cold voice simply retorted, "But your own birthplace has been destroyed. Are you really any better off? I'm doing just fine now. The humans I nurtured are about to enter the next dimension. I've evolved ahead of you. The humans you nurtured have already gone extinct. Oh no, there's still one left. Hee. I don't feel like dealing with you." The cold voice disappeared. Tisk, no fun at all, this one. After returning home, Natasha took out the spatial bead Luo Shi had given her. Inside, she found not only a collection of sweet, delicious fruits and vegetables, and a bucket of the miraculous rainwater, but also a leaf glowing with a faint green light. Curious, she picked up the leaf, and suddenly felt a warm current flow from it, spreading through her entire body. She suspected this was the edible leaf Luo Shi had mentioned. Natasha remembered Luo Shi telling her to consume the leaf when alone. Glancing around, she saw no one. She guessed everyone was at home contemplating and reflecting, not wandering about. Carefully, she placed the leaf in her mouth, prepared to savor it bite by bite. However, to her amazement, the leaf dissolved in her saliva before she could even bite down, becoming a warm liquid that slid down her throat into her stomach. Natasha was both stunned and intrigued. She patted her mouth, savoring the flavor. A faint, refreshing fragrance emanated from it. Just as Natasha was savoring the wonderful flavor of the leaf, a sudden, searing pain erupted from her navel, quickly spreading through her entire body. It felt as if her bones were being shattered and her flesh torn apart. Natasha collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the agonizing torment and losing consciousness. Her awareness seemed to drift away from her physical form, floating into the dream world she had visited in her childhood. There, she was a human, living out a full life, from birth to old age, from ignorance to mastering various skills, marriage and childbirth, a complete life cycle. When she finally awakened from the dream, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. Slowly rising to a kneeling position, Natasha pondered the vivid dream, murmuring to herself, "Was that my previous life?" She clenched her fist, amazed to feel an unprecedented level of vitality and a mysterious energy surging within her. How could her once frail body have become so robust? What had caused this wondrous transformation? Clutching her forehead, her mind in turmoil, Natasha felt she had forgotten something important, but what was it? Why couldn't she recall? Then she remembered Luo Shi had given her a spatial bead, containing the miraculous rainwater and, what else? Retrieving the spatial bead, Natasha examined its contents, fruits and vegetables. Ah yes, Luo Shi had mentioned they were her own cultivations. Was her dramatic change somehow linked to these produce? She picked up a fruit and tasted it, finding the flavor exquisite, but nothing seemingly extraordinary. Ultimately, Natasha could only attribute her physical metamorphosis to the effects of the wondrous rain. Repacking the fruits, vegetables and ability water, she rose to freshen up and change, eager to fully experience the joys of her rejuvenated health. She would also need to carefully examine the new memories that had surfaced in her mind. In the following days, Luo Shi remained on the military vessel, immersed in virtual network activities. Thus, she failed to notice that Jun Xian had become ensnared by Prince Kisan. Ever since that day when Kisan's gaze had unsettled him, Jun Xian had avoided the prince whenever possible. However, as important figures of the Empire and Federation, they inevitably had to attend the same negotiation meetings. There were times when Jun Xian could not evade Kisan. Kisan had tried several times to get Jun Xian to duel him again, but each time Jun Xian refused. Today, after the meeting ended, Jun Xian spotted Kisan moving through the crowd towards him. Quickly lowering his head and pretending not to see, Jun Xian hastened his steps to leave. Jun Xian was deeply vexed. When will this man stop? He muttered to himself. Picking up his pace, Kisan caught up to Jun Xian at the garden path outside the council hall. Jun Xian asked in an unwelcoming tone, "Second Prince, I've already made it clear that I will not duel you again. Why do you keep intercepting me?" Kisan, already accustomed to Jun Xian's cold demeanor towards him, folded his arms and smiled mischievously, as if looking at a ruffled pet. He spoke in a leisurely manner. "Xian, there's something important I need to tell you. Come with me." Unmoved, Jun Xian replied, "Just say it here." Kisan didn't insist. Retrieving a lush, vibrant bouquet from his spatial bead, he presented it to Jun Xian, speaking earnestly, "Xian, from the moment I first saw you, I was captivated. Ever since our exhilarating fight in the arena, my affection for you has only grown. I can't help but long to be near you, to be close to you." As Kisan produced the flowers, Jun Xian was left petrified, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He never imagined Kisan harbored such inappropriate feelings for him. Oblivious to Jun Xian's rapidly paling complexion, Kisan continued in self-satisfied tones, "Xian, we beast folk are always direct and honest in matters of the heart. I had to confess my feelings to you, to let you know where I stand." Jun Xian raised a hand to cut him off, speaking sternly, "Second Prince, I agreed to duel you in the spirit of friendly relations between our two systems, but you've continued to disturb me, and now you've caused me great distress. I have a spouse whom I love dearly, and I do not harbor feelings for men. I must ask you to respect this." Bypassing Kisan, Jun Xian swiftly departed the scene. Bouquet in hand, Kisan stood there, taking a deep breath before shrugging resignedly. Returning the flowers to his spatial bead, he too left, acting as if nothing had happened. It just so happened that the meeting had just concluded, and many people were exiting the council hall. Some onlookers had witnessed the entire spectacle of this century-shaking confession, and promptly uploaded the scene to the Federation's entertainment news, sparking a wave of discussion across the virtual network. In the Beast Folk Society, same-gender relationships were not seen as taboo. The key factor here was the identity of the individuals involved. One was Prince Kisan, widely revered among the Federation populace. The other was Marshal Jun Xian, who had come from the Empire. Their epic duel in the recent past had been the hottest topic of discussion across the virtual network. Once this news was uploaded, it immediately eclipsed all other discussions, becoming the Federation's latest sensation. The Federation citizens overwhelmingly supported their beloved second prince. Fans quickly formed online communities dedicated to the pair, eagerly poring over any past photos and videos featuring them together, seeking out every possible sugar moment. Luo Shi, browsing the network, happened upon this explosive news. Her mouth agape, eyes wide, she read through the report from start to finish, unable to believe what she was seeing. She was utterly stunned, struggling to process this development. When Jun Xian returned to their quarters, he found Luo Shi wearing an expression of shock and gossip-fueled curiosity, seemingly engrossed in some scandalous content. A sense of foreboding washed over him. During the earlier incident, there had been quite a few bystanders around. Clearing his throat, Jun Xian nonchalantly asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Shi turned to face him, enunciating each word. "Prince Kisan, confessed, to you." Jun Xian's face darkened instantly, inwardly cursing, damn it, I knew it. But what cut him even deeper were Luo Shi's subsequent words. Kisan actually brought a mandala flower to confess his love to you. Mandala flowers are so poisonous, barely even touchable, but he dared to use one to woo you. Does he really have feelings for you, or is he trying to secretly poison you? I suspect there's something wrong with his brain. Closing his eyes and taking a long, exasperated exhale, Jun Shan thought, this troublesome wife of mine, looks like I'll have to discipline her. In a flash, he lunged forward, scooping Luo Shi up and flipping her over, bottom up and face down. He raised his hand and brought it down in a series of light, yet firm smacks. Luo Shi thrashed about, shouting, Jun Shan, are you out of your mind? It was Kisan who caused trouble. Why are you hitting me? Gritting his teeth, Jun Shan reprimanded her as he spanked, think about why I'm hitting you. Kisan is nothing, do you think I would take him seriously? But you, listen to the nonsense you're spouting. Luo Shi, your husband is being eyed by another man, and you remain unconcerned, only interested in idle gossip. Luo Shi, you have no heart. Luo Shi lowered her hands, accepting the punishment. With a pitiful expression, she explained, I knew you would reject him, after all. You love me so much, there's no way you would accept another person's affections, let alone a man's. Flipping her over to face him, Jun Shan pinched her cheeks gently, saying sternly, you, taking advantage of my doting, acting so thoughtlessly and heartlessly. Seeing his anger had subsided, Luo Shi grinned, Angie, you're all the rage on the Federation's virtual network now. Everywhere is talking about Kisan's confession to you and your cold rejection of him. At that moment, Jun Shan's communicator lit up. It was a call from the fourth prince. Without hesitation, Jun Shan rejected the call. Curious, Luo Shi asked, who was it? Why didn't you take it? The fourth prince. He's probably just coming to mock me or try to pry for details, like the gossip monger he is, Jun Shan replied. The communicator lit up again. After ending that call, Jun Shan explained, it was Jie. Luo Shi suggested, looks like a lot of people want to come and gossip with you. You should just set your communicator to block all contacts for now. Let everyone calm down first before dealing with them. After some consideration, Jun Shan agreed. Since he wasn't currently in the Empire, he didn't need to be on constant alert, so he proceeded to activate the communication block. As for the other protagonist of this affair, Prince Kisan was summoned by the king for a discussion. The king asked Kisan with a gossipy air, I hear your confession was rejected? Casually finding a seat and pouring himself some fruit juice, Kisan replied matter-of-factly, you don't have to just hear about it, the entire Federation knows by now. Do you truly have feelings for Marshal Jun? The king pressed. Kisan readily admitted, yes, I do like him. Then why did you give him a mandala flower? Kisan looked puzzled. What do you mean? Sighing, the king enlightened his son, who had always only valued physical prowess and cared little for other matters. The flower you used to confess to Marshal Jun is called a mandala flower. It's highly poisonous, most people can't even touch it lightly without risking nerve damage or even death. So I'm asking if you really have genuine feelings for him. Kisan shot up, angrily exclaiming, it was that honey who told me the mandala flower was the most beautiful in the galaxy. He tricked me. The king waved his hand dismissively, clearly not believing Kisan. With a disdainful look, he said, General Hani is from the Snake Clan, who love all kinds of poisons. Of course he would think the mandala flower is the most beautiful, no surprises there. The problem is you didn't properly explain to him what you intended to do with the flower. Kisan was rendered speechless, realizing he had indeed never clarified his purpose for the flower. The king chuckled maliciously, lucky for you and Marshal Jun, you're both physically and spiritually strong. Otherwise, he left the thought unfinished. Dejected, Kisan returned to his seat. With thousands upon thousands of flowers in the galaxy, he had never shown much interest in them. And being mostly immune to poisons, he had no idea his actions would cause such a debacle. Now the entire Federation knew he had used a toxic flower to confess. No wonder he was rejected. The king continued gossiping. Marshal Jun is already married, with his spouse accompanying him. You're aware of that, aren't you? Kisan nodded unconcernedly. I know. Regarding him with disdain, the king said, then why did you still confess to him? Were you trying to interfere in his marriage? I just wanted to tell him I like him. I didn't mean to disrupt his marriage, Kisan replied. Hearing this, the king felt something was off. Hesitantly, he asked, "Do you even know what liking someone means?" Kisan shot him a look that seemed to say, "Are you calling me an idiot?" and stated, "Of course I know, liking someone means they're always on your mind, you miss them when you don't see them every day." The king still sensed something amiss, probing further, "Are you sure it's about thinking of him constantly, and not just wanting to fight him?" "Don't worry, I can distinguish my own feelings. I do like him, but I didn't intend to do anything about it. Liking doesn't necessarily mean possessing. My feelings for Jun Xian are pure admiration and affection," Kisan clarified. The king mulled over his son's words, unsure whether to praise his lofty mindset or mock his misunderstanding of liking someone. Since his son didn't seem intent on pursuing the matter wrongly, the king decided not to dwell on it further. Shifting the topic, the king inquired, "How's the investigation into the underground lab going?" Straightening up, Kisan reported in a serious tone, "Ever since we caught the decoy based on the clues Chingsong provided, there's been no further information from her side. I've been stationed at the border of the Alpha System and the Dark Domain, conducting multiple forays into the Dark Domain, but to no avail. This organization is hiding itself extremely well." Recalling the records left by past kings and prime ministers, the king didn't comment further, instead transitioning to other matters. At subsequent meetings, whenever Jun Xian and Kisan were both present, the onlookers would exchange enigmatic smiles. Kisan didn't mind at all, he was quite happy for people to discuss him and Jun Xian together. But Jun Xian was getting increasingly exasperated. After just a brief respite, Luo Shi was soon tasked by Lan Xian to continue seeding rain on the other 4 planetary cores. Luo Shi, muttering, "You old sixth, using me as a tool so conveniently." Lan Xian simply stated that since Luo Shi had taken the planetary guardian's treasure without permission, it was only fair for her to do some compensation work. "Just a few more rainfalls, you'll recover your strength quickly, and it'll be good practice for your abilities. Don't be ungrateful." So Luo Shi and her aunt toured the 5 major planets of the Alpha System, capturing many photos and videos to share with the little ones back home. During this time, she also had close encounters with various types of beast folk. The avians, with wings and talons, masters of aerial and dark combat. The foxfolk, able to seamlessly shift between human and animal forms, skilled in illusion and hypnosis. The bovids, with mighty horns and massive builds, possessing unparalleled fighting prowess. The serpentine, with human torsos and snake tails, adept at manipulating toxins and close-quarters grappling. The leonids, using sharp claws and fangs as weapons, excelling in melee and endurance battles. The chameleonids, able to change their outer appearance to match their environment, experts in stealth and concealment. Witnessing countless impromptu, no-holds-barred battles, Luo Shi fully experienced what it meant to be part of a warrior nation. The imperial delegation remained in the Alpha System for 2 years, during which their representatives held multiple discussions with the locals, exploring areas of cooperation, technology exchange, resource sharing, and joint problem-solving. Finally, Prince Kisan himself volunteered to pilot his massive warship to escort the delegation to the edge of the Alpha Domain. Reluctant to part, Kisan bid farewell to Jun Xian, even extracting a promise that in 100 years, when the Federation delegation visited the Pamra system, Jun Xian must wait for him there. Jun Xian maintained a dark scowl the entire time, not deigning to respond, inwardly showering blessings upon Kisan's entire clan. Watching from the side, Luo Shi kept a straight face, but was inwardly in stitches. After 9 months, the imperial delegation finally reached the mysterious and expansive Tascia system. The Tascia system was vastly larger than both the Pamra and Alpha systems combined, with numerous planets and expansive domains, each world possessing its own unique charm. Some might be barren desert worlds, covered in endless dunes and rock. Others, thriving urban paradises, with highly advanced technology and civilizations. Within this enigmatic system dwelled many different intelligent and cultured species. Humans and beastfolk had only established friendly relations with the elven and giant races, with limited understanding of the others. This was not because the other races were hostile, but due to the fundamental laws of the universe. Only those of similar dimensional planes could freely traverse between each other's realms. In fact, there were even races residing on the sun itself, whose dimensional planes and evolutionary indices far exceeded those of the mortal races. However, due to this dimensional gulf, the solar beings could not visit the planets, nor could the mortals approach the sun. The imperial delegation first visited the giant folk, whose home planet was called Cat's Eye by the humans. This name was given because the entire planet is predominantly covered in forests, with a 78% forest coverage rate, 17% ocean, and only 5% occupied by the giant folk's settlements. Viewed from space, the planet resembles a massive green cat's eye gemstone. In fact, the giant folk do not actually call themselves giant folk. This is a term coined by the humans. With an average height of 3.5 meters, they tower over the comparatively diminutive humans, who appear as children before them. Their true racial name and the name of their homeworld are too long and unwieldy for the humans to pronounce. The giant folk population numbers only 650,000, yet their lifespan can reach thousands of years. Curiously, their population seems fixed, with new births only occurring when elders pass away. The giant folk have no centralized government or nation-states. Instead, they have a group of administrators tasked with maintaining social order, but with no other official functions or powers. They do have a military, but its sole purpose is to defend against potential attacks from other stellar races. When the Imperial delegation's starship arrived at Cat's Eye, it landed at a designated docking area on the forest edge, as per the signals sent by the giant folk. The members would have to transfer to the giant folk's shared shuttles to reach the giant folk settlement. The entire delegation, including the military escort, numbered 25,000, yet the giant folk had only sent 3 guides to receive them, a stark contrast to the lavish treatment the delegation had received from the beast folk. Jun Xian explained to Luo Shi, the giant folk are rather carefree and enjoy the tranquil comforts of nature. The fact that they've sent 3 guides to receive us already shows they are taking this visit seriously. Luo Shi remarked, well, if I didn't know better, I'd think they couldn't be bothered with us. As their shuttle descended, Luo Shi gazed out the window, spotting numerous pyramids of various sizes scattered across the vast, lush forests, some surrounded by vegetation, others standing alone in open areas, tall and wide, giving the planet an air of mystery and antiquity. Luo Shi couldn't help but wonder, what were these pyramids used for? Soon, the delegation arrived at the living quarters specially prepared by the giant folk to host them. The architectural style of the giant folk settlement was truly striking and impressive. The buildings were constructed using special, recyclable and biodegradable materials that blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The houses were spaced apart, but not too distant from one another. Each residence was adorned with plants, ensuring personal privacy and space while still facilitating interaction and exchange between the giant folk. Seeing the giant ginseng and umbrella-sized Ganoderma casually growing between the houses, Luo Shi couldn't help but admire them enviously, pondering if she could negotiate with the giant folk. As if sensing her thoughts, one of the giant folk guides casually remarked, as long as you don't wantonly damage the plants, you're free to pick whatever you like. Luo Shi, my previous ideas were too shallow. The giant folk really do value us. After settling in, the delegation was informed of the following. They could use the shared shuttles for transportation. To obtain food, they should go to the nearby orange pyramids. Clothing could be retrieved from the blue pyramids. Daily necessities were available at the green pyramids. If they wished to change the furnishings, they could go to the white pyramids. If they didn't want to go out themselves, they could request the smart system to have the items delivered. Reminder, please do not wantonly damage the vegetation or harm the animals. This planet is our home, so we must all cherish it. Luo Shi had a wry smile. The slogan felt hauntingly familiar. She learned that the shared shuttles were so named because everything on this planet belonged to the collective, not to individuals. To avoid waste, all resources utilized a sharing system. The shuttles were part of this. Anyone could use them free of charge, and the smart system would be responsible for any necessary repairs. Of course, there was no one here who would purposefully cause damage. As for the pyramids she had been curious about earlier, they served as production facilities for various goods. There was no concept of money on the giant folks' planet. Their food, supplies, and other necessities were all created by the smart system. One could simply go to the corresponding pyramid to obtain what they needed. Although everything was shared, not all things were communally owned. Individuals still had their own personal belongings, such as spouses, children, personal hygiene items, and private spaces. Moreover, the giant folk had no sense of possessiveness and lacked concepts like competition, selection, victory, or success. Their learning was solely for self-improvement, self-transcendence, and serving others. Curious about the interior of the pyramids, Luo Shi dragged Jun Shan along to retrieve some food, accompanied by her aunt, Jie, Patrick, and Luo Yihan. The shared shuttle they boarded had an even passenger capacity of 6. These shuttles required no pilot, one simply told the smart system their destination, and it would transport them directly there. You could also choose the flight speed, leisurely low-altitude sightseeing or faster high-altitude travel. They opted for the slow, low-altitude cruise. Along the way, they encountered other members of the delegation, all equally relaxed and unhurried. Gazing out the viewport, Luo Shi saw the vast expanse of the giant folks' world, verdant grasslands and pristine lakes woven into a beautiful tapestry. Wispy clouds drifted across the sky, and the sunlight cast a serene, tranquil glow over the landscape. The shuttle glided smoothly through the air, occasionally birds flitting past the windows, unperturbed by the large craft. In this environment, one couldn't help but be influenced by the peaceful surroundings, one's mood naturally calming. The pace of life slowed, allowing oneself to be immersed in the beauty of nature, savoring the present moment. After what felt like minutes, or perhaps longer, time seemed to lose its meaning here. The shuttle carrying the group of 6 descended near the Orange Pyramid. Looking up close, the pyramids were truly imposing, standing tall and majestic amidst the forests, like ancient mysterious guardians. At the base were large entryways, with scattered giant folk casually coming and going. The giant folk generally had bronzed skin, long hair reaching their shoulders, broad shoulders, and narrow hips. They walked barefoot, dressed in white robes cinched at the waist with colorful sashes, each face radiating a contented smile. Luo Shi mused, if I hadn't just experienced their high-tech side, I think we'd stepped back into a primitive society. The 6 of them followed the flow of giant folk into the pyramid. The first thing that struck them was the expansive hall with randomly placed tables and chairs, about 20 meters high and the size of 5 football fields. You could eat here or take the food elsewhere on the planet. On one side of the hall were food service windows, where each person could freely select and portion out what they wanted to eat, down to the precise 0.001 gram, a clear emphasis on eliminating waste. Browsing the menu options, Luo Shi was taken aback. They were all vegetarian? Apparently, all the animals on Cat's Eye, including the giant folk, were plant eaters, with no concept of predation. Luo Shi discreetly clutched her spatial pocket, recalling that she had traded quite a bit of beast meat with the ape clan using fruit jelly. Adapting to the local customs, the group also ate vegetarian, not having particularly high demands since they usually consumed nutritional supplements. To their surprise, the food was quite delicious. Each dish retained the natural flavors of the ingredients, while the unique cooking methods blended the tastes harmoniously, imbued with abundant energy. The interaction between the giant folk and the delegation was equally laid back. What would you like to learn about or visit? Anything, just tell the smart system, and we'll arrange for someone to assist you. Luo Shi and her aunt wanted to explore the planet and learn more about giant folk culture, so they conveyed this request to the smart system. Soon, a young male giant folk arrived, piloting a spacecraft. His attire was identical to the other giant folk they had seen. Luo Shi mused, everyone on this planet wears the same outfit, must be convenient, doubt they have fashion designers here. The giant folk male approached them, towering over the petite Luo Shi and her aunt. After a moment's thought, he simply sat on the ground, bringing his eyes level with theirs, a kind smile on his face. Luo Shi couldn't help but wonder, why was this person just smiling without speaking? It was a bit creepy. Suddenly, a clear male voice resonated in Luo Shi's mind. Starborn, my name is Ahai. I will serve as your guide during your stay on our planet. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to assist you. Luo Shi's eyes widened slightly, and she glanced at her aunt, seeing the same surprised expression. It seemed she had also heard the voice from the giant folk male before them. The clear voice continued, on our planet, we communicate through a sharing of consciousness. The voice you are perceiving is me speaking. Luo Shi hesitated, unsure how to respond. Should she speak out loud or attempt this consciousness exchange? The problem was, she didn't know how to use this ability. Ahai explained further, each person has a consciousness that can be used for communication. You merely need to clear your mind of distractions and try to convey your thoughts to me within your mind. Following his instructions, Luo Shi focused her mind and thought, so does that mean you'll know everything I'm thinking? Ahai's smile widened as he responded, I do not actively receive your thoughts, but if your consciousness is very strong, I can sense it. On our planet, there are no secrets between people, all information is open and transparent. Luo Shi was slightly shocked, but what if someone wants to do something bad? Won't you all find out as soon as they think about it? Why would anyone want to do bad things? Ahai asked. There are always bad people, you know? In a world of such beauty, one should simply enjoy life. When one's heart is filled with love, there are no ill intentions. Curious, Luo Shi inquired, have you all always been this good? Ahai thought for a moment, then shook his head. Long ago, our planet also had those you call evil, but they have vanished from our history. Luo Shi's aunt, who had been silently following their mental exchange, couldn't help but ask, why? Ahai explained, in the distant past, our people also lived in cities, chasing status and wealth, squandering our planet's resources. But gradually, we awakened, realizing that this was merely a numb existence. We began to yearn for nature, understanding that only by living in the natural environment could we find a better way of life. People no longer desired the clamor of the cities, but instead sought the serenity of nature. As they worked to restore the damaged environment, more and more came to understand the fundamental laws of the universe. Those with malicious intentions gradually diminished, until they disappeared entirely. Luo Shi and her aunt listened, not fully understanding. Luo Shi voiced her confusion. The fundamental laws of the universe? What are those? Ahai, seeing their desire to learn, was happy to explain. The fundamental laws of the universe refer to the universal rules and principles that exist in nature and the cosmos. They have an influence on all phenomena and realities. Luo Shi nodded, recognizing these theoretical concepts from her philosophy classes. She was more interested in learning. So what did the giant folk come to realize? What caused the bad people to disappear? Receiving her mental query, Ahai smiled as he answered, the core of these laws is summed up in a single word, love. Luo Shi was slightly surprised. Love? Such a common, cliched topic? Sensing her skepticism, Ahai said earnestly, love, as simple as that word may seem, is truly profound. Suddenly, a familiar melody arose in Luo Shi's mind. Love, just one word, I'll only say it once. Ahai's eyes brightened. Your composed song is quite beautiful. Luo Shi hastily waved her hands. No, I didn't compose it. I heard it from somewhere else. Curious, Ahai asked, do you know any more of the lyrics? Luo Shi didn't want to stand out too much on her first visit, so she shook her head firmly. No, just that one line. Ahai could sense that she knew more, but he didn't understand why she was unwilling to share. Though a bit disappointed, he didn't press the issue, instead continuing the previous topic. Love is actually a pervasive energy that saturates the universe. It is a fundamental element that composes all things. Luo Shi pondered, so the energy I normally feel is love? Yes, life is composed of love, as are stones, light, and all things in the universe, Ahai explained. Love vibrates at different frequencies, and its manifestations vary accordingly. When the frequency is low, it takes the form of stone. When the frequency is high, it becomes light, thought, and life. Luo Shi contemplated, so I am made of love? I am just a form of energy? Then what is the true meaning of my existence? The purpose of life is to experience and feel the love that permeates living, Ahai answered. Only by sensing and elevating this spiritual energy can one draw closer to love, which is the sole aim of human existence. Luo Shi understood, so those with malicious intentions couldn't sense this love, and thus faded away? Ahai regarded Luo Shi with admiration. You have keen insight. You are correct in your understanding. Luo Shi felt she no longer had the interest to go sightseeing. She needed time to quietly reflect and contemplate the fundamental laws of the universe, or rather, the meaning of love. Sensing her need for solitude, Ahai politely bid farewell to Luo Shi and her aunt, offering to be available if they required anything further. After Ahai's departure, the two women sat in silence, realizing they had just received a profound lesson on the spiritual rebirth of the giant folk. Alright then, no more sightseeing for now, Luo Shi said. Time for some deep meditation and self-reflection. Meanwhile, on the mountains of planet E35 in the Pamara system, Jun Hongfeng slowly opened his eyes from his meditation, murmuring, is it love? Back at the living quarters, Jun Shan saw Luo Shi muttering to herself, entering her room without acknowledging him. Curious, he sent a message to Jia inquiring about their outing. Jia replied that his mother had returned acting strangely, mumbling to herself and refusing to explain what had happened. It seemed she had been impacted by something. Jun Shan glanced at Luo Shi's closed door, then stepped outside, where he learned from a returning traveler that a handsome young giant folk male had been sitting in quiet contemplation with Luo Shi and General Zhang, but no one knew what they had discussed. Jun Shan felt a twinge of sourness and frustration in his heart. Standing under the tree outside the house, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself before going to find Luo Shi and get some answers. Luo Shi had returned to her room and begun meditating, reflecting on Ahai's words while emptying her mind of distractions. Gradually, she slipped into a profound state of consciousness. To her surprise, she could see the objects around her as glowing white energy fields of varying intensities. Jun Shan entered the room and saw Luo Shi in meditation, her aura faintly shimmering. He was curious. It seemed she had received an epiphany, rather than being disturbed. Unwilling to interrupt her spiritual journey, Jun Shan quietly retreated from the room, keeping watch outside. Luo Shi tentatively reached out with her consciousness to touch the energy fields. Recalling her previous experience with the water spirit in the Geocore city, she hesitated, but an inner voice urged her to try. Only through experimentation would she know. Slowly, she extended her spiritual tendrils. This time, there was no enveloping sensation. Instead, Luo Shi felt an overwhelming warmth and happiness. Drawn in, she wanted to get even closer. Jun Shan had been guarding outside the room for 5 full days, refusing to leave despite the summons from the fourth prince. He was concerned for Luo Shi's well-being. She had remained in her meditative state for so long, while Jia had awoken 3 days ago. Luo Shi finally opened her eyes, unaware that 5 days had passed. She felt an unprecedented vitality and a restless energy in her spiritual realm. Sensing Jun Shan's anxious presence outside, Luo Shi opened the door. Jun Shan rushed over, gripping her shoulders and checking on her worriedly. Luo Shi gave him a slightly coy smile, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I'm fine. I didn't mean to make you worry. I didn't realize I'd enter such a deep state of contemplation." Jun Shan gently ruffled her hair. "It's all right. I was just concerned since you hadn't eaten or drank anything for 5 days. Luo Shi's eyes widened. 5 days? Jun Shan nodded. "Yes, while your aunt finished 3 days ago, you maintained your meditation for 5. How could I not worry?" Luo Shi was still amazed. "I thought it had only been a little while." Letting go of the time issue, Jun Shan asked caringly, "Are you hungry?" Luo Shi shook her head. "Not at all. I feel amazing, full of energy. That's why I thought so little time had passed." Jun Shan smiled. "I'm just glad you're well." Luo Shi leaned her head against Jun Shan's chest, her voice muffled. "Shanji, you're so good to me. Having you by my side, I have no regrets in this life." Jun Shan gently swatted her bottom, his voice stern. "Don't talk about dying. I won't allow it. But the beast folk have a more accepting view of death. I don't care about others. I just want you and I to be well and continue on together. But everyone has to die someday. Then I'll go ahead and scout the path for you. When you come to find me, just be happy." "What, Xianji, I love you," Luo Shi said, on the verge of tears. "Love can't just be spoken with words," Jun Shan murmured in a low, alluring tone near her ear. Luo Shi recognized that tone. His intentions were clear. The moment of sentimentality lasted less than a minute. When they reappeared before the others, a full 7 days had passed since Luo Shi's meditation. Seeing their flushed, affectionate, hand-in-hand demeanor, the fourth prince teased, "If I hadn't repeatedly summoned you, Jun, I would have thought you two had also engaged in an extended battle under the influence of the giant folk." Luo Shi blushed at the prince's bold remark in public. Jun Shan simply gave her hand a gentle squeeze to comfort her, then changed the subject. "In the time you've spent exchanging with the giant folk, what have you gained?" The fourth prince nodded. "Much insight. While our Pamara environment is not as pristine as Cat's Eye, the giant folks' way of life is a goal we should strive towards." The entire delegation had deeply appreciated the giant folks' harmonious, nature-integrated lifestyle during their brief stay. They unanimously agreed with the prince's words. Luo Shi had discussed her spiritual insights with her aunt, but Jia had only glimpsed the surface, unable to delve deeper despite repeated attempts. She understood that such enlightenment could not be forced. Luo Shi did not press her further, knowing that spiritual experiences were profound and inexpressible, especially for those still exploring. To share prematurely might disrupt the other's progress. However, Luo Shi was eager to verify whether the energy she had sensed was indeed the fundamental laws of the universe that Ahai had spoken of. She eagerly requested another meeting with him. When Ahai arrived by spacecraft, he noticed the male companion beside Luo Shi, who eyed him with subtle wariness. Though faint, Ahai's consciousness-attuned senses detected it. Puzzled, he wondered what he had done to provoke this reaction from someone he was meeting for the first time. Ahai descended from the spacecraft, once again sitting on the ground in front of Luo Shi and Jun Shan, greeting them warmly through their shared consciousness. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Shi. I sense a change in your state since our last meeting." Luo Shi introduced her companion. "Ahai, this is my partner, Jun Shan." Ahai and Jun Shan exchanged polite nods. Luo Shi explained the purpose of their meeting. "Ahai, after our previous discussion, I believe I've gained some understanding of the energy you call love. Ahai nodded approvingly. "Yes, I can feel the energy within you has grown stronger." Luo Shi asked, "Where does this love energy originate from?" "It does not come from any specific place, but is omnipresent. You can sense it in proximity to any being or thing," Ahai explained. "Love is akin to the supreme consciousness of the universe, continuously radiating this force. As our dimensional awareness rises, we draw closer to this supreme consciousness, and the more our dimension is elevated, the nearer we come to it." Luo Shi pressed on, "How can I deepen my understanding of love's existence?" Ahai responded, "When our minds are occupied by material concerns like profit, status, or accomplishments, it becomes difficult to truly grasp the essence of love. But if you observe everything around you with a sincere and attentive heart, appreciating and feeling them, your life will become remarkably beautiful. It will be as if every breath of air you take is fragrant and soothing." The ability to love and experience love is a uniquely human and profoundly important capacity. Luo Shi asked several other questions, which Ahai patiently answered. Throughout the conversation, the silent Jun Shan listened intently, his mindset shifting from initial curiosity to rapt fascination. Suddenly, he entered a state of deep meditation, his body faintly glowing as unseen energies began to flow towards him. Ahai and Luo Shi paused their discussion, observing Jun Shan's spiritual awakening. Ahai remarked admiringly, "Your partner is just as exceptional, having grasped the fundamental laws of the universe so swiftly." Luo Shi felt proud of Jun Shan. Suddenly, Ahai reminded Luo Shi, "Selena has just composed a new piece of music. If you're receptive, she would like to share it with you through a consciousness transmission." Luo Shi was intrigued. "Music? Consciousness sharing?" Ahai nodded. "Yes, it's been quite some time since I last experienced her music." Curious about Ahai's age, Luo Shi carefully asked, "If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?" Ahai paused, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "I'm around 4,000 years old, give or take. I'm not entirely sure." Luo Shi felt her thoughts momentarily unraveled by this revelation. Luo Shi looked at Ahai's youthful appearance, finding it hard to reconcile with his claim of being 4,000 years old. "Pardon me, but did you say you are 4,000 years old?" Ahai gently reminded her, "Selena is about to begin. I should start listening." Luo Shi refocused, "Of course, I'm ready as well." Clearing her mind, Luo Shi soon heard a beautiful, ethereal voice in her consciousness, as if emanating from the depths of the universe. She felt herself transported to a vast cosmic expanse, amidst the endless stars. As the melody shifted, she could hear the sounds of sprouting seeds, rustling winds through forests, and the gradual blooming of flowers, the mental imagery transforming accordingly. When the piece ended, Luo Shi was left wanting more. Ahai informed her, "I heard that Luo is also creating some paintings, which he intends to share in a couple days. You might be interested in seeing them." Luo Shi asked, "Can everyone share their artistic creations this way?" "Only those with relatively high spiritual power can undertake such creative expression and sharing. But not all creations are considered art, they must be recognized as such by the community," Ahai explained. Luo Shi pondered, "How are these consciousness-based artworks preserved then?" Ahai shook his head. "Consciousness cannot be stored. We can only remember the experience in the moment. So each creation is truly unique and unrepeatable? Yes, our thoughts, feelings, and inspirations are ever-changing, unable to be fixed in a permanent form. Luo Shi suggested, but why not record them, through writing, drawing, or digital means? Ahai responded, the creative process is a singular experience. Each time, the inspiration and sensations may differ, even if the theme or content is the same. The artist's mindset, environment, and state all factor into the uniqueness of the work. Luo Shi sighed inwardly, feeling that perhaps human artistic traditions, with their ability to record and pass down creations, held an advantage over this ephemeral consciousness-based artistry. After Ahai took his leave, Luo Shi sat beside the still meditating Jun Shan, chin in her hands, quietly watching his profile. She wondered how long his spiritual contemplation would last this time. Would it be another multi-day endeavor like hers? Sure enough, Jun Shan emerged from his meditation after 4 days, just as Luo Shi had predicted. During those 4 days, she had remained by his side, not venturing anywhere, as the space habitat had everything they needed. When Jun Shan opened his eyes, he found Luo Shi gazing at him intently. He smiled slightly. What are you looking at? Looking at you, she replied. And what are you looking for? Just admiring this handsome man who happens to be mine, Luo Shi said with a playful smile. Jun Shan's lips curved upwards, eyes warm. He gently brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. How long was I in meditation? 4 days. And you stayed here the entire time? Of course. Must have been boring for you, he remarked. Not at all. I had food and internet, so I wasn't bored at all. And you stayed by my side when I was in my 5-day meditation, so it's only fair. Jun Shan felt a surge of warmth. Luo Shi never took his efforts for granted. If someone showed her kindness, she repaid it with equal love and care. Their love was a mutual pursuit, bringing them both profound happiness and fulfillment. Since Luo Shi's awakening to the energy of love, she perceived the world in a renewed light. She could sense the radiant vitality and beauty in every stone, flower, and blade of grass beneath her feet. While Luo Shi and her aunt were strolling in the forest, Ahai's mental message reached them. Another species had invaded Cat's Eye, and the delegation should return to their residence quickly, as military forces would arrive to protect them. Hurrying back, Luo Shi and her aunt found the rest of the delegation gathering in the small plaza, sharing what they had learned. Luo Shi approached Jun Shan and asked, "Do you know what's happening?" Jun Shan lowered his voice. The fourth prince just received word from the giant folk. A species called the Triform from the Tassia system is attacking Cat's Eye. Why are the Triform attacking Cat's Eye? The Triform's own planet has depleted its resources, so they're invading and seizing the resources of other worlds, Jun Shan explained. Luo Shi asked, "Do we need to do anything?" "No, the giant folk can handle it themselves," Jun Shan reassured her. Just as Jun Shan and Luo Shi were conversing quietly, a fleet of shared spacecraft arrived, with 20 giant folk disembarking. The leader used consciousness transmission to reassure the delegation there was no need to be anxious or concerned, they should carry on as usual, and the giant folk would remain to provide protection. If anyone had any issues, they could approach the giant folk for assistance. Luo Shi, along with many others, was eager to witness the giant folk's combat prowess. After the fourth prince communicated with the giant folk leader, the squad commander activated a massive, towering holographic screen to livestream the space battle. Luo Shi gazed intently at the vivid, colossal imagery, her heart racing. She couldn't help but think how amazing this technology would be for watching dramas. Suddenly, the commander glanced in her direction. Luo Shi realized he might have sensed her stray thoughts. Quickly, she refocused, abandoning her frivolous musings. With the battle imminent, she needed to maintain solemnity and concentrate on the proceedings. The Triform ships had a unique, golden-hued design, exuding an ostentatious, opulent aura. At the center of their fleet was a massive flagship, emanating a brilliant glow, seemingly the command vessel. The giant folk mothership, on the other hand, floated majestically in the outer space of Cat's Eye, its towering form clad in sturdy armor and advanced weaponry. The escort ships were arrayed in orderly formation around the mothership, braced for battle. Upon reaching Cat's Eye, the Triform immediately launched their assault, energy beams and missiles hurtling towards the giant folk mothership in a dazzling barrage, causing explosions and flashes of light that even the holographic screen could not fully convey the destructive power. Yet, the giant folk mothership's shields flickered but held firm, withstanding the onslaught, and began a counterattack. The triform ships demonstrated remarkable agility, nimbly evading the giant folk's attacks while unleashing powerful energy beams, destroying one of the giant folk escort vessels. In response, the giant folk mothership's main cannon locked onto the triform flagship, releasing a colossal energy laser that struck the target directly. The flagship erupted in a brilliant flash, shining like a star. Unexpectedly, the triform flagship had managed to activate its shield in time, deflecting the majority of the attack. It then unleashed a powerful energy storm, attempting to shred the giant folk escort ships to pieces. The giant folk mothership radiated a dazzling glow, projecting an energy barrier that weathered the storm. Subsequently, the mothership's massive cannon fired an energy beam that pierced the void, impacting the flagship's hull and leaving a gaping crack. The battle raged on, the intensity and destructive power of the conflict palpable to the onlookers on the planet, watching through the holographic screen. Ultimately, the giant folk emerged victorious. The crippled triform flagship, having lost half its fleet, grudgingly retreated from the battlefield. This galactic confrontation left Luo Shi profoundly shaken, utterly transforming her previous perceptions of cosmic conflicts and the terrifying energies at play. Compared to this, the human empire's battles with the insectoids seemed almost trivial skirmishes. It was not just Luo Shi, but the entire delegation who were awestruck by the giant folk's might, a power they aspired to attain. If they could harness such capabilities, the threat of the insectoid invasion would become far more manageable. The researchers among the delegation were eager and determined, resolving to dedicate their utmost efforts towards learning the giant folk's advanced technologies. However, the impact of this battle went beyond just a visual spectacle. The energy waves had disrupted the magnetic field and atmosphere of Cat's Eye, leading to abnormal weather patterns, increased geological activity, and environmental damage that would take a long time to repair. When Luo Shi next met with a Hai, she couldn't help but bring up the galactic conflict. The triforms seemed to have an advanced level of development. Why didn't they try to restore their own planet instead of invading others? Aren't they aware of the fundamental laws of the universe? Ahai paused thoughtfully before responding. It's a complex issue, Luo Shi. While the triform may be sophisticated in technology and knowledge, the paths of civilizational development are diverse, influenced by various factors. Sometimes, civilizations can become blinded by the desire for power, resources, and control, neglecting the balance and basic laws of the universe. This craving can lead to competition, war, and destruction, ultimately even self-annihilation. Luo Shi was suddenly reminded of the science fiction films she had watched on Earth, which explored similar themes of civilizational self-destruction. She never imagined she would personally witness such an event in the interstellar realm. After 2 years of stay on Cat's Eye, the delegation had gained abundant knowledge and experiences. They now prepared to embark on their next destination, the magnificent Radiant Star, the home of the Elffolk. During the journey, Luo Shi spotted a planet shrouded in thick mists through the spacecraft's viewport. "Shan, look at that unique planet," she said, pointing it out. Jun Xian recognized it. "That's the origin planet." Luo Shi mused, "Another day, another lesson learned." The distance between Radiant Star and Cat's Eye was not great, and they soon arrived at the former. True to its name, Radiant Star was a vibrantly colorful, garden-like world. The planet was covered in diverse bioluminescent flora, each species displaying unique hues, greens, oranges, chestnuts, sky blues, and more. The buildings were equally whimsical and sweet, connected by an array of interesting passages, giving the impression of a grand fairy tale playground. It was said that the Elffolk were an ancient and mysterious race, generally small in stature with large, copper-bell eyes and pointed ears. They had a youthful, childlike appearance, though they were in fact far older than they seemed. The truth was, there were no records of the Elffolk's origins and development in the Tassius system. It was as if they had existed from the very dawn of the system itself. Yet, no race dared to underestimate or provoke the Elffolk, for those who had done so had somehow met their demise, with the Elffolk's involvement remaining a mystery. In reality, the Elffolk were a remarkably friendly and peace-loving people. They welcomed every visiting species with warmth and sincerity, never initiating conflict themselves. The moment Luo Shi laid eyes on the welcoming Elffolk, she couldn't help but be reminded of her own children. When she and Jun Xian had left, the children had been shoulder-high, their youthful faces alight with smiles, like little adults encouraging their parents to enjoy the interstellar journey, promising to grow up well in their absence. Sensing Luo Shi's emotional shift, Jun Xian Shan gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder, murmuring, "The elffolk are our final stop. We'll be back home soon." Luo Shi was initially taken aback. She hadn't said anything, yet Jun Shan was responding to her thoughts. Then she realized, he must have sensed her strong yearning for her children. In fact, during their time with the giant folk, the entire delegation had unexpectedly developed the ability to communicate through consciousness, no longer able to keep any secrets. Luo Shi sighed inwardly. Jun Xian, sensing her thought, spoke to her telepathically, his tone playful. "What, you still want to have your own little secrets?" Luo Shi took a deep breath, clearing her mind and refocusing. The elffolks' homes were somewhat small for the delegation, requiring them to duck their heads when entering. Rather than stay in the cramped dwellings, the delegation continued to reside on their military spacecraft. While Radiant Star had day and night cycles, as well as seasons, the elffolk paid little heed to the passage of time, perpetually immersed in their revelries and celebrations. That very evening, the elffolk dragged the delegation into one of their lively parties. The music, created from simple stones and wood, sounded surprisingly enchanting, stirring the soul and inviting all to dance. The enthusiastic elffolk paired up with each member of the delegation, urging them to sway to the music. Jun Shan remained on the sidelines, unaccustomed to such boisterous merriment. Luo Shi, on the other hand, was more interested in exploring the elffolk's cuisine. The elffolk's soul food was a unique, luminescent floral nectar, stored in transparent containers. Luo Shi took a sip, finding it sweetly creamy and bursting with energy. Delighted, she proceeded to consume several more servings. Soon, Jun Shan, who had been idly observing, spotted a familiar figure amidst the frolicking elffolk. Luo Shi, now swaying and stumbling drunkenly. He quickly strode over, grasping her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Relieved to find she was merely intoxicated and unharmed, he let out a weary sigh. Let me go. I want to dance. I want to drink more nectar." Luo Shi struggled to free herself, determined to return to the revelry. Jun Xian, sensing she needed to sober up and rest, sighed again. "Consciousness communication does have its flaws. As you said, I can no longer keep any secrets from you." Luo Shi, eyes glazed, pointed at him accusingly. "You want to have secrets too? Confess. What are you hiding?" Jun Shan quickly covered her mouth, gently coaxing, "I'm tired. Let's go back, alright?" Luo Shi's thoughts raged internally. Tired? Since when? "When we were in bed for 2 days and nights, I begged for mercy countless times, but you refused to let me rest." "Don't try to trick me, you old scoundrel. I won't fall for it." Jun Shan looked around at the amused onlookers, realizing they had all sensed Luo Shi's thoughts. For the first time in his life, Jun Shan experienced the excruciating feeling of social mortification. Without another word, he simply scooped up Luo Shi and vanished from the scene. Back in the room, Luo Shi continued to struggle. "Let me go. I want to drink more." Jun Shan placed her on the bed, but she tried to get up again. He firmly pinned her down. "Let me go, you bad person," she cried. Jun Shan chuckled. She was so intoxicated that she didn't even recognize her own husband. Leaning in close, he spoke in a seductive tone. "Luo Shi, who am I?" Luo Shi stopped struggling and looked at his handsome face, reaching up to touch and caress it. "Handsome guy, I like you," she said with a giggle. Jun Xian's expression darkened. "Who am I?" Without hesitation, Luo Shi replied, "You're my idol. I'll love you forever. Brother, fly free, she will always be by your side." Jun Xian was puzzled. Could brother be a term of endearment for a spouse? She did sometimes call him Big Brother. His heart warmed, and he leaned in to kiss her. Unexpectedly, Luo Shi forcefully pushed him away, scolding angrily. "Big Brother, I can't believe you're this kind of person. Sleeping with a fan is immoral and despicable behavior. I'm so disappointed in you." Taken aback, Jun Shan narrowed his eyes, carefully considering her words. It was clear the Big Brother she referred to was not him. Who was this other man? He took a deep breath. Who is this Big Brother? Luo Shi continued her indignant tirade, pointing at him. "Your acting skills are poor, you can work on them. Your singing is bad, you can practice. We all support your work, but you can't do immoral things. That's the bottom line of being a decent person." Jun Shan became increasingly confused. Acting? Singing? It sounded like entertainment industry matters, but as far as he knew, Luo Shi had no interest in any particular celebrities. He needed to find a way to sober her up, or she would never rest peacefully. Just then, his communicator lit up a message from Zongingjie. Big boss, I'm outside the door. I've brought something, hee hee, can you open up? Jun Xian could practically picture Zhong Yingjia's teasing expression through the text. He went to the door, but did not let Zhong Yingjia in, standing in the doorway with a cool tone. What is it? Sensing Jun Xian's irritation, Zhong Yingjia was tactful, simply handing him a potted plant. This is a gift from the elf folk elder. The flower's fragrance has a soporific effect. I thought you might need it. Jun Xian took the pot, examining the small, faintly glowing purple flower. You carried this all the way here, but you haven't fallen asleep? Zhong Yingjia produced a bamboo tube. Oh, I almost forgot. This is an animal's saliva. Just put a drop on the flower, and it should do the trick. One drop is enough anymore and you might sleep until we leave Radiant Star. Jun Xian accepted the items. Anything else? Zhong Yingjia asked cautiously. How's she? Is she alright? The only response was the sound of the door closing. When Jun Xian returned to the bedroom, he found Luo Shi sleeping peacefully. He looked at the items in his hand, then stored them away in the spatial portal. As Luo Shi awoke, she was momentarily confused. Wasn't I at the party? When did I come back? A soft voice reached her ears. You're awake? Luo Shi turned and greeted sweetly. Good morning. Jun Xian sat up, arms crossed. It's not morning anymore. But first, let's talk about this big brother of yours. Luo Shi scratched her head, the embarrassing scenes from earlier flashing through her mind. She sheepishly lowered her gaze. My big brother is my idol. Idol? What do you mean? It's an artist I admire, like an actor or singer. Which artist? You wouldn't know him. I told you before, when my consciousness went to another timeline, that's where I came to like this big brother. Jun Xian raised a brow, realizing Luo Shi's consciousness had experienced more than a brief departure. Is he handsome? Luo Shi quickly looked up, suddenly understanding why she was being interrogated. She shook her head firmly, gazing into Jun Xian's eyes with unwavering sincerity. Before, I thought my big brother was handsome, but after meeting you, I don't think he's even 1/10 as charming as you. Jun Xian suppressed a smile, though the amusement was evident in his eyes. How did you get drunk? He asked. Luo Shi recalled what she had told him about the concept of drunkenness. It must have been the floral nectar. I only drank that at the party. How much did you drink to get that intoxicated? Maybe 10 or 20 cans? Luo Shi answered uncertainly. There were just so many, and it tasted so good, I couldn't stop myself. Jun Xian pondered this. The floral nectar must have contained some special component that could overpower even Luo Shi's formidable physiology and expansive spiritual domain. The nectar does seem to have a tremendous energy, Luo Shi affirmed, sensing his thoughts. Jun Xian immediately recognized the challenge. Luo Shi's telepathic abilities were truly a headache-inducing skill. Luo Shi nodded again. That's right, we need to figure out a solution. Otherwise, everyone around me will know whatever I'm thinking. That would be so embarrassing. Concerned, Jun Xian asked, Are you hungry? Luo Shi shook her head. No, I'm not hungry. I was actually going to tell you about this. After drinking the floral nectar, I feel completely satisfied and comfortable, both physically and spiritually. I think I could go a year or more without needing to eat. Jun Xian's eyes widened slightly. Yesterday, the nectar had sounded rich and sweet to him, which is why he had refrained from trying it. But he never imagined it would have such potent effects. After getting ready, the couple stepped out. They learned that 2/3 of the delegation had gotten drunk the previous night and were still sleeping in their rooms. Luo Shi thought to herself, Goodness, if the elf folk had any ill intent, they could have wiped us all out. Zhong Yingjia sighed. Can't really blame everyone for not being more cautious. Who knew a few sips of that sweet, creamy floral nectar would knock them out? Luo Shi noticed her aunt was absent. Where's aunt? She got drunk too. Passed out after you left. She was the second one to start acting wild, Zhong Yingjia replied, inwardly grumbling about how he had to drag his mother back and accidentally dripped a bit too much of the animal saliva on the flower. Curious, Luo Shi asked, Cousin, what did you drip on the flower? Zhong Yingjia, damn, this consciousness communication skill can't be turned off, can it, cousin? Zhong Yingjia explained, it's the saliva of a certain animal. When dripped on the flower, it releases an alluring fragrance that puts any creature that smells it into a deep sleep. Luo Shi was amazed. How wondrous! Where did you get it? Do you have more? Zongingjie looked to Jun Xian. Big boss, didn't you use it last night? Jun Xian shook his head. By the time I returned, she was already asleep. Zongingjie said enviously, I wish my mom could have fallen asleep that easily. I gave a pot to the big boss, you can ask him for it if you want. Jun Xian retrieved the potted flower from the spatial portal. The delicate purple blooms were currently odorless, giving no hint of their potent powers. Luo Shi mused, the animal saliva must be the key that triggers the flower's sleep-inducing fragrance, as a protective mechanism. If we had more of these, we could just unleash them on the insectoids when they come. No need for battle, just a quick nap. Zongingjie's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. Let me go ask the elder if we can get more. Jun Xian also had matters to discuss with the fourth prince, so Luo Shi decided to wander outside on her own. She watched as the elf folk moved through the forest, using slides, bridges, vines, and even flying creatures to get around, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Luo Shi couldn't help but wonder, the elf folk seemed so childlike and immature, yet they were spoken of with such reverence. Suddenly, a clear voice spoke from behind her. You're mistaken. It is precisely because our minds are sufficiently developed and mature that we can live without worries, following our hearts freely. Luo Shi turned to see an elf with messy red hair, wearing a red robe, belt, and boots. She greeted him politely. Hello, may I ask who you are? The elf approached her with a happy smile. You can call me Bai Bei Bai. Luo Shi couldn't help but think, his whole outfit is red, yet his name is Bai Bei Bai? Bai Bei Bai explained, my original name was Hong Bei Bahong, but Lan Lan liked my name, so I gave it to him. Then I liked Lan Lan's name, so we exchanged again. But names are just labels, no matter what I'm called, I'm still me. Luo Shi nodded in agreement, refraining from further internal commentary. Bai Bei Bai, what did you mean by that earlier? However, Bai Bei Bai answered a different question. The universe is composed of multiple dimensions, not just space and time. There is another dimension, the universal boundary membrane. Luo Shi was puzzled. Wasn't this common cosmic knowledge? Bai Bei Bai chuckled. Strange that I would bring this up, isn't it? Luo Shi nodded honestly. Many races only know of the universal boundary membrane, but they don't realize it is actually an information storage repository. Bai Bei Bai continued. Luo Shi's eyes widened in surprise. An information storage repository? Can you elaborate? This repository, also called the Ethereal Information Library, records all information from the birth of the universe to its eventual end. It includes every single event happening in the universe, as well as the emotions and memories of all beings. Luo Shi was astonished. The universe hadn't ended yet, so was it recording predicted future events? It is not predicting the future, but recording the events that will definitely occur. The moment the universe was born, all information about the entire universe was already determined. It exists outside of the concept of time, as it encompasses the past, present, and future. Luo Shi took a deep breath, tentatively asking, then how can one access the information in this repository? Bai Bei Bai looked at her meaningfully. Through dreams. Luo Shi, if you don't want to say, just forget it. Why the cryptic response? You're not as cute anymore. Meditation or hypnosis, Bai Bei Bai clarified. Luo Shi repeated to confirm, so dreaming, meditation, and hypnosis can allow one to see the information in the repository? Only those who have attained enlightenment can access the information within. The so-called sages, prophets, or child prodigies among your human race have made contact with the Ethereal Information Library. Luo Shi was surprised, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? But many prophets' predictions aren't always accurate. However, what they may see could be information from parallel universes, and it is presented in the form of imagery, so their descriptions may not be clear. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Shi felt puzzled. How did we go from our initial conversation to such a profound topic? So is the Elfolk's current way of life related to this ethereal information library? Bai Bei Bai nodded with a smile. Precisely. Long ago, we Elfolk unexpectedly gained the ability to connect with the Ethereal Information Library, unveiling many cosmic mysteries. As a result, our core purpose in life is to align with the natural order and universal laws. Luo Shi's eyes brightened. Then can you dash? No. Bai Bei Bai cut her off before she could finish. Knowing too much is not beneficial for your kind. who are still in the process of evolution. When you reach that dimension, you will naturally understand. Luo Shi was a bit disappointed, but she didn't press further. Instead, she asked curiously, Bye, what dimension have you elf folk reached? It is something your current mindset cannot comprehend. Just as someone who has never seen color would be unable to understand descriptions of blue or red. Why can we still interact, even though we're in different dimensions? Because we have descended to your dimension. At that moment, another elf appeared out of thin air, greeting Luoshi. Beautiful lady, you shine like a dewdrop on a flower. Luoshi, what a strange analogy. Bai asked the elf cheerfully. Did you need something from me? The elf bowed slightly, speaking with reverence. Elder, a human youth desires many purple spirit flowers and animal saliva. Shall we give it to him? If he wants it, then give it to him. Let him grow the seeds himself, however many he needs. Understood. The elf then vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. Luo Shi was stunned by the display, taking a moment to regain her composure. She turned to the still smiling Bai. So you're the elder, my apologies. A name is but a label, nothing more, Bai replied. Luo Shi asked with envy, Elder, how did that warrior appear and disappear so quickly? We elf folk have awakened the ability to traverse space. Luo Shi was greatly stunned. Just how were the elf folk chosen ones? How could one race be bestowed with so many incredible abilities? No wonder she hadn't seen any spaceships on Radiant Star, they simply didn't need them. However, was it only spatial traversal, and not time travel? The smiling Bai reassured her, time travel is a matter of another dimension. Young one, be patient. When you reach our dimension, you will naturally be able to master spatial traversal as well. Luo Shi, there he goes again. Just like that old mastermind, how annoying. If you can't say it, don't even bring it up. Always leaving things half said. I just want to put a knife to your necks. She posed a crucial question. Then how does one ascend to your dimension? Humans have already developed highly in terms of intelligence and spiritual powers. You just need to elevate your mental state. Mental state? When humans no longer cling to satisfying material desires, but instead learn to focus on inner needs and the true meaning of love, then you can progress. Luo Shi, love again? I've already discussed this so much with the giant folk, and I still haven't fully digested it. She shifted the topic. Elder, is the purple spirit flower the small, faintly glowing purple bloom that can subdue countless creatures with just a drop of that animal saliva? That's the one. But it's not actually small. The seedling we gave you earlier can grow as big as a house, and its powers will only intensify. Luo Shi was already planning to use it against the insectoids. Hearing it could grow even larger, she was even more eager to obtain more. Not just the seeds, she had the spatial portal to grow them at will. After bidding farewell to Elder Bai, Luo Shi continued wandering the forest alone. Along the way, she saw the plants that produced the floral nectar. The entire plant glowed with a soft light, with indigo stems and leaves, and deep pink flowers shaped like large-bellied mouths, storing the nectar inside. Luo Shi immediately recognized the familiar scent, instantly recalling that infamous episode. She also saw many elf folk appear and disappear suddenly, and each time, she gazed at their joyful forms with envy, wishing she could master the skill of spatial traversal herself. On the mountain of planet E35 in the Pamra system, Jun Shang slowly opened his eyes from his meditative state, gazing up at the void. So it's the information library after all, he murmured. He lowered his head, lost in thought. After some time, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. As Jun Haoren returned to his dorm after grueling training, he sensed an unfamiliar human presence in his room. But it felt strangely familiar. Could it be his second elder brother, Jun Jinghu, who was supposed to be meditating on planet E35? How did he suddenly appear here? Without hesitation, Jun Haoren opened the door and saw Jun Jinghu sitting comfortably on the sofa, waving at him. Hello, big brother. Jun Haoren closed the door behind him, activating the shielding field, then strode over to Jun Jinghu. How did you suddenly appear here? Jun Jinghu shrugged. I've mastered spatial traversal, so I just decided to try it out. I only knew the location of your place, so I came here. Jun Haoren rolled his eyes. Good thing you came here. If you'd gone somewhere else, they might have tried to capture you as a monster. Jun Jinghu wasn't bothered. As if I'm stupid enough not to know how to escape. Jun Haoren sat down on the other end of the sofa, quickly downing a fruit juice from the spatial portal. He let out a satisfied sigh, then asked, "Have you sensed anything from Mom and Dad lately?" Jun Jinghu nodded. "They're doing well, reaping plenty of rewards." He then handed Jun Haoren another spatial portal. "Here, some freshly picked fruit. Make yourself some." Jun Haoren grinned, eagerly accepting it. "That's my reliable little brother, knowing I love this stuff." After Jun Jinghu stood up to leave, Jun Haoren's eyes widened. "Wait, let me see what this spatial traversal looks like." With a resigned glance, Jun Jinghu vanished. Jun Haoren's mouth fell open in amazement. "Wow, how incredible. This would be so useful in battle, catching the enemy off guard. Next time, I'll ask second brother how he mastered this." Back on the warship, Luo Shi told Jun Shan about her encounter with the elf-folk elder and their conversation. She sighed, "Without venturing out, it's hard to imagine how limited my knowledge is. I regret not bringing the twins along." Jun Shan reassured her, "There will be other chances." Leaning against him, Luo Shi sighed. "Shan, it's been 8 years since we left. I wonder how much the twins have grown. They're probably taller than me now." Jun Shan nodded. Calculating the time, the eldest is 18 and the younger is 17. They've become young men. Luo Shi pouted. "Back then, they stubbornly refused to come, probably because second brother foresaw something. Otherwise, the eldest would have insisted on tagging along with his adventurous spirit. Children have their own independent thoughts. As parents, we should respect their choices, but I miss them so much. Feeling them grow little by little inside me, then watching them develop from tiny babies into children who can run, jump, and speak, that bond is impossible to sever. It's not about severing that emotional bond, but rather maintaining a close connection with the children while also allowing for their independence. This balance is beneficial for both them and us. I understand the logic, but it's still so hard to be that rational," Luo Shi said dejectedly, pouting. Jun Shan gently stroked her hair. "I know, but even though you say it's difficult, you've been doing a wonderful job." As the conversation turned to their children, the atmosphere became a bit somber. Jun Shan decided to change the subject. "Didn't you say the plants on this planet are quite beautiful? Do you want to get some seeds to grow in your spatial dimension?" "Yes, that's right," Luo Shi replied. "Do you need my help?" Jun Shan offered. "Help with planting them?" Luo Shi thought for a moment. "I'm not sure if you'd be able to enter my space. I've never taken anyone else there before." Jun Shan suggested, "Let's try." He wasn't driven by curiosity about what her spatial dimension looked like, but simply wanted to assist her. Luo Shi readily agreed. "Okay." In the past, whenever she had the urge to share her spatial dimension with others, a voice in her mind would warn her against it, saying it could be dangerous. But this time, when Jun Shan proposed entering her space, she felt no such hesitation. Holding Jun Shan's hand, Luo Shi intoned, "Enter the spatial dimension." However, there was no response, and they remained seated on the sofa. Luo Shi was puzzled. Could it be that I can't take others into my space? She decided to try again, this time enveloping Jun Shan with her spiritual power. To her surprise, it worked. They instantaneously found themselves in her spatial dimension. Jun Shan blinked, the scenery before him completely transformed in the blink of an eye. "So this is my wife's spatial dimension?" He gazed in awe at the endless expanse, the rolling mountains, the flowing streams, and the towering tree that stretched beyond his sight. Confused, he asked Luo Shi, "Didn't you say your spatial dimension was only 60,000 cubic meters?" Luo Shi paused, then realization dawned on her. Initially, it was that size, but as my water abilities in spiritual domain have grown, the space has continually expanded as well. Jun Shan was even more bewildered. "The space can expand?" Luo Shi responded confidently, "Yes, I suspect the size of the space is related to the strength of my energy field." She deliberately avoided mentioning the significant spatial changes that came with giving birth to their twins. She didn't want to delve into the possible reasons behind it or speculate about what responsibilities the children might have. Since Luo Shi hadn't considered those factors, Jun Shan was also unable to perceive the true cause of the spatial changes. He simply accepted her explanation. Looking up at the towering tree, Jun Shan asked, "What kind of tree is this? How does it grow so immensely tall?" "It was a seed that came with the space when I awoke it. The mountains too. I only planned the plantings and the waterfalls," Luo Shi replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Jun Shan deeply felt that his wife remained an unsolved mystery. From the moment they met, there always seemed to be unresolved riddles surrounding her. However, Jun Shan didn't want to delve too deeply into these mysteries. After all, his wife was by his side, her love for him warm and genuine. Moreover, they had created a life together that was more than enough. In the following days, Luo Shi attempted spatial traversal multiple times, but all her efforts ended in failure. One night, in her dream, Luo Shi saw a ball of light. She reached out to touch it, but the light moved away. She chased after it, and eventually arrived at a place with a membrane glowing softly, like a galactic boundary. Curious, Luo Shi reached out to touch it. Suddenly, she saw a series of images, her life on Earth, from birth to death, flashing by like a high-speed film. Her perspective then shifted to an observer, watching her life unfold, focusing mainly on her family. The scenes ended with her parents becoming zombies, wandering the streets, until their heads were blown off. Luo Shi cried out, "No!" She tried to stop the blade, but it passed right through her hand, decapitating her parents. The scene then changed to Luo Qiqi's side. Luo Qiqi had awakened the dual abilities of invisibility and spatial traversal, surviving to the very end, the sole remaining person in the ruined world. Instinctively, Luo Shi called out, "Sister." Luo Qiqi, as if hearing the call, looked up towards the sky, making direct eye contact with Luo Shi. Luo Qiqi's gaze was bewildered at first, then grew resolute. "Shi, wait for me. I will find you." "Sister." Wah! Luo Shi couldn't stop the tears from flowing. So her sister had been searching for her all this time. "Shi, wake up." A familiar voice called out. Jun Xian was trying to rouse her. Luo Shi slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurred by tears. She was still deeply immersed in the dream, overwhelmed with sorrow. She had thought she had already come to terms with life in the cosmos, putting the memories of Earth behind her. But in reality, she had just buried those emotions and recollections deep within. Now, they had resurfaced, beyond her control. Jun Xian embraced her, gently patting her back to soothe her. "Are you missing your family from the other timeline?" Luo Shi was surprised. She had never shared anything about her family on Earth with Jun Xian. "How did you know?" "You were crying out for your sister, and as far as I know, your father-in-law only has you and your brother-in-law as children. So the sister you were referring to must be from the other timeline you visited in your dream," Jun Xian deduced. Luo Shi nodded slightly, her voice trembling. "Yes, that's right. I dreamed of her. In that world, a great upheaval occurred, and she was the only one left. She's been searching for me. And my parents in that world, they perished in the catastrophe." Jun Xian tried to console her. "It was just a dream," but Luo Shi shook her head. "I think it was real. I must have connected with the ethereal information library in my dream, which is why I saw those visions." She then recounted the details of her dream and told Jun Xian about what had happened to her family on Earth. "When I was young, a zombie virus outbreak quickly spread across the entire Earth. My classmates and I fought our way home, but found our city overrun by the undead. We couldn't find our families, so we joined a nearby human base, taking on missions while searching, only to discover that my parents had already turned into zombies and were killed. Although I was always timid around my sister, we had the closest bond. After our parents went to work, she would take care of me, feed me, and even teach me household chores." Although Jun Xian found the idea of traversing parallel timelines rather far-fetched, he didn't interrupt or interject. He simply listened quietly as Luo Shi unburdened the weight on her heart. It was better for her to express these pent-up emotions. "I shouldn't have gone traveling. If I had just stayed home, maybe they wouldn't have become zombies, and they wouldn't have died." Luo Shi blamed herself. Jun Xian tried to console her. "Shi, no one could have predicted such a drastic change in the world. This is not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. If I could cross time and space, maybe I could go back and save them?" Luo Shi asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Jun Xian wasn't sure how to respond. He didn't want to shatter her hope, so he reluctantly said, "Perhaps you could." Luo Shi steeled her resolve. She would find a way to traverse time and space. She had to save her parents, and not let her sister be alone. Meanwhile, Zhou Ningjie's obvious love-struck demeanor was becoming increasingly apparent to all who saw him. Patrick gave Zhou Ningjie a hearty pat on the shoulder, grinning mischievously. looks like the love bug has bitten you. Come on, spill the beans, who's the lucky lady? When did you two get together? Zhang Yingjie didn't try to hide it, openly admitting, she's from the elf folk, her name is Kaka. We just started dating, and you guys already found out. Patrick laughed knowingly. Oh, with that lovesick look on your face, you were just waiting for us to notice and ask, weren't you? Luo Yihan quietly removed Patrick's hand from Zhang Yingjie's shoulder, naturally taking it in her own. Patrick, engrossed in the gossip, was completely oblivious. The others, long accustomed to Luo Yihan's possessive behavior, just rolled their eyes and pretended not to see. Luo Shi was curious about a different aspect. So, did she stay here with you, or did you go with her? Zhang Yingjie scratched his head, beaming happily. She said she'll go wherever I go. This prompted teasing cheers from the group. Mother Zhang proudly declared, son, don't worry, I'll be the most hands-off mother-in-law. No pushing for marriage or children, no meddling in your affairs, you two lovebirds do as you please. My military merits and savings are enough for me to retire comfortably. Your father and I don't need you to worry about us. Luo Shi suggested, cousin, you have to let us meet her. Patrick joined in the clamor. Yeah, we gotta see this girl. Zhang Yingjie readily agreed. No problem, I'll arrange it. Soon, Luo Shi met Kaka. Kaka was a lively and adorable young woman, slightly shorter than Luo Shi. Her eyes weren't as dramatically large as other elf folk, and her ears weren't as pointed. After some discussion, Luo Shi learned that Kaka's father was an imperial, a member of the last diplomatic delegation, who had fallen in love with Kaka's mother and chosen to stay. Luo Shi subtly calculated Kaka's age. Well, age didn't really matter, as the elf folk were exceptionally long-lived, compared to them, who knew who was truly younger. Moreover, the girl looked even younger than Luo Shi, and would likely outlive Zhang Yingjie by a considerable margin, as the elf folk stopped aging at a certain point. Luo Shi couldn't help but envy them. Are they all chosen ones? They've all got the secret to eternal youth. How frustrating. Kaka quickly won over the group with her beauty and sweetness. They all praised Zhang Yingjie's good fortune, and eagerly offered to vouch for Kaka if he ever mistreated her. Luo Shi was a bit concerned about Kaka's dietary needs, as the elf folk only drank specially prepared floral nectar. Zhang Yingjie reassured her, I've stored a lot of floral nectar, and I've also gotten the seeds and nectar-making methods from the elf folk. I've even got a few logistics crew members who've contracted to grow these plants in our spatial dimension. She won't go hungry. Considering the immense energy contained in the floral nectar, Luo Shi still asked cautiously, but can the flowers grown in a normal spatial dimension really produce the nectar the elf folk drink? Zhang Yingjie replied confidently, Kaka says it can. Luo Shi thought for a moment, then said, give me some of those seeds too. I'll grow them in my own space as backup storage. All right. Zhang Yingjie took out a spatial portal and handed it to Luo Shi. These are the seeds I prepared to plant in a leased farm back on the Imperial homeworld. You can have them first, I'll go get some more. Okay. Luo Shi accepted the seeds, immediately transferring them into her spatial dimension for the robots to plant. The expedition team stayed on the Resplendent Star for 2 years, gaining new members while others chose to remain behind. Now, they would be returning directly to the Pamra system. The new insectoid queen, who had led the insectoid armies to invade and siphon energy from other star systems, felt her immense power pulsing through her. Satisfied, she ordered the brainswarm to mobilize the insectoid forces back to their hive. After the insectoids withdrew, the region was left with vast, dark dead stars. The star system's boundary was severely damaged, vulnerable to being shattered by any random cosmic debris. As the expedition team traversed the gloomy region, approaching the Pamra system, Luo Shi suddenly felt a chill run up her spine, a strong sense of familiarity flooding her heart, just like when the insectoids had invaded planet E31. This time, the feeling was even more intense, and not only Luo Shi, but the spiritually adept Jun Shan and Fourth Prince also sensed the anomaly. The 3 military vessels, already on high alert, tightened their defenses further, and all personnel went into a state of heightened vigilance. But even that was not enough to save them. Suddenly, a tiny black hole appeared in the distance before the ships. Releasing immense gravitational force, it effortlessly began pulling everything around it inward. The military vessels were caught in the black hole's suction, hurtling towards it at tremendous speed. They all knew that once anything was pulled into a black hole, it would be annihilated without a trace. Facing this terrifying black hole, they were utterly powerless, helplessly watching as it grew ever closer. Luo Shi then recalled her out-of-body experience, where she had traversed a black hole. She realized that while physical matter would be destroyed, consciousness might not be. In this moment of impending doom, Luo Shi made a decision. Unleashing her vast spiritual power, she enveloped the 3 military vessels, instantly drawing them into her spatial dimension. She then swiftly followed, entering the space herself. After the ships and personnel disappeared, unexpectedly, the black hole also gradually vanished, as if the sudden disaster had been specifically targeted at the expedition team. Upon entering the spatial dimension, Luo Shi was perplexed. Where were the people? Where were the military vessels? She had clearly brought the ships and everyone inside with her, yet there was no trace of them in the space. Luo Shi called out loudly, Lan Xin. Lan Xin, come out. What's the situation now? Where did everyone go? Jun Xian, where are you? Lan Xin, you 6th prince, come out. But Lan Xin gave no response, only the rustling of the life tree could be heard. Luo Shi looked at the wind-stirred life tree, deep in thought. This tree was the most mysterious element in the entire spatial dimension. Faintly, a voice seemed to resonate within her mind. Go in. Go in? Into the tree? How? Luo Shi couldn't be certain whose voice was guiding her, but now, in order to find Jun Xian and the expedition team, she could only follow the instructions of that inner voice. She teleported to the base of the tree, focusing all her energy into her hand as directed, then reached out to touch the thick trunk. Her hand passed straight through the trunk, disappearing inside. Luo Shi stared at her vanishing hand in alarm, then took a deep breath and resolutely stepped forward, her entire body gradually vanishing into the tree trunk. After Luo Shi disappeared, a slightly tired and lazy voice emanated from within the life tree. With her spiritual power heightened, she's become quite the handful. I had to exert a lot of effort to avoid detection. I said, the person has already passed through, and the passage is open. Are you ready? A cold voice responded, yes, I'm ready. But please, you must take good care of them. TSK, I rarely hear you ask for help. Don't worry, I'm an old hand at this. Lan Xin sighed inaudibly. Knowing it was wrong, yet still doing it, he wondered if this was the right thing to do. Luo Shi found herself enveloped in complete darkness, with no light or sound around her. When she tried to speak, there was no echo, as if she couldn't even feel her own voice. Yet her consciousness told her that she was fully aware. In the darkness, with no points of reference, Luo Shi had completely lost track of time, unsure how long she had been drifting. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, and Luo Shi hurried towards it excitedly. After a momentary flash of blinding light, Luo Shi found herself in a deep ravine. Gazing up, she saw the sky obscured by dark clouds, not a single ray of sunlight penetrating. Probing the area with her spiritual senses, she was surprised to discover a breathtakingly beautiful landscape in the depths of the ravine, a perfect fusion of canyons, snow-capped mountains, glaciers, rivers, rocks, grasslands, lakes, and primeval forests. There were many animals, familiar and unfamiliar, strolling leisurely in pairs. Luo Shi felt a strange sense of familiarity with the scenery, but couldn't quite place where she had seen it before. As she continued to extend her spiritual awareness downwards, the sight that greeted her was truly astounding. Underneath the ground was a hollow space, with a massive tree at the center, identical to the life tree in her own spatial dimension, only far taller and thicker. However, its leaves were much sparser and less vibrant. Luo Shi no longer cared about the familiarity of the surroundings. She focused her spiritual power on finding an entrance to the underground, sensing that the key to unraveling her questions lay within that colossal tree. But try as she might, she could not locate any entry point. Was this a dead end? No, there must be a way. If there was no path, she would carve one out. Just as Luo Shi was about to summon her terraforming robots from her spatial dimension, the crown of the underground tree suddenly began to glow faintly, forming a ball of light that penetrated the surface. Luo Shi raised an eyebrow. Looks like I won't have to force my way in after all. Deep within the tree, a silent sigh was heard. I was just about to send something through the open passage, and this one is already ready to break through the ground. She really is quite headstrong. Luo Shi stepped into the ball of light, and in the blink of an eye, found herself at the base of the tree. Before she could even speak, a cool, slightly weary voice greeted her. "Welcome back." Luo Shi was perplexed. "What do you mean? Where is this place?" "Earth," the voice replied. "Are you the heart of Earth?" "That's correct." Luo Shi was utterly shocked, but her primary concern was, "Do you know where my companions are? They have been with you the entire time. But there's nothing in my spatial dimension." "Not in your spatial dimension, but in your spiritual domain." Luo Shi was stunned. She quickly reached out with her senses and indeed found the 3 military vessels, along with everyone aboard, resting peacefully in a corner of her spiritual domain. "But I had brought them into my spatial dimension." The heart of Earth's voice held a touch of concern. "It would be best not to release them just yet, as that may make things crowded here." Luo Shi suppressed a smile. "So you think I'm that foolish, do you? I can sense your condescending thoughts." The heart of Earth remained silent. Two beings who could have easily communicated through their consciousness chose instead to engage in the most primitive form of exchange. After learning the whereabouts of Jun Xian and the others, Luo Shi's sense of urgency abated. She leaned against the tree trunk, sitting on the ground, and instead inquired about her former family on Earth. "What's the situation on Earth now? How are my family members doing? It's been 200 years since you left. How do you think they're doing?" the heart of Earth replied. Luo Shi felt a pang of sadness. "I knew it. You and that 6th Prince Lan Xian wouldn't let me off easy. But I only left around 20 years ago," she protested. "There is a time difference between parallel universes," the heart explained. Suppressing her grief, Luo Shi asked irritably, "Then why was I brought back here?" "Don't you want to return?" the heart countered. "Luo Shi, is there no way to have a normal conversation with you? Are you the conversation terminator, or what?" Pondering her situation, she complained, "Did you and Lan Xian conspire to do this? You want me to come, so I have to come. You want me to leave, so I have to leave? What am I to you, some kind of puppet? I'm a person, just an ordinary one who wants to live my own simple life. Don't you consider my feelings at all? Listen, if you don't give me a proper explanation today, you won't get any peace from me. I'll just stay here and pester you endlessly. I'm not going anywhere." The heart of Earth stated bluntly, "You are not human." Luo Shi's emotions suddenly flared up. "How dare you insult me? Your whole family isn't human." "I am indeed not human," the heart conceded. "Then what are you?" Luo Shi asked. "I am the world consciousness." "So Lan Xian is also a world consciousness?" "Correct." Luo Shi had interacted with Lan Xian for so long, yet only now learned of his true identity. The heart of Earth explained, "Everything in the universe is composed of energy, including matter and consciousness. The difference lies in the frequency of the energy. You and I are no exception." Luo Shi had previously discussed the concept of love energy with the giant tribe, so she could understand the heart's explanation. The heart continued, "I was born at the dawn of celestial formation, nurturing all things, which in turn nourish me. In this cycle, energy perpetuates, allowing the world to exist eternally." "But doesn't the universe have an eventual end?" Luo Shi questioned. "How do you know the end is not just the beginning of something new?" The heart of Earth said solemnly, "You still cannot comprehend it." Luo Shi scratched her head. "I don't want to understand either. My lifespan is just a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of the universe." She sighed. "All right, tell me. You and Lan Xian brought me back to Earth. What do you plan for me to do? The main task is already completed. You can just wander around as you please now," the heart replied. "Luo Shi, so you've already schemed something behind my back again, huh? How frustrating. How can I return?" she asked. "There are two options," the heart said. "Tell me, quick," Luo Shi urged. "Either you unlock the ability to traverse the space-time continuum yourself, Luo Shi, and when exactly will that happen? Or you wait for me to replenish the necessary energy to assist your return." "Luo Shi, that doesn't sound very reliable either." She couldn't help but ask, "Then how did I come here in the first place?" "It was the combined energy of Lan Xian, you, and myself that opened the gate between parallel universes," the heart explained. "The gate?" The life tree is also known as the gate. It not only contains immense energy that can nurture all life, but it also serves as the medium connecting the boundaries of the universe, the heart elaborated. Luo Shi suddenly had an epiphany, and her anger flared up. "So you and Lan Xian had it all planned out from the beginning. He pretended to give me the spatial dimension and the life tree, and helped me solve all my problems, just to fatten me up so you could slaughter me. Isn't that right?" She paused, then quickly added, "Ugh. Forget I said that, I'm not a pig. Taking a deep breath, she asked a question that had long been weighing on her heart. My two children are so special, you two must have interfered with that as well, haven't you? Truthfully, the heart of Earth's answer no longer mattered much to her. She was convinced that the two sixth princes had tampered with her children. She muttered to herself, you've tricked and schemed against me. I admit it. After all, I've gained a lot of benefits. But my children can't be at your mercy, they're still so young. Whatever you want them to do, tell me, and I'll do it. The heart of Earth considered whether to tell her the truth. But the mother thing was a bit. Oh well, he'd had countless projections over billions of years, and mother was just a designation to him. Besides, this woman wouldn't stop her incessant rambling anytime soon. It was best to shut her up quickly. The heart of Earth revealed in a low voice, actually, it's not that we've interfered. They are a part of us. Luo Shi was dumbfounded. She understood every word, but strung together, the meaning eluded her. What do you mean? The eldest is a projection of Lan Xin, and the second is a projection of myself. So, my children aren't really mine? What happened to my original children then? Luo Shi asked, a sense of alarm rising within her. The heart of Earth explained patiently, your physical constitution made it impossible for you to naturally conceive children. These two children have been our projections from the beginning. Or rather, I shouldn't say that. After separating and being reborn as individuals, they have become your own children to a certain degree. Luo Shi did not feel joy at this revelation, only trepidation. She suddenly felt unsure of how to face her two children going forward. Reluctantly, she asked, but Lan Xin said my awakened ability is the life water, which can repair genes. I've been drinking it daily, so how could my body be unable to bear children? It is precisely because you have awakened the life water and are symbiotic with the life tree that your physical form cannot withstand the immense energy of the spiritual realm. The heart of Earth replied. Why did you have to do this? Luo Shi pressed. There were reasons that necessitated it, the heart said. What reasons? You will come to know in time. Luo Shi, damn it. Luo Shi's thoughts were in turmoil. She buried her head in her knees, hands gripping her hair. After a long while, Luo Shi took a few deep breaths, gradually calming herself and accepting the reality. She marveled at her own ability to regulate her emotions. Since she couldn't leave for now, and sitting around would be boring, she began inquiring, why did the zombie virus outbreak occur on Earth? The heart of Earth stated matter-of-factly, it was due to human greed. Humans sought to become gods, to be the creators, and tried to manufacture a new breed of humans. Luo Shi furrowed her brow. So the zombie virus and human extinction were all of humanity's own making? Correct. I can only laugh at that. Luo Shi exclaimed. It was not the first time, the heart added. Ha, there were previous incidents? Luo Shi asked. Do you want to know? Place your hand on the tree trunk. Luo Shi was indeed curious. She turned to face the great tree and rested her hand on the trunk. Close your eyes, the heart instructed. Luo Shi obediently closed her eyes. Immediately, a series of images flashed through her mind. First, a planet shrouded in clouds, similar to the primordial planet she had seen in the Tasia system. Gradually, the clouds parted, revealing a red planet, its surface roiling with lava. The lava cooled, forming brown mountains and rocks. Then, two groups of aliens engaged in battle within the star system. Their conflict spilled over, causing a small celestial body to hurtle towards the red planet. The planet was once again enveloped in thicker mist. When the mist cleared, the red planet had transformed into a blue one, its surface entirely covered in water. Alongside it, a satellite had appeared, quietly orbiting the planet. Luo Shi used her consciousness to ask the heart of Earth, that satellite is the moon, isn't it? The humans call it the moon, but it is actually my planetary core that was ejected after the impact, the heart replied. Luo Shi continued to watch the vision unfold. The images raced by as the Earth gradually gave rise to life. But tragedy struck again, with interstellar wars once more engulfing the planet. The surface water froze, then melted, freezing again, this cycle repeating multiple times before finally stabilizing. Luo Shi sighed, truly a planet plagued by a cruel fate. As the landmasses took shape and the ecological environment stabilized, various lifeforms began to emerge, and Earth flourished. The first humans appeared, giant beings standing 3 to 4 meters tall, possessing consciousness, thought, and intelligence. They underwent rapid development, entering a highly advanced civilization. They built towering skyscrapers, created interstellar spacecraft and energy weapons, and ruled an entire star system. Luo Shi thought, so the other species didn't just wipe each other out? However, the giants were plagued by constant internal strife. In their quest for resources, they launched a new round of interstellar wars, nearly destroying the Earth. Many surviving giants fled the planet aboard their spaceships. The pets the giants had raised, the awakened fish and dinosaurs, evolved into the new humans, the merfolk and the lizardfolk. They inherited the giants' abandoned technology and knowledge, reviving human civilization. But as they grew increasingly powerful, the merfolk and lizardfolk also became lazy, selfish, corrupt, and greedy, eventually sparking a global war. The nuclear explosions devastated the Earth, triggering volcanic eruptions and tectonic movements. The planet entered a century-long period of darkness, and all life endured a great cataclysm, with human civilization regressing to a primitive state. A group of peaceful merfolk and lizardfolk, carrying weapons, knowledge, wisdom, and tools, came to this ravine and secretly established a hidden kingdom underground. They covertly aided the emerging Homo sapiens, helping to rebuild human civilization. As human civilization advanced, the people grew unsatisfied with their current abilities and began attempts to create a new breed of humans. They kidnapped and dissected visiting aliens, only to find the aliens carried vast energy as well as a powerful virus within them. The virus spread rapidly across the globe. The survivors mutated into enhanced new humans, while the unfortunate became the mindless, inhumane creatures dubbed zombies by humanity. Luo Shi couldn't help but ask, what about the people from the Hidden Kingdom? Didn't they come out to stop the zombie outbreak? The Heart of Earth calmly replied, they were infected as well, and their demise was even faster than that of the humans. But why? Weren't they stronger? Luo Shi questioned. The Heart of Earth mused, strength can sometimes be a double-edged sword. It allows one to swiftly destroy enemies, but it can also accelerate one's own demise. The vision continued to play out before Luo Shi. The enhanced humans, after suddenly gaining immense abilities, began to recklessly squander their powers, disregarding humanity and morality. Civilization regressed to a savage state. However, the enhanced ones failed to realize that their powers required replenishment. Killing and desire only led to the faster depletion of their energy. Once the energy was exhausted, their abilities would disappear. Only by constantly absorbing and releasing the energy of love could their powers be sustained and strengthened. In the end, those who lost their abilities were terminated mercilessly by their former comrades, just like the zombies they had killed. Eventually, only one person remained in the world. Luo Shi watched as Luo Qiqi suddenly vanished from the vision. She urgently asked, where did Luo Qiqi go? Why did she disappear so suddenly? She went to do what she needed to do, the Heart of Earth replied. Luo Shi angrily questioned, didn't you say she died? When did I say she died? The Heart countered. Earlier, when I asked about my family, you implied they were no longer around. Luo Shi pointed out. Their physical forms are gone, but they exist in another form, the Heart explained. Stop speaking in riddles. Where are my parents? And where did Luo Qiqi go? Luo Shi pressed. After a brief silence, the Heart of Earth shook off 2 leaves glowing with a faint white light, letting them float in front of Luo Shi. Lan Xian made a bet with me that you would certainly ask about your parents' whereabouts. He had me keep their consciousness, and I didn't mind. Now I'm giving them to you. Luo Shi stared at the leaves in surprise. Are these the consciousness of my parents? Yes, their consciousness is stored within these leaves, the Heart confirmed. What do I do now? Is there a way to revive them? Luo Shi asked eagerly. Yes, there is a way, the Heart replied. Luo Shi's eyes lit up. What is it? Tell me quickly. Consume the leaves, the Heart said. Luo Shi, what kind of crazy idea is this? Then they will be reborn, the Heart continued. Will they remember me? Luo Shi asked. Of course not. What do you think rebirth means? I don't need to explain that to you, do I? The Heart retorted. Can anyone consume them? Luo Shi questioned. That depends on whether you want them to continue being human or not, the Heart responded cryptically. Luo Shi, this dodging and weaving is no worse than Lan Xian's. Don't compare me to that 6th prince, the Heart chided. Luo Shi sighed and asked, how do I keep them safe now? Place them on the life tree in your spatial dimension and sustain them with energy, the Heart instructed. All right. Luo Shi placed the leaves in her spatial dimension, then asked, my parents are here, but what about Luo Qiqi? I have entrusted her with an important task, which I cannot disclose, the Heart said. Is she okay? Will she come back? Luo Shi pressed. She is well, and she will return, the heart replied. Luo Shi, very good, you've successfully made me feel brushed off. Will I really get to see her again? Luo Shi asked. If her task goes well, she may return before you leave, the Heart of Earth replied. Luo Shi suddenly felt a surge of joy. She had been uncertain about the two options the heart had provided for returning, but now, well, she should still discuss it with the others. Going back to the star realm was not just her own affair. Luo Shi then noticed the leaves on the giant tree seemed sparser and duller than when she first saw them. She asked worriedly, why does your tree look so much worse off than mine? It's fine, the heart responded flatly. Upon remembering the consciousness it had sent away, it hoped Lan Xin could properly accommodate them. Luo Shi thought for a moment, then asked, if we can't return right away, is there anything I can do to help you replenish your energy faster during our stay here? The heart hummed. I mean, you said you need to restore your energy to help me return. Is there anything I can do to speed up that process? Luo Shi clarified. The Heart of Earth remained silent, and Luo Shi could not sense its thoughts. After a long pause, the heart spoke, could you please help me deal with the trash that humans have created? Luo Shi was both surprised and unsurprised by the request. She nodded and asked, what types of trash are we talking about? From human living, industry, construction, electronics, medicine, to hazardous waste, all pollutants that harm the natural environment and ecology. I have the ability to handle them myself, but it would take a very long time. In the past, when my energy was abundant, I wouldn't have bothered you, but now I need to restore my energy as quickly as possible, so I'm asking for your help, the Heart of Earth explained. Luo Shi continued to inquire, what about human civilization? That's up to you. You can choose to deal with it or not. Either way, it will gradually fade with the passage of time, the heart replied. Luo Shi nodded, okay, I'll discuss the matter of returning with the others first. If we really can't leave, I'll help you deal with the trash. Luo Shi then thought of another vexing problem. Do you know how to shield others from sensing my consciousness? Why would you want to do that? The heart asked. I don't want others to always know my true thoughts, Luo Shi explained. You want to lie? The heart questioned. No, not that. Privacy. I want to have my own privacy, you know? Luo Shi insisted. I don't think that's necessary. Everyone should be able to share their true thoughts freely without lies. Sharing information is a precious thing, the Heart of Earth said. Luo Shi mentally rolled her eyes. Just say you can't do it. I won't laugh at you. Ridiculous, something this simple. How could I not be able to do it? The heart scoffed. Then tell me how, Luo Shi pressed. Seal your spiritual domain. But there will be side effects, the heart warned. What kind of side effects? Luo Shi asked. Become a fool, the Heart of Earth replied bluntly. Luo Shi, you're messing with me, aren't you? If you seal your consciousness, you won't be able to think properly, so of course you'd become a fool, the heart elaborated. That's as good as not telling me anything, Luo Shi retorted. Just don't have any bad thoughts, then it'll be fine, the heart said dismissively. Luo Shi decided she wasn't going to bicker with the Heart of Earth anymore. It was clearly cut from the same cloth as that sixth Prince Lan Xin. The Heart of Earth too was tired of dealing with this woman. With a mental gesture, it sent Luo Shi flying back out. When Luo Shi landed back on the ground, she plopped down ungracefully. Grumbling, she stood up and brushed the dirt off herself. If it weren't for that sixth prince not even giving her a warning, she definitely wouldn't have ended up in such a disheveled state. Luo Shi found a flat, open area and brought out the 3 starships from her spatial dimension. She had already figured out what to say. Most of the expedition team members knew about her heightened spiritual powers, so she could pretend to have woken up a bit earlier than the others. She would relay the information she had sensed to the group, and let them discuss the rest. Among the crew, the first to regain consciousness was Jun Xian. The moment the starship touched down, he had immediately restored his awareness and opened his eyes. Seeing Luo Shi nearby, he sighed in relief, then began surveying their surroundings. Once Jun Xian confirmed their safety, Luo Shi used her spiritual power to erect a shielding barrier and recounted the current situation to him, including the true origins of their 2 sons. Jun Xian was somewhat surprised. Earth? Is this the same time period you mentioned reaching through your out-of-body experience? Yes, that's right. It's been 200 years since I left. Humanity on Earth has already gone extinct in that great calamity, Luo Shi replied. Jun Shan felt that after all they had experienced together over the years, there was nothing that could truly surprise him anymore. Except, he had underestimated the depth of his own knowledge. Seeing Luo Shi's low mood, he guessed it was likely due to the children. To be honest, he was also having a hard time accepting it at first. But after years of dealing with unexpected turns in life, he had grown accustomed to it. He embraced Luo Shi, comforting her. The children are still the ones we nurtured and raised, even if they have other identities in the past or future. They are our children now. Luo Shi leaned into his embrace, her voice slightly muffled. I know. I'm just worried about the responsibilities they may have to bear. Even though they are projections, they are now independent new beings. Jun Shan said, everyone comes into this world with their own mission. Luo Shi's ability to self-regulate was excellent. She soon lifted her head and sat up straight. I'm fine now. Let's go out and take a look. As the couple exited the room, most of the crew had already awakened and were curiously examining the new world, communicating through their consciousnesses. Luo Shi didn't want to seal her spiritual domain and become a fool in front of everyone, so she tried her best to control her wandering thoughts. Luo Shi went to find her aunt, while Jun Shan went to report the information he had gathered to the fourth prince. Upon hearing the information, the fourth prince was so shocked that he immediately spat out some of his drink. Parallel universe? Cousin Jun, do you think this is an Earth plot? The fourth prince asked suspiciously. The humans on this planet have already gone extinct 200 years ago, and their level of development is far behind ours. Even if they still existed, I doubt this planet would have enough energy to open a miniature black hole, Jun Shan replied calmly. How do you know the humans on this planet have already gone extinct, and be so clear about their level of development? The fourth prince looked at Jun Shan with a doubtful gaze. The vision my wife and I received showed us that information, Jun Shan responded plainly. He had wanted to say he had received the information, but now everyone was communicating through their consciousness, with information being transparently shared. How come you all received the information, but I didn't? The fourth prince questioned. Perhaps our spiritual powers are higher? Jun Shan suggested mildly. Who are you looking down on? The fourth prince blurted out angrily. Jun Shan simply shrugged indifferently. Jun Shan, I can sense it. The fourth prince, damn it. After that, the fourth prince called a full meeting, informing all the members of the information that Jun Shan and Luo Shi had received. They also quickly learned through instrument scans that the length of a day on Earth was the same as in the Empire, but the year was half as long. They also detected and analyzed the detailed terrain of Earth, including the unique features of the ravine they were situated in. Meanwhile, on the Star Network of the Star Empire, a live broadcast with the title "Where Has the Disappeared Expedition Team Gone?" had rapidly topped the trending charts. The sudden disappearance of the expedition team just before their scheduled return had caused a major uproar within the Empire. The citizens were deeply worried and had made numerous appeals to the military for an investigation and search for clues. The emperor and his cabinet ministers were also extremely anxious. The expedition team not only included over 20,000 elite military personnel and their dependents, but also the fourth prince, who was considered the presumptive heir, several important cabinet ministers, and many talents from the research institutes. However, the search parties they had sent out one after another had found no traces. It was as if the expedition team had simply vanished from the world. Now, a live broadcast claiming to know the whereabouts of the expedition team had understandably caused a huge commotion in the Empire. Emperor Xian Yuan ordered, "Find out immediately who this banana you papaya ID belongs to." However, the response he received was, "No such person found." Xian Yuan cursed incessantly in his heart. How could there be so many cases of no such person found? The citizens of the Empire flooded into the live broadcast, and within just a few minutes, it had surpassed the account that Baoma Lui had cultivated for over 20 years in terms of followers. On the live feed, the fourth prince and the expedition team members stood silently on the starship, their expressions fluctuating between shock, fear, relief, anger, and resignation. The citizens of the Empire were utterly perplexed. What are they saying? Why is there no sound? They aren't speaking out loud, but it seems they are exchanging very complex information. I've turned the volume up to the max, but there's still no sound. I see my son. Thank goodness, he's still alive. Wah! I see my father too. Where are they? Why aren't they coming back? A bolded, titanium-colored message flashed across the screen. Banana you papaya, the expedition team is now in the parallel universe of Earth, and they are communicating through consciousness. Who are you? How do you know this? Whoa, Banana You Papaya is the host of this live stream. Host, how are you connecting to the live feed? What is this consciousness communication? Sounds incredible. It feels like they're in a different dimension from us now. How did they end up in a parallel universe? I just want to know what they're communicating about. I know banana, but what's a papaya? Banana You Papaya. They need to stay on Earth for a while, waiting for the right time to return. This live stream will broadcast the expedition team's life on Earth 24/7. Why can only you use bold text? That light is so glaring, it's blinding my eyes. Are those your dog eyes? Personal attack? Let's duel. Who's afraid of who? To the arena with you. Host YYDS. YYDS is an online slang meaning the best. Host 999999. Expressing highest praise for the host. My life won't be boring anymore. This is more exciting than watching dramas. Through the live stream, the members of the Luo and Jun families saw the intact figures of Luo Shi, Jun Xian, Luo Yihan, and Patrick. They finally heaved a sigh of relief and the heavy burden on their hearts was lifted. When Luo Junyi heard the news that his daughter and grandchildren were safe, he immediately lost all strength and passed out from the relief. Ever since receiving the news of the expedition team's disappearance, he had barely slept, always requesting to personally join the search parties the military sent out to the gloomy star realm. If the military hadn't forced him to rest, he would have stationed himself at the edge of the star system, interrogating every single resident of the gloomy star realm. Upon hearing the news about her daughter and grandchildren, Luo's mother's swollen eyes filled with tears of joy once again. Good. As long as they were alive, there was hope for their return. Luo Qingfeng's state was no better than Luo's father's. He hated that he was just a technician, unable to join the exploration team to search for clues. Many families in the empire were in similar states. Their hearts, seared like charcoal, had finally eased. They all stared intently at the live stream, gazing at the familiar faces they had thought about day and night, silently praying for their safe return. However, the people on Earth were unaware that their scenes were being live-streamed to the entire empire, which was now focusing on their every move. After receiving the information relayed by the fourth prince, some of the expedition team members reluctantly accepted their current predicament, while others insisted they should not fully trust information from an unknown source and should instead focus on finding a way back home as soon as possible. So the fourth prince organized the most vocal ones into a special group tasked with searching for a way to return. He then organized the rest to handle the trash cleanup, dividing them into dozens of small teams, each responsible for a specific waste area. A technical team was also established to manufacture and maintain the necessary tools for everyone. The fourth prince joined the group searching for a way home, his desire to return being the most urgent of all. As a mecha consultant, Luo Yihan naturally belonged to the technical team. Luo Shi and Jun Xian joined the trash cleanup team, forming a 6-person squad with Ancestor Mother, Ancestor Jie, Kaka, and Patrick. Their squad's assigned area was north of the equator, between 90 degrees and 180 degrees east longitude. This region covered the vast expanse of the Eurasian continent, as well as the East China Sea, Yellow Sea, South China Sea, Philippine Sea, and part of the Pacific Ocean. Of course, these nuanced and detailed specifics were only known to Luo Shi herself. For the expedition team and the organizing fourth prince, the landmasses and oceans of Earth were just basic geographic concepts. After discussing with her squad members, Luo Shi volunteered to take responsibility for the cleanup work in this region. Among the squad members, only Jun Xian knew the true thoughts within her heart. This area encompassed the countries where she had once lived, the places that had witnessed her growth. The trash area they were primarily responsible for cleaning up was the most difficult and likely the longest-lasting remnants of human activity, plastic waste. Luo Shi decided to start with the oceans, as she remembered the seas were the most severely polluted by plastics. The squad members readily agreed, piloting their flying craft to the designated sea area. Luo Shi told them she would be a little late, as she wanted to visit the places she had once lived. Concerned that the familiar sights might stir up emotions in his wife, Jun Xian gently asked, "Shall I come with you?" Luo Shi shook her head, trying to appear nonchalant. "It's fine, I'm just going to take a look. It's been 200 years, everything is bound to have changed beyond recognition. Jun Xian didn't press the issue, just reminding her, contact me if you need anything. Okay, Luo Shi replied with a smile and a nod. As Luo Shi piloted the craft up into the sky and gazed down at the secluded ravine once more, she suddenly realized where she was. She was also surprised to find that the legends about this place were actually true, filling her with a deep sense of awe. Shaking off her thoughts, Luo Shi headed northward. However, the sights along the way gradually weighed heavily on her heart. In just 200 years, nearly all traces of human activity had vanished. Except for the well-preserved ravine, the world outside was shrouded in an eerie, deathly silence. All the roads had been consumed by vegetation and disappeared. The once grand bridges spanning seas and mountains had all collapsed. The once vibrant and bustling cities had become ruins, with the streets above the underground tunnels caved in and the towering skyscrapers completely covered in vines and creepers. Relying on her memory, Luo Shi located the city where she had once lived. Gazing down at the city through the craft's window, overrun by strange-colored mutant plants, she felt there was no longer any need for her to go down there. However, when Luo Shi reached the east coast, she was completely stunned. The entire sea area was a disturbing mix of blackish-red hues, accompanied by a foul stench. The endless coastline was littered with all kinds of garbage, and even more chilling were the decomposing animal carcasses. It appeared that the zombie virus that had ravaged the land had not spared the marine life either. Just as human waste had ultimately ended up in the oceans, the toxic substances carrying the zombie virus had likewise contaminated the seas. At first, only the coastal marine creatures were infected. But the ocean's ecosystem is interconnected. The big fish eat the small fish eat the shrimp. Over time, the deep-sea organisms also fell victim to this calamity. Some mutated creatures did manage to survive, but with the marine pollution and lack of food, they could not escape their eventual demise. This deeply unsettling scene was now being broadcast live, with the feed even connected to sensors that transmitted the nauseating stench. The Imperial citizens watching the livestream were choked by the sudden foul odor, cursing the host for not being human. The unseen controller behind the stream rolled their eyes. I was never human to begin with. A bolded, flashing message scrolled across the comments. The wanton destruction of the Earth's ecology by humans has led to their own downfall. We in the Empire must take this as a profound lesson, or else the Earth's today will be our tomorrow. Emperor Shen Yuan, just what the hell is that bastard up to? $@%#. Although what he said is true, I suspect he has ulterior motives. The sixth Prince Lan Xin, quietly amassing power and influence. The six-person squad fully equipped themselves and conducted a thorough sweeping operation. It took them an entire month to clean up the floating plastic waste on the surface, which weighed several thousand tons. Of course, this included not just plastics, but other non-biodegradable discards as well. Over the next 2 months, they expended immense effort to clear the seabed and ocean trenches of the accumulated garbage. The visible trash was the easy part, the real challenge was the invisible, like microplastics. Plastic does not fully degrade, but breaks down into tiny plastic particles suspended in the ocean. When marine life ingests these microplastics, the toxins they release continue to accumulate in the organisms' bodies, affecting their reproductive capacity and potentially causing cancer and obesity. Inevitably, these toxins also end up in the humans who consume the seafood. Luo Shi surmised that if humans could not resolve the microplastics issue in time, even without the zombie virus, their fate would be sealed. Fortunately, the research team had successfully developed a bio-based liquid that could completely decompose microplastics, without further burdening the marine environment. During the cleanup work, Luo Shi used the team members' rest periods to pilot the craft and survey the entire Earth. In just 200 years, the world's landscapes had undergone tremendous transformation. Due to the spread of the zombie virus, all animals, like humans, had perished. The planet was now dominated by mutant plants. Some low-lying countries and cities had been swallowed by the rising seas, now submerged beneath the oceans. The Eiffel Tower had long since collapsed. The iconic structure, which required repainting every 7 years for maintenance, could only stand for 2 centuries without human care. As sea levels rose, the land was gradually eroded. The Empire State Building had also tilted and crumbled. Even the tallest man-made structure in North America, the Sears Tower, could not withstand the ravages of time and had finally fallen. Luo Shi couldn't help but wonder. As time passed, steel would rust, concrete would crumble, Wood and books would decay. What could still prove the glory of those bygone civilizations? The Egyptian pyramids? The Great Wall of China? Mount Rushmore? Perhaps the reason ancient civilizations had to rely on carved stone tablets to record history was not due to their technological inferiority, but because only such forms of civilization could truly endure the erosion of time. The imperial citizens following Luo Shi's perspective through the live stream experienced a cross-temporal global journey. Some even dug up the ancient history of the Star Empire, pondering whether they should also carve some clay tablets or stone walls for preservation. Ancestor Jie stood in front of a dilapidated and decaying ancient structure, its walls barely standing. He had a vague feeling of familiarity, but he was certain he did not have any mental illness. When he was cleaning up the trash and dug out some broken pottery from the soil, he suddenly remembered seeing similar scenes in a game he had played before. To play that game well, he had researched a lot of ancient texts at the time. Ancestor Jie had a sudden idea, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became, even increasing the speed of his trash cleanup work. Afterward, Ancestor Jie began coming and going at odd hours, acting mysterious. His strange behavior caught the attention of Luo Shi and the others. Luo Shi stopped him and asked, "Cousin, what have you been so busy with lately?" Ancestor Jie had wanted to tell a small lie or avoid answering, as he wanted to surprise Kaka, but his consciousness immediately betrayed him, and the others instantly received an image of a building in their minds. While the others were still curious about the object in the image, Luo Shi had already realized it, asking in surprise, "You've built a Sihiyuan, traditional Chinese courtyard house?" Seeing that he had been exposed, Ancestor Jie scratched his head and said, "When I was cleaning up the trash, I found the wall frame of this house was still intact, and the layout was similar to an ancient manor in a retro game I used to play. I thought I could try to restore it, and it turns out my skills are still pretty good." Luo Shi cupped her hands and bowed respectfully. "That's wonderful. Well done, my dear cousin. May we have the honor of visiting and admiring your work?" Ancestor Jie nodded. "I'm just finishing up the landscaping. It'll be ready in a couple of days. I'll invite you all then." 2 days later, Luo Shi and the others received Ancestor Jie's invitation to visit his restored ancient manor. When they arrived, amidst the strange-colored and foul-smelling jungle, they saw a grand, red-walled, green-roofed estate with elegant eaves and brackets, a true sight of antiquity. A pair of weathered stone lions guarded the entrance, and a plaque above the door read, "Ancestral Manor." Luo Shi was a bit puzzled. "Cousin, why is it called the Ancestral Manor?" "Because I'm surnamed Zong," he replied. "Shouldn't it then be the Zong Manor?" "Because I'm a person." Luo Shi, "That makes sense. I can't refute that." "Okay, it's your house. You can name it as you please." Luo Shi glanced at the pair of large red lanterns hanging on the black main gate, then swept her gaze around the strange surrounding environment. Suddenly appearing in the middle of nowhere, this ancient manor evoked a chilling liuzhai, strange tales, sensation. Through repeated testing, Luo Shi had learned that as long as one's consciousness was not too strong, and the others were not deliberately trying to read minds, the risk of telepathic exposure could be greatly reduced. So her current thoughts were unknown to the others. The rest were all thoroughly amazed and awestruck by the sight. Ancestor Jie explained excitedly, "To keep out the mutant plants and foul air, I've set up an energy shield around the manor. The construction materials are all space-age metals, made to look antique. Even with no maintenance for 10,000 years, it'll be fine." Luo Shi, the future humans archaeologists will have another unsolved mystery. Following Ancestor Jie, they pushed open the doors and entered the courtyard. An aura of serenity and antiquity immediately washed over them, dispelling Luo Shi's previous sense of unease. Passing through the gatehouse, they entered the central main courtyard, a spacious, paved area. In the center stood a towering ancient tree, its shade covering a set of stone benches. Beside it was an old well, the pump and bucket suspended quietly. Ancestor Jie led them on a tour, explaining, "The big tree, stone benches, and well were all already here in the courtyard. I just cleaned them up a bit." The surrounding buildings had tall roofs with intricately painted and carved eaves. The red doors and window frames were also elegantly carved. One open-doored building looked like a grand hall. The entire courtyard exuded an ancient charm. Ancestor Jie said proudly, the carvings were all painstakingly recreated one-to-one based on ancient texts, and I have Luoyihan to thank for the small tools that helped. The others glanced at Luoyihan with a hint of reproach, asking, you knew about this all along? Luoyihan's expression was innocent. I didn't know, I just helped make a few small things. The others decided to forgive him for now, seeing his sincerity. Proceeding from the main courtyard, they entered a relatively smaller one, filled with lush greenery, flowers, plants, small fish ponds, and rockeries. The water was crystal clear. Ancestor Jie lamented, pity there are no fish or turtles, so the ponds are empty for now. Following a stone path, they reached another courtyard clearly meant for living quarters. A row of houses were arranged, each with its own small courtyard, wind chimes hanging on the walls. Kaka was delighted to see the wind chimes, stepping forward to gently play them, the delicate chimes ringing sweetly. Kaka looked at Ancestor Jie with starry eyes. Jie, you're amazing. I love it here. Can we live here? Ancestor Jie smiled blissfully. Of course, I had you in mind when I was building this place. Luo Shi also greatly admired this faithfully restored, serene and rustic Sihiyuan, enviously watching Kaka. Sensing her envy, Jun Shan reached out to gently ruffle Luo Shi's hair. You like it too, huh? I'll ask Jie later how he built it. Waving a hand at the row of courtyards, Ancestor Jie said, I designed this with everyone in mind. Pick whichever courtyard you like and move right in. There's more than enough space. In the end, they unanimously agreed and immediately settled down. Since all their belongings were already in their personal storage spaces, no need to return to the military ship. Though the manor's exterior was in an ancient architectural style, the interiors were equipped with advanced space-age facilities, making it very comfortable to live in. Luo Shi discussed with Jun Shan, I'd like to build a manor like this in our spatial domain as well. The doting husband Jun Shan, of course, had no objections. Okay, I'll ask Jie about the construction details. I recall the ancient texts mention this is a 3-bay, 4-courtyard layout. We can build an even larger one, with over 10 courtyards, spacious and comfortable for you. Luo Shi thought for a moment. Let's make it a 7-courtyard manor then. Won't 7 courtyards be a bit small? Not at all. Even in ancient times, only imperial royalty could afford such a large residence. But we don't have to follow the ancient conventions. I think 7 courtyards is just right. I like the number 7. Alright, we'll do it according to your preference then. The 4th prince had been in a foul mood lately, often venting his frustrations by training intensely in the combat simulator. It had been 5 years, on Earth, since he had scoured the entire galaxy. Not to mention Earth, he was probably as familiar with Earth now as he was with Pamra, but he still had not found the slightest possibility of returning. When Jun Shan heard about this, he went to the 4th prince, seeing him drenched in sweat. Jun Shan comforted, we'll find a way back, eventually. The 4th prince angrily kicked some training equipment, then roughly ran his hands through his hair, complaining, how much have I sacrificed over the years to qualify for the throne? Just when everything was in my grasp, I end up in this damned place, and now you want me to clean up trash? How can I be content with that? He then fixed Jun Shan with a piercing gaze, his tone low and restrained. Tell me the truth, what else do you and your wife know? Jun Shan shook his head, nothing more. Aside from that initial message and image we received when we first woke up, we don't know anything else. The 4th prince pondered for a moment, then asked, why didn't your 2 sons join the expedition team back then? Jun Shan replied calmly, children change their minds easily. And you and your wife were willing to let them go? Children will eventually grow up and leave. As hard as it is, we have to let them go. The 4th prince didn't press the issue further, unsure if he believed Jun Shan. He patted Jun Shan's shoulder, saying, I've been a bit on edge lately. Don't think too much of it. Especially now, we need to stand united if we want to find a way back faster. Jun Shan responded, I understand. Luo Shi returned to the Earth's inner domain, once again sitting under the tree trunk. She opened the communication channel. It took us a full 5 years, but we've finally cleaned up all the detectable trash. Are you feeling better? Much better. The Earth's voice sounded lighter and livelier. Luo Shi nodded, relieved. The Earth's heart continued. Thank you all. If I had to do it alone, it would have taken me over 10,000 years. Luo Shi's main concern was, can you now provide enough energy to send us back? No, not enough. Luo Shi pressed on. How much more is needed? A lot more. How much more is a lot more? Luo Shi pressed on. If we can clear out the toxic plants, that might be enough. And if we can eliminate the remaining viruses, that would be even better. Luo Shi mentally rolled her eyes. Prince Lan Xian was willing to help directly, but you're dragging your feet, making me beg for your assistance. You're worse than the sixth prince. The Earth's heart remained unfazed. As far as it was concerned, the desire to return home was theirs, not its own. Is a single rainstorm enough? Luo Shi could practically guess what it was that had the old sixth prince so preoccupied. Let's see what happens after the next rain shower, the Earth's heart said calmly. Fine. Luo Shi gritted out the word. Back on the surface, Luo Shi sent a message to Jun Shan. It's going to rain soon, don't worry, you don't need to look for me. She then piloted the craft to the peak of Mount Everest, where the once eternal snows had melted, leaving only a thin layer exposing the speckled brown rock. Luo Shi first used her mental powers to cloak herself, preventing any detection by others or their instruments. Then she activated her abilities, conjuring a swiftly expanding mist of rain centered on herself, which gradually enveloped the entire planet. The expedition team members scattered across the globe looked up at the sudden downpour, sensing the familiar energy in the rainwater, all of them stunned. But they had no time to ponder the reasons behind this Alphaean-like miraculous rain. They hastily removed their protective gear, standing in the rain to absorb the energy, the more sensitive ones even finding containers to store it. The fourth prince, standing on the ship's deck, reached out to feel the familiar energy in the rainwater, his previously agitated mood settling somewhat, a spark of hope to return home reignited. Jun Shan had received Luo Shi's advance message, and while not as anxious as before, he was still concerned for his wife's well-being. Suddenly, the live stream on the Star Network titled Expedition Team Scavenging for Survival, abruptly went dark, the screen displaying, signal interrupted, reconnecting. This sudden incident had all the viewers in the live stream extremely worried. Had the expedition team gotten into trouble again after just having settled down for a while? Through her experiences of enlightenment among the giant tribe and elf tribe, Luo Shi's abilities had grown profoundly powerful. The relentless rain continued for 5 straight days and nights, not only thoroughly washing away the remaining zombie toxins on Earth, but also nourishing the land and all living things, reviving them with new vitality. After the rain stopped, the once gloomy sky gradually cleared to a brilliant blue, the dense clouds dissipating as warm sunlight bathed the Earth. The blackish-red, foul-smelling seawater also receded, restoring its former liveliness. The mutant plants shed their airy colors, returning to their lush, verdant state. The live stream on the Star Network resumed normal broadcasting, and the Imperial citizens promptly flooded back into the channel, just in time to witness this unprecedented rejuvenation. Luo Shi used her mental powers to survey the entire planet's rebirth, her heart filled with excitement and elation, which eventually settled into a newfound tranquility, as if she had attained a deeper understanding. Suddenly, she felt her spiritual domain expanding, the space rapidly increasing. She slowly closed her eyes, sensing the colossal energies rushing in from all directions. The tree of life in the Earth's core was desperately absorbing the boundless energies surging from the cosmos, the atmosphere, and the surface. New branches and leaves were slowly growing, the entire tree becoming verdant and vibrant. If the Earth's heart had a human form, its mouth would surely be stretched from ear to ear in this moment. It silently exclaimed in astonishment, unexpected, utterly unexpected, a pleasant surprise, an immutable fate, eh? Ha! Now, I just have to wait for her return. Luo Shi felt she had brushed against a barrier, but the energy was still insufficient to break through. She adjusted her state and opened her eyes from the meditation. Luo Shi was amazed to sense the bolstered energies within her, even stronger than before. So using up my abilities causes them to replenish at an even greater magnitude? Perhaps I should deplete them more often from now on. The expedition team members had all, to varying degrees, felt the shifts in the energy fields around them, each one deeply excited. The viewers in the live stream couldn't detect the energy, but they could tell the expedition team had undergone some change. They all looked so energized, as if they had taken legendary spiritual elixirs. Taking advantage of the others' momentary distraction, Luo Shi quietly returned to the ravine, pretending she had been there the entire time. Seeing Luo Shi's vibrant state upon her return, Jun Shan finally felt relieved. After this rain, The entire group's spirits were renewed, their desire to return home still fervent, but no longer plagued by the previous anxious restlessness. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, "Look, the animals are all leaving the ravine." The others looked over to see the animals that had been peacefully living in the ravine, as if summoned by some unseen force, forming organized pairs and groups, calmly leaving the ravine and dispersing. Shortly after, a gust of wind, swirling through the ravine, swept away many plant seeds, carrying them off to unknown destinations. The fourth prince did not rest, continuing to lead his team in a tireless search for a way back. Luo Shi returned to the Earth's inner domain, excited. "Is the energy supply sufficient now? Can you send us away?" The Earth's heart spoke calmly, "I'm ready. But you still lack something." Luo Shi thought about the barrier she had sensed, asking puzzledly, "How do I break through that barrier?" "You have an unresolved inner conflict." Luo Shi quickly understood the implication, asking quietly, "When will she return?" "Soon." "What can I do?" "Wait. I want to help her. Is there a way?" The Earth's heart paused before answering, "With your current abilities, you may get trapped in the space-time vortex." Luo Shi recalled her experience passing through the gate, the space-time tunnel. "Is it a dark, lightless, timeless place?" That was the relatively safe interdimensional tunnel. Going to find her would require opening a unilateral portal, which would be fraught with dangerous space-time distortions. Luo Shi accused loudly, "If it's so dangerous, why did you let her go? She has helped to avoid those dangers." Luo Shi was exasperated. "Can't you just say everything at once?" Suddenly, the leaves of the tree of life rustled loudly. The Earth's heart inwardly cursed, "Damn, she's in trouble." Sensing the Earth's concern, Luo Shi asked anxiously, "Is my sister in danger?" The Earth's heart did not hide the truth, his tone grave. "Her contract beast has sent an emergency signal, meaning she's in a critical situation and may not be able to return." Hearing this, Luo Shi's breath caught. "Where is she?" "I'm going to rescue her." "You foolish child, I just told you the space-time vortex is extremely perilous. You may not only fail to save her, but be unable to return yourself." Without hesitation, Luo Shi said firmly, "If I don't go, she might not come back. Her safety would be a lifelong burden on me. Just tell me where she is and how I can get there." The Earth's heart sighed, "Since you've already made up your mind, I'll send you over." Thinking of Jun Shan, Luo Shi knew that if she went, she might not be able to return. She had to let him know the situation. "Let me just say goodbye to my husband. I'll be back soon." "Go then." Luo Shi quickly returned to the surface, rushing to Jun Shan's side and explaining the situation. Jun Shan insisted without room for argument, "Take me with you." "No, it's too dangerous." "You know it's dangerous, yet you want to go alone?" "But my sister is in grave peril. I have to go rescue her." Luo Shi was anxious to get there as soon as possible, afraid she might not make it in time. Jun Shan gripped her shoulders, his deep eyes serious as he said, "Luo Shi, your sister needs you, but I can't bear to be without you either. Either you take me with you, or you don't go at all." Luo Shi refused. "The space-time vortex is too risky. I don't want you to get hurt." Jun Shan's eyes grew red, his voice hoarse as he growled, "And I don't want you to get hurt either. What would I do? What would the children do, if something happened to you?" Thinking of their beloved children, Luo Shi couldn't bear the thought of them losing their parents. But her sister was also in grave danger. She took a deep breath, finding a compromise. "Okay, let's go see the Earth's heart. If he says you can come, then we'll go together. If he says no, then you have to wait for me to return, deal?" Jun Shan nodded, but he had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would stay by his wife's side. The Earth's heart sensed Jun Shan's unwavering determination, sighing, "Stubborn fool. Have him hide inside your spiritual domain. If you return safely, he will be unharmed." But Jun Shan didn't want to just hide in Luo Shi's mind. He wanted to be there protecting her. The Earth's heart gravely warned, "Young man, your strength is far inferior to hers. If you directly enter the space-time tunnel, you will most certainly meet a gruesome end." Luo Shi and Jun Shan fell silent. Reluctantly, Jun Shan entered Luo Shi's spiritual domain as advised. Luo Shi asked anxiously, "All right, now tell me how I can get there." "Go into the tree trunk, focus your mind, and think of your sister." Luo Shi took a deep breath, composing herself. Silently repeating her sister's name, she stepped into the tree trunk. After her figure disappeared, the Earth's heart sighed inaudibly, "Is the fate truly unchangeable?" A blinding white light flashed, and now it was not the pitch-black space, but a dazzling whiteness filled with howling gales. Luo Shi felt the fierce winds violently pulling at her. The gales shredded her clothes, slashed her skin, tearing her flesh and muscles, crushing her organs and bones. Gritting her teeth, Luo Shi had only one thought: my sister is waiting for me to save her. I have to endure. Sister, I'm coming. The relentless winds ground Luo Shi's body into a bloody mess, her limbs twisted like braids. After the excruciating pain came numbness. Just as Luo Shi felt she was about to be torn apart, the familiar white light flashed again. Luo Shi crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood and flesh chunks. Yuck! Using her mental powers, she examined her surroundings, finding herself in the middle of a desert, the scorching sun beating down. Confirming there was no immediate danger, Luo Shi retreated into her spatial domain, wanting to drink the ability-replenishing water to heal her wounds. But the water was there, yet she couldn't move to drink it. Luo Shi took out a straw and used her mental control to insert it into the bottle. She could have released Jun Xian to feed her, but considering her current pitiful state, she decided against it. After draining 3 bottles of the energy-rich water, Luo Shi's body had barely recovered. She quickly cleaned off the blood, then put her clothes back on. Phew, good thing I ended up in this deserted desert. If I had appeared in the city like this, it would have been so embarrassing. Luo Shi let Jun Xian out, and he immediately checked her over, relieved to find no injuries. Don't worry, I'm fine, Luo Shi reassured him. Luo Shi was about to extend her spiritual senses to search for any trace of her sister, but as she was about to leave the desert, she encountered a barrier. A gentle, invisible resistance blocked her mental probes. Luo Shi recalled that the Earth's heart had warned her that in other realms, her abilities might be restricted by the world consciousness, as it would not allow overly powerful energies to disrupt the balance of that world. She surmised this barrier was likely set up by the consciousness of this realm. Eager to find her sister, she did not want to invite unnecessary trouble, so she retracted her mental probes. Jun Xian's spiritual abilities were also constrained by the barrier. Frowning, he remarked, "Even at the edge of the desert, there is a force resisting my spiritual senses." Luo Shi explained the Earth's heart's explanation to him. "Looks like we'll have to go search for your sister ourselves." Luo Shi inwardly scoffed, as if a mere restriction on my spiritual powers would stop me. She retrieved the flying craft from her spatial domain, and she and Jun Xian boarded it, activating the cloaking mode to vanish into the sky. Luo Shi had no idea which direction to go, but she kept her sister's name chanting in her heart, "Sister, sister, sister." Following her instincts, they flew aimlessly, using their constrained spiritual senses to search. Perhaps it was a sisterly intuition, but as Luo Shi's craft approached a mountain valley with a lake, she sensed people fighting within the valley. Convinced it was her sister, Luo Shi pushed the craft to its maximum speed, plunging into the valley. However, as soon as she crested the mountain, she saw a horrific sight in midair: a woman in blue robes, clutching an egg, her body savagely mutilated, being impaled by a weapon wielded by an opposing figure, also half human, half serpentine. In the moment the woman's heart was pierced, Luo Shi felt a wrenching pain in her own chest. Though the woman's features were completely different from her sister's, her beautiful eyes held the same light, a light that was now rapidly fading. Heedless of danger, Luo Shi leapt from the craft, racing toward the woman. She cried out, "Luo Chi-Chi." Hearing her name, the woman briefly reopened her eyes, their light flaring for an instant before dimming once more. Her lips quivered, but no sound came out, yet Luo Shi could clearly read the shape of the word she mouthed. She. It was her sister. The woman plummeted from the sky, and Luo Shi rushed to catch her, but she could feel the woman's heartbeat had stopped. She was lifeless. Luo Shi's eyes bulged as she wailed, "Sister." But Luo Chi-Chi could never answer her again. The egg in her arms slipped from her grasp, splashing into the lake. Luo Shi no longer cared about the egg, clutching her sister's lifeless body, her heart filled with agonizing despair that manifested as a silent scream. She bitterly blamed herself for not arriving sooner. Just a step too late. If only she had been a moment faster, her sister would not have died. It was all her fault. Her sister perished because of her. Ah! The moment Luo Shi leapt from the craft, Jun Xian instantly recalled it into the spatial domain, then quickly donned his battle mech suit. As Luo Shi rushed towards the woman in blue, Jun Shan charged at the man in black, engaging him in combat. The half-serpent man was puzzled by these two bizarre newcomers, demanding angrily as he fought, "Who are you?" Jun Shan did not bother to reply. He had no habit of wasting words on those about to die. What Jun Shan didn't expect was that this half-human, half-beast creature was far more powerful than that quiescent fellow. If his own abilities hadn't continuously improved over the years, he might not have been able to hold his own. Just as Jun Shan was battling intensely, he suddenly heard Luo Shi's anguished wail. Deeply concerned for her, he let his guard down for a moment, which the man in black seized, slicing off a piece of Jun Shan's mech armor with his deadly weapon. Jun Shan inwardly marveled, such a formidable melee weapon. Consumed by guilt, pain, and despair over her sister's tragic demise, Luo Shi cried out to the heavens in raw anguish. Her voice echoed through the heavens and earth, causing the skies to darken. In her extreme grief, Luo Shi's pent-up energies erupted, shattering not only the barrier at the edge of the valley, but the previous obstruction she had encountered. Rumbling clouds and flashing lightning filled the air, as if the world itself was angered, intent on punishing these two intruders. But Luo Shi was oblivious to the external changes, her mind consumed by a single thought. If only I had arrived sooner. If only I had been a step faster, I could have saved my sister. Just a step sooner. Suddenly, a spatial distortion occurred behind Luo Shi, abruptly swallowing everything around them, plunging the world into darkness. Luo Shi crashed heavily to the ground, coughing up more blood and flesh chunks. Yuck! She was startled by the unexpected scene before her. What's going on? Didn't I just fail to save my sister in time, watching her die in my arms? Is this a dream now? Have I retreated into a dream, unable to accept reality? But the agonizing pain in my chest feels all too real. Luo Shi used her spiritual senses to survey the surroundings, the familiar desert, the scorching sun. She didn't have time to ponder what had happened. Since she had another chance, whether this was reality or a dream, she would save her sister this time. She immediately released Jun Shan from her spiritual domain, not even waiting for him to fret over her battered state. She quickly retrieved a bucket of water, telepathically ordering, "Quick, pour this into me." Though puzzled by the situation, Jun Shan dutifully supported Luo Shi, tilting the bucket to pour the ability-replenishing water directly into her mouth. Luo Shi gulped it down greedily, simultaneously activating her powers. Her injuries were healing at twice the previous rate, but it still wasn't fast enough. She didn't have enough time. Haphazardly putting on some clothes, Luo Shi grabbed the flying craft, dragging Jun Shan on board. Jun Shan looked at her questioningly. Although Luo Shi sensed Jun Shan didn't have the same memories as before, she wasn't sure what exactly had happened herself. But she had to hurry to the valley now. "I can't explain it clearly right now. We have to go save my sister first." Jun Shan nodded. Though he desperately wanted to ask how she knew where to go, since his wife was so determined, there must be something he didn't know. For now, he would just follow her lead. As they neared the valley, Luo Shi probed it with her spiritual senses, detecting the sounds of battle. She fervently prayed, "This time, I'll make it in time to save my sister. I have to." Luo Shi quickly instructed Jun Shan, "When we get there, you protect my sister, I'll go handle her attacker." Jun Shan really wanted to insist on taking on the enemy himself, while Luo Shi protected her sister. But seeing the unyielding look on his wife's face, he silently nodded in acquiescence. As the craft crossed over the mountain and entered the valley, they saw two half-human, half-serpent figures engaged in combat above the lake. "I made it in time," Luo Shi thought. "Jump out, switch to mech suits," she commanded. The words had barely left her mouth when the two of them leapt from the craft in perfect sync. Midair, Luo Shi recalled the flying vehicle, and they landed in their powered mech armor. Luo Shi quickly closed the distance, intercepting the deadly blow the man in black was about to land, her attack forcing him to stagger back a few steps. The man in black was on the verge of finishing his target when these two strange newcomers interfered, enraging him. "Who are you?" he demanded. Remembering the horrific image of her sister's demise, Luo Shi felt an overwhelming hatred towards this man, not even bothering to respond as she unleashed one lethal strike after another. The man's dark aura surged as he fought back with his full strength, determined to eliminate these two unexpected pests. Luo Shi combined her mech weaponry with mental attacks, slowly forcing the man back as his body became increasingly mutilated. On the shore, Jun Shan had caught the woman in blue robes as she collapsed. Realizing she must be Luo Shi's elder sister, he carefully set her down. The wounded woman warily retreated a few steps, clutching the egg in her arms protectively. Though grateful for the rescue, she eyed these strange newcomers suspiciously, worried they might try to steal the egg. Sensing her caution, Jun Shan explained, "She is Luo Shi, and I am her husband." The woman's eyes widened in shock as she stared intently at Luo Shi's armored form, unable to make out her features. But the fact that this stranger knew her sister's name had convinced her to some degree. Jun Shan retrieved a bottle of ability-replenishing water from his spatial storage, tossing it to her. "This will heal your injuries," he said casually. Luo Qiqi gripped the bottle, but even though she had gained some faith in these people, she wouldn't drink an unknown substance until she saw her sister. Jun Shan inwardly sighed. Who knew my wife could be so careless, while her sister is so cautious? Luo Qiqi did possess her own healing abilities, but they had been drained in the battle. Gritting her teeth, she produced the last of her rainbow spiritual stones from her storage pouch, instantly consuming them. Her powers recovered by about 2/5, which should be enough for her to escape if needed. Luo Qiqi gently caressed the egg in her arms. "My child, it's not that your mother doesn't want you to hatch soon, but I must secure my own safety first, or we'll both be doomed. I'll find you even more precious treasures later." Luo Shi fought with growing alarm. She didn't expect this opponent to be so powerful. Not only was his spiritual domain expansive, but the material of his sword was able to withstand both her mental and physical attacks. The man in black was equally shocked. He hadn't anticipated these two sudden arrivals to be so terrifyingly strong, completely overwhelming him. It was unwise to continue this battle. He needed to regroup and plan his next move. Sensing the man's intention to flee, Luo Shi inwardly sneered. Escape? Not a chance. She cranked up the output of her mech weapon, severing his arm. The man grunted in pain, realizing he might not be able to get away today. The skies above darkened further, lightning flashing ominously. Unfazed, Luo Shi unleashed the full force of her spiritual powers, first shattering his mental domain, then tearing his physical body apart. His bloody remains were swiftly devoured by the razor-toothed fish in the lake. As he perished, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. To the very end, he had no idea who his opponent was. Damn it! The heavens continued to shift in ominous colors, the gathering purple lightning exuding a terrifying aura. Glancing at the charged bolts, Luo Shi couldn't help but quip, "Did I kill your own son or something? Why are you so worked up?" Shedding her mech suit, she hurried to Luo Qiqi's side, calling out excitedly, "Luo Qiqi!" The moment Luo Shi removed her armor, Luo Qiqi saw her identical features, confirming 9/10 of her belief. Hearing her sister address her so familiarly, the last shred of caution dissipated. Her pallid face lit up with emotion, though her expression came across as somewhat fierce due to her usual stoicism. Yet the clear delight in her cracking voice betrayed her true feelings. "Shi, is that really you? How did you get here?" Luo Shi had a feeling she might be snatched away at any moment. First, she retrieved dozens of giant water buckets, then casually stored them in the spatial pouch before Luo Qiqi's eyes. Handing the pouch to her sister, she quickly explained, "The Earth's heart sent me here. The water in the buckets can heal injuries. This is a spatial pouch, controlled by your thoughts. Store it and drink the water slowly. I have the spiritual essences of our parents. I'll arrange for them to be reborn." Through her battle with the man in black, Luo Shi had realized this was no ordinary small world. The fact that her sister could fight him for so long meant she was also quite powerful. Luo Shi had no doubt Luo Qiqi could open the spatial portal. Luo Shi wanted to say more, but a purple lightning bolt suddenly struck down towards her. Quickly withdrawing Jun Shan into her spiritual domain, Luo Shi embraced Luo Qiqi, her voice choked with emotion. "Sister, I've missed you so much." And then she vanished from the spot. The purple lightning bolt, finding its target gone, let out a few frustrated rumbles before dissipating. Alone now, Luo Qiqi's expression returned to her usual impassivity. Glancing at the ominous clouds, she inwardly scoffed. This flawed, bug-ridden little world, flexing its muscles for what? Take a look at the chosen one you've selected, trying to attack a pregnant woman. How shameless. If they hadn't given me so much, I wouldn't have agreed to this at all. And that old geezer, the Earth's heart, luring me here to collect energy, then convincing she to come on this risky venture. Well, I can slip through space-time rifts thanks to my Void Beast contract. I wonder how she came. She left before I could ask. When I get back, I'll be sure to settle the score with that old man. Glancing down at the water bottle and spatial pouch, Luo Chichi let out a wry chuckle. Guess my little sister really does care about me after all. Adrift in the pitch-black temporal tunnel, Luo Shi breathed a huge sigh of relief. She had managed to open the dimensional gate just in the nick of time, narrowly avoiding that agonizing crushing force. This trip wasn't in vain. Not only had she saved her sister, but she might have even mastered the skill of traversing spacetime. But why did she say might have? Because she had never actually witnessed it before. She would have to go back and confirm it with the Earth's heart. The Earth's heart hadn't expected this person's auspicious fate to be so good, that she would master the ability to traverse spacetime in the midst of such joy and sorrow. Truly worthy of. After receiving the Earth's heart's confirmation, Luo Shi was overjoyed. She could finally leave this place and return home to reunite with her children. As before, it was Jun Xian who informed the fourth prince that they had received the signal to go back. Hearing the news that they could return home, the fourth prince was so excited he nearly pounced on Jun Xian, intending to give him a grateful kiss. He no longer cared why only Jun Xian and his wife could receive the message, while he could not. The dispersed members of the envoy group received the order to gather and return home. Fearful of being left behind, they all rushed back to the Imperial starship as quickly as possible. Kaka reluctantly departed the courtyard. For her, whether on Earth or in the Starlight Empire, it was all homesickness. But this small garden, built by her spouse and decorated by her own hands, was something she would miss. Zhong Yingjie comforted her. When we get back, I'll build you an even bigger and more beautiful house. Kaka smiled and agreed. The carefree, live-for-the-moment attitude of the elven race meant her melancholy was short-lived. The envoy group assembled in full, and in the next instant, they all lost consciousness as the world went dark around them. The live stream on the Imperial Starnet titled The Affairs of the Envoy Group had been closed for a long time, but the final footage showed the group was about to return. And at the very end, Banana You Stupid had left a message. There's a time difference in parallel worlds. So everyone stopped worrying, simply continuing on with their own lives. In these years, the birth rate in the Empire had skyrocketed. Perhaps the accumulated potency of the universal nutrient liquid had suddenly been unleashed. Nearly every household had newborns. The Empire's population exploded from over 300 million to over 3 billion. Although the birth rate plummeted to rock bottom after this explosive growth, Emperor Xian Yuanchang heaved a sigh of relief. While a surging population was what he wanted to see, too many at once would be overwhelming. After all, they start consuming resources even in the womb. With lifespans of 5 to 6 centuries, the resources required for eating, drinking, and waste disposal would be astronomical. He couldn't afford to support them all. If Luo Shi were browsing the Starnet now, she would surely be able to recognize some familiar faces among the countless baby photos flooding the networks. Emperor Xian Yuanchang received a report from the guard detachment. There were abnormalities detected in the direction of Cloud Mist Mountain, but the monitoring data could not currently explain the cause. Staring intently at the surveillance footage of the seemingly normal Cloud Mist Mountain, Xian Yuanchang felt a growing sense of unease. It had only been around 50 years. This shouldn't be happening. The imperial citizens discovered the capital had suddenly been placed under lockdown, but there was no definitive information on what had occurred. The day after the lockdown, 3 massive military starships silently appeared hovering above Cloud Mist Mountain. They were the long-lost interstellar expedition team. The fourth prince and the others stood on the ship's deck, gazing at the familiar Pamara star, their hearts overflowing with excitement. They had finally returned. Some of the elderly ministers were so emotional, tears streaming down their faces. They had never expected to live to see this day. The moment their mind links connected to the Imperial Starnet, they learned that over 30 years had passed since their departure. Realistically, their expedition only lasted about 13 years to 10 years traveling, then over 2 more years scavenging on the wasteland planet. They had no idea how the time dilation had been calculated. 1 year in space equals 2 years on Earth. So their 5 years on Earth were actually 2.5 years in space. The group, an extra 20+ years of lifespan? What a pleasant surprise. After the starship docked at the spaceport, the fourth prince led the expedition team to the palace to report their experiences and achievements to the emperor. The entire empire was abuzz, with countless Starnet reports covering the return of the expedition team. Shen Yuanchang gazed at his son, safely returned, barely restraining his tears as he gently patted the fourth prince's shoulder. Welcome back, welcome back. But right after those words, an urgent message arrived from the front lines. The insect horde was launching a massive invasion. The fourth prince immediately volunteered, "Father, I wish to go to the front lines and fight the insect horde." Shen Yuanchang had been about to say the front lines forces could handle it, and that the prince should rest after just returning. He had even planned a grand welcome home banquet. But before he could politely refuse, another urgent report came. The scale and strength of the insect horde invasion was unprecedented. The fourth prince pleaded again, "Father, I have gained much during my journey. My strength has greatly increased. Please allow me to go." Shen Yuanchang nodded. "Very well, depart immediately." After the fourth prince left with his troops, Shen Yuanchang spoke a few words of concern to the expedition team members, then let them return home to rest. After being away for decades, they must all be desperately longing for home. He didn't want to be the bad guy and keep them. He'd properly reward them at the welcome home banquet. Luo Shi and Jun Shan were the first to return to the Jun family's ancestral manor. Old Master Jun Zijian, and Ouyang Chunshao had been waiting at the gates for their arrival. The moment the couple stepped off the flying craft, Ouyang Chunshao let out a loud wail, immediately rushing to embrace Jun Shan. "Wah, my son, you've finally come back. Sniff sniff, you've had mother so worried." Sensing her incoming charge, Luo Shi discreetly sidestepped, watching the heartbroken mother cry. She inwardly sighed, even when crying, "A beauty is still beautiful, snot bubbles and all don't exist." While Jun Shan comforted his inconsolable mother, he sensed his wife's mental assessment, shooting her a helpless glance. So this was how she viewed his mother's image. Jun Zijian, though not as emotionally distraught as his wife, couldn't hold back his tears of joy at seeing his son and daughter-in-law return safely. Old Master Jun was the calmest of the three. Having experienced life and death many times, he had become numb to much. He patted Jun Shan's shoulder, his raspy voice uttering, "Good to have you back." Then he turned to the quietly standing daughter-in-law. This experienced old man instantly recognized the changes in his granddaughter-in-law. Previously, he could sense her high spiritual powers, but now he couldn't feel them at all. Judging from her state, she clearly hadn't encountered any mishaps. Her current abilities must have reached unfathomable depths. He glanced back at Jun Shan, realizing his grandson's spiritual power was also undetectable. "Well done, young ones. I'm impressed." Luo Shi met the old master's approving gaze with a slight smile. Even if she didn't know what he was thinking, smiling was never a bad response. Jun Zijian composed himself, putting an arm around his wife and gently rubbing her back. "Chunshao, our son and daughter-in-law have finally returned. They won't be leaving anytime soon. Let's go inside now." Once they were inside, Ouyang Chunshao gradually calmed down from her intense emotions. She looked a bit sheepish as she said to Luo Shi, "I was just so worried about you too. That's why I got so worked up." Luo Shi replied, "I understand." Jun Zijian asked Jun Shan, "What exactly did you go through back then?" Ouyang Chunshao also inquired, "How did you end up in a parallel world?" Old Master Jun was also very curious about the details of their disappearance. Jun Shan gently shook his head. "Just as we were about to enter the Pamra star system, a small black hole suddenly appeared. We all thought we were going to be sucked in and disintegrated, but instead we all lost consciousness. When we woke up, we were in the parallel world of Earth." Actually, his little wife had already told him the truth. It was Luo Shi who had used the dimensional gate to hurriedly transport them all to the parallel world when they were in a crisis. But this was such an unbelievable matter that revealing it would only invite unnecessary trouble, so only the couple themselves knew. As for the issue of consciousness communication, they had already found a way to activate and deactivate it, so the other expedition members' awareness wouldn't be a problem. Old Master Jun didn't seem fully convinced, but he didn't press further, instead bringing up his great-grandson Jun Haoran. With a comforted expression, he said, "Haoran has surpassed even you, becoming the vice-commander of the 1st Legion through his own abilities. If you hadn't returned soon, he would have taken your position before long." Luo Shi wasn't at all surprised by this result. When their eldest son had applied to the military training camp, she had instructed the Blue Star to enhance his spiritual power to SSS+, causing quite a stir at the time. But with everyone's spiritual abilities collectively rising, Jun Haoran's rapid growth was just seen as the advantage of his family's resources, not raising any suspicions of data tampering. They had barely exchanged a few more words when Old Master Jun and Jun Shan simultaneously received urgent notifications. New insect horde wormholes and invasions were appearing across the empire, not just on the front lines. The scale of this insect horde assault was unprecedented. The two men read the messages, then stood up with solemn expressions. The battle situation is critical. We must return to the front lines immediately. Jun Zijian frowned worriedly. Father, are you going to the front lines as well? Old Master Jun nodded. Not just me, the other three marshals must also deploy to their respective legion territories. Jun Zijian, it's that serious? Old Master Jun, no more talk, you all need to be vigilant as well. If the situation worsens, take shelter in the underground bunkers. Jun Zijian, but we're in the capital, surely it won't be that bad here? Old Master Jun, I have a feeling this insect horde assault will bring great calamity to our empire. It had to be said, as the firmly seated first marshal, his sensitivity to danger was indeed heightened. On the other side, Jun Xian was also relaying the information to Luo Shi through their consciousness link. Luo Shi didn't plan to stay in the capital. She said, since the situation is so urgent, let me send you there. Jun Xian expressed some concern. I worry that your space-time traversal ability, if discovered, will bring endless trouble in the future. You dislike trouble the most. Luo Shi replied, since returning, I've had an uneasy feeling that a major event is about to happen. I'm sure you've sensed it too. Now with the insect horde invasion being so severe, my unease has grown stronger. I'm worried the insect queen may appear. I can just reveal my spatial transversal ability, and I'm confident I can handle any future inquiries from the Emperor. Jun Xian had indeed felt a growing sense of unease as well. After some consideration, he agreed, then I'll face it together with you. After they had agreed on the plan, Jun Xian and Luo Shi openly told Old Master Jun about Luo Shi's spatial transversal ability. Old Master Jun was shocked, but didn't ask too many questions, directly approving their decision. The historical records showed the giant tribe excelled at consciousness manipulation, while the elven tribe specialized in spatial traversal. The empire had arranged for people to learn from them many times, but due to limitations in spiritual power and innate talents, only a few had succeeded over the centuries. He never expected his own granddaughter-in-law to have this extraordinary gift. It was a boon for the empire. What the old man didn't know was that thanks to the general rise in the empire's spiritual powers, all the members of the expedition team had mastered consciousness communication. Jun Xian reported Luo Shi's spatial transversal ability to the emperor, along with their request to use it to send the marshals to the front lines. Shen Yuanchang read the message, and for once his deeply furrowed brows relaxed as he burst out laughing heartily. Luo Shi individually transported the Grand Marshals to the bases of their respective legions, only to discover the crisis was not limited to the front. Wormholes and insect horde incursions were appearing across multiple theaters, with dozens of major battlefronts. If it weren't for the Empire's sudden population explosion and the corresponding increase in military manpower, they might have been hard-pressed to respond. The fourth prince's starship hadn't even reached the front lines yet, already engaging the insect horde en route. Luo Shi contacted her two sons. Jun Hengfeng's E-35 star was safe, and he had even mastered spatial transversal himself, able to protect Grandma without needing Luo Shi's help. As for Jun Haoran, he was leading the First Legion in the biggest battle at the front lines against the insects. Ultimately, Luo Shi chose to remain at the front to support her elder son. Though she held no official military rank, she couldn't just stand by idly when she had the power to help. Piloting her customized mech suit, Luo Shi darted through the insect hordes, effortlessly slashing and shredding them with her energy weapons and spiritual powers. The radiation of her attacks covered such a wide area that the soldiers around her kept their distance, afraid of interfering with her performance. The veteran soldiers on the front lines recognized her mech, having seen it annual hunting on the resource planets. They had even given it a name, Quicksilver, for its unmatched speed that was sometimes hard to track with the naked eye. Luo Shi thought the name was quite good, and officially officially adopted it. During the hunts, the guards would initially try to race against her, but soon gave up. They simply couldn't keep up. In the past, only some of the soldiers had witnessed Luo Shi's hunting prowess firsthand, while others had only heard the tales. This time, they got to see her true strength up close. Her resource-gathering hunts were just child's play. As Luo Shi continued her slaughter, she suddenly had an idea for her trump card. She shouted, "All units, withdraw to a distance of 5 kilometers immediately." She infused her command with spiritual suggestions, so the soldiers didn't hesitate, smoothly piloting their mechs out to exactly 5 kilometers, not a meter more or less. While calling out, Luo Shi tossed a pot of ripe violet spirit flowers from her spatial pouch, the entire plant around 2 meters tall, emanating a faint purple glow. She quickly dripped some beast saliva on the petals, then swiftly retreated. The whole process took mere seconds. Only the swiftest insects managed to follow the withdrawing soldiers out of the radiation zone. The rest were helplessly ensnared by the intoxicating floral scent of the violet spirit flowers. The soldiers needed no further instructions, rushing back in to mop up, ensuring not a single insect was left alive. "Damned insects, dance for me," Luo Shi inwardly raged. "I've just returned, haven't even seen my dear sons yet, or reunited with my family, and you dare come cause trouble? No matter how many there are, I'll annihilate them all." Across the various star system battlefields, the members of the expedition team were employing similar ruthless tactics, without exception. During their time with the Elven tribe, they had all gained the ability for unimpeded communication. Zongingjia had collected various plant seeds from the elves, including the violet spirit flowers for combating the insects. With 2 million legion soldiers, who didn't have some form of spatial pouch, they had amassed the flowers, nearly clearing out the Elven tribe's supply. In the end, the tribal chief had simply told them to take as many as they wanted. They had enough seeds to regrow them. Luo Shi had even suspected the chief knew something, since he only let them take the full violet spirit flowers, not just the seeds for other plants. Just as Luo Shi was reveling in the slaughter, she suddenly received a distress signal from the leader of the Pandostar ape tribe. Informing Jun Xian of her destination, Luo Shi swiftly departed for Pandostar. Pandostar had also come under insect horde assault, with several powerful mutant variants causing heavy casualties among the defending legions. Previously, with Luo Shi's help, the ape tribe had regained their innate ability to channel the power of the celestial bodies. When their very homeworld was invaded by the insects, they naturally rose up to defend it. However, their talents were still fresh, not yet honed to full strength, and they had been slowly overwhelmed. Seeing his offspring continually slaughtered, the ape tribe chief was left with no other choice but to attempt contacting Luo Shi for aid. He didn't hold much hope, knowing Luo Shi had gone missing with the expedition team. But in this desperate hour, it was his final glimmer of hope. Just as the ape tribe chief was leading the last of his people to take a final stand against the insects in the mountain cave, using self-made primitive tools, Luo Shi suddenly appeared not far from the entrance. Without even visibly doing anything, the insects surrounding the cave were all obliterated into disgusting ash. In that moment, the chief felt Luo Shi was like a goddess descending from the heavens, effortlessly vanquishing the beasts that had nearly annihilated his tribe. She had saved them from the flames of destruction. Knowing the battle situations were dire elsewhere, Luo Shi didn't waste time on lengthy explanations. She retrieved a bucket from her spatial storage, filled with a special restorative liquid. "Chief, this is a healing potion. Have your people all drink it?" The chief gratefully accepted it, distributing the liquid among his tribe. Then he steeled himself to speak to Luo Shi. "I never expected you would really come. If my Pando ape tribe manages to survive this, we will no longer worship the moon. The insects have already devoured Pando's moon anyway. From now on, we will worship you. We will carve a statue in your honor, place it in our tribal shrine, and pass down the remembrance of your grace to our people forever." Luo Shi, "That's really not necessary." Suddenly, an excited cry interrupted their conversation. Everyone turned to see one of the apes excitedly chattering with the others. Luo Shi asked the chief, "What's wrong with him?" The chief turned back to Luo Shi, his eyes burning with fervor. He raised his hands over his head, then crossed them over his chest, before bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. The other apes immediately mimicked his actions. Luo Shi was utterly bewildered. She helped the chief back to his feet. "What are you doing?" With tears brimming in his eyes, the chief's voice trembled as he spoke. "Please allow our tribe to follow you. We wish to form a covenant, to be loyal to you for all eternity, never to betray you." Luo Shi was perplexed. "Wait, you need to explain to me what's going on first. What covenant? How could you promise eternal loyalty and never betray me?" The chief explained, "Our Pando ape tribe are not native to this star system. We don't even know where we originally came from. But there is a saying passed down through our generations: if we ever encounter someone with a certain water that can awaken our innate talents, we must find a way to forge a covenant with them as our master. Our master will then lead us away from here, to the place that truly belongs to us." Luo Shi's brows furrowed. "I suspect you're just trying to take advantage of me." Seeing her disbelief, the chief repeated the same reverential gestures, adding, "We pay our respects to our master." "Luo Shi, I haven't even agreed yet, and you're already trying to force my hand, huh? The things I gave you before also helped awaken your abilities, but you never mentioned this," Luo Shi questioned. The chief replied, "Because it wasn't the water." Luo Shi sighed inwardly. "These people are truly sincere. For now, just find a safe place to hide. We can discuss this further after this insect horde invasion is over." The chief refused, insisting, "Master, take us with you." Luo Shi looked around the cave at the mere 30-odd remaining apes, each gazing at her with yearning eyes. She remembered that before leaving with the expedition team, the chief had joyfully told her the tribe had grown to over 500, with many new cubs born. Sighing, she realized that in the years she was gone, their numbers had dwindled to just this pitiful remnant. If she didn't take them, who knew if even these 30 would survive? "All right, how do we form this covenant?" Hearing this, the chief's eyes gleamed. "Master, please wait a moment." He turned and took a sip from a cup of water, visibly restoring himself to full vigor. Then he stood a meter in front of Luo Shi, with a few other apes positioning themselves around her in a circle, 1 meter away. They began gesturing complex movements with their hands, chanting incantations. After a few breaths, Luo Shi felt an invisible energy envelop herself and the apes, gradually seeping into their spiritual domains. Luo Shi remained outwardly relaxed, but inwardly vigilant. As the energy entered her spiritual realm, her mental tentacles immediately coiled around it, ready to crush it if there was the slightest hint of malice. However, the energy only tentatively probed her spiritual tendrils, attempting to establish a connection. Sensing no ill intent, Luo Shi cautiously extended a tendril to make contact. To her surprise, she could perceive feelings of trust and loyalty from the energy. Extending thicker tentacles, the energy seized the chance to swiftly forge the connection. In that moment of linkage, Luo Shi even detected a sense of joy from the energy. The covenant was complete. The surrounding apes once again performed the worshipful gesture. "We pay our respects to our master." Luo Shi gently lifted the chief's chin. Since he was much taller than her, even standing on her tiptoes, she couldn't reach his full height. Now that he was her subordinate, she directly asked, "Are you the only ones who have made this covenant?" The chief explained, "After covenanting with the master, all those of our bloodline, generation after generation, will be in this state of covenant. Unless the master dissolves it, we ourselves cannot break the bond." Luo Shi, this covenant is quite extraordinary, quite ruthless. Carefully probing her spiritual domain, she could indeed sense the over 30 consciousness linked to her. With a mere thought, she could decide their life or death. "Since it is so, come with me then. The battle situation outside is fierce. To avoid any further harm to you, I will transport you to a safe place." The chief responded, "We will follow the master's orders." He turned and spoke a lengthy sentence in his native tongue to the other apes. They all let out excited shouts in response. "Luo Shi, I can't understand them." Using her spiritual powers, she gathered them all into her spatial storage. Regardless of how excited the apes were upon arriving in the spatial dimension, they quickly set about making a new home behind a waterfall in a nearby mountain cave. Before Luo Shi could even depart the cave, she received a planet-wide emergency alert sent with the highest imperial authority. It seemed the capital planet and its 12 moons were simultaneously under insect horde attack, with the wormhole on the capital's Cloud Mist Mountain. Luo Shi, what? The Cloud Mist Mountain? They're invading my home. This was unacceptable. Absolutely unforgivable. Luo Shi immediately transversed space to the foot of Cloud Mist Mountain on the capital planet. Seeing the swarms of insects assaulting the defensive walls around her home, her fury instantly flared. You dare attack my home when no one is there to defend it? Unleashing her spiritual powers, Luo Shi annihilated the entire insect horde surrounding her property. The air was thick with the stench of their remains. On the capital planet and its moons, most of the common citizens hadn't even reacted when the emergency alarms first sounded. After all, their worlds hadn't experienced such alerts in over 3,000 years. It was only upon receiving the imperial evacuation orders that they finally mobilized, rushing to take shelter in the underground bunkers. However, there were some foolish and curious individuals who, rather than taking shelter, were hiding on the surface trying to get a closer look at the events, unaware of the mortal danger. After the citizens evacuated to the underground bunkers, they suddenly received notifications about a live broadcast on the Star Network. Many, bored and curious, clicked in to find it was a mysterious streamer named Banana U Papaya hosting a broadcast titled The Battle to Defend Humanity. This livestream, like the previous one covering the expedition team, utilized multiple camera angles for simultaneous coverage. From the capital planet, to the moons, resource planets, the front lines, and across the star system's large and small battlefronts without exception, all showing the Imperial legions fiercely combating the insect horde. In the past, in order to maintain stability among the civilian populace and allow the children to grow up carefree, the wars at the front lines had only been reported through sparse picture and text updates on the Star Network, giving the people a general sense of the situation. But live broadcasts of such bloody, brutal warfare were unprecedented. Even after Emperor Shen Yuanchang deployed the Empire's highest authority to try and shut down the stream, he was ultimately unable to. Perhaps it was for the best this way, allowing the citizens to witness the true face of war with their own eyes, to truly feel the heavy cost hidden behind their peaceful lives. This could make them better appreciate the value of peace and cherish their way of living. The visceral impact of the visual imagery often exceeded the power of words. Many were moved to tears, some even vomited or fainted from the shock. Yet there were also those whose blood boiled with excitement, wishing they could don armor themselves and join the 300-round melee against the insects, if only they had the capability. Especially when they saw a slender silver mech, darting through the insect swarms like lightning, reaping their lives mercilessly. Its heroic silhouette and decisive movements captivated the audience. Truly a woman worthy of our empire. How could they tell it was a woman, you ask? The small stature was a dead giveaway. Luo Shi, 178 centimeters tall. Have some manners, will you? Just as Luo Shi was in the midst of slaughtering, she suddenly felt a familiar chill running up her spine. The same sensation as when a miniature black hole had previously appeared. Her heart skipped a beat. She had a very bad feeling about this. Piloting her aircraft to the outer star systems, Luo Shi found that beyond the star system's barrier, a tiny black hole was gradually forming, steadily consuming the surrounding turbulent stellar debris and slowly breaching the system's defenses. Simultaneously, on the opposite end of the star system, another black hole of similar size had also appeared. Jun Haoren, sensing something amiss on the nearby battlefront, immediately rushed over to investigate. Luo Shi, having once traversed through a black hole, had an inkling that this miniature one was not quite right. Last time, the sudden crisis had left Luo Shi no time to ponder. She had simply gathered her crew and the military ships into her spiritual domain, then used the Tree of Life to traverse the temporal spatial tunnel to Earth. This time, carefully examining the miniature black hole with her spiritual senses, Luo Shi couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't a true cosmic black hole, but rather some extremely powerful entity's false black hole. Deciding to test it with a spiritual attack, Luo Shi struck it forcefully. Her conclusion was confirmed. This was indeed a false black hole. The energy within the tunnel felt similar to what she had sensed in the insect horde wormholes during her first spiritual assault. However, the power and purity of this false black hole's conduit far exceeded even those insect passages. Luo Shi had a hunch, but she found it puzzling that no insects seemed to be pouring out of this portal. Now certain of its nature, Luo Shi unhesitatingly launched a full-scale spiritual offensive. On the other side, With Jun Shinkon's warning, Jun Haoran also realized this was no true black hole, but merely a sham. Relieved, he unleashed his own furious assault on the false entity. On the interstellar battlefields, after eliminating the initial waves of common insects, the forces now faced more troublesome mutant variants, each rivaling the power Luo Shi had encountered years ago. The soldiers were shocked, the insects' abilities had somehow surpassed their previous levels. Everyone had assumed their own numbers and strength had grown so much that dealing with the insects would be far easier than before. Even if the enemy forces multiplied, they could wipe them out in short order. But the saying when the way opens, the devil steps in proved true. Not only had the insect horde's scale geometrically expanded, their capabilities had also mutated and strengthened. Gradually, the military's fighting shifted from their initial effortless responses to a more strenuous struggle. Casualty numbers were steadily increasing, keeping the logistics personnel busy. However, the overall situation was still relatively optimistic, without any major losses so far. The question was how long this could last, as the insect swarms endlessly poured from the wormholes, sealing one portal, only for another to soon open elsewhere. Just as the battles were raging, the Imperial forces detected the incursion of other unknown life forms into the star system. This made the military leadership's heads spin. They were fully engaged fighting the insects, and now there was another alien invasion? Was the Empire cursed with retrograde planetary influences this year? When the Emperor, his ministers, and top military commanders saw the intruding entity, they collectively sucked in a sharp breath. What manner of creature was this? A monstrous hybrid, lion's head, sheep's body, serpent's tail, and wings. This three-headed behemoth looked like it possessed devastating destructive power. Quick, contact Marshal Jun. Surprisingly, however, upon entering the star system, the three-headed monster charged straight towards the insect swarms. The lion's head let out a mighty roar, the sheep's head spewed water, and the serpent's tail breathed fire. Wherever it passed, devastation ensued, greatly relieving the pressure on our forces. Still, the Emperor, ministers, and military leadership did not let down their guard. After all, no one knew the origins or true purpose of this suddenly appearing monstrosity. However, among the high-ranking officers, one individual's eyes gleamed with a hint of crazed excitement upon seeing the three-headed beast's rampage. The corners of his mouth curled into an imperceptible smile. Receiving the news of the monster's incursion, Jun Shirkan left the overall command to Zongingjie, immediately heading to the creature's location himself. Catching sight of the towering behemoth in the distance, Jun Shirkan also took a deep breath. No wonder, the thing was massive, dwarfing him to the size of one of its claws. Observing carefully, Jun Shirkan realized the three heads were not artificially fused, but rather a natural part of its form from birth. Recalling the intel he had gathered from the Beastman Federation, Jun Shirkan had a suspicion. If his guess was correct, he was deeply curious about the intentions of whoever had created this monstrosity. He ordered all the soldiers in that battle zone to retreat to a distance 10 times beyond the creature's attack radius, while he himself remained in the relatively safe perimeter, ready to respond to any emergencies. On the other side, under Luo Shi's relentless spiritual assaults, the false black hole seemed to have been riled up. It ceased its consumption, gradually expanding, until a colossal insect emerged from the inky void. The sheer size of the insect was akin to a small planet. Standing before it, Luo Shi felt infinitesimal, like a speck of dust. It possessed a human-like head, the upper half a woman's face, the lower half a massive mandible. Perched atop its gigantic form, the visage appeared bizarrely out of place. If not for Luo Shi's powerful spiritual senses, she wouldn't even have been able to discern the second head. The creature had 12 legs, each one sharp as a blade. Using only 4 to crawl, the rest flailed menacingly in the air. Its entire body was encased in a black, hardened carapace, save for the soft, bulbous abdomen which comprised nearly half its bulk. After emerging from the false black hole, the human-faced insect opened its mouth and spoke in a human tongue. "Puny humans, the world belongs to me, ha." Its voice sounded as if it had been scraped against coarse sand, the grating sound like a shovel scraping concrete, deeply unpleasant to the ears. Luo Shi tentatively asked, "Are you the insect queen?" At this, the human-faced abomination's disdainful gaze instantly shifted erupted to rage. It's you, you wretched woman. It's all because of you that I've become this. Today, either you die or I perish. Luoshi, oh, what a bold tone you have. You recognize me? It couldn't be. Even though she was encased in the mech suit, completely covered, this creature could still identify her? Luoshi silently swore that despite the thing only having half a face, she was certain she had never encountered it before. Ah, even if you turn me to ash, I would still recognize you. Now, perish. The human-faced insect opened its mouth, spewing a stream of green mist that immediately enveloped Luoshi. Luoshi had maintained her guard ever since the appearance of the false black hole. As the green fog rushed towards her, she swiftly evaded, retreating to a safe distance. The monstrous insect screeched in fury, "You wretch, you're just a cowardly weakling. All you do is cower behind Jun Shurkan." Luoshi, what? Now it's dragging Jun Shurkan into this as well. In a flash, she caught a whiff of a sordid undercurrent. It recognized Jun Shurkan, and harbored a venomous hatred towards her. Could this be a case of jealous rivalry? But that couldn't be right. The creature was clearly insect in nature, and most likely the new insect queen. The previous queen had been killed by Jun Shurkan's hand. This one should be making its first appearance. Unable to make sense of it, Luoshi decided not to dwell on the puzzle. Whether or not the insect recognized her as natural adversaries, there was no alternative but to fight to the death. Luoshi wasted no more words, immediately launching a furious spiritual assault. To her surprise, the insect managed to block her psychic onslaught, then ripped open space to materialize directly before her, slashing with its razor-sharp claws. Luoshi tried to parry with her energy weapon, only to have it effortlessly severed. Realizing ordinary armaments were no match, Luoshi summoned a sword from her spatial storage, the very same divine weapon the swordsman had used against her in the miniature world. She had covetously claimed it for herself after defeating him. Clang! The sword and claws collided with a thunderous impact. Luoshi, excellent weapon. The two then engaged in an explosive battle, sparks and gales whipping about, but neither managed to land a blow on the other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jun Haoren had also successfully drawn out the insect queen. Compared to the human-faced abomination, the queen had a more typical insect appearance, with multiple sets of antennae atop its head, but its body was twice the size. It seemed the previous queen's massive egg had hatched two heirs. However, one had absorbed more power, growing larger, stronger, and more fertile, thus being recognized as the new insect queen. The weaker one, henceforth referred to as Little Two, while resentful, was outmatched in strength and could only submit to the superior. Little Two had once secretly infiltrated the Pamara system, discovering a beautiful human woman on an uninhabited planet. Enamored with her face, Little Two abducted the human, intending to bring her back to the hive to steal her visage. But as Little Two passed by a human-occupied world, it detected an aroma that excited its primal instincts. However, upon nearing the planet, it sensed a deadly peril. The insects possess an innate, keen awareness of danger, just as each insect queen can sense the approach of their own demise, and hatch the next heir before perishing. Detecting this mortal threat, Little Two abandoned its curiosity, for it was still too weak. It hurriedly opened a wormhole back to the hive, the struggling human woman in its grasp. In its haste, it had accidentally snapped her leg, eliciting agonized screams. Fearing her death would spoil the freshness, Little Two quickly retreated. Unbeknownst to it, upon donning the woman's face, Little Two had unexpectedly assimilated her consciousness and memories. Suddenly possessing human recollections and emotions, Little Two found the experience quite novel, but gradually, it was consumed by the woman's powerful hatred. Believing itself to be her, it nursed a grudge against a woman named Luoshi, a man named Jun Shurkan, the fourth prince, and the Lu clan, in essence, all of humanity in the Starlight Empire. It would annihilate the humans. Previously, it had chances to ambush Luoshi, Jun Shurkan, and the fourth prince, to eliminate those wretched individuals. But they had somehow vanished, and Little Two could never comprehend how they had escaped. However, now was an excellent opportunity. Since this Luoshi woman had deliberately confronted it, this time it would surely destroy her. Damn that wretched woman! Having discerned the human-faced insect's full arsenal, corrosive mist, razor-sharp claws, psychic storms, sonic attacks, and spatial transference, Luoshi no longer toyed with it. She condensed her immense spiritual power into an imprisoning barrier, firmly trapping the creature and preventing its spatial rending. Then, infusing her elemental abilities, Luo Shi formed countless dense water droplets, imbuing them with spiritual energy before hurling them at the insect. The projectiles pierced its carapace, penetrating its blood and organs, wreaking havoc within. Others drilled into its soft abdomen, as well as the myriad insect eggs nested there. Realizing the sheer number of eggs in its belly, Luo Shi, just to be safe, added another volley to ensure every single one was destroyed, leaving no chance of escapee hatchlings. The human-faced insect let out an agonized, hissing wail, SSSSS, SSSS. Its cries, echoing across the vast cosmos, were intercepted by the insect queen on the other side. Fearing something had befallen Little Two, the queen intensified her own assault. At first, Jun Haoren was unaware of the full extent of the insect queen's capabilities, leaving him at a disadvantaged, defensive position, only able to evade her various assaults. But after discerning her arsenal ice spikes, venomous threads, consumption, razor claws, psychic control, and spatial transference, he gradually began trading blows with the queen on more even footing. While he didn't possess the divine weapon his mother wielded, Jun Haoren had assimilated the terrifying power of dark matter particles, granting him near-infinite spiritual energy. Combined with his years of rigorous training and extensive combat experience against the insects, and most crucially, his possession of the insect's bane Ethereal Flame. Ethereal Flame was the name he had given to the combustion of his spiritual power and ambient energies. From a young age, Jun Haoren knew of his unique abilities. As a child, he had only practiced controlling the fire, to avoid spreading unintended conflagrations. Later, with second brother Jun Shinkon's guidance, he mastered the ethereal flame's true utility, later discovering on the battlefield that it was the insect's weakness. This was a key factor behind his meteoric rise, becoming a vice-marshal of the 1st Legion at such a young age. If not for his father being the Legion's marshal and his great-grandfather the supreme commander, his accomplishments would have been even greater. The insect queen had not expected this seemingly insignificant human boy to possess such formidable might, let alone the dreaded ethereal flame that so terrified her kind. Inwardly seething, the queen knew she was the strongest to have ever led their horde. She had thought herself capable of conquering ever more star systems, forging the mightiest insect empire in history. But now, a counter emerged. How intriguing! The insect queen suddenly intensified her assault, further damaging the star system's barrier. Turbulent stellar currents now periodically breached the weakened defenses, compounding the pressures on the already insect-ravaged worlds. Jun Haoren could no longer afford to ponder how to restore the barrier. He had to concentrate all his efforts on defeating the queen. Bursting into roaring flames, Jun Haoren darted around her like a blazing meteor, the ethereal flame relentlessly searing the queen. Helpless against the debilitating flame, the insect queen could only screech in rage, "Accursed human!" On the other side, Jun Shikan's cautious vigilance proved well-founded. After annihilating the insects in its vicinity, the three-headed monstrosity suddenly threw back its maws and let out a collective, piercing roar. As if activating some hidden switch, it then commenced indiscriminate attacks, sparing no life within its destructive radius. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass remained. Jun Shirkan ordered the soldiers, who had previously retreated to a safe distance, to evacuate the battle zone entirely. He himself then led the three-headed monstrosity towards areas with a higher insect concentration. Once those zones were cleared, he would lure the beast to the next. If the creature's path deviated, Jun Shirkan would attack it, provoking it to chase after him in rage. Though this tactic resulted in significant planetary destruction, it dramatically reduced military casualties. Jun Shirkan dared employ such a wound the enemy 100-fold while sacrificing 80 on our own strategy, primarily because he knew his wife Luo Shi's elemental abilities could revive devastated worlds. Otherwise, he would never have taken such a risky approach. While the other battlefronts lacked comparable boss-level foes like the Insect Queen, the human-faced insect, or the three-headed monstrosity, the ceaseless waves of mutant insects were proving to be an overwhelming challenge. Rough estimates indicated the legions had already suffered over 50% casualties. Luo's father Luo Juni and uncle Luo Junmeng, having been empowered by Luo Shi's early nurturing, had long ago advanced from A rank to SS rank in spiritual energy. These past years, their continuous battlefield exploits had also promoted them from captains to majors. Now leading his own unit on a front line, Luo Juni was contending with the strongest mutant insect in his assigned sector. Having fought on the interstellar battlefields for over a century, with uncountable battles and countless insects slain, Luo Juni could clearly sense this insect invasion far exceeded the capabilities of those from previous years. He couldn't help but recall the horrific engagement decades ago, where from millions of soldiers, only tens of thousands survived. And the current insect incursion dwarfed even that catastrophic clash. Luo Juni dreaded to imagine the Empire's impending, colossal losses. Thinking of the recent safety message from his daughter, awaiting their family's reunion, Luo Juni's resolve hardened. Damn these insects, delaying our reunion. Kill, kill, kill. On another battlefield, Anjiang Lanshan's spatial slicing skills had vastly improved after her interstellar tour, each strike annihilating an insect without fail, her precision and power unmatched. Zhong Yingjie, wielding both his purple spirit flower and Bao Bo's corrosive drool, was reveling in the slaughter of the insects. Not far away, Patrick and Marvin employed similar tactics. If the insects could speak, they would surely spit. Humans, you have no sense of chivalry. The civilians sheltering underground closely followed the live streams, transfixed by the battles. They alternated between anguished worry for Jun Haoran's confrontation with the insect queen, reverent awe at Jun Shikan's ploy luring the three-headed beast, amused by Zhong Yingjie's unorthodox maneuvers, and sorrowful tears for the injured and fallen soldiers. The sight of even the underage male imperial princes taking the field stirred the patriotism of the empire's citizens, amplifying their reverence for the royal house and its devotion to the nation. Some hot-blooded youths, inspired, pleaded to be immediately enlisted. Retired veterans also requested to rejoin the ranks and fight. After deliberation, the military leadership agreed to accept the return of retired soldiers. However, the requests from untrained civilians were politely declined. The battlefield was no place for the unprepared. Without rigorous selection and conditioning, sending them directly into combat would amount to suicide. In the underground shelter of the research lab, Zhong Wenhai was transfixed by the livestream, eyes fixed on that stalwart figure. A familiar face, he could not help but see the image of a cheerful, red-clad little girl, standing beside her sister, beaming brightly as she greeted him. "Brother Yaya, hello, my name is Zhang Lanshan." Ever since, he had always been able to see her accompanying his sister. They were inseparable, like twins. Flashes of their once blissful family now flooded Zhong Wenhai's mind. But after his sister's passing, all that happiness had vanished. The vibrant, smiling girl was gone, replaced by a somber, sealed-off woman. She lived on only because of his sister's final words, urging her to carry on. Though no one had blamed her, she had fallen into deep self-recrimination, convinced that she had caused his sister's death. Zhong Wenhai had never known this was how she conducted herself on the battlefield, confident, resolute, and coldly indifferent, as if only by slaying ever more insects could she release her suppressed emotions. After dealing with the human-faced insect, Luo Shi did not immediately rejoin the main battle. Instead, she planned to travel to the various front lines and seal the insect wormholes. Based on her past experiences fighting the insects, she realized that as long as the wormholes remained open, endless waves of them would continue pouring through. The others had of course also recognized this issue, having contended with the insects for years. But it was like a game of whack-a-mole, sealing one wormhole only for another to reopen elsewhere. Pondering this problem, Luo Shi recalled Jun Shirkan previously sharing with her the method for locating the previous insect queen. An audacious idea formed in her mind. She first sent messages informing Jun Shirkan and her sons of her destination, then swiftly slipped into an insect wormhole. Ugh! The stench was truly nauseating. Even through her mech suit, Luo Shi felt as if she could smell the foul, pungent odor. She hastily enveloped herself in a protective spiritual barrier, shielding against all such sensations. At that moment, insects were streaming outward through the wormhole. In this narrow passage, the stronger would prevail. Luo Shi carved a path of slaughter, her spiritual energy annihilating every insect in her wake, without leaving a single scale behind. The controlling brood mother at the other end, sensing the disturbance in the wormhole, promptly closed it. Damn it, Luo Shi found herself trapped within. But did she really think this would stump her? Through the residual psychic traces of the brood mother, Luo Shi forged a new passage, directly breaching the insect hive. pitch black. If she hadn't proactively shielded herself with a spiritual barrier, masking her presence and heat signature, she might have been discovered by the enemy in the dark. Cautiously, Luo Shi extended a tendril of her mind to explore the hive. After a convoluted, perilous investigation, she concluded this was not the main insect stronghold, but rather a concealed outpost, serving as a staging ground for the current invasion of the Pamra system. Detecting the disturbance in the wormhole, the brood mother had swiftly evacuated the hive's occupants through other tunnels. Now the place was empty, save for some remnants. It was fortunate Luo Shi hadn't moved around carelessly. Even so, she felt her spiritual energy had become tainted, her mental domain fouled by the stench. She hastily took a sip of her elemental water to calm her nerves. Luo Shi, who was it that said the insects were an uncivilized race? This is uncivilized? More like they have 800 eyes. Carefully re-examining the hive, Luo Shi detected the faint traces left by the evacuating insects. She swiftly forged a new passage to pursue them, and destroyed the outpost before departing. The next hive she arrived at was far larger. After cautious reconnaissance, she surmised it was functioning as a central transfer point. Massed insects were funneling through, opening various wormholes to disperse to different locations. Luo Shi roughly estimated over 100 million insects of all varieties occupying this hub. Without hesitation, she condensed countless water droplets, stealthily infiltrating the insects' bodies. The projectiles then navigated their bloodstreams, detonating at their vital points. Over 100 million insects bursting simultaneously, the imagery, the concussive force, ugh. Luo Shi, just imagining it made her want to retch. After triggering the explosions, she immediately fled into a spatial rift to escape the gruesome aftermath. Waiting a moment, she reckoned the shattered carapaces and spilled viscera must have settled, then emerged from the dimensional portal. Ugh, the beautiful sight, she shouldn't have looked. After destroying this transfer station, Luo Shi prepared to continue her pursuit. However, the rarely seen blue heart suddenly appeared, his languid voice as casual as ever, as if the massive insect invasion held no consequence for him. That's enough. No more killing. What do you mean? Luo Shi was perplexed. Do not pursue the vanquished enemy. Speak plainly. TSK, I can hear you, no need to shout. Luo Shi simply waited, expecting him to provide a reasonable explanation. Do you know why the insects exist? No, Luo Shi replied flatly. All races in the cosmos can be divided into two types, the civilized and the uncivilized. The insects belong to the latter category, and will forever remain so. Do you know why? No, Luo Shi gritted her teeth in response. You humans have a term called the catfish effect. I assume you are familiar with it? Luo Shi let out a single, nasal acknowledgement. The catfish effect refers to how the agitating presence of catfish stimulates the survival instincts and capabilities of smaller fish. Luo Shi pondered the significance of Blue Heart invoking this concept. Blue Heart spoke slowly. Pressure breeds motivation, competition fuels passion, threats draw out one's greatest potential. Similarly, the evolution of a species requires such stimulation. The insects play the role of the catfish, an indispensable catalyst in the progression of sentient races. You may kill the insects, even the insect queen, but you cannot exterminate them entirely. Luo Shi contemplated, so the insect's collective mutation is a response to the overall enhancement of human capabilities? You've guessed correctly. Luo Shi still seems somewhat puzzled. But even a threat of this insect magnitude is trivial for races like the giants or elves. Couldn't they simply annihilate the insects in the blink of an eye? The insects have their own divisions. They can only invade star systems commensurate with their own power levels. Luo Shi's eyes widened with dread. Then who is orchestrating all of this behind the scenes? The fundamental laws of the universe, Blue Heart replied. How many such universal laws are there? Are there basic ones, and more specialized ones? Young one, I admire your thirst for knowledge, but I cannot provide you the answers directly. You must seek them out yourself. Luo Shi thought, you're just spouting nonsense. What if I insisted on eradicating this insect horde? The fundamental laws of the universe would deem this level of insects obsolete, and arrange for an even more formidable strain to arrive. Luo Shi sighed inwardly. In that case, I suppose I'll have to settle for sealing the wormholes at least. This time, without waiting for Blue Heart to vanish, Luo Shi teleported away herself. There were still many wormholes that needed to be closed. If she couldn't eliminate them all, at least she could block their entry points. Meanwhile, Jun Shurken had engaged the three-headed monstrosity. Its destructive power was immense, and Jun Shurken was wary of inadvertently harming his own forces. After the creature had largely exterminated the local insect presence, he decided it was time to destroy it. However, the lion, ram and serpent heads coordinated their attacks with surprising coherence, forcing Jun Shurken to struggle to keep up. The ferocious battle only compounded the devastation to the surrounding planets. The local lifeforms had already endured insect invasion, and now faced the onslaught of the lion's roar, fire and water utterly annihilated. Seeing the devastated state of the planets, Jun Shurken couldn't help but sigh. He continued luring the three-headed monstrosity outward, searching for its weaknesses. On another front, Jun Haoran's battle with the insect queen raged on. 3 of the queen's 12 legs had already been burned to ash by the ethereal flame, and her carapace was cracked in multiple places. The insect queen had sensed the death of her sister queen. Grievously wounded herself, she was consumed by rage, her cranial antennae quivering violently. Across the star system, the insects seemed to have received some unseen command, launching a new, relentless wave of attacks, a do-or-die fervor. Disturbingly, they had somehow learned to self-destruct. A single exploding insect was no great threat, but the combined force of mutant insects detonating was utterly devastating. Many unprepared soldiers were torn to shreds. These horrific scenes deeply impacted the citizens watching the live streams. Frustrated at their inability to join the fight or provide logistical support, someone spontaneously began singing the national anthem. Tears in their eyes, they honored the sacrificed soldiers, praying for the Empire's ultimate victory over the invading insects. In that moment, the hearts of countless youths underwent a profound transformation. The stirring chorus evoked an unseen energy, rippling from the underground shelters to the surface, infusing the fighting soldiers. Their spiritual domains shifted, imperceptibly. Soldiers who had grown weary suddenly felt revitalized, the fatigue vanishing. With renewed ardor, they threw themselves back into the fray, determined to annihilate the insect invasion and restore peace to the Empire. The human-insect conflagration raged on for over half a month, before humanity finally prevailed at a horrific cost. The insect queen was reduced to ashes by the relentless ethereal flame. In her final moments, she let out a piercing, agonized shriek that reverberated through the void, deep into the cosmos. Utterly unwilling to accept her fate, she had believed herself the strongest insect queen in history, only to be undone by these insignificant humans. Born in her greatest glory, she had met her end in the most inglorious manner. How could she have spawned her own bane? I, the insect queen, curse you by the lives of my future successors. Human whelp, I damn you to be childless. Alas, her anguished shriek went unheard, her unwillingness and curse unknown to all. As the three-headed monstrosity finally collapsed under Jun Shurken's decisive blow, in the shadowed periphery of the star system, a hoarse voice sighed, "Ah, another failure." A younger, deferential voice replied, "Master, this attempt at perfectly blending multiple genetic templates to create the mythical chimera creature was still a success." The raspy voice lamented, "Not enough, still not enough. Master, we have received word from Takata. The young scion Jun Haoran seems to harbor dark matter particles that have integrated seamlessly with his being." The master's voice perked up with interest. "Oh, can we obtain a sample of his genetics?" "Master, we shall exert every effort to do so." Luo Shi sealed the final insect wormhole, gazing back upon the battle-ravaged Pamra system, scorched earth, untold suffering. Yet the dangers wrought by this war extended far beyond the immediate carnage. It had severely damaged the stellar ecological environment, requiring immense time to repair. The most pressing task now was restoring the system's protective energy barrier, which had been shattered. The planets now lay vulnerable. Like fragile eggs in a river, any stray cosmic debris could trigger their disintegration, or further compound their dire straits, potentially rendering some worlds uninhabitable. But how to go about repairing it? No such catastrophic breach had occurred before, and there were no records documenting the restoration methods. The imperial leadership convened numerous discussions, but could devise no feasible solutions. All they could do was proceed with post-war reconstruction, taking it step by step. As the various factions engaged in this frenetic rebuilding effort, Luo Shi finally reunited with Jun Shurken and their 2 sons. Luo Shi had long since overcome the complex trepidation she felt upon learning the boys were extensions of Blue Heart and Earth Heart. Gazing up at her grown children, she embraced them fervently, weeping uncontrollably. Now she understood the overwhelming emotion Jun Shikan's mother must have felt, holding him safely returned. Jun Haoren and Jun Hangfeng each wrapped an arm around their mother's shoulders, their own eyes glistening. Relegated to the sidelines, Jun Shirkin thought, am I superfluous here? No, not at all. Jun Shirkin stepped behind Luo Shi, slinging an arm over each of his son's shoulders, burying his face in his wife's neck, a picture of poignant reunion. Yes, this was a family. Luo Shi felt somewhat stifled, like an octopus had seized her by the nape. She tried to lift her head, roll her shoulders, but found herself enveloped, unable to move. With a forceful shrug, she broke free of the three men's embrace, calmly rolling her sore shoulders under their astonished gazes. All right, we've seen each other, shed our tears, time for a reunion feast. However, Jun Hangfeng's next words sent Luo Shi crashing into despair. Mom, Grandpa didn't make it. Hearing these words, Luo Shi felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her ears ringing. She stood there in disbelief, unable to process it for a long moment before finding her voice. What do you mean? How could he have been killed? Jun Shirkan, equally shocked by the news, quickly stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on Luo Shi's shoulder. Jun Hangfeng spoke calmly. The mutant insect swarm suddenly self-detonated. Grandfather was fighting in the midst of them at the time, and couldn't evade in time. Luo Shi asked shakily, when did this happen? On the 9th day of the insect invasion. Luo Shi's emotions suddenly flared. It's been a week already. Why are you only telling me now? You can see the future, why didn't you stop this? Jun Ginghon lowered his gaze, his silence an admission of guilt. He had wanted to prevent this, but he simply couldn't. How could he have borne to witness the death of the beloved grandfather who had doted on them? Luo Shi's eyes glistened with tears as she asked hoarsely, which battle zone was your grandfather in? Sensing what his wife intended, Jun Shirkan tightened his grip on her shoulder. Whatever she chose to do, he would support her. Jun Jinghong knew the outcome as well. The 78th battle zone. Luo Shi turned to Jun Haoren. Show me the battle zone map. Though puzzled, Jun Haoren knew the war had ended, so the map was no longer classified. He projected it with his cogitator. Memorizing the layout, Luo Shi gave Jun Shikan's hand a reassuring pat. Don't worry, dear. Concerned but not interfering, Jun Shirkin simply nodded. Go, be careful. Thoroughly mystified, Jun Haoren glanced at his composed younger brother, inwardly scoffing. You know something, don't you? How annoying. Luo Shi moved away, opening a rift in the space-time continuum. The air around her warped and distorted, and she vanished in that instant. The entire surrounding area seemed to pause, frozen in time. Luo Shi had traveled back 7 days, arriving at the 78th battle zone. She saw her father-in-law, Luo Ba, fighting fiercely amidst the insect swarm. Sensing the insect's abnormal behavior, she knew their self-detonation was imminent. She tried to flash into the fray and rescue him, but to her shock, an unseen force seemed to restrain her, and she could only watch helplessly as the insects exploded, the shockwave engulfing and vaporizing Luo Ba in an instant. Luo Shi's anguished scream rent the air. No, no, father! Unwilling to accept this, she opened another temporal rift, returning to the same time and place only to witness the same horrific scene unfold before her eyes once more. Again and again she tried, each time powerless to alter the outcome. Luo Shi sank to the ground, clutching her torn heart, gasping for breath like a fish suffocating. This sense of helplessness echoed the nightmares of her past, where she had been forced to watch her parents' brutal deaths, unable to save them no matter what she did. Why? Why couldn't she save her father now? She had rescued her sister before, so why was this different? Blue Heart, who had been observing silently, could no longer remain quiet. Every person has a predestined fate, an inescapable trajectory. Luo Junyi was fated to die for his beliefs, at this very time and place. You're wasting your efforts. Luo Shi seemed to have taken these words to heart, yet also shut out everything around her. Still crouched on the ground, she suddenly broke into uncontrollable tears, muttering, I don't have a father anymore, I don't have a father. Memories flooded her mind, the first time seeing her father at the hospital, how youthful he seemed, yet how he showered her with paternal love. He patiently taught her the basics of interstellar life, gleefully picking out clothes and socks for her, thinking all girls loved pink. He knew of her unique abilities, yet never pried, only worrying that her secrets being exposed would jeopardize his ability to protect her. Luo Shi sat there, a soulless marionette, her eyes vacant and unblinking. The raging battles, the insect uprising, it all felt disconnected, as if she existed in a separate realm, isolated from this world. Silence, not a sound. Blue Heart urged, "Go back, they're all waiting for you." Luo Shi's eyes flicked. That's right, they were waiting. Her husband, her sons, her mother, her brother, so many more. "Father, I don't think I ever once told you that I love you." "Father, I'll take care of Mother." Luo Shi returned to the original timeline, the moment she had left. The instant she reappeared, everything sprang back to life, as if the pause had been released. Jun Shurken came over, embracing her shoulders and letting her lean against his chest, gently caressing her back in comfort. No words were needed, her demeanor told him all, that she had been unable to save her father-in-law. In the central plaza before the imperial palace, new monuments had been erected, one bearing the inscription, Luo Junyi, Major, 5th Legion. Luo's mother declined the invitations from Luo Shi and Luo Qingfeng. She chose to return to the home she had shared with her husband for decades, in the 25th Street, 39th block of the 76th district on the capital planet. After Luo's mother moved back, Luo Shi gathered her family of 4, along with the Luo siblings, the Luo Inning family, and Luo Ihan and Patrice, for a lively family reunion at the old residence. Seeing all her descendants filling the home, Luo's mother smiled contentedly, reminiscing about the last time it had been this bustling when her son-in-law had come to visit. Time had flown, her grandchildren were now in their 40s, her great-grandchildren already born, she had become a great-grandmother. The household attendant android stood beside her. "Madam, I will always be here with you." Luo's mother nodded with a smile. "Very well. From now on, just call me Lady Qing." "Very well, Lady Qing." After the family gathering, Luo Shi's household returned to their villa at the foot of the Cloud Mist Mountains. The villa, being too close to the insect wormhole, had become a prime target of their attacks. Even with the defensive walls, it had sustained significant damage. Fortunately, the Junshur Group's resources were formidable. In just a few days, they had not only rebuilt the villa, but expanded and redecorated it to Luo Shi's preferences. As the family of 4 landed their flyer in the courtyard, Jun Jinghong looked up at the sky, then turned to his parents and elder brother with a smile. The 3 looked at him quizzically, and Jun Jinghong embraced each of them in turn. Luo Shi felt a sense of foreboding well up within her, as if something tremendously important was about to slip away. Anxiously, she asked, "Second son, what are you doing?" A tremble could be detected in her voice. With a radiant smile, Jun Jinghong looked at his most cherished family members. His tone was serene, as if discussing something trivial. "I've found the purpose of my existence. I must go now, but don't worry, I'm not leaving, just existing in a different way." Jun Haoren stepped forward, grabbing his brother's collar angrily. "Second brother, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jun Jinghong offered no resistance, simply handing him a spatial note and patting his shoulder. "Elder brother, it's time to wean yourself. Take care of our parents," as they asked. Luo Shi's tears flowed without cease, her sobs muffled by the hands covering her mouth. Had the day finally come? Jun Shurken had been anticipating this for years. Ever since learning of his son's unique natures, that they were manifestations of the blue and earth hearts, he had been preparing himself for their separation. Yet the pain in his heart was excruciating. Jun Jinghong's gaze brimmed with reluctance. With a casual wave, his consciousness detached from his physical form, surging upwards as a tremendous wave of energy. Jun Haoren's grip on the empty clothes loosened. He instinctively reached to support his brother's body, a familiar motion. In the past, whenever he grew enraged at Jun Jinghong, the younger would preemptively dissociate. Haoren could only beat the physical form and then helplessly deposit it in a healing chamber. But this time, his brother would never return. No one to feed the milk fruit to anymore. Guess he'd have to wean himself. Emperor Shenyuan received the monitoring report. The protective barrier for the star system had been fully restored. Ascending to the highest level of the imperial palace, he gazed up at the heavens, recalling the information he had received from the primary consciousness years ago. After a long silence, he let out a deep sigh, issuing an order to posthumously bestow the title of Imperial Honored Marshal upon Jun Jinghong. That night, all the citizens of the Stellar Empire had the same dream. They saw a ball of light, and followed it to a shimmering, membrane-like structure, akin to the system's energy barrier. When they touched this membrane, each person witnessed different visions. Some saw their past and present lives, others the birth and destruction of the universe, the origins and evolution of various species, dense mathematical formulas, fantastical new worlds, and profound realizations about the fundamental laws of the cosmos. The next day, some could clearly recall the images from their dreams, others only vague fragments, while some forgot everything. After 7 such nights, human development seemed to have been accelerated. Not only did technology advance by leaps and bounds, but their collective consciousness also underwent profound breakthroughs. Since accepting her father's passing and bidding farewell to her younger son, Luo Shi had been in a somber mood. Jun Shirkan had relinquished his position as commander of the First Legion, fully retiring from public life. But he would always be ready to return to service when called upon. Seeing Luo Shi's frequent bouts of melancholy, he recalled her previous mention of finding suitable hosts for her Earth parents' consciousness. Reminded of this, Luo Shi realized she had neglected the matter in the aftermath of the human-insect war and her subsequent losses. She and Jun Shirkan had thoroughly examined those around them, but found no suitable families. Jun Shirkan suggested, "Why don't we ask the primary consciousness for help? No one knows the people and affairs of the Empire better than it." Luo Shi nodded. "All right." She summoned Blue Heart, who appeared promptly this time. "What do you need? Please help me find a good family on Earth to reincarnate my parents into." "Certainly. After the reincarnation, they won't remember me, will they?" Luo Shi asked, already knowing the answer. "That's correct." Retrieving the 2 leaves from her spatial storage, Luo Shi had previously tried to connect with the consciousness imprinted on them, but received no response, unsure if they had fallen into dormancy. "I'd like to know which family they're reborn into, so I can check on them and ensure they're doing well. Is that possible?" Arrangement noted. Unbeknownst to Luo Shi, as soon as she posed the request, the leaves disappeared from sight. Luo Shi felt a momentary jolt in her heart as the leaves vanished, but then settled, trusting that even though Blue Heart often played tricks on her, it would handle this matter responsibly. She then asked, "Has my father already been reincarnated?" "That's correct," Blue Heart replied. "Where is he?" "He has moved on to a higher dimensional realm." "Why?" Luo Shi asked, somewhat surprised. "You will understand in time." With that, Blue Heart vanished. Luo Shi was accustomed to the Sixth's cryptic responses, and wasn't too disheartened. At least she knew her father had been reincarnated. Glancing at Jun Shirkan's worried expression, Luo Shi felt a warm glow in her heart. She admonished herself not to dwell excessively on the departed, but to cherish what she had in the present, lest she end up regretting the loss. Regaining her composure, Luo Shi summoned rain over the capital planet, then moved systematically to bring showers to every world in the Pamra system, reviving the ravaged ecologies. Jun Shirkan remained steadfastly by her side, as if embarking on an interstellar journey together. During a post-rain stroll on one of the planets, Luo Shi suddenly recalled the humanoid insect she had encountered. She felt it was time to settle the score. Projecting the creature's visage into Jun Shirkan's consciousness, she saw him startle in surprise. "What is this monstrosity?" Arching a brow, Luo Shi asked, "Don't you recognize it? This one kept loudly claiming to know you, and hurling insults like wretched me, clearly treating me as a romantic rival." Spurred by his survival instinct, Jun Shirkan scrutinized the unsightly face, eventually recognizing it. "Ah, I see. So even the insects have a bone to pick with me? Grabbing his collar aggressively, Luo Shi demanded, "Who is she?" Bent over slightly, Jun Shirkan replied calmly, without a hint of guilt, "An unimportant person." "Don't be evasive, come clean. The kidnapping incident soon after we got married, she was behind it." "The mastermind." Luo Shi's brow furrowed. "But why would she kidnap me? I didn't even know her." Jun Shirkan hesitated. "Well, you see, she was the prospective bride my mother had arranged for me, but I firmly rejected her, and she held a grudge." Luo Shi glared at him. "So the reason I was kidnapped back then was because of your romantic entanglement, and you hid it from me." "I didn't mean to keep it from you." I just felt she was an unimportant person, not worth troubling you over. Later, I tracked down that she had bribed space pirates to abduct you, so I just had her abandoned on a desolate planet. If you hadn't asked about this today, I'd have completely forgotten about her. Jun Shirkan explained in a placating tone. How can you just forget someone who's harmed me? Luo Shi demanded. Jun Shirkan, how should I respond to this? Gotta think fast. You're right, I was wrong. I accept any punishment you deem fit. Jun Shirkan promptly took responsibility. After all, in the husband-wife dynamic, the wife is always right, even when the husband is in the wrong. This was a survival tactic his father-in-law had imparted. Luo Shi wasn't truly angry, she just wanted to scare her scoundrel of a husband for keeping secrets from her, to teach him a lesson. Though she didn't expect his method of atonement to be so enthusiastic in the bedroom, uncertain whether she was the one punishing him or vice versa. Half a year later, the couple had to cut their interstellar travels short and return to the capital, as Luo Shi had become pregnant. Recalling Earthheart's words about her unique physiology making natural conception impossible, Luo Shi was almost certain this was another one of Blueheart's meddlesome schemes. But no matter how she tried to summon it, the sixth remained silent, evidently feeling guilty. Nevertheless, now that the child was on the way, there was no question of her not keeping it. Drawing on their previous pregnancy experiences, this time the couple accepted the news calmly. However, everyone around them was overjoyed at the prospect, more so than the parents themselves. In particular, Luo's mother was overjoyed to the point of tears. Though Jun Jinghong did not live with her, she had watched him grow up, so when she learned of the loss of her great-grandson, her grief was no less than when she was informed of her husband's passing. But she was more concerned for Shi, as the mother-child bond was so strong, and she had raised the child herself. Now, knowing Shi was pregnant again, she was elated. A new life was coming, which could distract Shi and help ease the pain of losing her son. To everyone's surprise, after the genetic testing, Luo Shi discovered she was carrying twins, a boy and a girl, the auspicious dragon and phoenix twins. This made Jun Shirkan anxious as well. While modern medicine could easily handle multiple births, his instinct was still to be extra protective of Luo Shi. Luo Shi felt she had returned to the state of carrying her firstborn, not allowed to do this, not allowed to do that, utterly bored. Fortunately, she still had Kai Qiao and Lu Yazi, her two girlfriends, who would periodically invite her for afternoon tea and chit-chat to lift her spirits. Kai Qiao's daughter had already married, and she herself had become a grandmother. Apparently, the son-in-law was even the superior of Chen Dongliang. But Chen Dongliang stayed true to his word, still managing to beat him up, lamenting that he had let a wolf into the house. He had thought they were on good terms, almost like brothers. But now he realized, I thought of you as a brother, while you saw me as a father. Lu Yazi's son had perfectly inherited the height genes from his parents. Plus, he had been well-fed by Luo Shi since childhood, surpassing his peers in all aspects. He had joined the military at a young age and achieved great feats, now the heir apparent of the Lei family. Lu Yazi had later given birth to a daughter, who had just reached adulthood. After watching the live broadcasts of the human-insect war, she had been constantly clamoring to join the military. This was causing great headaches for Lu Yazi. Luo Shi asked, weren't you also eager to join the military back then, but were prevented by your family? Why are you now the one stopping your daughter? With a troubled expression, Lu Yazi sighed, it's because I'm worried about her safety. She's been sheltered and pampered by me and her father since childhood. The military training is no easy feat, you have to be tough as nails to endure it. Kai Qiao, also a mother of a daughter, fully empathized with her concerns. To be frank, even though the genetic enhancements had improved over the years, the physical abilities of men and women still differed greatly. Female soldiers, unless they had exceptional talent like Luo's aunt who awakened the spatial slice ability, had to put in unimaginable effort and hardship to establish a foothold in the military. After all, on the battlefield, the insects did not care whether one was male or female, but weak would simply be killed. Luo Shi actually felt that if the children had the ambition to join the military, they should give it a try, lest they regret it later. After all, youth is wasted on the timid. According to her cousin, Luo's aunt and uncle had reconciled, and the aunt had even requested a transfer back to the capital. The two seemed to have recaptured the honeymoon-like bliss of their early marriage. Luo's sister-in-law mentioned that Luo's elder nephew, Patrice, had adopted a child at the Star Orphanage, naming her Luo Qianxue. The girl appeared delicate, yet possessed astonishing strength, able to uproot willow trees with one hand. Luo Shi and her sister-in-law's collaboration on the bubble tea shop had expanded repeatedly, including the branch stores opened on various planets to improve delivery speed. Yet they still could not keep up with demand. The sister-in-law joked more than once, "The people born in this baby boom really love bubble tea. You have no idea, many drink several cups a day, practically living off the stuff." When Luo Shi was 6 months pregnant, the elder emperor Xianyuan abdicated, with the fourth prince, Xianyuan Lang, named as the successor. The empire, having weathered the crisis, was now celebrating with grand festivities, dispelling the gloom of the previous trials. The fourth prince had finally attained the coveted throne. Though now shouldered even greater responsibilities, the imperial family did not rule with an iron fist, and the weight of the crown was formidable. On a bright afternoon, Luo Shi successfully delivered a boy and a girl. Since this birth took place on the capital planet, both her mother and mother-in-law rushed to the hospital to keep vigil. After the babies were born, the two grandmothers each held one, unwilling to let go. Jun Shirkan, of course, did not try to snatch the babies from them, instead opting to embrace Luo Shi. Though Luo Shi insisted she was perfectly fine, even performing a retro disco number for him, Jun Shirkan remained unconvinced. "No, I don't believe it, you're still not fully recovered." As a result, Luo Shi didn't even get a good look at the babies until they returned home and settled in. However, when she saw their features, she was shocked. Blue heart, come out here, you sixth. What's the matter? What's the matter? I asked you to find a good family for my parents to reincarnate into, and this is how you did it. I actually thought you were reliable. But I did as you requested. You wanted to be able to check on them and make sure they were doing well. Reincarnating them into your own family was the best choice. Luo Shi, if my body weren't so robust, I'd be vomiting blood at you right now. Furious, she thought, where's the good part? My parents have become my own children? Husband and wife in a past life, now siblings in this one? Good grief, what a melodramatic plotline. Blue Heart said smugly, well, what can be done now? They've already been born, do you want to stuff them back in? You get lost, Luo Shi seethed. Now, young lady, no need to get so worked up. Blue Heart then vanished. Of course, Jun Shirkan also understood the identities of the two children. Life is full of surprises. He'd gotten used to it over the years. Whatever. After discussing it, the couple decided to give the babies Luo's surname. The girl was named Luo Joyue, the boy Luo Chujo. Luo Shi, I'm not getting revenge or anything, I swear. The birth of the siblings delighted Jun Haoran to no end. No more weaning for him, hee. Gazing up at the sky, Jun Haoran patted the spatial node in his pocket. The milk fruit inside, he hadn't touched a single one, and never would. This was the wish left to him by his younger brother. Watching the babies grow day by day, their features increasingly resembling her memories, Luo Shi felt a secret joy. Luo Joyue and Luo Chujo often sensed their mother looking at them as if peering through them to see someone else. But they knew from a young age that aside from their elder brother, they had also had an elder brother who passed away at a young age, the imperial hero. They assumed their mother was thinking of him, so they would cuddle up to her and massage her shoulders, hoping to cheer her up. Luo Shi, in that case, I won't hold back then. Applies a bit more pressure here, a little more there. After thorough observation by Luo Shi and Jun Shirkan, the twins didn't exhibit any particularly extraordinary traits, only slightly surpassing their peers intellectually. The couple felt relieved, normal and healthy. May they have a peaceful life. Luo Joyuo awakened a planting space ability, specializing in medicinal herbs. Luo Chujo was admitted to the National Science Institute, becoming a colleague of his uncle, researching quantum mechanics. When they came of age, neither wished to marry. Luo Shi was fine with that. Even her eldest son remained unmarried in his 60s, so she had long since adopted a Zen-like attitude. Later, Luo Chujo led a team to utilize quantum mechanics to develop spatial transposition technology. They applied this breakthrough to transportation and logistics, establishing transfer stations on various planets. Through specially designed space capsules, people could now translocate to their destinations in mere minutes, from the capital to the outer colonies in just a couple hours, and traverse the entire system in just a few hours. This drastically reduced travel time and commutes. Many lower-ranking military personnel who couldn't qualify for family housing were now able to return to the capital or colonies for their weekly leave, no longer separated from their families. Residents of the outer colonies could more conveniently travel to the capital for work and errands. The accessibility of resource-rich planets also improved for the general populace. When the Federation learned of this groundbreaking technology, they quickly sent a delegation to study it, with the second Prince Quaizen among them. Recalling the unilateral century-long pact the second prince had made with Jun Shurken when the imperial delegation departed the Eternal Night Federation, Luo Shi couldn't help but tease mischievously, "Looks like your admirer is honoring the agreement. How excited are you?" Jun Shikan's expression instantly darkened, seeing someone's rear was getting itchy again. Luo Shi, having let her tongue run wild, had to acquiesce to various humiliating terms in the bedroom. However, Quaizen had brought his whole family this time, his spouse and 2 sons. On the day the Federation delegation arrived, he immediately visited with his entire household, bearing gifts. Though Jun Shurken had no desire to entertain Quaizen, the man had brought his family, so Jun Shurken had no choice but to grudgingly receive them. Quaizen went straight for a bear hug when he saw Jun Shurken, but luckily Jun Shurken was on his guard and kept him at bay. Luo Shi, on the other hand, was all too happy to enjoy the spectacle, readily accepting the warm embrace of Quaizen's spouse, soft and fragrant, so plush and enticing. Seeing his wife ogling the woman lustfully and refusing to let go of her hand, Jun Shurken clenched his fists. "Good, you'll get yours tonight." During the Federation delegation's stay, Quaizen would frequently bring his whole family to freeload meals, claiming it was for bonding. Jun Shurken just couldn't understand, was his cold demeanor not clear enough? Or did Quaizen's hairy hide give him that much confidence? How could someone be so shameless? "I have no feelings to bond with you." Until one day, Luo Jiuyue brought Quaizen's son Quichi before Luo Shi and Jun Shurken, shyly declaring, "Mom, Dad, I found someone I want to marry." Luo Shi, Jun Shurken. Fuck, they really went all out. Jun Shurken immediately sought Quaizen out for a brawl. "So that was your scheme, you shameless bastard." As Quaizen lay in the regeneration chamber, battered and bruised, he gleamed with pride, thinking, "Didn't expect on strength to have grown this much. I could only last 10 moves against him. But no matter, it's worth it, for On will be my son-in-law from now on." Ha ha ha. Luo Shi was in high spirits today, as it was her eldest son's centennial birthday. Her daughter's family of 3, as well as her youngest son, had all returned home for the reunion. Luo Shi personally cooked, humming little tunes as she worked, with Jun Shurken skillfully assisting her. Jun Haoran watched the cozy scene in the kitchen intently, as if trying to etch it firmly in his memory. During the meal, Jun Haoran would frequently serve dishes for Luo Shi and Jun Shurken, endlessly showering praises on his mother's cooking skills, which had not diminished over the years. Luo Jiuyue and Luo Chuzhou also habitually joined in the effusive compliments, and when Qian saw everyone praising, he didn't want to be left out, so he added his own to the chorus. Luo Shi was feeling delighted by their lavish praise. Who doesn't enjoy hearing such kind words? After the lively meal, Luo Jiuyue left with her spouse and child to rest at her former little villa, while Luo Chuzhou departed as he still had work. Jun Haoran had specifically taken leave to come back, and after everyone else had left, he plopped down between his parents, childishly cuddling up to Luo Shi for a chat. Suddenly squeezed to the side, Jun Shurken said somewhat grumpily, "Jun Haoran, you're 100 years old already, not a child anymore. Stop acting all clingy and sappy with your mother." Luo Shi knew his petty jealousy had flared up again, and she gave him a sidelong smile. "Even if Haoran is 200 or 500 years old, he's still my child. It's only natural for a child to be affectionate with their mother." Jun Haoran smugly glanced at his father, clinging even more boldly to his mother's arm, curling up tightly and resting his head on Luo Shi's shoulder, saying playful things that made her burst out laughing. Watching the cheerful pair, Jun Shurken felt gloomy but powerless. These were his wife and child. How could he do anything but indulge them? Luo Shi greatly enjoyed her child's clingy, dependent behavior. Her eldest had been the first, so affectionate and adept at sweet-talking in his youth. But the tragedy during the delegation visit had robbed them of over 30 years. Her eldest no longer snuggled up to her so intimately. The small family spent a warm afternoon together, savoring the rare quality time. Suddenly, Jun Haoran said something inexplicably, "Mom, Dad, being your child in this life is so wonderful. A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Shi, and she gently patted his back. Silly child. Jun Shirkan also felt a pang of unease, but he remained silent, only lightly squeezing Jun Haoren's shoulder. The atmosphere grew uncomfortably quiet. After a while, Luo Shi abruptly felt a heavy weight on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw Jun Haoren with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. But Luo Shi knew he was not truly sleeping, for she could no longer sense his breathing or heartbeat. Luo Shi stared in disbelief, tears flowing down her face uncontrollably. How could this be? He had just been fined. Jun Shirkan also never expected the situation to turn so dire. He wrapped his arms around Jun Haoren's curled-up form, the tall stature now shrunken, the peaceful expression with an upturned smile. Jun Shirkan's heart ached as if gripped tightly, for even though he had prepared himself, the successive losses of his sons were still devastating. Luo Shi wearily called out, "Blue Heart, what's happened? Why has my son suddenly?" Blue Heart's voice lacked its usual flippancy, heavy with gravity. "He has fulfilled his purpose." Purpose? What bullshit purpose? He was just fine a moment ago. How could he suddenly? His spirit fire was the counter to the insect queen, but to ignite the spirit fire, he had to sacrifice his lifespan. In truth, if you hadn't been feeding him copious life water, he wouldn't have lasted this long. He likely would have perished together with the insect queen. Luo Shi closed her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down as the echoes of her son's endearing voice still lingered. Luo Shi and Jun Shirkan lived to over 900 years old, bidding farewell to Luo's father, their two sons, Jun's grandfather, Luo's mother, Jun's parents, their uncle and aunt, Luo's brother and sister-in-law, until they had outlived all their loved ones. Sensing his own end approaching, Jun Shirkan grew ever more clingy to Luo Shi, unwilling to part from her for a moment. In his final moments, he grasped her hand, softly saying, "Shi, I'm sorry, I can only accompany you this far." Gazing at his aged face that still held such deep affection only for her, Luo Shi replied gently, "I'll go with you." Jun Shirkan's eyes widened, wanting to say something more, his lips quivering, but in the end he said nothing, only tightening his grip on her hand. He knew that if his wife had decided, there was nothing he could do to sway her. After Jun Shirkan passed, Luo Shi carried his body into the spatial domain, digging a grave beneath the tree of life. Placing him inside, she then lay down beside him, holding his hand as she slowly closed her eyes. She now understood the purpose of her own existence. She also knew that the course of this life was her own choice. Those two sixth brothers really had to sneak in their own little agendas, didn't they? Thinking about having to be eternal colleagues with those two, TSK, how annoying. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy began emanating from the grave, permeating every corner of the spatial domain. In a distant corner of the universe, a planet shrouded in dense mist gradually dispelled the clouds, revealing a brilliance akin to shimmering gemstones. The planet had seas, mountains, waterfalls, canyons, grasslands, forests, vibrant, multicolored plants, neatly arranged orchards, ginseng as thick as thighs and giant lingji the size of umbrellas. Behind the mist-shrouded waterfall, a massive cave housed a tribe of giant apes. At the center of their altar stood a lifelike statue of a human female, each newborn ape receiving a blessing ritual before it. In the idyllic canyon, there stood a 7-courtyard manor, the gilded plaque on the main gate reading, Luo Jun Manor. Not far from the manor was an immense tree, and at its base, an unmarked grave. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering secrets.